Chapter 404. The specific origins remain uncertain. However, it is highly probable that she is connected to the legendary Min family. This esteemed lineage is renowned for its expertise in cultivating various spiritual herbs and may have inherited the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix. The youth with the blood mole pondered for a moment before responding. It is possible. The Min family has always excelled in the cultivation of spiritual herbs, which is crucial for those possessing the heavenly phoenix bloodline. She may indeed possess this bloodline or have some connection to the Min family. The elder with the surname Chi contemplated, could she truly be a disciple of the Min family as the legends suggest? If she is indeed associated with them, we must proceed with caution and avoid provoking her. The two continued to explore various possibilities, yet they still failed to reach a definitive conclusion. The identity of the bidder remained a mystery. They required further information to unveil her true background. Elder Chi, you mentioned that the purple light spiritual eye had already been used on that woman. The youth with the blood mole inquired tentatively. The elder Chi nodded slowly. Indeed. I employed the purple light spiritual eye to examine her, which is how I discerned that she has attained the transformation realm. However, I recall that the purple light spiritual eye is a divine ability you can only use 3 times in your lifetime. By using it to investigate that woman, you have exhausted one precious opportunity. The elder Chi sighed. You are correct. I can only manifest the purple light spiritual eye thrice in my lifetime. This time, to ascertain her identity, I have squandered one opportunity. My cultivation will suffer as a result, necessitating numerous blood sacrifices to restore it. Elder Chi, you have sacrificed too much for us. I shall ensure that you receive sufficient blood offerings to expedite your recovery, the youth with the blood mole declared earnestly. The elder Chi offered a faint smile and chose not to respond further. Days later, Lin Mo was in seclusion within his cave dwelling. However, a captivating scene was unfolding over 1,000 miles away from his abode. In a remote spiritual land, the man with drooping eyebrows and the plump man, who had previously contended with Lin Mo for this spiritual territory, stood facing each other. How could it be you? The man with drooping eyebrows exclaimed in surprise. Why are you following me? I merely passed through this area with no ulterior motives, the plump man replied nonchalantly. The man with drooping eyebrows scoffed. He had come here with a specific purpose, so it was implausible that the other was merely passing by. The two remained on high alert, each speculating about the other's intentions. At that moment, a powerful divine consciousness swept over them, and both sensed the looming threat. Be cautious. This appears to be the fragment of the soul of the Qianbao master, the Emerald Jiao Long whispered. It turned out that the Qianbao master had previously left a fragment of his soul in this location, which had now been disturbed. The two exchanged glances, tacitly agreeing to collaborate temporarily. Given the Qianbao master's vast treasures, obtaining just a couple of them was said to aid one in overcoming significant trials. To acquire these treasures, the duo resolved to join forces against the fragment of the soul, though the matter of distribution remained to be discussed. Just as the Emerald Jiao Long and the plump man were deliberating, a formidable aura suddenly enveloped the area. Someone is approaching, the two said alertly, turning to look. They beheld a young man descending slowly from the sky. It was Lin Mo. The appearance of Lin Mo set off alarm bells in the minds of the Emerald Jiao Long and the plump man. The two individuals, in perfect synchrony, utilized their mystical abilities to discreetly depart from the vicinity. However, they did not part ways entirely. After distancing themselves, they employed a technique to shroud their presence. Although they were aware of Lin Mo's arrival, they ensured he could not perceive them. In truth, Lin Mo's spiritual awareness, honed through the cultivation of the Great Transformation technique, had grown significantly more potent than that of his peers, nearing the strength of an ethereal practitioner. Consequently, he had already detected traces of someone having visited his spiritual domain, though he could not ascertain their identity. Contemplating quietly, he wondered who would venture into his sacred territory so furtively, perhaps intending to employ some underhanded means against him. Nevertheless, he reasoned that within his domain, bolstered by the imposing presence of Tianyuan City, typical miscreants would not dare to stir trouble. Yet, for prudence's sake, he resolved to handle the matter with caution. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo meticulously scanned the surroundings with his spiritual consciousness. To further investigate the secrets of this place, Lin Mo retrieved a magical artifact of his own creation, the Wanlong Pearl. This exquisite orb possessed the ability to monitor spiritual energy fluctuations within a radius of 100 miles. The Wanlong Pearl functioned as a surveillance device, comprising an intricate array that demanded substantial energy from spirit stones. As Lin Mo wielded this artifact, he unleashed its capability to sense the ebb and flow of spiritual energy. Instantly, the atmospheric currents within a radius of several dozen miles came into his perception. Given adequate spirit stones, this artifact could even monitor disturbances from 1,000,000 miles away. Albeit at a significant cost of resources, Lin Mo mused. Although the Wanlong Pearl was limited to observation, its high degree of concealment rendered it undetectable unless confronted by a consciousness vastly superior to his own. This effectiveness stemmed from the incorporation of silver glyphs derived from the remnants of the Golden Palace's jade manuscript during its creation. To achieve comprehensive surveillance over this spiritual domain, Lin Mo resolved to establish a widespread array of restrictions, necessitating the operation of the Wanlong Pearl he had personally refined. With his decision made, he no longer hesitated. He soared around the perimeter of his domain, quietly placing numerous Wanlong pearls. Subsequently, he executed a spell to activate the spiritual energy within the pearls. The Wanlong pearls began to rotate, radiating brilliance, and swiftly formed an expansive net-like monitoring matrix. Through this matrix, Lin Mo could sense every movement within a 100-mile radius. Any living being entering this realm would find themselves ensnared by his magical influence. The interconnected Wanlong pearls established a restriction that nearly enveloped the entirety of the spiritual domain. Satisfied, Lin Mo nodded in approval and continued to position additional Wanlong pearls in the matrix's blind spots, maximizing the extent of his surveillance. With this formation in place, he could safely conceal himself deep within his spiritual domain while remaining acutely aware of any developments, prepared to respond to unforeseen events. The grand array woven from the Wanlong pearls would constantly assist Lin Mo in monitoring anomalies within his domain, alleviating the need for his constant vigilance. After all, he would occasionally require seclusion for cultivation, inevitably missing some occurrences. Upon completing the setup, Lin Mo returned to his cave dwelling, entered his secret chamber, and resumed his cultivation and research of various treasures. In the days that followed, he periodically checked the status of the Matrix's surveillance. As soon as any disturbance arose, he would be the first to know. The messages transmitted from the Matrix also assist him in analyzing the movements of his adversaries, enabling him to take appropriate measures. These restrictions resemble a vast net woven by Lin Mo, firmly controlling the entire spiritual realm. Any being attempting to intrude will inevitably fall within his surveillance. After establishing the monitoring matrix, Lin Mo redirected his focus towards the study of the enigmatic lightning patterns. The power of these patterns is unfathomable. Lin Mo must unravel their secrets for the purpose of crafting magical artifacts. Lin Mo immersed himself in the study of ancient texts, which contained various legends concerning the lightning patterns. These patterns appeared to originate from ancient times, embodying long-lost supreme principles. As he pondered their intricacies, he entered a state of deep contemplation, simulating the operation of the lightning patterns within his mind. After extensive research, Lin Mo finally attained a preliminary understanding of their workings. He began to channel his true energy into the patterns. Under the activation of his energy, the patterns began to flow, radiating a resplendent brilliance. Lin Mo recognized that the moment had arrived to commence the crafting of the lightning-patterned artifacts. He retrieved the refined void celestial cauldron and added a copious amount of lightning-patterned orbs into it, holding a ritual gesture and reciting incantations. The orbs within the cauldron began to merge and transform. After an hour of meticulous refinement, he successfully condensed a lightning robe and several new lightning-patterned artifacts. Lin Mo gazed at the coarse black robe in his hands, a testament to a month of labor that had finally borne fruit. This robe was adorned with intricate symbols of lightning, embodying immense power. A smile of joy graced Lin Mo's face, for he knew this robe would become his ultimate weapon. After successfully crafting the lightning robe and lightning-patterned artifacts, Lin Mo carefully examined these formidable tools. The power contained within the lightning robe was so potent it could take one's breath away. Lin Mo realized this robe would serve as his most formidable armor. Among the lightning-patterned artifacts, the lightning orbs, wheels, and hammers stood out, each capable of unleashing destructive force akin to thunder. These artifacts possessed astonishing power, and once deployed, could instill dread in any adversary. Lin Mo meticulously stored these artifacts, intending to utilize them at critical moments. With them, his confidence in his own strength grew. Yet, he understood that this also meant he would confront more formidable foes and challenges. Therefore, he must remain ever vigilant. Concurrently with the successful crafting of the lightning robe, Lin Mo also refined dozens of lightning-patterned orbs. These orbs, appearing as translucent glass beads, concealed immense power of the lightning attribute within. Lin Mo placed each of these lightning-patterned orbs into his storage ring, planning to use them in the future to enhance the potency of various artifacts. However, just as he reveled in the success of his crafting, he noticed peculiar flickering lights in the distance. These lights appeared intermittently, drifting lightly around Lin Mo. As if probing for something, alarm bells rang in his mind. He suspected these lights might originate from some unknown entities, necessitating heightened vigilance. To further investigate the origins of these lights, Lin Mo delicately activated a magical artifact and released 2 golden eater insects for reconnaissance. The 2 golden devouring insects transformed into rays of golden light, silently approaching the luminous points, poised to track them. However, just as Lin Mo's insects were about to draw near, the luminous points suddenly darted away, swiftly evading the pursuit of the golden devouring insects and vanishing into the distant horizon. Lin Mo's expression darkened as he realized that the owner of those luminous points might be covertly observing him. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately shook his head. Choosing not to delve further into the matter, he entered a meditative state once more, contemplating strategies while awaiting further intelligence from the golden devouring insects. Lin Mo was acutely aware that with a newly acquired magical artifact, he would possess the confidence to confront any formidable adversary lurking in the shadows. Simultaneously, he entered a state of deep thought, balancing strategy formulation with the anticipation of the insect's reconnaissance results. Subsequently, Lin Mo retrieved a fragment of a tattered ancient manuscript from his storage ring. Gazing at the damaged page, he recalled the time he had failed to forge the silver tadpole artifact. He had already mastered the technique, yet the inability to procure the crucial material, the millennium-old cold water silver, had forced him to abandon the endeavor. Now, in this vast spiritual realm, Lin Mo finally discovered this rare cold water silver. As he looked at the crystalline, translucent silver liquid in his hand, a flicker of joy crossed his eyes. After years of yearning, he finally had the opportunity to realize his ambition, eager to resume his work and forge the prototype of the silver tadpole artifact. According to the records on the fragment of the Golden Pavilion Jade Book, the silver tadpole requires the infusion of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, along with various rare materials such as the 4 elemental spirit stones, to unleash its unique powers. Lin Mo had already discerned the geomantic distribution of this spiritual realm, preparing to gather the necessary materials. Before thoroughly investigating the origins of those luminous points, he decided to devote more energy to the study of the silver tadpole. Frequently, he stared at the remnants of the Golden Pavilion Jade Book, which contained numerous secrets regarding the forging of the silver tadpole. Lin Mo meticulously pondered over every word inscribed on the fragment, striving to grasp the operational principles of the silver tadpole. He continually attempted to channel his vital energy, seeking to activate the silver light points on the page. Through repeated experimentation, Lin Mo gained a deeper understanding of the silver tadpole's mysteries. In the days that followed, Lin Mo concurrently collected refining materials while designing the structure of the silver tadpole formation. At times, he closed his eyes in contemplation, simulating the artifact's operation in his mind. And at other times, he rose to sketch the formation, testing his theories. Lin Mo prepared with utmost diligence, fearing that any oversight could lead to another failure. He understood that successfully forging the silver tadpole artifact would result in a significant enhancement of his strength. Amidst the forging of the silver tadpole artifact, Lin Mo frequently reflected on the portions of artifacts he had already perfected, ensuring he had mastered their intricacies. Among them, the power of the thunder robe and thunder wheel was particularly astonishing, capable of turning the tide in critical moments. Lin Mo repeatedly contemplated the usage of these artifacts while training his control over his magical power. After a month of seclusion and rigorous practice, he had become adept in the application of the new artifacts. With the support of these formidable artifacts, Lin Mo felt an increased sense of assurance in his own capabilities. He believed that even if a more powerful adversary emerged, he possessed the ability to safeguard his life and engage in fierce combat. This potent confidence invigorated Lin Mo, enabling him to focus intently on his cultivation, thereby solidifying the newfound strength he had acquired. He remained ever vigilant, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Upon obtaining the new magical artifacts, Lin Mo did not indulge in joy. Instead, he immediately entered a state of contemplation, pondering how to wield them more effectively. He diligently studied ancient texts, seeking to comprehend the operational principles of the artifacts. He practiced the techniques repeatedly, mastering the intricate nuances of their use. Moreover, he envisioned various potential dangers he might encounter, simulating how to transform threats into opportunities through the use of these artifacts. Often, Lin Mo would close his eyes in quiet reflection, contemplating the origins of the mysterious luminous points and how he ought to respond to them. Years of cultivation had instilled in him a sense of caution and alertness. Even with a significant enhancement in strength, he exhibited no trace of complacency. Chapter 415. After attending to various pressing matters, Lin Mo's primary focus began to concentrate on the plan for refining the silver-patterned artifact. Having previously attempted this refinement, he was filled with anticipation. Lin Mo revisited his notes from years past, and to his delight, many details remained vivid in his memory. He also re-examined the reasons for his earlier failures, discovering that they predominantly stemmed from a lack of materials. Now, with ample resources available within the spirit realm, Lin Mo felt confident in the likelihood of success. In the days that followed, Lin Mo collected an array of rare materials while designing the refining formation. He frequently pondered the fragments of the Golden Pavilion Jade Book, seeking to grasp the mysteries of the silver patterns. Lin Mo gazed at the remnants of the Golden Pavilion Jade Book in his hand, upon which were inscribed various ancient symbols: the Tai transformation charm, the 9 Palaces celestial Qian charm, the Tianyuan charm, and the heavenly spear charm. He scrutinized these symbols, delving into the principles they embodied. Among them, Lin Mo had already gleaned some understanding of the Tai transformation charm, which allowed one's physical form to dissolve into nothingness, greatly aiding in stealth and defense. Although the efficacy of his previously refined Tai transformation charm was limited, Lin Mo believed that through the complete method outlined in the fragments, he could distill a far more potent charm. The 9 Palaces celestial Qian charm also provided some inspiration. Lin Mo endeavored to unravel the intricacies of the 9-square grid structure, which would greatly assist in optimizing the matrix structure of the artifact Wanlong Pearl. However, the Jia Yuan and Heavenly Spear charms remained elusive, prompting Lin Mo to temporarily concentrate on the refinement of the Tai transformation charm. In the ensuing days, Lin Mo began amassing a substantial quantity of materials, preparing to refine a more powerful Tai transformation charm. Although the success rate was not high, he was confident that with sufficient materials as support, he would ultimately be able to forge several charms of immense power. Lin Mo firmly believed that the complete method inscribed on the fragments would yield exceptional results. After 2 months of repeated refinement, Lin Mo finally succeeded in distilling a new version of the Tai transformation charm. This charm was imbued with intricate formation structures, containing principles far surpassing those of its predecessor. Lin Mo carefully stored the new charm, feeling the continuous surge of spiritual energy within. He understood that this charm's potency far exceeded that of the past. It not only enabled him to conceal his presence, but also allowed him to maintain control over magical attacks while in a state of dissolution. This would become a formidable hidden weapon in his arsenal. During this period, Lin Mo also continued to refine a multitude of thunder-patterned treasures, such as the Thunder Robe, Thunder Wheel, and Thunderblade. The power of these treasures was steadily increasing, further bolstering Lin Mo's confidence in his own strength. He believed that no matter what unknown formidable foes he encountered, he possessed the capacity to safeguard his life. With a collection of new talismans and magical artifacts neatly organized, Lin Mo wore a satisfied smile. He could feel his strength steadily increasing, and the path of his future cultivation appeared more promising. Certainly, crises and trials would still arise unexpectedly, yet Lin Mo was fully prepared for them. During this period, Lin Mo frequently monitored the surrounding situation through the magical array. He discovered that the 4 luminous points that had previously appeared were still lingering in the vicinity, seemingly probing and searching for something. Lin Mo dispatched several gold-eating insects to track them, but found that one of them suddenly lost contact while executing its task. A chill ran through Lin Mo, leading him to deduce that among the 4, there was likely a formidable presence at the void refinement stage. Otherwise, they would not have easily evaded the surveillance of the gold-eating insects. In order to ascertain the identities and intentions of the four, Lin Mo decided to investigate personally. With the newly refined Tai transformation talisman, he was confident he could conduct his inquiry without alarming them. Lin Mo focused his mind and quietly set his plan into motion. Not only did he need to confirm their identities and cultivation levels, but he also sought to uncover what they were searching for, so he could take appropriate action. He retrieved a newly crafted Tai transformation talisman, infused it with spiritual energy, and affixed it to himself. Gradually, Lin Mo's form began to dissipate, ultimately transforming into a wisp of ethereal gas. In this intangible state, he could still manipulate magical instruments and cast certain spells. The efficacy of this Tai talisman far exceeded its predecessor, and Lin Mo was confident he could remain undetected. Cautiously, he drifted towards the direction of the four, intending to observe the situation closely. Lin Mo stealthily infiltrated the area where the four were located. Having rendered himself formless, he approached his target like a whispering breeze. Leaving no trace behind, the four continued to roam nearby, occasionally scanning their surroundings. Clearly, they were aware of Lin Mo's heightened vigilance, compelling him to proceed with utmost caution to avoid exposure. Lin Mo soon pinpointed the location of the four. They appeared to be searching for something within a valley. Strangely, as he drew near, he could only see two of them, leading him to speculate that the other two were concealed. He floated quietly in midair, carefully masking his presence to prevent detection. Through meticulous observation, Lin Mo determined that among the four, two were at the void refinement stage, while the other two seemed to be at the late stage of the god transformation. He continued to monitor patiently, hoping to uncover their purpose. For Lin Mo, information was always more valuable than direct confrontation. After a period of observation, suddenly, the two individuals before him seemed to employ some technique and vanished without a trace. Lin Mo extended his consciousness to sense the area around him and soon discovered a concealed four-way array, presumably set up by the two to obscure their presence. However, they were unaware that Lin Mo had been silently observing them all along. With a deft flick of the talisman in his hand, Lin Mo's body began to slowly dissipate, resembling a wisp of delicate smoke. He stepped into the array, as if traversing through a veil of illusion, and arrived underground. There, he beheld a mysterious orb of blue light, within which 7 colored vortices were spinning. This sight was imbued with an aura of enigma and wonder. The azure light was extraordinary. Lin Mo focused intently, feeling an overwhelming force drawing his consciousness to delve deeper. The moment his awareness made contact with the blue radiance, it suddenly erupted in a dazzling brilliance. Before he could react, he found himself engulfed within it. Lin Mo felt as though the world was spinning. Vibrant hues cascaded around him. In an instant, he opened his eyes wide, discovering that he stood in a peculiar space. Here, mist swirled about, and several bizarre towers loomed around him, their summits emanating a kaleidoscope of colors. An ancient aura permeated the air, as if this place had existed since time immemorial. Lin Mo was taken aback. He had merely sought to trace the whereabouts of 4 individuals, yet had stumbled upon this spatial transference. Could this be the very location the 4 were searching for? Tentatively, he began to explore this enigmatic realm, realizing that his magical capabilities were unimpeded. He attempted to cast several spells, all functioning normally. It seemed this space had little effect on him. However, he needed to depart swiftly to avoid exposing his presence. He mused. While Lin Mo pondered his escape from this strange dimension, he suddenly heard an exclamation from behind. "Who are you? And how did you enter this place?" Startled, he turned to see 2 cultivators standing behind him. The leader was a stoic man with drooping eyebrows, accompanied by a stout fellow sporting a long beard. Both held magical artifacts, watching Lin Mo with vigilance. The drooping-browed man was the very individual who had previously contended with Lin Mo for this spiritual land. A chill ran through Lin Mo. These two were formidable opponents, evidently also drawn to this space. He spoke in a deep voice. "I am Lin Mo from Tianyuan City. You two have trespassed into my spiritual territory. Are you aware that this violates the laws of Tianyuan City?" The drooping-browed man's face flushed with anger as he retorted. "How dare you? We come by our master's command. What are you? A mere transformation realm cultivator?" Lin Mo chuckled coldly, his mind racing. He summoned the illusionary powers of the thunder pattern pearl in his hand, causing arcs of lightning to burst forth. and the shadows of dozens of Tianyuan City cultivators began to converge around him. The stout man's expression shifted dramatically, and he whispered, "Brother, be cautious. We do not yet know his background." The drooping-browed man, perspiring profusely, feigned composure and said, "Hold on, our master is still inside. You must pass through us to see him." Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, aware that their bravado was merely a facade. "Very well. Then let your master come forth to meet me," he stated nonchalantly. The stout man, taken aback, quickly replied, "Friend, perhaps we should converse amicably first." Lin Mo scoffed, "Fine. Let us converse." The stout man exhaled slowly and began, "Both our masters are of a higher realm than you. I believe our friend would not wish to provoke such individuals." The threat woven within his words was unmistakable to Lin Mo. However, he had already determined that among these individuals was a return to Void Realm cultivator, and thus felt no fear in confronting them. He maintained an outward calm while internally heightened his vigilance. The origins of this space remained unclear, and he needed to proceed with caution, buying time to find a means of escape. The stout man, noticing Lin Mo's indifference, pressed on, "This place was discovered by our sect. If this friend is accommodating, we can share some of its benefits." Lin Mo sneered, declaring, "I, Lin Mo, have always taken without giving. If anyone were to concede, it should be you." With a flick of his left hand, a transmission talisman crackling with thunder appeared in his grasp. The man with the drooping eyebrows and the rotund figure both paled at the sight. Lin Mo stated nonchalantly, "I have left transmission talismans with the city lord and the elders. Should anything befall me, they will arrive immediately. With your cultivation, how long can you delay?" They exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes. Although Lin Mo's words were clearly a bluff, they dared not act rashly. The rotund figure chuckled awkwardly, "Dear friend, perhaps we could discuss this in a different manner." Lin Mo scoffed, finding a smooth stone to sit upon, coldly replying, "As you wish. I shall await your master here." The two men exchanged glances, ultimately too intimidated to strike at Lin Mo secretly. Lin Mo chuckled to himself. They resembled gamblers whose cards had been fully revealed, left with no choice but to concede. While the conversation unfolded, Lin Mo remained acutely aware of his surroundings. His spiritual sense was ever vigilant, ready to perceive any changes in the environment. This unfamiliar space was rife with unpredictable factors, and he could not afford to be careless. Deep in thought, Lin Mo pondered how to devise an escape plan within this peculiar realm. Time was of the essence. As his spiritual sense expanded, he began to notice subtle shifts. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, an indescribable pressure gradually mounting. The man with the drooping eyebrows and the rotund figure sensed this anomaly, their expressions tightening. Lin Mo sat quietly to the side, occasionally brandishing various talismans to assert dominance, while the two men silently endured, trapped in a standoff. The man with the drooping eyebrows furrowed his brow and whispered to the rotund figure, "This fellow seems to be up to something. Should we not take action to subdue him?" The rotund figure hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "Let us wait. Our master should be emerging soon. We cannot afford to take risks. This fellow appears quite cunning. He may have hidden cards." Upon overhearing their conversation, Lin Mo's heart leaped with joy. It seemed his plan had found an opportunity. He feigned increased anxiety while continuing to observe the changes in the space around him. After a quarter of an hour, an urgent alarm rang in Lin Mo's mind. He sensed a strange transformation in the space, with a faint wave of energy emanating from all directions. Suddenly, his spiritual sense detected a formidable force, an unusual fluctuation emanating from a mysterious light gate. He quickly focused his spiritual awareness on the light gate, bracing for a possible opportunity. "What is happening?" Lin Mo rose abruptly, his expression grave. Before he could finish, he felt the space tremble violently, the surrounding mist beginning to twist and contort, and the ancient tower shuddering. The man with the drooping eyebrows turned pale, exclaiming, "This space seems to be on the verge of collapse. There's no time, we must leave immediately." The rotund figure shouted at his companion. Witnessing the dire situation, Lin Mo set aside his hesitations and unleashed the destruction eye technique, directing a beam of golden light towards the barrier deep within the light gate. A resounding roar echoed as a portal manifested upon the barrier. At that moment, an overwhelming force surged forth, revealing an emerald dragon and a golden figure emerging from the luminous gate. Upon their arrival, the emerald dragon and the golden figure were taken aback by the presence of Lin Mo, the outsider. The man with the drooping brows hastily conveyed Lin Mo's identity to the Emerald Dragon, their master. After listening intently, the Emerald Dragon fixed its gaze upon Lin Mo, preparing to strike him down. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the dragon, Lin Mo silently braced himself. Though he faced a cultivator of the void-returning realm, he remained undaunted. Having discerned that these two beings were merely incarnations of such practitioners, rather than their true forms. Just as the Emerald Dragon was about to act, the golden figure interposed, "Esteemed brother, this individual is the master of this spirit, and moreover, he is an ascended cultivator. It is advisable not to provoke him unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, our immediate priority is to escape this place, as this challenging situation is on the verge of collapse. Though we are merely incarnations, it would be a great injustice to perish here." The golden figure added promptly. The Emerald Dragon continued to stare at Lin Mo, its murderous aura gradually dissipating. With a huff, it declared, "If that is the case, let us hasten our departure. This place is about to be destroyed. We shall leave this brat to his own devices." With that, it bit into its own claw, letting a few drops of blood fall. Subsequently, it unleashed a formidable spell, its claws striking fiercely at the fabric of space. Under the forceful impact of the Emerald Dragon's claws, the dome above shattered, fissures appearing in the spatial barrier as energy surged forth, accompanied by a continuous rumble. A radiant exit materialized before everyone. The golden figure also employed its own methods to temporarily stabilize the passage. At that instant, Lin Mo swiftly retrieved a spirit transformation talisman from his sleeve, rapidly forming seals to activate it. Suddenly, his figure faded, replaced by an identical avatar. Quickly, bellowed the Emerald Dragon, transforming into a swirl of malevolent energy, enveloping the man with the drooping brows and bursting forth from that space. The golden figure and the corpulent man followed closely behind, eager to escape. Just as the golden figure prepared to follow suit, the surrounding space abruptly warped violently. The previously still mist now spiraling chaotically as if caught in a tempest of spatial chaos. Lin Mo was taken aback, instantly realizing that the collapse of the space was exceeding his expectations. Suddenly, the tremors intensified, accompanied by a tremendous gravitational pull, as Lin Mo felt himself being drawn in, as though being sucked into a deeper dimension. At that moment, a powerful suction emanated from the exit, catching Lin Mo off guard and making him feel as if his body would be torn apart. However, his robust physique and the mastery of the diamond technique afforded him temporary protection. Yet, the corpulent man lacked such resilience. Even with the golden figure's protection, he was visibly terrified. "This is bad. The space at the exit is even more chaotic. We'll be pulled in." The corpulent man anxiously glanced at his master, the golden figure, hoping for a swift escape. The golden figure immediately employed its abilities to forcefully breach the tumultuous currents at the exit, striving to lead the corpulent man to safety. Suddenly, he turned around, "You golden little man," in astonishment. Lin Mo's true self had already arrived behind him, while only a projection remained in place, and before he could discern Lin Mo's intentions, a beam of golden light had firmly immobilized him. At that moment, a colossal black claw emerged from the depths of the passage, signaling the imminent arrival of a terrifying creature through the portal. Lin Mo fixed his gaze on the golden little man and calmly suggested, "Senior, might you consider escorting me away from this place? It appears that the demons trapped here are about to emerge, and I fear I may not be able to escape." The golden little man, gritting his teeth, ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Lin Mo then breathed a sigh of relief and employed his magnetic divine powers to soar behind the golden little man towards the exit. Just then, a vague silhouette suddenly appeared, striking towards Lin Mo with a palm. Lin Mo's thoughts raced as his true self vanished into the void, leaving only a projection behind. The palm strike directly pierced through the projection, which instantly dissipated into a cloud of white mist. Concurrently, a spatial storm erupted violently at that moment, with fierce winds swirling and countless chaotic energies being swept up. Lin Mo, seizing the opportunity, slipped into the tempest, escaping the perilous space. The golden little man and the emerald dragon were both caught in the storm, struggling to resist, each forced to flee in their own direction. Lin Mo recalled his past encounters with spatial storms, acutely aware of their ferocity, and chose to hastily distance himself from the area, returning to his cave dwelling to ensure his safety. Through his skillful use of his projection, Lin Mo successfully extricated himself and returned to his sanctuary. Upon immediate inspection of the formation, he discovered that the spatial storm was still raging, with the spatial barriers shattered and danger lurking everywhere. He reminisced about the harrowing experience of encountering a spatial storm years ago alongside Bing Feng in the spirit realm, when he narrowly escaped death and endured immense suffering. The storm devoured everything. Lin Mo observed the emerald dragon and the golden little man struggling within it, unable to break free. I must distance myself from this place. The storm is too fearsome. Should I be caught in it, I would surely suffer greatly, Lin Mo thought, alarm bells ringing in his mind. After Lin Mo's escape, Jean Pongzi and the emerald dragon discerned his whereabouts. Lin Mo has fled. Jean Pongzi exclaimed anxiously. We must pursue him. The emerald dragon hesitated. But he seems to be connected to Tianyuan City. If we rashly chase after him, it could be difficult to handle. Jean Pongzi also contemplated this matter, his expression darkening. You are right. We are at a disadvantage. If we pursue him, we may find ourselves restrained and unable to move. After deliberation, they ultimately chose to abandon the chase for Lin Mo. The spatial storm continued unabated, and they too had to prioritize their own safety. Lin Mo's departure averted a direct confrontation with the two, preserving his own well-being. He successfully utilized his network to extricate himself, revealing a profound depth of cunning. Just as the emerald dragon and Jean Pongzi prepared to leave, a golden light appeared. It was Jean Pongzi's master, the golden little man. The golden little man wore a grim expression. You let Lin Mo go just like that? If he attracts the pursuit of Tianyuan City, we shall suffer greatly. The emerald dragon hesitated, but Lin Mo seems to have ties with the real person Lei Luo. If we recklessly pursue him, it could prove challenging. The golden little man snorted coldly. Letting him leave so easily will lead to regret when it's too late. At that moment, he still recalled how Lin Mo had exploited his situation. Jean Pongzi urged, Master, please temper your anger. Indeed, it is unwise to confront Lin Mo directly. Why not evade his brilliance and await a more opportune moment? The golden figure pondered briefly, then relented, saying, Very well, let it be as you wish. It is of utmost importance that we depart from this place. Observing that the spatial tempest continued unabated, the others ceased their pursuit of Lin Mo and retreated individually. Utilizing the agility of his avatar, Lin Mo successfully fled back to his sanctuary. He exhaled heavily, silently grateful to have narrowly escaped peril. He promptly examined the formation, discovering that the spatial storm still raged on. Fortunately, he had extricated himself in time. It was wise not to tempt fate with such a dangerous tempest. As Lin Mo continued to scrutinize the formation, he suddenly noticed a gray light appearing within it, drifting slowly. His keen eyes detected this anomaly, and he immediately became alert. What could this be? Was a demon attempting to escape amidst the chaos? To ensure there were no lurking dangers, he resolved to monitor the situation closely, ready to investigate at the first sign of irregularity. He hastily released several gold-devouring insects to track the light, but it vanished almost instantly. Filled with doubt, Lin Mo decided to investigate personally, lest the demon's escape provoke calamity. He pinpointed the last location of the light and discovered it led to a dense forest. Without delay, he set off to capture the creature before it could hide. Lin Mo soon arrived at the thicket where the gray light had appeared, unleashing a multitude of thunder ants to aid in the search. With their assistance, he ultimately located the remnants of the fleeing demon's soul within a cave. Severely injured, it was on the brink of death. Lin Mo smirked, raising his hand to unleash a bolt of lightning that obliterated the demon. As it dissipated into a cloud of gray smoke, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon a peculiar bone fragment on the ground. This was no ordinary bone. It was a white skeletal hand, composed entirely of bone, hard and extraordinary. Lin Mo approached to examine it, first using his spiritual sense to ensure there was no threat, then testing it with his avatar, finding it still inert. He bent down to pick up the skeletal hand, scrutinizing it closely. In the center of the palm, he discovered an ancient jade tablet inscribed with archaic runes, emanating a faint magical aura. Lin Mo discerned that this tablet must possess remarkable significance, thus he tucked it away into his robes. This could potentially be one of the clues he sought, or perhaps an important discovery. Upon returning to his sanctuary, Lin Mo once again examined the jade tablet. He realized it contained a portion of the art of weapon refinement, possibly a page from the Golden Codex of Jade. This was a monumental discovery that might deepen his understanding of the crafting techniques. Ah, what a delightful surprise. Now I can comprehend more refining methods. Lin Mo exclaimed joyously, hurrying back to his sanctuary with the treasure in hand. Not long after Lin Mo's return, several celestial guards from Tianyuan City arrived at the cave where the spatial storm had erupted. The aura left by this storm is exceedingly strange. We must investigate thoroughly to ensure no demons have taken advantage of the chaos, the leader, a man in white robes named Murong, declared. The group dispersed to conduct their search, but aside from fragments of spatial debris, they found no other traces. It seems we arrived just in time. The likelihood of danger appearing is minimal. Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant to prevent any unforeseen threats, remarked the woman in green robes, Ling Xiao, after her careful examination. In a stable microcosm, the azure-clad female cultivator Ling Xiao and the white-robed male cultivator Mu Rong stood together, observing the surging fluctuations of the space around them. The disturbances had become increasingly frequent, suggesting that a spatial storm was imminent. Ling Xiao furrowed her brow and remarked, "There is no need for alarm. The spatial barrier here is remarkably resilient, making a large-scale storm unlikely." Mu Rong replied calmly, "You are overly cautious. We should simply act according to the situation. There is no need to disturb the spirit guardians at this moment. Instead, let us personally investigate the next eruption point predicted by the Qiankuan disk to ascertain the actual circumstances." Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, it is indeed preferable to witness the situation firsthand rather than engage in empty discourse." After reaching a consensus, the two activated the formation and instantaneously departed from that space. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had returned to his cave dwelling, immediately activating the grand formation to seal the space within. He cautiously retrieved a skeletal hand and sat down to examine it closely. This was a well-defined human hand bone, with a milky white jade tablet embedded at the thumb. Gently, Lin Mo probed the jade tablet with his spiritual sense, revealing faint silver tadpole script. "This is a fragment of the Golden Pavilion Jade manuscript," Lin Mo exclaimed in delight. He promptly settled down to circulate his true spirit, meticulously sensing the markings on the jade tablet. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, excitement glimmering within them. The 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Technique. This is a secret method for crafting artifacts, allowing a cultivator to fully utilize the 100 meridians of their body to forge various magical treasures. If I can master this technique, my combat prowess will undoubtedly increase significantly. Stowing the jade tablet securely, Lin Mo began to contemplate how to comprehend this profound ability. Aware that a formidable physical body was essential, he resolved to first cultivate a dual cultivation technique modified by both the human and demon races to enhance his physical form. Drawing from the secrets inscribed on the jade tablet, he commenced a comprehensive study of the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Technique. He discovered that this method required a gradual refinement of the cultivator's bones, tendons, and blood vessels into magical artifacts, achieving a state akin to the indestructible body of the Buddhist diamond. To cultivate this technique, Lin Mo needed a sufficiently powerful physique as a foundation. He recalled possessing a dual cultivation technique altered by the human and demon races, which could swiftly enhance his physical form. Lin Mo promptly retrieved this method. A small booklet of pale yellow. The brilliance of this technique lay in its ability to augment the resilience and strength of the physical body, enabling cultivators to better withstand the surges of magical energy. As he perused its pages, he found that the original technique designed to enhance combat strength had been adapted into one that could rapidly elevate a practitioner's physical capabilities. This method is indeed suited to my current needs. I must first cultivate it to elevate my physical prowess to a new realm before delving into the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Technique, Lin Mo murmured to himself. Gradually, he envisioned a cultivation roadmap in his mind, cleverly intertwining the dual cultivation method with the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Technique. This was a highly challenging decision, as he would be simultaneously cultivating two distinct techniques, ensuring their harmonious integration within his body. Days passed, and Lin Mo embarked on his journey of cultivation. He closed the door to his cave dwelling, enveloping himself in spiritual energy, and commenced the cultivation of the dual practice of body and law according to his meticulously crafted roadmap. He could sense his physical form gradually becoming more resilient, his muscles gaining elasticity, and his bones growing sturdier. While diligently practicing the dual cultivation method, Lin Mo did not neglect other facets of his training. He understood that the enhancement of the body requires multifaceted support. Thus, he set about concocting a divine-level elixir, the Jade Clear Pill. This potion significantly bolsters both spiritual and physical prowess, making it a pressing necessity for Lin Mo at this stage. He retrieved precious medicinal materials such as century-old Ganoderma and 3,000-year-old ginseng, commencing the alchemical process. Within the cave, he arranged an array of rare herbs and alchemical components. The refinement of the Jade Clear Pill was no simple task. It demanded exceptional alchemical skill and profound control of spiritual energy. He ignited the alchemical furnace, adding the assorted ingredients as the flames danced, sometimes surging, at other times flickering softly. Lin Mo remained utterly focused, ensuring no lapse in attention. The difficulty of crafting the Jade Clear Pill was considerable, and the success rate remained low, yet he endeavored to enhance his alchemical techniques through relentless experimentation. As he pondered the formula, he meticulously regulated the heat, cautiously extracting the medicinal essence. After several failures, Lin Mo finally succeeded under careful manipulation, producing 2 Jade Clear Pills. Upon consuming the elixirs, he felt his spirit clarify and his magical power amplify. Elated, Lin Mo felt invigorated to delve deeper into the mysteries of the 100 Meridians treasure refinement technique. Following the successful creation of the Jade Clear Pill, Lin Mo resolved to enter a prolonged period of seclusion, seeking equilibrium between the comprehension of the heavenly support demon technique and the 100 Meridians treasure refinement technique. He proceeded to a secluded chamber deep within the cave, activating the grand formation with a thought, isolating the entire chamber from the outside world. Sitting at the center of the chamber, he entered a tranquil state of meditation. As days turned into years, Lin Mo became wholly absorbed in his introspection, oblivious to the changes occurring externally. The chamber would occasionally be suffused with the scent of blood, at other times filled with the fragrance of elixirs. As Lin Mo's magical power continued to ascend, in the blink of an eye, 60 years had elapsed. Lin Mo emerged from his meditative state, a layer of frost having formed on his forehead. A subtle expression of joy flickered across his serene visage. Throughout his seclusion, he was untouched by external disturbances. During this period, he devoted himself entirely to his training, continually grasping the intricacies of both the heavenly support demon technique and the 100 Meridians treasure refinement technique. Time flowed ceaselessly in his retreat, each day presenting a new challenge in cultivation, each year bearing witness to his growth. Lin Mo oscillated between states of deep practice and contemplative insight. Over these extensive years, both his mindset and cultivation underwent profound transformations. Through the heavenly support demon technique, his magical energy flowed more smoothly, and he adeptly manipulated the surrounding spiritual forces. Simultaneously, his understanding of the 100 Meridians treasure refinement technique deepened. He gradually uncovered its mysteries, learning how to refine various parts of his being into magical artifacts, achieving a perfect integration of body and spirit. This arduous 60-year endeavor endowed him with fresh insights in both the heavenly support demon technique and the 100 Meridians treasure refinement technique. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of various clans in the spirit realm convened frequently, rumored to be anticipating a significant upheaval, diligently preparing to respond. The frequent gatherings of the leaders from various clans seemed to suggest an impending, monumental danger. News spreads rapidly, and cultivators from different races begin to sense an unusual atmosphere. In valleys, forests, and even in remote corners, practitioners are diligently preparing for the unforeseen. Some are arranging formations, others are intensifying their training, while some are collaborating on defensive measures. This tension and unease subtly permeate the entire spiritual realm. Although the cultivators may not grasp the specific nature of the crisis, their instincts assure them of its extraordinary severity, necessitating thorough preparation. This anomaly appears unprecedented. We must be adequately prepared, said the leader of the Yiksha clan, his expression grave. Indeed, Elder, we have dispatched numerous scouts to gather intelligence from all realms, responded his subordinate respectfully. Not only the Yiksha clan, but also the Celestial Demon clan, the Spirit Bird clan, and other prominent factions are secretly preparing, fearful of being caught off guard by sudden upheavals. The practitioners from various clans also sense this unusual atmosphere. They either enhance their cultivation or seek refuge within their clans, each one readying themselves for potential calamity. Above Tianyuan City, a squad of Qingming guards patrols the skies. Having noticed the frequent appearance of foreign scouts, a group of cultivators clad in azure armor patrols overhead, led by an elderly figure in green armor alongside several members of the Qingming guards. We have detected a suspicious scout from the solitary insect clan wandering within our airspace. A Qingming guard reported. Another foreign scout? This marks the third one discovered today. It appears the enemy's activities are becoming increasingly frequent. The elder with the azure armor furrowed his brow. Captain, should we capture it for interrogation? A disciple inquired respectfully. There is no need. We merely need to expel it. The perimeter defenses of Tianyuan City must remain intact, the elder replied solemnly. The others nodded in agreement, unleashing their spells to drive the scout beyond the boundaries of Tianyuan City. Senior brother, the presence of foreign scouts has indeed increased recently. I wonder what they are plotting, whispered a Qingming guard. Indeed, we must remain vigilant. Significant events may be on the horizon. We must enhance our defenses to safeguard our kin. They discussed the recent spate of casualties, expressing their concerns over the activities of foreign races. Subsequently, near a pile of rubble in a marsh, the azure-armored elder detected traces of foreign scouts and resolved to pursue them. At the edge of the floatingly marsh, a group of Qingming guards cautiously scours the area, led by the elder who has lived for 3,000 years. Be vigilant. My heavenly sight detects foreign auras in this vicinity, the elder cautioned. The group immediately heightened their alertness, adjusting to full-range monitoring. Behind that pile of rubble, I sense a familiar presence. It is likely a scout from the solitary insect clan, reported a member of the Black Iron Guards. Very well, we must capture him. This time, he must not escape. A cold glint flashed in the elder's eyes. Several Black Iron Guards stealthily approached the rubble, preparing to launch an attack on the insect race member. However, just as they were about to strike, they found nothing behind the rubble, only a faint trace of the insect clan's aura. What is happening? We distinctly sensed his presence moments ago. Could it be an illusion? A Black Iron Guard pondered. He possesses the art of concealment. We must exercise caution, the elder warned. The group resumed their search, yet no matter what, they could not pinpoint the location of that insectoid member. It appeared to be a master of stealth, making it exceedingly difficult to capture him alive. We should report back to the chieftain and request reinforcements, the elder finally stated, shaking his head. Although reluctant, the others recognized the formidable challenge and had no choice but to retreat. As they departed, a shadowy figure emerged from behind the scattered stones, its emerald eyes gleaming with a significant light. The group reported their failure in tracking to the chieftain and sought assistance. However, the following day, alarms rang out again at the edge of the floatingly marsh, indicating that the insectoid scout had reappeared. The Black Iron Guards returned to the marsh's periphery to conduct another search. While they remained on high alert, 3 dark humanoid figures suddenly sprang from the underbrush, charging towards 3 of the Black Iron Guards. The shadow puppet elder gasped in alarm. Among the 3 Black Iron Guards, 2 wielded lightning-imbued artifacts, effortlessly repelling the shadow puppets with the brilliance of their thunderbolts. However, the third found himself in a dire struggle. The shadow puppet seemed immune to his attacks. You must utilize lightning-based magic to harm the shadow puppet. Rescue him, the elder urged. The 2 Black Iron Guards immediately cast lightning talismans to assist their comrade, reducing the shadow puppet to ashes beneath the lightning's glow. It appears our adversary is a high-ranking member of the Shadow Clan, capable of manipulating shadow puppets. We must exercise even greater caution, the elder remarked gravely. At that moment, 5 or 6 more shadow puppets launched an assault from all directions. The elder sighed, producing a long sword crackling with lightning and several thunderfire talismans. With a series of hissing sounds, the elder, drawing upon his extensive experience, effortlessly dispatched the incoming shadow puppets. Yet at that moment, a chilling gleam struck from behind the elder, compelling him to swiftly parry. It was a Shadow Clan expert clad in a dark green robe, his eyes shimmering with an eerie light. Green Shadow, your high-ranking members have also arrived. The elder's expression shifted. The 2 clashed in close combat, and the elder in azure armor gradually found himself at a disadvantage. He inwardly lamented that he would likely need to call for reinforcements. Just then, a golden radiance descended from the heavens, rescuing the beleaguered elder. The newcomer appeared to possess enormous golden wings. The being with the golden wings landed before them, exuding a formidable aura. Upon closer inspection, he was revealed to be a man adorned with 2 horns atop his head and a pair of golden feathered wings at his back. He gently shielded the injured azure-armored elder behind him as he faced the dark-robed green shadow. "Who are you? And why do you interfere in the conflict between the Demon Clan and the Shadow Clan?" Green Shadow inquired warily. "I am merely one who possesses the powers of thunder and fire. Seeing you commit nefarious deeds, I offered my assistance," the man replied nonchalantly, confidence radiating from his eyes. "Humph, today I shall test your abilities." Green Shadow suddenly launched an attack. The golden-winged man remained unperturbed, unleashing a surge of lightning that deftly countered Green Shadow's onslaught. The two engaged in a fierce battle midair, and soon, Green Shadow was forced to retreat in defeat, realizing the overwhelming prowess of the golden-winged man. "Thank you, Lin Mo, for your timely intervention. Without your aid, I fear I would have met a dire fate." The azure-armored elder expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture towards the golden-winged man. It turned out that this golden-winged individual was none other than Lin Mo, grateful for Lin's timely rescue. The elder clad in green armor expressed his heartfelt thanks to the golden-winged man. This golden-winged figure was none other than Lin Mo. Subsequently, Lin Mo led the inspection team to a stretch of undulating hills. The landscape was ravaged, strewn with charred trees and lifeless bodies. Once a thriving settlement of the Demon Clan, it now lay in a state of utter devastation, evidently having suffered a brutal onslaught from an alien race. Lin Mo furrowed his brow and urged, "We must hasten our pace. We cannot allow more innocent lives to be harmed." The members of the team fell silent, their demeanor growing increasingly vigilant. Soon, a low-lying swamp appeared before them. Lin Mo suddenly felt a jolt. The ethereal spirit emitted a sharp hum, clearly detecting unusual energy fluctuations. An alien presence. Lin Mo commanded, "All units, stand ready for battle." The team members promptly formed a defensive formation, each attuning themselves to the impending challenge. At that moment, a green figure erupted from the swamp, soaring into the sky. With keen eyesight, Lin Mo immediately recognized it as a high-ranking alien scout. "Pursue it," he urged, his palms raised, conjuring a brilliant azure light that enveloped the green figure. "You won't escape so easily." With a fierce grip, Lin Mo tightened the azure light, which hissed ominously as it ensnared the green figure, rendering it immobile. "You, alien scout, shall witness how I deal with you." Swiftly, Lin Mo formed a decisive gesture, transforming the azure light into a colossal blade that swung toward the green figure. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the green figure, which soon dissipated into a pool of emerald blood. "Well done," cheered the team members. However, Lin Mo's expression turned grave. "Things are not so simple. This green figure's power should not have been so feeble. It must have been sent as a scout." As his words faded, a piercing shriek echoed from the swamp. A massive shadow shot skyward, charging directly at Lin Mo. With quick reflexes, he conjured a luminous shield that deflected the shadow. "Cursed trap. The green figure has laid a snare for us," he realized. Lin Mo extended his hands, summoning a pair of gigantic azure dragon apparitions that lunged at the shadow puppet. The two dragons engaged in a fierce battle midair, generating shockwaves that stirred the winds and sent dust swirling. Lin Mo, with focused eyes and calm demeanor, skillfully directed the dragons against the puppet. Such a spectacle was unexpected, for he appeared to be merely an ordinary youth. "Captain Lin is truly formidable," a team member marveled. "He is now at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Indeed, our Captain Lin has achieved such heights at a young age. His future is boundless." Another member echoed in admiration. Indeed, Lin Mo was a paragon among the inspection team. Not long ago, he had merely reached the early stage of the transformation realm, finding it challenging to contend against high-ranking aliens. Yet, after months of seclusion, his strength had surged remarkably, elevating him to the mid-stage of the transformation realm, far surpassing the ordinary. This time, it was Lin Mo's formidable cultivation and divine abilities that allowed him to effortlessly subdue the green figure and contend with the shadow puppet. Under his command, the two azure dragons ultimately consumed the puppet, which vanished into a wisp of black smoke. Lin Mo gently applauded, retracting the dragon apparitions, his expression serene as ever. "Captain Lin, you are astonishing. Had it not been for you, we would have surely fallen to that green figure and the puppet." The team members lamented. Lin Mo smiled faintly, retrieving a glowing orb from the air, which was the diminutive form of the green shadow. With this, We can investigate the circumstances of the alien races, which will greatly aid in the defense of Tianyuan City. Lin Mo carefully stored the green orb and addressed the group. All right, let us continue our patrol. The morale of the squad members soared as they resumed their inspection tasks. With Lin Mo, a formidable ally, they felt as though they had gained a robust shield, brimming with confidence to withstand any alien incursions. Upon completing the patrol, Lin Mo and his team returned to Tianyuan City. Along the way, the members engaged in fervent discussions about the recent fierce battle with the Green Shadow and the puppet. Thank you all for your hard work. This mission was perilous, yet thanks to our collective effort, we all returned safely, Lin Mo smiled, suggesting that everyone take the time to rest. Captain Lin, you were incredible. Those two foes stood no chance against you. An enthusiastic young member of the Dragon Scale clan exclaimed, particularly impressed by the moment when Lin Mo tore the puppet to shreds with his Azure Dragon. Other team members nodded in agreement, their admiration for Lin Mo's prowess exceeding their expectations. Captain Lin, our safe return is entirely thanks to you, an excited squad member declared. If you hadn't arrived in time, that Green Shadow would have surely eliminated us. Indeed, Captain Lin, your strength is astounding. You single-handedly subdued the Green Shadow. Lin Mo humbly smiled. However, you all performed excellently. It was our teamwork that led to our victory. We could never match Captain Lin's strength. A female member of the Demon Clan remarked. Without you, we would have been devoured by those two alien beings. Captain Lin, you are our great benefactor, another added. Indeed, you not only saved our lives, but also ensured we completed the mission with 0 casualties. We must extend our heartfelt gratitude to you. Haha, I merely had good fortune. Lin Mo humbly replied. No, Captain Lin, you are far too modest. The members chimed in unison. This transcends mere luck, with your current strength. You could easily contend with late-stage transformation experts. Yes, I believe, Captain Lin, you will break through to the late stage of transformation within 6 months. At which point you will be the strongest captain of the Qingming Guards in Tianyuan City. Listening to their praise, Lin Mo responded with a humble smile. You overestimate me. I still have much to cultivate. Take care, everyone. I shall take my leave now, Lin Mo said with a gentle smile. Rising gracefully into the air and swiftly vanishing on the horizon, the squad members watched him depart, their faces illuminated with admiration and gratitude. With Lin Mo, a commanding presence at the peak of transformation, overseeing Tianyuan, the city's future appeared exceedingly bright. They were filled with profound respect and appreciation for Lin Mo, their staunch guardian. Meanwhile, in the company of the old armored figure, a sense of dejection enveloped the group. During the return journey, the old armored figure noticed the team members wore worried expressions. Is something troubling you? He inquired. The members exchanged glances, and a young man from the Dragon Scale clan spoke up. Captain, we are concerned that incursions by alien races will become more frequent. The Green Shadow we encountered today was exceptionally powerful, indicating that the aliens are secretly amassing strength. A female warrior from the Demon Clan added. The elder clad in green armor furrowed his brow in contemplation. Indeed, the recent movements of the foreign races have been unusually frequent, suggesting the orchestration of some nefarious plot. Not only our city of Tianyuan has faced incursions, other towns have also suffered similar disturbances. The elder remarked that such large-scale activities are exceedingly abnormal. After a moment of reflection, the elder continued, your concerns are indeed within my purview. We must heighten our vigilance and prepare for potential responses. Captain, perhaps we should report this situation to the city lord upon our return, suggested one of the team members. A commendable idea. We ought to inform him of this anomalous state and implement defensive measures, the elder agreed. We will certainly cooperate with the captain in safeguarding our homeland. The elder observed the resolute expressions of his team, feeling the weight of responsibility deepen. He clenched his fists in silence, his gaze sharp as a blade. No matter the foreign race's schemes, he vowed to extinguish them in their infancy. To protect this cherished land, he pledged not to let anyone down. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, having parted ways with his teammates, made his way directly to the city lord's residence to report the situation. A portion of the squad leaders also arrived to present their respective findings. The city lord's residence, located in the Tianyuan Hall, was filled with over 20 cultivators from various factions upon Lin Mo's entrance. Among them stood Taoist Ma, a burly man with emerald eyes, and the enchanting Su Xianzi, all engaged in hushed, serious conversation. The arrival of Lin Mo abruptly silenced their discourse, their gazes turning towards him, filled with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Lin Mo, my brother, now we can convene to discuss our strategies, Taoist Ma said, appearing relieved. Lin Mo first reported his intelligence to the city lord, who nodded gravely in acknowledgement, indicating that he understood the situation in conjunction with other reports. Lin Mo, you mentioned that the foreign races have been active lately and have attacked other cities. City Lord Ma Chao spoke first, his piercing gaze fixed on Lin Mo. Indeed, Lin Mo replied earnestly. Today, we encountered a high-level green shadow, which suggests that the foreign races are secretly executing some plan. Yes, I share your sentiments, Ma Chao frowned. In recent days, according to the intelligence I have gathered, not only has Tianyuan City seen an uptick in foreign activity, but several other significant cities have also reported similar disturbances. The situation is evidently abnormal. The foreign races appear to be methodically biding their time, seemingly plotting something sinister, Lin Mo added. After reporting the situation, Lin Mo and the others were preparing to leave when City Lord Ma Chao called for their attention. Everyone, I have just received new intelligence. The situation may be more dire than we initially imagined. Concern etched across the faces of the gathered crowd. Taoist Ma, please share the latest intelligence you have gathered, Ma Chao requested, glancing toward the silent elder nearby. Taoist Ma stepped forward, his expression grave. After days of surveillance, I have discovered that the scale of the foreign incursions far exceeds our initial estimates. Not only Tianyuan City, but dozens of cities across the region have faced incursions. Dozens of cities? Lin Mo and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Indeed, according to the scouts' reports, these cities form a vast encirclement, with Tianyuan City at its center. It is evident that the primary target of the foreign races is likely Tianyuan City, Taoist Ma summarized. Lin Mo and his teammates exchanged glances, each bearing a solemn countenance. The foreign tribes intended to encircle Tianyuan City with dozens of troops, a meticulously planned total assault. Lin Mo was taken aback, his expression darkening instantly. The lord of the city's judgment was astutely accurate. It appeared that the foreign tribes had deliberately chosen to launch a comprehensive offensive against Tianyuan City. Indeed, Ma Chao's eyes gleamed with intensity. Lin Mo, you must immediately lead a team to execute my orders. Significantly reinforce the defensive structures of Tianyuan City. Erect barriers on all sides, and stockpile ample military supplies. Additionally, intensify patrols to guard against surprise attacks from the foreign tribes. We must prepare to respond with utmost urgency. Understood, my lord. I shall commence arrangements at once. Lin Mo rose without hesitation to carry out the tasks. The conspiracy of the foreign tribes became increasingly evident. Tianyuan City was in a precarious situation. Yet they would not remain passive. They would undoubtedly fight to the last soldier. After fortifying the defenses, Lin Mo led a patrol. His demeanor grave. Captain Lin, we have strengthened all defensive lines. Is there any area that requires further enhancement? One of the squad members inquired. Lin Mo furrowed his brow in contemplation. Yes, the southeast corner remains relatively weak. Let us dispatch some personnel to reinforce it. Furthermore, we must always be vigilant at the city gates and walls to guard against foreign raids. Understood, we shall attend to it. Captain Lin suggested a female warrior from the Dragonscale tribe. I believe we should also increase our patrol intensity. Constant vigilance is essential to nip any potential threats in the bud and prevent the foreign tribes from seizing an opportunity. Lin Mo pondered for a moment before nodding. Your suggestion is commendable. We must maintain a heightened state of alert. Immediately coordinate to enhance both the number and frequency of patrols. Everyone else must remain vigilant, ready for battle at any moment. Understood. The team sprang into action, their expressions serious. Lin Mo gazed at the mountains not far from Tianyuan City, a cold light glimmering in his eyes. Recently, the activities of the foreign tribes had become alarmingly frequent, both in number and scale. Less than a decade had passed since the last large-scale invasion by the foreign tribes, indicating that they were gathering strength, and the day of their grand offensive was imminent. Tianyuan City served as a vital economic and cultural hub for various tribes. Capturing it would hold great significance for the foreign tribes. Thus, they would not let this opportunity slip away. Time was of the essence. After the patrol concluded, Lin Mo stood alone atop the city tower. Gazing across the vast lands beyond Tianyuan City, his brow furrowed in concern. Recently, the foreign tribes' activities had been unusually frequent, with spies infiltrating the territory continuously, instigating assaults. Not only Tianyuan City, but also many significant cities across the region had reported attacks. It was said that some of these assaults involved high-ranking foreign entities, exhibiting extraordinary power. Such a situation was undeniably unusual. Lin Mo contemplated that the foreign tribes seemed to be deliberately amassing strength, preparing for a large-scale invasion. This thought filled him with apprehension. Indeed, it had been many years since such a massive invasion had occurred. Historical records noted that the last instance was the renowned Battle of the 100 Tribes, which nearly obliterated both the human and demon races. Only a few powerful individuals managed to avert total devastation and preserve the last remnants of their homeland. Upon contemplating this, Lin Mo could not help but feel a sense of unease. Would the foreign races once again ignite such a devastating war, reliving the saga of the Great War of the 100 Clans? If that were indeed the case, the consequences would be unimaginable. After completing their routine patrol, Lin Mo and Daoist Ma, along with their companions, briefly reconvened to discuss subsequent actions. Within a grand hall, Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings and spoke. "We have not received any directives from the Elder Council for several days. Relying solely on hearsay, how can we act with such haste? Should the rumors prove unfounded and we act recklessly, we would only sow discord among ourselves." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. Lin Mo continued, "It would be prudent for us to adhere to our original plan for inspection. Should any unusual occurrences arise, we shall report to the elders." Daoist Ma and the others expressed their concurrence. Then, with a furrowed brow, Daoist Ma lamented, "In the days of the Great War of the 100 Clans, the heavens darkened and the sun and moon lost their light. We nearly faced extinction. Now, we stand on the precipice of a similar threat, and we must tread carefully." Fairy Su added, "Our clan's ancestor perished in that very conflict, and our bloodline has struggled to recover ever since." Daoist Ma elaborated, "After the war, all clans suffered grievously, requiring centuries to recuperate. Such a war is not merely a battle, it is a test of life and death." The tall man with emerald eyes struck the pillar heavily. Gritting his teeth, "If the Great War of the 100 Clans were to resurface, I would personally eliminate those ruthless foreign races." Lin Mo responded gravely, "At this moment, every tree and blade of grass is on alert. If the Elder Council determines that there is cause for concern, they will surely summon us to respond. We must remain vigilant, yet we must not act impulsively." The group nodded, their emotions gradually settling. Concerning the horrors of the Great War, they could not help but feel a mixture of anxiety and trepidation. Only Lin Mo maintained his composure and tranquility. He understood the terror of war and the worries of his companions, but he was acutely aware that, for now, peace reigned among the clans, and the Elder Council would strive to uphold it. "We have been summoned today for the sole purpose of inspecting defenses and ensuring the tranquility of the city. Let the council decide on other matters," Lin Mo stated firmly. "For now, let us cast aside distractions and focus on our duties. Once the inspection concludes, we shall seek the Elders' Council should anything arise." Lin Mo's words infused the group with confidence and strength. They shifted their mindset, vowing to fulfill their patrol duties with utmost diligence. Satisfied, Lin Mo nodded and spread his wings, soaring towards the city's outskirts to carry out the inspection. The other cultivators adjusted their states of readiness and followed suit, departing the Tianyuan Hall. The hall returned to tranquility, the only sound being the flickering of candle flames. Lin Mo's steadfast demeanor inspired all, rejuvenating their spirits as they resolutely took to their respective roles. Gazing ahead with unwavering determination, he resolved to safeguard the safety of his kin. After a brief discussion, the group dispersed to fulfill their tasks. Lin Mo made his way to the Bayou Pavilion, where he encountered a middle-aged man clad in white robes. He reported the capture of the Green Shadow Scout to the man, who calmly nodded in acknowledgement. The middle-aged man accepted the Green Shadow Scout, imprisoning it within a talisman, and then instructed his subordinates to take it away. Turning to Lin Mo, he regarded him with a calm yet penetrating gaze. "It is evident that your abilities have advanced significantly, young friend. I have always admired your exceptional talent. Dear friend, might you be interested in attending Elder Xing's upcoming lecture on the Path of Talismans?" The middle-aged man extended his invitation with a warm smile. Lin Mo's eyes brightened, and his excitement was palpable. When he inquired about the specific time of the lecture, he learned that Elder Xing was currently occupied with official duties and would have to postpone. Lin Mo concealed his disappointment and humbly expressed his willingness to patiently await the event. However, The middle-aged man quickly shifted his tone, offering Lin Mo a preaching decree that would allow him to audit Elder Xing's teachings when the time came. The man regarded Lin Mo with approval, noting his remarkable achievements and considerable insight into talismans. Today, I shall make an exception and grant you this decree, permitting you to attend Elder Xing's lecture, he declared. Lin Mo was taken aback by the honor and expressed his gratitude profusely. He carefully secured the decree, his heart brimming with excitement. This recognition of his abilities marked a significant step toward attaining higher cultivation. Lin Mo silently vowed to thoroughly comprehend the elder's righteous teachings. With the decree in hand, Lin Mo felt elated. He ventured into the market and entered the Tianyuan Hall, intending to acquire some necessary supplies for his cultivation. He first selected a premium white tiger pelt from the selection between the tiger and deer, then requested a versatile from the vendor. Finally, he paused at a secluded stall, where he found the elusive light-blocking pendant that had been troubling him for quite some time. This pendant could evade the phosphorescent attacks, greatly aiding his nocturnal endeavors. Lin Mo's face lit up with joy, eager to utilize this new piece of equipment. Having procured his supplies, Lin Mo was about to depart when he heard someone call out, "Lin, brother, hold on." It was his old friend, Yan, a practitioner of the demon race. Yan was dressed in the distinctive attire of his kind, his eyes shining with vitality and exuding a powerful aura. After exchanging pleasantries, Yan leaned closer and whispered, "Lin, brother, are you aware that many unfamiliar races have recently appeared in our city?" Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, prompting him to seek further details. Yan continued, "I've observed high-level practitioners coming and going frequently, seemingly orchestrating a grand scheme. The city has also mobilized considerable forces. I fear this heralds a tempest of bloodshed." Lin Mo then shared with Yin his own findings of foreign spies during his patrols, indicating that the enemy was indeed gathering intelligence about their city. Yin's expression turned grave. It seemed the enemy had been plotting for quite some time and was poised to launch a large-scale attack. "We must remain vigilant," he warned. The two exchanged further intelligence about the foreign races, both acutely aware of the enemy's intentions. "In my estimation, the probability of a total offensive from the enemy is at least 30%, Yin assessed. Lin Mo reluctantly agreed, acknowledging the imminent threat. Yin urged him to leave the area to avoid disaster, but Lin Mo felt bound by his responsibilities and could not easily depart. He recognized that leaving the city might be the safest option, yet he was aware of its complexities. Weighing his thoughts, he remarked, "Every year, I still need to fulfill." After discussing the dire situation with Yin, Lin Mo grasped the gravity of their circumstances. With the enemy poised to strike and his own significant mission at hand, he could not afford to be complacent. In Chapter 419, Lin Mo pondered for a moment before deciding to continue with the necessary transactions in the market. He needed to prepare adequately to fortify his strength in anticipation of the impending challenges. Lin Mo returned to the Tianyuan Palace, traversing the various stalls in search of resources. He selected high-quality elixirs and magical artifacts to enhance his cultivation. Simultaneously, Lin Mo keenly observed the actions and words of other traders, gathering intelligence regarding potential threats. Aware that a great battle loomed, he understood the weight of his responsibility to protect his kin. He needed to remain vigilant and act with caution to ensure the safety of his family through the impending catastrophe. His recent exchange with his friend Yin illuminated the challenges ahead, yet it also fortified his unwavering resolve. After wandering among the stalls for a while, Lin Mo's expression shifted. As though he had received a signal, he swiftly set off, arriving at the central square of Tianyuan City, where he sought out a female demon. The woman, clad in blue, stood at the corner of the square, her gaze scanning the bustling crowd with alertness. Lin Mo approached her, greeting her, and her face instantly lit up with joy. "Thank you for this rare opportunity for trade," she exclaimed, producing a velvet pouch containing several peculiar seeds. Lin Mo accepted the pouch with care, a smile gracing his lips. "I can hardly wait to plant these seeds. They hold great significance for my cultivation. In return, these millennium herbs are yours." The two successfully completed their transaction, and the woman expressed her appreciation for Lin Mo's integrity and reliability, assuring him of future collaborations. With a gentle smile, Lin Mo inspected the items before bidding her farewell. This transaction held immense significance for Lin Mo, as the seeds were essential for concocting a special elixir. He had stumbled upon their mention in ancient texts, noting their potent spiritual energy. making them indispensable ingredients for crafting potions that would enhance his strength. Thus, Lin Mo had scoured for various seeds, hoping to discover a formula that would suit his needs. The demonist possessed many rare seeds, aligning perfectly with Lin Mo's aspirations. He resolved to maintain contact with her, ensuring priority for future trades involving other rare seeds. A sense of elation enveloped Lin Mo regarding his trading plans, bringing him one step closer to refining his formula. With just a few more materials, the culmination of his cultivation endeavors would soon be within reach. After concluding the trade, Lin Mo meticulously examined the precious seeds. He discovered that 2 of them would significantly aid his mid-stage transformation, causing a surge of joy within him. These materials were precisely what he required, combined with other catalysts. They could be refined into superior elixirs that would elevate his prowess. After waiting for so long, he was finally so close. A beaming smile graced Lin Mo's face. This transaction filled him with elation, as he had acquired rare seeds that would enhance his cultivation journey. He sensed that his plans were on the verge of fruition. After parting with the demoness, Lin Mo returned to the marketplace of Tianyuan City. He strolled among the stalls, hoping to uncover further rare treasures. Lin Mo examined each stall thoroughly, yet nothing caught his eye with brilliance. It appeared that the market had grown barren, devoid of the novelties that once graced it. Disappointment filled him. He had anticipated discovering profound insights or secret techniques, but it seemed the market now lacked any items of interest. Shaking his head, he resolved to leave the area. He has far more significant matters awaiting his arrival. Lin Mo departed from the marketplace, a new plan already forming in his mind. He recalled that the elders of the Tianyuan Hall would convene an urgent meeting at the end of the month, presenting an opportune moment for him to execute his scheme. Lin Mo needed to infiltrate a secret chamber within the hall while the elders were absent, in order to acquire a crucial item intimately connected to the trajectory of his future cultivation. The thought of soon grasping the coveted treasure filled Lin Mo with a subtle thrill. Yet, he was also burdened with other tasks that necessitated his presence in Tianyuan City before embarking on the next leg of his journey. Lin Mo traversed a secluded path on the eastern side of Tianyuan City and pressed upon a particular brick in the wall. Instantly, the wall silently shifted aside, revealing a passageway. He stealthily entered the corridor, arriving at a stone chamber. Inside, a dozen ascendant disciples were already gathered, seated in a circle and conversing in hushed tones. Lin Mo found an empty spot to sit and greeted several familiar companions. Though some unfriendly gazes fell upon him, he remained unfazed. This secret passage led directly to various forbidden areas, proving invaluable for his future endeavors. Lin Mo knew he had to memorize its location for any unforeseen circumstances. The murmurs within the stone chamber abruptly ceased as all eyes turned towards the entrance. Zhao Wugui and a cultivator of the Wen surname, both formidable figures, entered with measured steps and took their seats at the head of the assembly under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Both were top-tier experts in the realm of refining voids, seldom seen in public. Their presence instantly stirred excitement among the cultivators, who speculated about the purpose of their visit. Zhao Wugui was recognized as one of the strongest refining void cultivators in Tianyuan City, while the Wen cultivator was equally formidable. Their illustrious reputations were well known, owing to their remarkable skills and vast experience. Everyone understood that the arrival of these 2 powerhouses must be due to a significant reason. Once seated, the discussions in the hall came to a standstill, with all cultivators gathering around them, eager for their discourse. Lin Mo felt a surge of tension. He sensed the powerful aura emanating from the 2, quelling any thoughts of rashness. Zhao Wugui addressed the assembly, stating, "Dear friends, I have summoned you today due to some recent peculiar circumstances." However, he refrained from elaborating on the specifics, merely emphasizing the necessity for heightened vigilance and cautious responses. Subsequently, the Wen cultivator added that the activity within the city had increased, with rumors suggesting that foreign tribes were intent on attacking Tianyuan City. Everyone must remain alert and not let their guard down. This declaration ignited a flurry of discussion among the cultivators, who began speculating about the enemy's concrete plans. Lin Mo too felt a pang of concern. Could war be imminent? In order to bolster their capabilities against impending tribulations, the 2 esteemed cultivators proposed that everyone share their cultivation insights and treasures. Many cultivators eagerly expressed their willingness to contribute their artifacts and talismans. When Lin Mo heard someone mention the silver frog spirit talisman, He could not help but feel a rush of excitement, for it was the advanced talisman he had long coveted. Amidst this exchange, Lin Mo resolved to further enhance his strength before the onset of war. He also looked forward to acquiring more invaluable cultivation experiences through this gathering. The gathering of ascended cultivators took place in a serene little mountain outside Tianyuan City, where Lin Mo encountered many familiar faces. Zhao Wugui and a cultivator with the surname Wen occupied the main seats, accompanied by several senior cultivators unknown to Lin Mo. As the assembly commenced, attendees began to share their recent insights on cultivation. Lin Mo spoke about his research on talismanic barriers, which sparked discussions among the cultivators. Zhao Wugui then revealed a recipe for a pill that could enhance true essence, while the cultivator with the surname Wen mentioned a secret technique capable of augmenting the spiritual awareness of objects. Following this exchange, a trading session unfolded. Lin Mo presented a rare seed he had acquired from a demoness, piquing the interest of many present. A cultivator named Yi proactively proposed a trade, offering a piece of ancient black iron in exchange. After careful consideration, Lin Mo consented, and they completed the transaction. Zhao Wugui and the cultivator also displayed some precious items, among which Zhao Wugui's silver tadpole-shaped spirit talisman drew the most attention. This legendary talisman was said to control lightning, capable of summoning heavenly thunder against foes. Many cultivators coveted it, eager to obtain this powerful artifact. As the discussions and exchanges drew to a close, Zhao Wugui's expression turned grave. Clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly. "My esteemed brothers, I have summoned you today under the directive of Elder Lei Luo to convey an urgent message." The crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed upon Zhao Wugui. "Our Tianyuan City may be on the brink of a cataclysmic war among the 100 clans," Zhao Wugui stated somberly. "This matter not only concerns our survival as cultivators, but also the safety of the entire Tianyuan City." The cultivators gasped in shock, enveloped in an eerie stillness. The cultivator continued, "In our years of executing missions, we have observed that foreign forces are covertly uniting, seemingly poised to launch a full-scale assault on Tianyuan City. Should the war among the 100 clans erupt, the consequences would be catastrophic." The impending battle signified that life and death hung by a thread. Ascended cultivators might face perilous situations, with many having already fallen in prior missions. Elder Lei Luo wished for them to preserve their vitality. The gravity of the intelligence cast an intense tension over the gathering, reminiscent of an approaching storm. "Recently, Elder Lei Luo dispatched us here with the hope of convening all cultivators to deliberate on strategies," Zhao Wugui continued. "In the event of a war among the 100 clans, if we ascended cultivators were to engage wholeheartedly, the toll would likely be devastating." The cultivator clenched his fists, adding, "Yet, if we withdraw from the battle, how can Tianyuan City withstand the onslaught of foreign forces? This is a difficult decision." The cultivators exchanged glances. Taken aback by this revelation, their thoughts consumed with concern for their own safety and that of their families. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, sensing the ominous clouds of a brutal conflict drawing near. Zhao Wugui pressed on. "Elder Lei Luo hopes we can undertake certain special missions to earn merit, allowing us to withdraw once we have achieved success." The cultivator looked around at the others, continuing, "Elder Lei Luo has thoughtfully proposed a suggestion. This entails the selection of a group of ascendant cultivators who will embark in phases to some ancient perilous ruins to undertake exceptionally daunting and treacherous missions. The purpose of these tasks is to allow each participant to establish their merits, thereby enabling them to withdraw honorably before the impending great war among the clans." As explained by the cultivator of the Wen surname, Zhao Wugui then added that the risks associated with these missions are alarmingly high. It is likely that fewer than half will succeed and return alive. However, upon completion of the tasks, Elder Lero will personally bestow generous rewards. The Wen cultivator elaborated that these rewards include a plethora of elixirs, weapons, talismans, and secret techniques that can help them evade the calamities of the duality of heaven. Thus, this presents an opportunity for everyone to extricate themselves unscathed after fulfilling their missions. Lin Mo and the other cultivators fell silent upon hearing this. The peril involved in these tasks far exceeded their expectations, yet it simultaneously offered them a glimmer of hope. "Esteemed cultivators, these missions will be conducted in phases, and we will gradually announce them over the course of the coming year," Zhao Wugui stated. "At that time, each of you may choose whether to accept the tasks. Even those currently in positions of responsibility may apply to undertake the missions, allowing for resignation upon successful completion. The cultivators listened intently, their eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions, some filled with concern, others with yearning. The tasks would indeed be a harrowing adventure, requiring them to explore uncertain environments. Yet successful completion would afford them the chance to evade the looming threat of war. The expressions among the cultivators varied. Some were hesitant, some anxious, and others resolute. They faced a formidable choice, contemplating whether to risk undertaking the tasks and whether they were willing to forsake their responsibilities in the impending conflict for the sake of survival. Standing aside, Zhao Wugui cautioned those contemplating the missions. According to Elder Laro's insights, the success rate of these tasks is dismally low, with nearly half facing the prospect of sacrifice. This is not merely a test, but a gamble. We must meticulously weigh the risks against the potential rewards. The cultivators fell into deep contemplation, their minds entangled in conflict. They understood that this was not just a mission, but a trial of their identities as cultivators and their paths of cultivation. Lin Mo wrestled internally, acknowledging the extreme difficulty of these tasks, yet recognizing that they also represented a possible path to survival. I have heard that in the past, those who participated in such missions faced a mortality rate of up to 50%, remarked a young cultivator. However, those who survived not only achieved their goals, but also gained numerous elixirs and secret techniques, countered a middle-aged cultivator. This is indeed a rare opportunity. But what if misfortune befalls us, and we end up on the path to the underworld? The first young cultivator retorted, I believe it is worth the risk. The middle-aged cultivator asserted, for without daring to complete the tasks, one cannot assure their safety in the great war among the clans. After listening to Zhao Wugui and the one cultivator's narration, the assembly of cultivators engaged in brief discussion before lapsing into silence once more, seemingly weighing the pros and cons in their minds. They were confronted with a formidable decision. Either risk half their lives to complete the tasks or remain in Tianyuan City awaiting the onset of the Great War. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, deliberating the advantages and disadvantages. He understood that this mission would be exceedingly perilous, with a failure rate of 50%. Yet success also symbolized an opportunity to evade the calamities of the duality of heaven and preserve their lives. I have a question, he began. Lin Mo spoke. After completing these tasks, we must still confront the threat of the two origins' heavenly calamity. How can we avert this disaster? You pose an excellent question. Zhao Wugui nodded in agreement. Once the tasks are fulfilled, our side will provide a substantial quantity of dust-extinguishing pills, sufficient to survive the two origins' heavenly calamity. Additionally, there are some secret techniques that can conceal your powers, allowing you to evade the calamity's sensing. As long as the tasks are successfully completed, these secret methods and pills will be granted. Lin Mo felt a slight sense of relief upon hearing this. While the dust-extinguishing pills were indeed precious, they were not infallible. Discovering more ways to evade the calamity was the fundamental strategy. Chapter 420. Rest assured, once the tasks are accomplished, we will certainly provide various resources to ensure your safe passage through the two origins' heavenly calamity, a cultivator with the surname when also stated. Lin Mo nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. He glanced at the other cultivators, all of whom bore expressions of concern, recognizing the daunting nature of this mission. Yet, for the sake of survival, they had no choice but to deliberate carefully. Please contemplate thoroughly. We will progressively release specific tasks over the next year, Zhao Wugui announced. The cultivators began to murmur amongst themselves. Some viewed this as a rare opportunity, while others worried about the immense risks involved. Lin Mo sat quietly to the side, his heart a tangle of emotions. He understood he must seize this opportunity, yet he was deeply anxious because his batch of gold-eating insects was nearing completion of their pupation. Lin Mo, my junior brother, you and I resonate well together. Why not team up and undertake the tasks jointly? Suggested a graceful female cultivator. With a polite shake of his head, Lin Mo replied, I appreciate your kind offer, but I prefer to act independently. Perhaps we may collaborate in the future. Lin Mo understood that the most pressing matter was to expedite the transformation of the gold-eating insects before considering the tasks. Traveling with others would only hinder his progress. The cultivators continued to exchange their plans, and Lin Mo listened quietly, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. He knew that for him, the priority was to utilize the time wisely and ensure that all the gold-eating insects successfully pupated. After the discussion concluded, Lin Mo returned directly to his secluded cave, where he housed one of his crucial assets, the swarm of gold-eating insects. He examined the mature insects and noted their deep, resonant auras, indicating they were ready for pupation. Just in time, Lin Mo murmured to himself. He immediately began to perform the refining secret technique, gathering the insects together and channeling his vital energy into them. Before his eyes, the surfaces of the gold-eating insects began to shimmer with a brilliant golden light as they congregated and floated gracefully in the air, emitting a soothing and harmonious sound. Under Lin Mo's refining catalyst, these insects gradually transformed into golden cocoons, releasing an aromatic essence of spiritual energy. Lin Mo directed his vital energy to carefully arrange these golden cocoons along the walls of the cave, ensuring they were properly settled. At last, all the gold-eating larvae have successfully pupated, Lin Mo thought with quiet joy. This signified a significant step forward, bringing him closer to the formation of the gold-eating emperor. Once he confirmed the successful pupation of the gold-eating insects, Lin Mo retreated into the depths of the cave to his secret chamber, where he sat in meditation for quiet cultivation. He activated his entire vital energy, guiding his blood and qi through his meridians. Gradually, his nascent soul emerged from his dantian, slowly manifesting at the crown of his head. A diminutive version of Lin Mo materialized above him, the nascent soul cradling a bone ring in one hand and a skull in the other. Lin Mo focused intently, channeling his vital energy, as the bone ring and skull began to emanate a dazzling golden red radiance. With a lift of his hands, the bone ring and skull floated gracefully above his palms, instantly merging into his grasp. His hands took on an eerie and enigmatic quality, faintly adorned with swirling golden and crimson symbols. During this process, subtle changes occurred around Lin Mo, his skin faintly shimmering with gold, a manifestation of the golden elixir energy leaking from within. Calmly, Lin Mo retracted this golden elixir power back to his dantian, aware that he had drawn closer to the realization of his goal of achieving the golden elixir's completion. After successfully catalyzing the metamorphosis of the golden devouring insect, he concealed his whereabouts, silently vanishing from Tianyuan City. For months later, Lin Mo's original team unexpectedly received orders from above, mandating a change in leadership. Captain Lin has vanished. It seems he has gone to prepare for the tribulation, remarked one team member. This may be for the best. Our team's task completion rate has plummeted since Captain Lin's disappearance, so a new leader might prove beneficial, another suggested. I've heard that many high-level cultivators like Captain Lin have mysteriously disappeared at critical junctures, interjected a female team member. Those were formidable late-stage transformation gods. One team member replied, shaking his head. Someone like Captain Lin surely left to evade the impending two-element heavenly tribulation. Yet he is indeed remarkable. Vanishing at such a crucial moment could indicate he is embarking on a mysterious mission, another team member added. Alas, I hope the new captain proves reliable. Although Captain Lin's sudden disappearance is disheartening, our task completion rate was commendable under his leadership, a team member lamented. Lin Mo's team had no choice but to accept reality, continuing to fulfill their duties under new leadership. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's whereabouts remained an enigma. 5 young cultivators gathered in tacit agreement amidst the twisted crimson woods, each representing different sects: the robed man Long Dong, the black-clad woman Xiao Hong, the purple-robed youth Ying, the white-robed woman Yin Yen, and Lin Mo himself. Despite their varied sects, all had at least entered the transformation stage. Their mission to the Black Leaf Forest aimed to scout the movements of the Wood Spirit clan and gather crucial intelligence. Long Dong scrutinized Lin Mo and Yin Yen, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. How audacious to undertake such a task at merely the mid-transformation stage. It appears Tianyuan City is in dire straits, he remarked. Yin Yen's expression shifted slightly, poised to respond, but Xiao Hong interjected, "This mission is fraught with peril. We must remain vigilant and united to achieve victory." Lin Mo stood quietly, undeterred by Long Dong's provocations. Observing the tension, Ying interjected, "We are all here for a common purpose. Let us not turn against one another. By the way, I feel as though I've encountered this friend before. May I inquire your esteemed name?" As they began to introduce themselves, the atmosphere shifted towards camaraderie. It turns out that Yin Yin and Xiao Hong are both disciples of the Sky Sect, while Ying is a senior elder of the Cloud Thunder Sect. Although Long Dong possesses an arrogant demeanor, he hails from the ancient sect, Ling Xiao, and his strength should not be underestimated. It became evident to everyone that this mission had indeed gathered the elite forces from various sections. Lin Mo smiled gently and remarked, "I am merely a novice practitioner in the early stages of the transformation god realm. It is an immense honor to undertake this task alongside such esteemed individuals." Upon hearing Lin Mo's introduction, Long Dong scoffed once more. "You, a mere mid-transformation god, dare to take on such a perilous mission? You will undoubtedly hinder our progress. I must say, even that Yin Yin is far superior to you." Yin Yin's face flushed with indignation, ready to retort, but was halted by Xiao Hong. Although Brother Lin's experience is limited, his selection for this mission indicates his formidable capabilities. We must stand united to accomplish our goal and avoid creating discord among ourselves. Indeed, Sister Xiao Hong speaks wisely, Ying interjected. We are all here to acquire confidential information regarding the Wood Spirit clan, and cooperation is essential. Although Brother Lin may lack experience, he might yet seize the opportunity to showcase his abilities during critical moments. Lin Mo smiled faintly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed brothers and sisters, for your faith in this fledgling. I shall strive to give my utmost effort. This mission is undeniably grave. We must set aside our prejudices and trust one another to navigate the perils ahead." Long Dong huffed, choosing to remain silent. Lin Mo's composed demeanor quelled the tensions among the group, allowing them to refocus and begin discussing the specifics of their journey to the Blackleaf Forest. Yin Yin covertly glanced at Lin Mo, her eyes filled with curiosity. She was fully aware of his abilities, yet could not fathom why he would take on such a daunting task. This enigma, it seemed, could only be resolved through direct inquiry. After the group had finalized their departure plans, Lin Mo asked, "Sister Xiao Hong, could you elaborate on the objectives and procedures of our mission?" Xiao Hong nodded and began to explain. "Our primary aim in venturing to the Blackleaf Forest is to investigate the movements of the Wood Spirit clan. They have been frequently appearing in human villages, leading us to suspect that they are orchestrating something nefarious. However, the forest is shrouded by the roots of Tian Mu Meng Luo, the ancestor of the Wood Spirit clan, which makes our divine senses easily detectable. Thus, we must proceed with utmost caution, striving to approach their stronghold. This mission is fraught with danger, yet we must see it through to ensure the peace of humanity." Lin Mo and Yi Ying's expressions turned grave. The perilous nature of this mission seemed to exceed their expectations. Yi Ying then inquired, "If the risks are so high, why not have several grandmasters personally undertake the task?" Xiao Hong shook her head. "We have considered that, but should grandmaster-level experts enter the forest, they would undoubtedly provoke Tian Mu Meng Luo, bringing disaster upon themselves. Therefore, it must be us, the practitioners at the transformation god stage, who go. I am aware of the substantial risks involved, but I hope everyone will cooperate wholeheartedly." Lin Mo pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. "Since Tianyuan City has dispatched us, it signifies their trust in our ability to complete the mission. We shall give our all to fulfill our duty for the sake of humanity." That night, Lin Mo sat cross-legged in solitude, contemplating this unprecedentedly perilous task. He felt an overwhelming sense of confusion, for in his understanding, such missions should only be undertaken by powerful ascended practitioners. He was merely a nascent deity-level cultivator. What could possibly justify his selection? Moreover, Tianyuan City had promised him abundant dust-vanishing pills and the opportunity to sever ties with the city upon completion of the task. All of this struck Lin Mo as exceedingly peculiar, stirring within him doubts about the true purpose behind the mission. At that moment, a cool, ethereal voice emerged from behind him. "What troubles you?" Turning to look, he saw Yin Yin. After a moment of contemplation, he replied slowly, "I find it hard to believe that a minor cultivator like myself could be entrusted with such a significant task. It raises my suspicions about the mission's actual intent." Yin Yin furrowed her brow, echoing his sentiments. "I share your concerns. However, since we have been chosen, there must be a reason. We can only give our utmost effort to complete the task and strive to return alive." Lin Mo nodded, but doubt lingered in his heart. He needed to uncover the truth of the mission to make an informed decision. The two fell silent, each lost in thought. This task seemed far from simple, and the journey ahead was destined to be tumultuous. As the dawn broke the following day, 5 cultivators had gathered at the edge of the woods, ready to embark on their journey. "I propose we travel to the Blackleaf Forest aboard my Lingyun jade boat," Long Dong suggested. "This will conserve our magical energy, allowing us to focus on the perils within the forest." "Wise decision, Brother Long Dong," Xiaohong concurred. The speed of the Lingyun jade boat is remarkable. We could reach the Black Leaf Forest in just a few days. Yi Ying and Yi Nian nodded in agreement. Lin Mo surveyed the four and said, "Since we are all in accord, let us depart on the jade boat. We must act swiftly to accomplish our task." Long Dong, satisfied, raised his hand to cast a spell, and a translucent white jade boat emerged at the edge of the woods. Its body was inscribed with ornate golden and silver runes, exuding a mysterious aura. "Please, step aboard," Long Dong invited. As the five approached the jade boat, they felt a lightness beneath them, and they found themselves standing on the deck. Long Dong performed a technique, and the boat transformed into a cloud, soaring rapidly into the sky. "Brother Long Dong, this vessel is astonishingly swift," Xiaohong exclaimed. "It seems we will reach the Black Leaf Forest in no time. We can arrange a watch schedule for the night." The five departed the woods, aboard the Lingyun jade boat, officially commencing their perilous mission. They must unite in their efforts to navigate the dangers and fulfill their task. The jade boat glided through the vast sky, heading towards the Black Leaf Forest. As this adventure began to unfold, a dazzling white light shot into the heavens, revealing a crystalline white jade boat suspended in midair, adorned with exquisite golden and silver runes that radiated a lively essence. At that moment, the five young cultivators stood upon the jade boat. "What incredible speed!" Xiaohong marveled. "It appears that with this vessel, we shall swiftly reach the Black Leaf Forest." Long Dong smiled. "This Lingyun jade boat is an ancient treasure, boasting a speed several times that of a deity-level cultivator. We shall arrive at our destination in no more than 3 days." With that, he cast another spell, and the boat soared into the air, transforming into a cloud as it sped across the azure sky. The wind rushed by, and the scenery blurred in a rapid retreat, filling the five with exhilaration. "We must keep track of time. We can rotate our meditative rests by nightfall," Xiaohong proposed, and the others expressed their agreement. The five cultivators embarked on their journey aboard the jade vessel, officially setting off towards the Black Leaf Forest. They must collaborate harmoniously to successfully complete their mission and acquire the secret intelligence of the Wood Spirit clan. However, the treacherous path ahead remained unknown, and none could foresee the monumental secrets concealed within this journey. As night fell, the jade vessel continued its flight through the starry sky. The five cultivators retreated to the 5 tranquil chambers at the vessel's rear, preparing to rest and recuperate. "We need to take turns keeping watch to prevent any unforeseen incidents," Xiaohong suggested. "I propose that one person keeps vigil for the night, and we can rotate in the morning." "Agreed. Let us arrange the order," Yi Ying interjected. After deliberation, they decided that Long Dong would stand watch for the first night, followed in succession by Yi Ying, Xiaohong, Yin Yin, and finally, Lin Mo would keep the last night's watch. Lin Mo expressed no dissent, simply nodding in silence. The five retreated to their respective chambers, casting spells to establish barriers against external disturbances. Lin Mo sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state. He took out a jade slip from his robe, carefully placing a crystalline dust-extinguishing pill within it. Simultaneously, he retrieved a yellowed map adorned with a peculiar symbol. Lin Mo focused intently, as if delving into the mysteries of this symbol. In the stillness of the night, each of the five cultivators harbored their own thoughts, yet all prepared for the impending challenges of the Black Leaf Forest. That night, the white-browed maiden Yi Ying sat in her tranquil chamber, deep in contemplation. Suddenly, a phantom appeared before her, strikingly identical to herself, as if gazing into a mirror. "Yi Ying, are you aware that the blood of the celestial phoenix flows within you?" the apparition inquired. Yi Ying was taken aback, exclaiming, "How could I possess celestial phoenix blood? I am clearly of the human race. How could I be related to the legendary celestial phoenix? You remain unaware of your true heritage. It is no wonder. Yet, you have indeed inherited the blood of the celestial phoenix, which is the secret to your cultivation," the phantom replied, gazing intently at Yi Ying, awaiting her reaction. Yi Ying's expression shifted, the revelation of such a grand secret leaving her momentarily stunned. At that moment, a sultry female voice drifted in from outside her chamber. "Yi Ying, I find your celestial phoenix blood quite intriguing. Perhaps we can discuss it." Yi Ying opened the barrier of her tranquil chamber to reveal Xiaohong standing at the door. "The blood of the celestial phoenix is exceedingly rare, capable of enhancing any lineage." Xiaohong's beautiful eyes sparkled. "I possess 3 high-grade black flame pills, which are quite valuable. If Miss Yi is willing to share a portion of her celestial phoenix blood, I am prepared to exchange it for the pills. Ying pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. I too desire to unravel the secrets of the celestial phoenix blood. If Sister Xiaohong can provide assistance, we can negotiate. However, the black flame pills alone will not suffice. I require you to personally assist me in extracting the spiritual blood, and I shall offer other forms of recompense. Xiaohong's eyes brightened, sensing Yi Ying's eagerness to harness the power of the celestial phoenix. Very well, I agree. Once we obtain the power, we shall commence the extraction of the bloodline immediately. The two reached an agreement and returned to their respective tranquil chambers. However, this seemingly straightforward transaction undoubtedly concealed intricate mysteries. To acquire the power of the celestial phoenix, they were destined to encounter numerous twists and turns. At that moment, another identical phantom materialized within Yi Ying's tranquil chamber. Before her sat an ethereal figure, devoid of expression, and Yi Ying mirrored this same indifference. After a while, the apparition revealed a countenance of joy, and Yi Ying immediately emulated the same expression of delight. The figure then transformed its visage to reflect sorrow, surprise, and fear. Each time, Yi Ying flawlessly replicated the emotions. They moved in perfect synchrony, their gestures and postures indistinguishable. Eventually, the specter vanished. Yi Ying exhaled, the recent practice having drained much of her mental energy. This appeared to be her unique method of cultivation, enhancing her own realm through confrontation with the phantom. Unbeknownst to others, this seemingly fragile girl concealed an unimaginable strength within. Meanwhile, Lin Mo sat in his quiet chamber, eyes closed in contemplation. Suddenly, he opened them, retrieving a jade slip from his robe. Within the slip lay a gleaming, dust-vanishing pill. Lin Mo gazed at the pill, a flicker of perplexity crossing his features. He recalled that prior to their journey, Tianyuan City had provided each of them with a certain quantity of dust-vanishing pills, all of which were bound by restrictions, to be consumed only upon the completion of their tasks. After a brief pause, he carefully stored the pill away, refraining from further scrutiny. Subsequently, he produced an aged, yellowed map, upon which a peculiar symbol was marked in blood-red ink. Lin Mo focused intently on this symbol, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. The origins of this map and the significance of its markings seemed to harbor secrets yet untold. At the very depths of the jade vessel, there lay a concealed chamber. Inside, two elderly figures sat, one a white-bearded monk, and the other a venerable Taoist with a shining halo above his head. What scheme is that old rogue, Jinyu, concocting now? The Taoist murmured, furrowing his brow. The monk shook his head, sighing. Since acquiring the Xiantian spirit-slaying sword, something significant is surely brewing. All clans must be strategizing. The situation has grown perilous. I've received word that the Xiantian treasure may soon manifest in the northwest. Both humans and demons will surely be in turmoil, the Taoist whispered. The Xiantian treasure, a manifestation of celestial essence, would undoubtedly incite boundless chaos upon its appearance. The monk elaborated, given the current state of our two clans. It may well herald a tempest of blood and strife. Silence enveloped them as they both recognized the dangers inherent in this mission. Even those of the true spirit realm would find it challenging to escape unscathed, let alone the younger generations. The Taoist lamented. The monk nodded. We can only pray for divine providence. Perhaps there lies a chance for redemption. They exchanged glances, anxiety evident in their eyes. This time, it seemed, was destined for tumult. Seated upon a small peak overlooking Tianyuan City, the monk and the Taoist gazed down at the vast expanse of the city below. Tianyuan City, a pivotal stronghold in the northwest corner of the Fengyuan continent, was a gathering place for numerous eminent figures. The monk stroked his long white beard and spoke solemnly. I have just received news from the west. The heavenly Tao has foretold that the Xiantian treasure is poised to emerge within the Fengyuan continent. Upon hearing these words, the Taoist was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. The legendary Xiantian treasure was about to manifest, a mythical artifact imbued with the primordial powers of antiquity. Its emergence would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed, awakening the true spirits of the realm. We must prepare ourselves for what lies ahead. The old monk nodded, his expression grave. Indeed, the Xiantian treasure is a rare artifact of unparalleled significance, rumored to possess the power to reshape the heavens and earth. Once it appears, it will surely trigger a cataclysm, with all factions vying to claim it, resulting in a maelstrom of violence and suffering. The Taoist stroked his goatee. a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. If a great battle were to ensue, the consequences would be dire. All manner of heroes and ancient beings would emerge. Even the true spirits would descend to seize the treasure. The brutality of such a scene would be beyond the reckoning of even the most adept cultivators. The old monk pondered for a moment, affirming that we must take proactive measures. The powerful factions will undoubtedly dispatch envoys to act covertly. Thus, we should send some ascended masters to ascertain the whereabouts of the Tianyuan treasure. The air will be thick with smoke and blood, and we must remain vigilant to ensure the survival of our two races. The Taoist nodded, already strategizing in his mind about which formidable individuals to dispatch for this undertaking and how to preemptively prepare for the impending brutal conflict. Seated in a wooden cabin amidst the bamboo grove, the flickering candlelight illuminated the serious discussion between the two. Each faction was scheming in the shadows. The demon race had already sent forth 100 golden core cultivators to investigate the treasure's location, the Taoist remarked. The old monk nodded, stating that the human race was also secretly mobilizing, having dispatched 20 ascended masters for the mission. Other races were likely taking action as well. The situation was precarious, akin to walking on thin ice, poised to erupt at any moment. Should a war be ignited over the Tianyuan treasure, the ramifications would be catastrophic, with all factions suffering tremendous losses. The Taoist sighed, his brow furrowed in worry. After a moment of contemplation, the old monk spoke again. The Tianyuan treasure is an eternal relic capable of catapulting its possessor to fame and ascendance to higher realms. It is only natural that the various factions would go to great lengths to obtain it. You speak truthfully, the Taoist nodded. Yet, as cultivators, we ought not to become too embroiled in this conflict. Preserving the integrity of our sect and aiding more sentient beings is the true path. The old monk concurred. We must dispatch individuals of unwavering resolve and righteous hearts to undertake this mission, striving for opportunities while evading the chaos of bloodshed. Before the impending war, we should also enhance communication among the factions to seek peaceful resolutions and avert calamity. The Taoist contemplated, a hint of worry glimmering in his eyes. May our efforts quell this crisis rather than intensify it. The old monk nodded, gazing out at the darkening sky, silently hoping that the wise among the factions could transform peril into safety, averting the impending storm from bringing devastation. Alone in the wooden cabin by the bamboo grove, the Taoist sat in somber reflection. Since his last conversation with the old monk, suspicions regarding the monk's true identity had begun to form. The old monk's profound knowledge of the Tianyuan treasure and his peculiar demeanor had aroused his wariness, leading him to question whether the monk was as unassuming as he appeared. Who exactly is he? If he truly possesses knowledge of the profound secrets surrounding the Tianyuan treasure, yet chooses not to share them with us, he surely harbors ulterior motives. The Taoist mused. With eyes closed, he reflected upon the various behaviors of the old monk during their previous conversation, growing increasingly convinced that the monk was far more than he appeared. His predictions regarding the Tianyuan treasure were unerringly precise, as if he had already discerned every nuance. It seemed evident that his identity was not ordinary, and he likely held intelligence unknown to us. The Taoist rose and began to pace within the confines of the room. I must delve deeper into his background. Perhaps I will need to ally with others to confront him, for I cannot allow him to disrupt our plans. He pushed open the door and stepped into the bamboo grove, resolved to clandestinely observe the old monk's every movement. The wind rustled through the treetops, producing a soft whisper. The Taoist steeled himself, advancing cautiously toward the monk's dwelling, his eyes glinting with vigilant suspicion. On that day, the two reconvened in the wooden cabin nestled within the bamboo thicket. The Taoist regarded the old monk with a flicker of wariness and inquired, "Old friend, you seem well versed in the intricacies of the Tianyuan treasure. What, pray tell, do you truly know?" The old monk paused slightly at the question, then chuckled. "I merely heard this news before you. There are no other secrets." "Ah, but I sense that many details in your words imply prior knowledge," the Taoist retorted, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his gaze. "Might you disclose your true identity?" The old monk attempted to elaborate, yet the Taoist had already risen, scanning the surroundings with a guarded demeanor. "I understand now. You are not as simple as you appear," the Taoist declared coldly. "Given your words and actions, you must possess insights beyond what we can fathom. This parting will require further contemplation." With that, he donned his cloak, pushed open the door, and swiftly vanished into the depths of the bamboo grove. The old monk watched the direction of his departure, remaining silent for a long while. Eventually, he sighed softly, murmuring to himself, "It seems my identity has been revealed. I hope you do not grow overly cautious, for that would only complicate matters further." Closing his eyes, his form began to dissolve, revealing a middle-aged man clad in purple seated there. "This vessel has served its purpose. I must seek a new container," the man thought, a cold smile gracing his lips as his figure gradually faded into the moonlight. Unable to quell his inner doubts, the Taoist returned to the old monk's wooden cabin, determined to confront him directly regarding his true identity. "Old friend, we share a deep bond. Could you not plainly reveal to me who you truly are and how you possess such intimate knowledge of the Xiantian treasure?" the Taoist inquired solemnly. The old monk, taken aback for a moment, then grinned sinisterly, laughing. "Ah, since you have already sensed the anomaly, it is time to unveil this mask and reminisce together." Before the Taoist's eyes, the old monk's form began to contort and shift, revealing a middle-aged man clad in purple before him. "The purple shadow," the Taoist exclaimed, his complexion paling as he stumbled backward, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "No, it cannot be. Were you not sealed in the depths of the 9 underworlds?" He gasped incredulously, retreating 2 steps. "Ha ha, did you not expect to encounter me here?" the purple shadow mocked, baring his sharp fangs. "How did you escape the seal and possess the body of the real person Leiluo?" the Taoist shouted, his eyes blazing with an icy intensity. "This is the demon he defeated alongside various factions many years ago." A sinister laughter escaped the man. "How long can mere confinement hold me? I have long since escaped and lie in wait. How can you insignificant ants hope to contend with me?" Upon hearing his laughter, the figure known as Xing scoffed. "I have evaded this seal for centuries, gathering strength in the shadows. Once I obtain the treasure of Xiantian, I shall return to my former glory." With that, he suddenly opened his gaping maw, expanding to over 10 feet in height, and lunged at the Taoist. The Taoist's eyes turned crimson as he bellowed, producing a celestial talisman from his robe and hurling it at Xing. "You dare act recklessly before me, you insignificant insect?" Xing sneered, widening his blood-stained mouth, morphing into a cloud of darkness that surged toward the Taoist. Just as the battle between Xing and the Taoist reached a stalemate, a middle-aged man clad in golden robes appeared in midair, holding a staff and descending calmly. "All is well, my friend," he said with a slight smile, bowing respectfully to the astonished Taoist. The heavenly origin Saint Emperor was overjoyed and retreated a few steps to distance himself from Xing's attack. With a gentle wave of his golden staff, he forced Xing back several paces, causing him to crash to the ground. "Be quick, Tianyuan Demon Lord, and turn back before it is too late," the Saint Emperor commanded. A beam of golden light shot from his staff, enveloping Xing's form. The Saint Emperor raised his staff deliberately and lightly tapped Xing's forehead. Xing halted abruptly, his eyes losing their luster, and he collapsed limply to the ground. "You insignificant insects," Xing cursed, though his body was now immobile. The Saint Emperor calmly retrieved a bundle of yellow vines, igniting them and scattering the ashes over Xing. Instantly, a pale yellow mist surrounded him, and his form began to twist and dissipate, revealing a sinister black demon hissing within the smoke. "With our cultivation levels, you shall not escape our grasp," the Saint Emperor stated serenely. He waved his staff, intensifying the golden light, and the black demon was confined within an array, unable to move. Chapter 422. Go, and reflect on your misdeeds in the depths forever, the Saint Emperor murmured, as the black smoke shrank smaller and smaller, ultimately transforming into a streak of darkness that vanished into the earth. The Taoist exhaled deeply, regaining color in his face. "Thank you for your assistance, Saint Emperor. The consequences would have been dire otherwise." The Saint Emperor smiled gently, and his staff turned into a speck of light, disappearing. "We have more pressing matters to discuss. Please follow me." With that, he led the Taoist away, swiftly disappearing into the forest. The Taoist followed the heavenly origin Saint Emperor to a hidden chamber, where intricate barriers were set up, shrouded in dim light. The Saint Emperor held an oil lamp, sitting at a stone table, and smiled at the Taoist, inviting him to sit. The Taoist furrowed his brow slightly as he took a seat across from him. "Your actions suggest you anticipated Xing's appearance here. Could you elucidate the reasoning behind this?" The Saint Emperor nodded. "To be candid, I had long foreseen the escape of that demon and his covert activities. Upon learning of your acquaintance with him, I came to offer my support to avert any unforeseen calamity." "Ah, I see," the Taoist acknowledged, nodding in understanding. "However, We are both cultivators. Why must we be entangled in this strife? Should we not seek to distance ourselves from worldly affairs? You are correct, the Saint Emperor sighed. Yet certain ancient allies are indeed worrisome, compelling us to act discreetly to resolve this crisis. However, to act discreetly necessitates careful deliberation, leaving one caught in a dilemma. The Taoist, after a moment of contemplation, perceived that the situation was far more intricate than he had initially comprehended. We must proceed with caution, enhance our communication, and seek to defuse this impending crisis. The Holy Emperor nodded, and the two seemed to reach a tacit understanding. The flickering candlelight in the stone chamber illuminated their grave expressions. They were acutely aware that a greater storm was on the horizon. Within the secret chamber, a middle-aged scholar adjusted his glasses and spoke solemnly to the Holy Emperor, stating that the information possessed by Xing was likely of utmost importance, and they must find a way to extract it from him. Perhaps Master Jinyue could interrogate him, as he was well versed in such matters. After a brief pause, the Holy Emperor nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his words. Indeed, they must devise a means to obtain the insights that Xing held. However, the matter of interrogation required prudence to avoid alarming him. I shall instruct Master Jinyue to inquire discreetly, ensuring it does not raise Xing's suspicions. The scholar adjusted his glasses once more, understanding the gravity of the situation. Furthermore, to prevent any leaks, we must deploy some trusted disciples to infiltrate the various clans discreetly. Although this entails certain risks, the Holy Emperor sighed, agreeing with the scholar's assessment. You speak wisely. We must act covertly and with caution, otherwise, the consequences could be dire. I have a few reliable disciples. Dispatching them in phases to the clans should be feasible. I hope they return safely. Exchanging a glance, they both recognized the worry reflected in each other's eyes. They understood the immense difficulty of operating secretly amidst the tense divisions among the clans, aware that exposure could lead to fatal repercussions. In another corner, a devout old monk wore a troubled expression, his brow furrowed in concern. He expressed his apprehension regarding those sent to the clans, fearing for their safety. His gaze turned to the Holy Emperor, filled with trepidation. The individuals tasked with these missions would undoubtedly face considerable trials and dangers. The monk's voice was low yet laden with worry. They require our support and blessings. The Holy Emperor acknowledged the monk's concerns with a nod of agreement. You are correct. We must assess the circumstances and act within our means. Initially, we shall send a group of stable and resolute disciples to undertake the mission. Once they acclimate to the environment, we can augment their numbers. He added, we will strive to ensure their safety. However, this task is not to be underestimated, for it concerns the fate of the divine artifact. The monk continued, yet we must devise a means to acquire intelligence on Xing. Perhaps those disciples, upon entering the territories of the other clans, could indeed bring forth the Xiantian Zhanling sword, granting us a strategic advantage. The Holy Emperor pondered briefly. You make a valid point. We should covertly investigate the whereabouts of that artifact, striving to stay one step ahead. Nonetheless, deploying young disciples is indeed perilous. We must gauge the situation and maintain a measured approach. The monk nodded in understanding. I comprehend. We will deliberate carefully on each decision. In terms of martial strength, we cannot rival the clans. We must prevail through wisdom. May these young individuals, still in their formative stages, return safely and live up to our expectations. They exchanged another glance, both reflecting concern and apprehension. The days ahead would demand their utmost vigilance and strategic caution. The old monk and the Holy Emperor were engaged in a discussion regarding the plan to send forth the younger disciples, unaware that a peculiar glimmer was gradually flashing in the old monk's eyes. What you refer to as a plan is merely self-deception, the old monk suddenly interjected, his voice tinged with a chilling undertone. Both the Holy Emperor and the Confucian scholar were taken aback, casting puzzled glances at the old monk. Ha! The old monk erupted into manic laughter, his form gradually distorting as he transformed back into the visage of the purple shadow. A mere possession cannot deter me. How could you insignificant ants hope to confine me? How is this possible? You were sealed. The Holy Emperor's expression changed dramatically as he hastily drew his staff in preparation. I had long since laid my contingencies. That was merely a clone, the purple shadow sneered. It seems you still do not comprehend the extent of my abilities. Today, I shall annihilate you completely. With that declaration, he suddenly surged in size, morphing into a colossal demon that lunged towards the two. The Holy Emperor and the Confucian scholar struggled to resist, finding themselves ensnared in a fierce battle. Let me see how long you can endure. The purple shadow cackled menacingly, utterly dismissing the duo. At that moment, several beams of golden light emerged from the sky, as several masters appeared, wielding magical artifacts aimed at the purple shadow. The decree of heaven is solemn. We are here to uphold the law against evil. They chanted in unison, unleashing a barrage of incantations upon the purple shadow. Caught off guard, he was forced to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the Holy Emperor and the scholars joined forces with the masters, striving once more to bind the purple shadow. They withdrew numerous bundles of yellow vines, wrapping the purple shadow in layers. With the aid of the masters, the Holy Emperor and the middle-aged scholar finally managed to subdue the arrogant purple shadow. As the onlookers tightened their grip, a faint yellow mist began to rise, revealing the purple shadow's true form, a black demon with blood-red eyes. You insignificant ants, do not revel in your triumph. I shall eventually break free and slaughter you all. The purple shadow roared, yet he was entirely ensnared within the magical array, unable to move. Thanks to all of you for your assistance. We have managed to restrain this demon once more, the Holy Emperor said with a slight smile, bowing in gratitude to the masters. The masters returned the gesture. The leader spoke, we have established a 5-elemental barrier around, ensuring he cannot escape this time. The Holy Emperor nodded, staff in hand, as he and the others recited incantations, sending forth beams of golden light that confined the purple shadow within a magical barrier. Go, and reflect upon your sins eternally in hell. The Holy Emperor intoned. As the purple shadow emitted a piercing wail, his form gradually dissipating, ultimately transforming into a wisp of black smoke that sank into the ground. The Holy Emperor and the masters exhaled in relief, their faces illuminated with satisfaction. After dealing with the purple shadow, the Holy Emperor contemplated for a moment before softly addressing the old monk. This incident occurred unexpectedly. We must learn from it. In the future, we may need to delve deeper into the savage world, where challenges will abound. The old monk nodded. Indeed, the savage world is rife with uncertainties. We must remain vigilant. The Holy Emperor continued, I noticed that Lin Mo, who accompanied us, wields the legendary flying sword left by Qinjiangzi. I never anticipated that such a divine sword would manifest in his possession. The old monk expressed his astonishment. The flying sword of Qinjiangzi is a rare artifact of half-step divinity. It is truly remarkable that Lin Mo can wield it. The Saint Emperor nodded. And at the moment he drew his sword, I felt an aura emanating from him that was chillingly profound, sending a shiver down my spine. We ought to regard this young man with greater seriousness. The secrets he conceals are likely numerous. The old monk pondered for a long while before finally nodding in agreement. Lin Mo, who was listening to their discussion about himself, felt a faint stir of surprise in his heart. He had not anticipated that the Saint Emperor could discern the origin of the flying sword at a glance. It appeared that the secrets he had meticulously concealed might have already been unraveled by them. However, Lin Mo did not display any outward reaction, merely standing quietly to the side in silence. He was indeed somewhat taken aback by the name Qinjiangzi. The owner of the flying sword seemed to have undergone certain unknown experiences, much like himself. Yet, Lin Mo did not intend to interject into their discussion. Remaining silent was the wisest course of action for him at present. He understood the Saint Emperor's caution and the old monk's acumen. Ultimately, these past secrets were best revealed by himself in due time. Lin Mo silently contemplated various possibilities, yet his countenance revealed no emotion. He stood there quietly, without uttering a word. After listening to the conversation between the Saint Emperor and the old monk, Lin Mo remained in silence for a while, ultimately refraining from joining their dialogue. He exhaled gently, slowly turned away, and chose to disregard the two, settling down alone in a corner of the cabin. Lin Mo did not wish to delve too deeply into his past, nor did he want to mention the mysteriously originated flying sword. He needed to reflect, to clarify his thoughts, and to comprehend the direction he must take moving forward. Rather than being led by others, it was more crucial for him to engage in his own contemplation. With his eyes closed, Lin Mo began to organize all the information in his mind. The past was behind him. The present was paramount. What he needed to do was to enhance his strength to face the myriad challenges of the future. Lin Mo resolved to disregard others and focus on introspection, which was the most prudent strategy at this juncture. Observing Lin Mo's solitary departure and silence, the old monk and the Saint Emperor did not insist on his company. retreating to their respective corners to cultivate in quietude. Xiaohong, noticing this, also chose to ignore the others, quietly returning to her own cabin, seemingly mulling over something. Ying leaned against the wall, gently closing her eyes, her expression serene as she entered a state of tranquility. The young man with white brows glanced around to see that no one was present and pulled out an ancient tome to read. Lin Mo sat in the corner, resting his eyes. The spirit vessel returned to a state of serenity, with only the gentle breeze whispering through, creating a soft rustling sound. Each person immersed themselves in their own world, whether in cultivation, contemplation, or repose, until they would embark on a new chapter upon reaching their destination. While Lin Mo was engaged in quiet reflection aboard the spirit vessel, he suddenly furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. "What's wrong?" Long Dong inquired with concern. Lin Mo replied solemnly, "I sense a formidable aura approaching from a distance. You all must heighten your vigilance." The group was taken aback, immediately unleashing their spiritual awareness to scan the surroundings. At that moment, a thunderous roar split the sky, and a colossal figure emerged from the clouds. It was an immense thunder tortoise. "This is the ancient beast, Thunder Tortoise," Xiaohong exclaimed. "Though it is not a true spirit, it is still extraordinarily powerful." The thunder tortoise was enveloped in darkness, its body shrouded in storm clouds, with eyes radiating blue electric light. It hovered in the air, coldly observing the individuals aboard the spiritual vessel, seemingly assessing their strength. "Everyone, remain calm," Lin Mo said with composure. "Though the thunder turtle is formidable, it is not our adversary. We must continue onward without provoking it." With that, he propelled the vessel forward at an accelerated pace. After a while, as they distanced themselves from the thunder turtle's vicinity, Lin Mo and the others exhaled in relief. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from behind them. Upon turning, they were astonished to see the thunder turtle had indeed pursued them, its mouth crackling with electricity, poised to unleash a thunderous strike. "Accelerate with all your might," Lin Mo commanded. Without hesitation, Long Dong pushed the vessel to its limits, carving a swift arc through the air in a desperate escape. The thunder turtle emitted a furious roar, unfurling its wings to pursue at great speed. Lin Mo's expression turned grave. The creature's power exceeded all expectations, and even at full speed, they could not shake it off. "We must devise a plan to elude it," Lin Mo urged. The group exchanged glances, realizing that escaping the thunder turtle was no simple feat. Just as the creature was closing in, Ying plucked her pipa, producing a flurry of urgent notes. The music seemed to contain an arcane force, noticeably slowing the thunder turtle's advance. "Now's our chance. Forward," Lin Mo urged once more as they propelled the vessel ahead. United, they employed various techniques and, amidst the thunder, momentarily evaded the creature's pursuit, though they understood this respite was but temporary, having narrowly escaped the thunder turtle's chase. As they caught their breath, the sky above suddenly erupted with flashes of lightning, illuminating their surroundings in a brilliant blue glow. "This is a storm conjured by the thunder turtle," Xiaohong exclaimed. A booming thunder resonated as the lightning gathered within the clouds, bathing the sky in a light as bright as day. "This storm is perilous. We must flee swiftly," Lin Mo commanded. Long Dong hastily maneuvered the vessel, but the storm's expanse was vast, rapidly encroaching upon them. "Allow me to try," Ying stated, strumming her pipa to produce a high-pitched, urgent melody. The sound waves coalesced into a protective barrier, warding off the encroaching tempest. A perfect opportunity. Full speed ahead, under the shield of Yi Ying's sound waves. Lin Mo and Long Dong collaborated to hasten the vessel towards safety. Just then, a cataclysmic bolt of lightning descended from above, shattering Yi Ying's protective barrier instantaneously. "Not good," Long Dong shouted, and the vessel surged forward, ultimately escaping the storm's grasp. Chapter 423. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, a deafening roar reverberated behind them. The blue storm unleashed by the thunder turtle continued its rampage. Fortunately, they had evaded calamity, at least for the moment. "That was truly perilous," Xiaohong remarked as they caught their breath. The thunder turtle harbors two extraordinary pearls, one known as the lightning pearl, capable of summoning thunder, and the other as the dispelling pearl, which can dissipate storms. These pearls possess incredible power. "Are you implying that upon the thunder turtle's demise, we could acquire these pearls?" Long Dong inquired. "Indeed, these two pearls would be invaluable to us. However, given the thunder turtle's might, We must unite our efforts to obtain its treasures. Xiaohong affirmed with a nod. I do not believe it is necessary, Lin Mo said. Escaping a disaster is sufficient. The risk of seizing the Thunder Turtle's pearl may not yield rewards that compensate for the potential losses. It would be wise for us to depart swiftly. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Faced with such a formidable entity as the Thunder Turtle, it was prudent to avoid confrontation. Lin Mo's judgment was remarkably astute, and the group resolved to press onward, abandoning the pursuit of the extraordinary pearl. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of the Thunder Turtle and the Tempest, the group found temporary respite, exhaling in relief, though still shaken by the ordeal. That was indeed perilous. It was only through our combined efforts that we evaded disaster, Long Dong remarked. Indeed, we had been overly complacent. This wild realm is fraught with unknown dangers. We must remain vigilant at all times, Xiaohong added. Lin Mo surveyed his companions, understanding that they needed to recuperate their energy to face the challenges ahead. Do not worry too much. Let us take a moment to calm our minds and regain our strength. We shall soon continue our journey. The group nodded in agreement, finding their places to sit and restore their states. This recent escape from the Thunder Turtle and the storm imparted a profound understanding of the wild realm's power to the group. They recognized the necessity of vigilance and unity to navigate the trials that lay ahead. While the others were regaining their composure, Lin Mo ventured to the bow of the spirit boat, gazing into the distant sky. This encounter seemed to hold special significance for him. As he contemplated the flickering remnants of light within the clouds, he fell into deep thought. Lin Mo recalled the time when he had just become a disciple of Tianyuan and had encountered a similar storm. Had it not been for his master, Qingyuan, he might have perished long ago. Many years had passed, and although Lin Mo's cultivation had advanced significantly, he understood that, in the face of nature's forces, humanity remains insignificant. This crisis had once again reminded him of the fragility and preciousness of life. Lin Mo resolved to dedicate himself even more fervently to his training, to safeguard both himself and his companions, thus honoring his master's life-saving grace. As Lin Mo and his companions navigated the spirit cloud boat through the tempestuous regions of the wild realm, ominous clouds loomed overhead, with flashes of lightning occasionally illuminating the sky, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Tension filled the air as everyone feared the wrath of lightning. In that moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly pierced through the clouds, followed by the emergence of a colossal shadow. It was an enormous turtle, resplendent with a metallic sheen, lazily floating in the air, its mouth agape as if consuming the surrounding lightning. This is the legendary Thunder Turtle, Xiaohong exclaimed. Lin Mo fixated on the Thunder Turtle, a thrill of excitement coursing through him. This was the mythical beast born of heavenly thunder, containing pearls imbued with the essence of celestial lightning. Acquiring one would surely be immensely beneficial for cultivation. Just as Lin Mo contemplated whether to approach the Thunder Turtle, a radiant, rainbow-like light flashed in the void, revealing a massive shadow. It was a giant bird, entirely black, with wings like blades and exposed bones, exuding an aura of terror. On its back stood two figures clad in peculiar attire, their eyes glinting with avarice as they gazed at the Thunder Turtle. This is the Millennium Thunder Turtle. Today, I shall seize its Thunder Pearl, the leading man declared loudly. Another somewhat youthful man hesitated, expressing, I believe we should not resort to force. The Thunder Tortoise is a mystical creature of the heavens and earth. We ought to acquire the Thunder Pearl through negotiation, without endangering its life. With a laugh, the leader retorted, You are still too inexperienced. To obtain such a precious treasure, one must resort to coercion. If you wish to work with me, cast aside your compassion. The leader grinned menacingly and added, Fear not. I possess a method to ensure the Thunder Tortoise willingly surrenders the Thunder Pearl without any risk to its life. After we procure the pearl, you may take whatever you desire, as long as its life remains unharmed. Who dares? Lin Mo exclaimed. The two men evidently noticed Lin Mo and his companions, their gazes sharp as lightning. I didn't expect someone to seek death in this desolate land. The leader proclaimed loudly. We have come here today specifically to hunt the Thunder Tortoise. Do not interfere. With that, he abruptly yanked the reins of the bone bird, which emitted a piercing cry and shot towards the Thunder Tortoise like an arrow released from a bow. Lin Mo and his companions stood in stunned silence, caught off guard as the bone bird engaged in a fierce struggle with the Thunder Tortoise. The bone bird's beak gleamed ominously as it clamped down on one of the tortoise's forelimbs. The tortoise let out a pained cry, electric energy surging from its body, causing the bone bird to be thrown back, only to recover and pursue once more. As the two sides became locked in combat, the young man on the bone bird spoke up. "Wait a moment, brother, I have a suggestion. The thunder tortoise is a creature of the heavens. We should not harm it. I propose we offer a Kiran's arm bone in exchange for the thunder pearl. What say you?" The leader considered for a moment before nodding. "Your reasoning is sound. Very well, let it be decided." Lin Mo furrowed his brow, realizing that these two were clearly after the tortoise's pearl. To obtain such a mystical being would undoubtedly require a price of blood. Clenching his fists, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. "We are the lords of Dragon Lake. This thunder tortoise is ours by right. It would be wise for you to depart," Lin Mo declared, signaling his companions to steer their spirit cloud boat closer, adopting a stance of contention. The leader laughed heartily. "Ignorant fool, do you think you can contend with me? I am the dual emperor's manifestation, commanding all spirits." With a flourish of his hands, the bone bird flapped its wings violently, sending a shower of bone shards hurtling toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo snorted coldly, channeling his vital energy to deflect the bone shards. Just as the two sides were at an impasse, the other man interjected. "Hold on. This individual does not seem to be a mere nobody. His origins are unclear. Perhaps we can collaborate." The one known as the dual emperor's manifestation then relented, casting a fierce glare at Lin Mo and stating, "Very well. Since a friend has come to visit, let us reminisce. We have come for the thunder tortoise, as the thunder pearl within it is greatly beneficial to us. If you are willing to lend us a hand in acquiring it, you may claim half the credit. What do you say?" Seeing that the thunder tortoise had already caught the attention of the two men, Lin Mo understood that a struggle was futile. He decided to temporarily acquiesce, observing the situation. Thus, he agreed to assist the dual emperor's manifestation in hunting the thunder tortoise. The dual emperor's manifestation was overjoyed and further invited Lin Mo and his companions to join in an assault on the alien race at Tianyuan City. Although Lin Mo did not commit, he expressed that he would consider it. With a preliminary agreement reached, the dual emperor's manifestation commanded the bone bird to continue its assault on the thunder tortoise, while Lin Mo instructed his companions to join the fray with the spirit cloud boat. A monumental battle was about to erupt. Despite the thunder tortoise's strength, it struggled against the dual onslaught of the bone bird and the spirit cloud boat. Lin Mo began to contemplate seizing the thunder pearl at the moment it appeared in the presence of the twin sovereigns, an inevitable confrontation with them looming on the horizon. He speculated about the identities and intentions of the twin sovereigns, pondering whether to intervene as they claimed the coveted thunder pearl. He instructed his companions to pilot the spirit cloud vessel under the guise of participating in the assault on the thunder tortoise, all the while preparing to ambush the twin sovereigns when the opportunity arose. As both factions attacked the thunder tortoise, a sudden clap of thunder resonated overhead, startling Lin Mo and his companions. Before they could react, the thunder tortoise revealed its true form, transforming into a colossal beast resembling a bull, its horns towering like mountains, and its body cloaked in shimmering golden scales. With a thunderous roar, it vanished into the ominous clouds above. Infuriated at its escape, the twin sovereigns fumed, while Lin Mo and his group reluctantly abandoned their pursuit and piloted the spirit cloud vessel away, continuing their journey deeper into the savage realm. The group entered a mist-laden valley, shrouded in thick fog where a dark crimson whirlwind raged, exuding a metallic, sweet scent. Lin Mo's expression turned grave. They had ventured into the depths of the savage realm, fraught with peril and uncertainty, necessitating utmost caution as they proceeded. At that moment, a chilling shriek erupted nearby, and a colossal two-headed bird emerged from the swirling mists, its beak gleaming with a deathly light, poised to snatch its prey. The group's faces blanched, and they hastily maneuvered the spirit cloud vessel away from the threat, unaware of the lurking dangers concealed within the fog. Their journey had only just commenced. Having navigated out of immediate peril, Lin Mo and his companions pressed onward into the savage realm, yet they soon encountered fresh challenges. Initially, a foul, putrid wind swept toward them, prompting Lin Mo to squint and discern the source. In the distance, a vast swarm of blood-red flying insects emerged, so numerous that they blotted out the sun. "What are those?" Xiao Hong exclaimed in terror. Mo Xian glanced at the swarm, his face paling. "Heavens, Those are the red insect winds, a notorious swarm capable of corroding any material. We must flee at once. Alarmed by his words, the group sprang into action as Lin Mo hastily accelerated the spirit cloud vessel. However, the swarm advanced with alarming speed, quickly closing in on them. The dense mass of red insects began to gnaw at the vessel's surface, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds, while the hull rapidly deteriorated. This is bad. We're going to be devoured. Lin Mo anxiously maneuvered the nearly disintegrating vessel, striving to shake off the relentless pursuit of the swarm. At that moment, a piercing cry echoed from above. A gigantic two-headed bird descended upon them, its gaping maw poised to feast upon the swarm of red insects. With a resounding swoosh, a significant portion of the insects was engulfed. The bird grew increasingly animated, soaring and devouring, swiftly consuming the majority of the swarm. Seizing the opportunity, the group steered the spirit cloud vessel away from the encirclement of the red insect winds. That was too close. Everyone sighed in relief, only for the vessel to jolt violently once again. What now? Lin Mo quickly assessed the external situation. Ahead loomed a vast mountain range, its peaks piercing the clouds and its cliffs steep and treacherous. The spirit cloud vessel lost control amid the turbulence, hurtling directly toward the mountainside. Before they could react, a thunderous explosion erupted as the vessel collided with the rock face. At this moment, Lin Mo and his companions remained blissfully unaware that even greater upheavals awaited them. They piloted the spirit cloud vessel deeper into the wilderness, where mountains rose and fell in a majestic array, shrouded in thick mist. Through the haze, the ominous sight of dark red insect winds ravaged the valleys, emanating a foul yet sweet aroma. Exercise caution. We have ventured deep into the heart of the wilderness, Xiaohong cautioned. Lin Mo nodded, his expression grave as he deftly maneuvered the spirit cloud vessel through the treacherous terrain. Just beyond the mist, towering waterfalls cascaded down, sending sprays of water into the air. At that moment, a chilling screech pierced the air as a colossal two-headed monstrosity emerged from the fog, its heads resembling that of an eagle and a vulture, with sharp beaks glistening with a cold, menacing light. Be careful, Lin Mo exclaimed, hastily accelerating the spirit cloud vessel to distance themselves from the creature. It seems this valley harbors high-level savage beasts. We must vacate this area swiftly, reminded Lu Xuanyan. Suddenly, a powerful thrust jolted the spirit cloud vessel, causing it to shake violently. What is happening? Lin Mo gasped. A resounding explosion erupted from the rear of the vessel, revealing that the propulsion unit had exploded. Oh no! The propulsion system is damaged. The spirit cloud vessel is going to crash. The expressions of the group shifted to one of alarm. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mo steered the vessel into a rapid descent, searching for a suitable landing spot. At that moment, a wide clearing came into view, and seizing this final opportunity, Lin Mo guided the vessel down into it. With a tremendous impact, the spirit cloud vessel struck the ground, carving a deep trench several hundred feet long. Thankfully, none of the group sustained serious injuries. As they approached the valley's edge, the dust settled to reveal an extraordinary sight in the distance. A vast expanse lay before them, dominated by an enormous, deep purple grass plant that towered into the clouds, resembling a small mountain. Flanking it were a massive two-headed lizard and a savage giant adorned with countless silver eyes, both fixated on the central grass, as if competing for something. What is this place? Why have so many savage beasts and giants gathered here? The group exchanged bewildered glances. Lin Mo focused his thoughts, extending his consciousness to gently touch the colossal grass. Suddenly, a surge of pure spiritual energy coursed through him, invigorating his spirit. This is a rare divine herb, a treasure of untold worth, he declared, leading the way as they glided down to the base of the giant grass. Gazing up at the towering plant, its azure and purple leaves spread outwards, while the purple fruits at its apex shimmered with an otherworldly glow. This plant had borne fruit, with the grass fruits roughly the size of a human, radiating an alluring luster. Lin Mo quickly discerned that this was indeed the legendary Zhilong fruit, a powerful elixir invaluable to alchemists, only found once in a millennium. Chapter 424. This is the fabled Zhilong fruit. Xiaohong gasped. It can enhance a cultivator's power by 60 years, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. The white-clad maiden's eyes sparkled with disbelief at their extraordinary fortune in discovering the Zhilong fruit. Eager to pluck it, she stepped forward, but Lin Mo halted her. pointing towards the looming confrontation between the giant lizard and the myriad-eyed giant, reminding her that the situation was far from simple. The white-clad maiden and Long Dong both understood Lin Mo's warning. The dragon fruit is not an ordinary herb, but an exceedingly rare ingredient for alchemy. I once witnessed a single dragon fruit auctioned at an ancient family's event, fetching a staggering 200 million spiritual stones. The serious expression of the girl in the white robe underscoring its value. Dong also nodded in agreement, stating that even a first-rate family would go to great lengths to protect a dragon fruit, never revealing it to the outside world lightly. It is indeed a stroke of fortune that we have encountered it. Crafting a void refining level elixir necessitates a harmonious blend of timing, location, and collaboration. Relying solely on one primary ingredient is woefully insufficient. Nonetheless, the dragon fruit can be deemed a once-in-a-millennium find, and acquiring it would provide an immense advantage, akin to reaping the rewards of 60 years of arduous cultivation for Lin Mo and his companions. However, the looming presence of the colossal lizard and the thousand-eyed giant, both evidently coveting the dragon fruit, indicated the formidable challenge ahead. "This is troublesome," murmured Xiaohong, understanding that the appearance of these two beasts would complicate the contest for the dragon fruit. Lin Mo and his group observed the imposing lizard and the thousand-eyed giant with caution. The massive lizard, measuring at least 5 meters in length, bore tough scales, sharp claws, and menacing fangs, exuding an aura of ferocity. Even more unsettling was the palpable energy radiating from it, clearly surpassing that of an ordinary mutated ancient beast, possessing power at least at the initial stage of void refining. The thousand-eyed giant, agile in its movements, vigilantly surveyed its surroundings with its 8 eyes. It appeared to have recently achieved a breakthrough. Although weaker than the mutated ancient beasts, it remained a formidable opponent. Lin Mo and his companions exchanged glances, anxiety evident in their eyes. Faced with monsters of such caliber, procuring the dragon fruit without alarming them seemed an almost insurmountable task. "What shall we do next?" pondered everyone, their minds heavy with uncertainty. Suddenly, a fierce clash erupted between the mutated ancient beast and the thousand-eyed giant, flames and arcs of electricity weaving chaotically between them, shaking the very earth. The onlookers held their breath, witnessing this life-and-death struggle. However, they soon noticed that the battle between the ancient beast and the giant seemed to have no effect on the dragon fruit, which continued to thrive undisturbed in its place. "Perhaps we still have a chance, provided we wait for the opportune moment," Lin Mo suggested, contemplating how to seize the dragon fruit with minimal risk. The conflict between the giant caterpillar and the colossal lizard afforded them precious time to devise a strategy. After much deliberation, they resolved to first divert the attention of the thousand-eyed giant and then provoke the colossal lizard into a fight, seizing the opportunity to claim the dragon fruit at the right moment. To ensure their plan's success, Lin Mo instructed the girl in the white robe to prepare various elixirs with differing attributes to counter any unforeseen variables. Everyone brimmed with anticipation at the prospect of ultimately acquiring the dragon fruit. Just as Lin Mo and the others quietly conferred their tactics, a massive swarm of giant caterpillars suddenly surged forth from behind the sand dunes, numbering at least 100. These creatures were enormous, each the girth of an adult's waist, dragging their hefty bodies and advancing towards Lin Mo and his group, armed with corrosive venom. The crowd gasped in alarm, quickly channeling their magical powers in preparation for battle. Yet Lin Mo swiftly assessed that despite their fearsome appearance, these giant insects were likely not very strong, merely low-level mutated vermin. Indeed, at the moment the colossal silkworm approached, the gigantic lizard's gaze sharpened, and it swiftly unleashed a 3-meter-long bifurcated tongue, darting like lightning through the swarm of enormous insects. Each encounter with a giant bug sent it soaring high into the air, only to be devoured in one swift motion. Lin Mo and his companions stood in awe, witnessing the effortless demise of the monstrous creatures at the hands of the giant lizard. The prowess of this mutated ancient beast exceeded all expectations, necessitating a cautious approach. Fortunately, the giant lizard had not directed its attention toward them, prompting Lin Mo to breathe a sigh of relief. Based on this new assessment, they needed to revise their previous plans to procure the Zhilong fruit more safely. Lin Mo and the others remained astounded as they watched the giant lizard effortlessly fend off the assault of the giant bugs. Its attack speed was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning, rendering its movements nearly impossible to track. Lin Mo endeavored to employ the Mingqing Lingmu divine ability to observe the lizard's assault. With the enhancement of this divine skill, he barely discerned the rapid extension of the red bifurcated tongue, accurately ensnaring the giant insects before swiftly retracting, hoisting the prey skyward and swallowing it whole. This giant lizard was no ordinary creature. Its tongue moved faster than the speed of sound, imperceptible to the naked eye. Lin Mo remarked gravely. It appeared highly probable that it was a form of super-tier mutated ancient beast, far exceeding their initial estimations. The white-robed maiden's expression mirrored his seriousness. Exchanging glances, they all recognized the concern reflected in one another's eyes, realizing they may have underestimated the treacherous nature of this untamed world. For the sake of the Zhilong fruit, should they dare to take this risk? After dispatching the giant bugs, the lizard refocused its gaze on the Zhilong fruit, licking its lips as it continued to eye the spiritual fruit with keen interest. If it launches a full-scale attack, we may not withstand it, Longdong remarked, furrowing his brow. Indeed, it likely represented a kind of super-tier mutated ancient beast, and we must exercise greater caution, Lin Mo added with a serious tone. Observing the lizard's formidable strength, the group found themselves divided on whether to risk competing for the Zhilong fruit. Such a powerful mutated ancient beast, are we truly its match? Xiaohong expressed her apprehension. We have come this far. We cannot abandon the spiritual fruit now, the white-robed maiden insisted urgently, recognizing this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I still believe caution is paramount, Long Dong interjected. With just a few of us, it will be difficult to wrest the fruit from the ancient beast. You all are too conservative, the white-robed maiden retorted with dissatisfaction. We must seize this divine opportunity. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and responded. While the spiritual fruit is indeed important, we must not be overly greedy or reckless. I have a plan that may slightly enhance our odds of success. At this, the group turned their attention to Lin Mo, eager to hear his strategy. After a brief contemplation, Lin Mo proposed, mutated ancient beasts prioritize strength. We could devise a way to divert the thousand-eyed giant, inciting the giant lizard to engage it in battle, then seize the chance to claim the Zhilong fruit. That is indeed feasible, the white-robed maiden's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, I have a powder that can agitate the giant, achieving our purpose. Then it is settled. Lin Mo nodded. We must proceed with caution, ensuring not to disturb the giant lizard. With a stroke of luck, we may be able to snatch the spiritual fruit while the two monsters battle. I support this plan, the white-robed maiden said excitedly. As Long Dong and Xiaohong displayed their apprehensions, they ceased their opposition. Thus, the group commenced preparations to execute Lin Mo's plan, awaiting the opportune moment to seize the Zhilong fruit. After thorough discussion, Lin Mo's strategy finally garnered unanimous approval. Consequently, everyone began to meticulously prepare for the implementation of this new scheme. The girl in the white robe volunteered to divert the thousand-eyed giant, confident that her stimulant powder would yield effective results. Although Long Dong and Xiaohong harbored reservations, they no longer voiced strong dissent and expressed their commitment to support the plan wholeheartedly. We have but one chance, Lin Mo stated solemnly. We must proceed with utmost caution to ensure success. Rest assured, I am quite confident in my method to deal with the thousand-eyed giant. The girl in the white robe replied cheerfully. Lin Mo nodded, placing his trust in her capabilities. Very well, it is settled. We shall remain here, poised to strike when the giant lizard and the thousand-eyed giant clash, seizing the Zhilong fruit. The group reached a consensus, fully engaged, and prepared to enact their plan. Yet, despite the agreement on the strategy, Xiaohong could not suppress her concerns. I can't shake the feeling that this plan is rather perilous, she remarked, furrowing her brow. Is there a problem? Lin Mo inquired, turning his gaze toward her. I have no objections to diverting the thousand-eyed giant, but provoking the giant lizard directly seems rather reckless. Its strength remains somewhat unknown to us, and should the plan fail, I understand your apprehensions, Lin Mo nodded, but this represents our best opportunity. We shall tread carefully to minimize risks. Indeed, we must exercise increased caution. Xiaohong still appeared uneasy. Fear not, with our combined efforts, we should be able to manage any unforeseen circumstances, the girl in the white robe asserted confidently. Lin Mo added soothingly, do not worry, we shall not act impulsively. If the situation turns dire, we will retreat immediately. Xiaohong felt slightly reassured and opted not to voice further concerns. Since the decision had been made, she resolved to cooperate fully. Lin Mo believed that with careful deliberation, they would undoubtedly secure the precious Zhilong fruit. The group, invigorated, entered a state of readiness, awaiting the moment to execute their plan. Lin Mo observed the giant lizard and the thousand-eyed giant locked in confrontation below and pondered, these two beasts possess formidable strength. Obtaining the Zhilong fruit from them will not be an easy feat. The girl in the white robe suggested a direct assault, but Lin Mo shook his head. Both are beings of the refinement void realm. Even united, we may not prevail. We must devise a more prudent approach. Long Dong furrowed his brow and remarked, these two monsters are exceedingly powerful. How can we procure the Zhilong fruit while ensuring our own safety? The youth with white brows concurred. Long Dong is correct. This is an exceedingly perilous task, and a moment's lapse could cost us our lives. Do we possess a safer plan? Long Dong proposed. I have 2 silver serpent puppets that can initiate a surprise attack to create chaos. If successful, we can directly seize the fruit and depart. If not, we will reveal ourselves to draw their attention, allowing Lin to discreetly procure the fruit. Indeed, this plan is viable, Lin Mo nodded, but after acquiring the fruit, we must regroup swiftly to avoid a relentless pursuit by the two beasts. I have set up a retreat teleportation talisman here to facilitate our escape. Though the crowd remained somewhat apprehensive, they collectively agreed that Long Dong's plan was the most prudent choice. Lin Mo instructed the robed maiden to prepare some potions to divert the monster's attention, just in case, and everyone was filled with anticipation for the fruit-snatching plan. Lin Mo chose a relatively concealed hillside to set up a teleportation totem, enabling a swift regrouping after securing the fruit. Subsequently, he returned to the group, advising everyone to conceal their presence while he would depart last. After applying the Tai transformation talisman, Lin Mo entered an invisible state and quietly slipped away. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Mo returned to the original spot, only to find the giant lizard and the thousand-eyed giant still locked in a standoff, seemingly calculating how to monopolize the coveted Zhilong fruit. Through his spiritual perception, Lin Mo confirmed that the others had returned to their surroundings to remain hidden. He secretly nodded, pondering that Long Dong's silver Jiao puppets should soon initiate their ambush. He hoped all would go smoothly, and they would secure this once-in-a-lifetime Zhilong fruit. Unbeknownst to them, Long Dong had secretly summoned 2 silver Jiao puppets, one to assault the giant lizard and the other to attack the thousand-eyed giant. The puppets moved with incredible speed, darting directly towards their adversaries' vital points. However, to everyone's astonishment, both the giant lizard and the thousand-eyed giant swiftly sensed the ambush and reacted with remarkable speed. The giant lizard twisted its body and ensnared the approaching silver Jiao puppet with its long tongue, tearing it into shreds. Meanwhile, the thousand-eyed giant swung its arm, sending the silver Jiao puppet crashing into a distant mountainside, where it was reduced to mere debris. Both silver Jiao puppets were effortlessly dismantled, and Lin Mo's expression hardened as he gazed upon the shattered remains below, a wave of doubt flooding his mind. It became evident that the strength of these two monsters vastly exceeded their initial assessments, and the difficulty of obtaining the Zhilong fruit from them had multiplied exponentially. He had assumed that the silver Jiao puppets mentioned by Long Dong possessed at least late-stage transformation strength, capable of withstanding these two monsters momentarily. To his dismay, they proved to be utterly feeble, no match for the beasts. Lin Mo's mind raced, swiftly recognizing the gravity of the situation. The power of these two monsters far surpassed their expectations, likely boasting late-stage transformation prowess. Otherwise, they could not have so easily obliterated the silver Jiao puppets. As a mid-stage transformation cultivator himself, attempting to seize the treasure under their watchful eyes would be considerably more challenging than he had imagined. He furrowed his brow in silence, just as he intended to communicate with Long Dong and the others. Suddenly, he sensed a faint sound of wind above. Alarmed, Lin Mo focused his awareness on his surroundings. He observed the giant lizard and the giant raise their heads warily, seemingly detecting something unusual. Lin Mo's expression tightened. There was no time to send a message. He discreetly summoned all his vital energy, preparing to confront the impending turmoil. Almost simultaneously, two figures suddenly appeared in the air, hurtling toward the giant lizard. Lin Mo squinted, recognizing them as the robed maiden and Long Dong. To his surprise, they bore no treasures. Instead, they unleashed their formidable chi-infused fists, propelled by a powerful gust that surged toward the beast. The giant lizard's eyes flashed with cold light as it let out a roar, its crimson tongue shooting forth. The tip crackling with purple lightning, racing towards the two with blinding speed. Chapter 425. The girl and Longdong's expression changed drastically as they hurriedly evaded. The giant lizard's long tongue struck only the emptiness, producing a resounding noise that stirred the air violently. The girl, pale and breathless, had scarcely caught her breath when the giant lizard launched another attack. It raised its forepaw and struck fiercely towards her, the force of the blow whipping up a storm of sand and gravel. She had no choice but to dodge once more, blood spattering from her mouth. Simultaneously, Longdong swiftly formed seals behind the giant lizard, clapping his palms together, sending a stream of azure light like arrows toward the beast. The giant lizard flicked its tail, deflecting all 10 beams of azure light, then turned to unleash a breath of wind towards Longdong, who too was forced to retreat, blood spewing forth. The two attempted to divert the giant lizard's attention, yet its power far exceeded their expectations. Each strike was nearly impossible to withstand. The girl and Longdong could only continue to evade, suffering grave injuries in the process. As the giant lizard grew increasingly enraged, the two had no choice but to flee further away. Fortunately, the giant lizard followed, successfully drawing its focus. Meanwhile, a young woman and a youth with white brows emerged behind the giant, attacking it with fireballs and colossal phantasms, respectively. The giant, infuriated, turned and shattered the fireball with a single palm strike. It swung its massive club towards the white-browed youth, who hastily formed seals, conjuring a golden claw to block the blow. With a resounding crash, the claw was pulverized, and the youth let out a muffled groan, his bones creaking under the strain. Seeing the white-browed youth in peril, the young woman intensified her fire escape techniques, bringing her hands together as dozens of fire dragons erupted from her palms. Rushing towards the giant's face, unfazed by the flames, the giant roared, enveloped in a layer of dark energy, steadfastly resisting the fiery onslaught. It raised its club once more, aiming to strike the young woman. She felt a wave of nausea, blood spilling from her lips. The two exchanged grave glances, their internal injuries still not healed. Yet they understood the urgency of the moment. They needed to successfully divert the giant's attention to buy time for Lin Mo to retrieve the fruit. Drawing a deep breath, the young woman rapidly formed seals once again, unleashing another barrage of fire dragons aimed at the giant's back. The giant swung around, cleaving the fire dragons in half with a powerful strike. Its eyes glowed crimson as it bellowed, bringing its massive club crashing down upon the young woman. The white-browed youth leaped forward, conjuring a golden claw to barely absorb the impact. He coughed up blood, yet the claw held firm, unbroken. Seizing the opportunity, the young woman inscribed a fiery seal on the giant's shoulder, igniting its skin instantly. Letting out a pained cry, the giant retaliated with a swing of its club, forcing the young woman to evade, though she was still knocked back several paces. Just hold on a bit longer, the white-browed youth gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to keep the giant firmly engaged. Despite their suffering, the two ultimately succeeded in capturing the giant's full attention, preventing it from glancing towards Lin Mo. At that moment, both the giant lizard and the giant let out furious roars, as if having sensed something. The faces of the white-browed youth and the young woman changed, realizing that despite their valiant struggle, they could no longer withstand the giantess counterattack due to the vast disparity in strength. Their faces turned pale, and they could only retreat into the distance. However, knowing they had held out long enough for their ally, they swiftly darted away, finally escaping the giant's pursuit. Upon encountering the young maiden, the man from Longdong and the youthful matron, the two creatures were deftly diverted. Lin Mo recognized that the moment had arrived. In a swift motion, he appeared beneath the dragon fruit, his right hand lunging to seize the fruit cluster while his left hand rapidly formed seals, establishing a grand array of lightning escape. A crackling silver-white lightning aura swiftly enveloped a 10-meter radius around the dragon fruit. Just as Lin Mo grasped the fruit cluster, the giant lizard and the behemoth seemed to sense his presence, turning their fierce gazes upon him. Both the giant lizard and the multi-eyed giant immediately abandoned their previous pursuit, charging toward him instead. Within mere breaths, the two beasts stood before Lin Mo, launching a ferocious assault. Alarmed, Lin Mo swiftly summoned the Tai Mingwang shield to defend against the onslaught of the two monsters. Simultaneously, he accelerated, hurtling towards his teammates. Enraged, The giant lizard and the multi-eyed giant unleashed their full might in pursuit of Lin Mo. As their assault intensified, Lin Mo seized the opportune moment to extract several glowing spheres from a pouch at his waist. These were the thunderous orbs he had crafted days prior. With a flick of his fingers, he hurled the orbs toward the giant lizard and the behemoth, simultaneously forming intricate hand seals and chanting incantations. A resounding explosion ensued, accompanied by a blinding light and arcs of blue electricity as the thunderous orbs detonated beside the two monsters, creating a blue electric field. The thunderous array erupted violently, casting silver light in all directions, causing both creatures to reel as if severely injured. The giant lizard and the behemoth were momentarily immobilized, their eyes fixed on Lin Mo, filled with a menacing glare. Aware that the electric field would soon be breached, Lin Mo shouted for nearby Xiaohong to flee towards the mountains. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo clutched the fruit cluster and sped away into the distance. The giant lizard roared, sweeping its tail to shatter the electric field, as if bellowing in fury. "You wretched creature, watch me tear you apart." It and the behemoth immediately surged through the gap in pursuit. Lin Mo quickly formed seals, releasing a mist of blood to obscure their vision, while propelling himself and Xiaohong skyward with the power of his wind and thunder wings. The giant lizard and the behemoth roared in pursuit, their speed sending a chill down Lin Mo's spine. The giant lizard's long tongue sliced through the air like a sword, narrowly missing Lin Mo's back, leaving him feeling a cold dread as if his very insides were rattling. The behemoth also closed in at an astonishing pace, its massive club aimed directly at Lin Mo, gritting his teeth. Lin Mo halted his momentum, channeling his internal energy to swiftly turn and form seals. Dozens of thunderous orbs burst forth from his palms, striking the giant lizard and the behemoth with precision, resonating with thunderous roars. Both creatures howled in pain, their movements noticeably slowed. Yet, they quickly regained their ferocity. "Be careful, Xiaohong," Lin Mo called out as he glanced back, discovering that the giant lizard and the behemoth had taken to the air, rapidly closing the distance. "Behold my blood shadow escape," Lin Mo proclaimed, his hands deftly manipulating seals as dozens of illusory images of himself and Xiaohong emerged from the blood mist, scattering in all directions. The giant lizard and the behemoth, unable to distinguish the real from the false, began indiscriminately attacking the shadowy figures. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo guided Xiaohong towards a towering mountain, swiftly evading the relentless pursuit of the two beasts, finally breaking free from their grasp. He exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. He activated his agile movements and swiftly escaped, temporarily evading the pursuit of the two monstrous beings. Lin Mo let out a long sigh, his complexion easing slightly. This arduous endeavor, though ultimately fruitful, had drained a considerable amount of his energy. The two creatures would undoubtedly continue their relentless chase. He needed to reunite with his companions as soon as possible and depart from this place expeditiously. With a shift in thought, Lin Mo employed the blood shadow escape technique and the power of the thunder wings, shooting forth like a streak of azure light into the distance. Before long, Lin Mo and the others returned to the peak, all exhaling in relief. That moment had been fraught with peril. "Fortunately, thanks to your quick wit, Taoist Lin, we narrowly avoided disaster," remarked Long Dong with a hint of admiration. "Indeed, were it not for you, we would have been devoured alive by those two monsters." The young man with white eyebrows concurred. Lin Mo smiled as he retrieved the recently acquired Jilong fruit. "Enough of that. Let us quickly divide the fruits," he said, promptly returning the Qingzhu Fengyun swords to each person. He then evenly distributed the dozen Jilong fruits, giving each individual one. "These spiritual fruits are of excellent quality and will greatly aid your future cultivation," Lin Mo explained. After sharing the spiritual fruits, Long Dong gazed longingly at the last Jilong fruit, unable to contain himself, and exclaimed, "For that final one, I will offer double the price. I must have it." "Huh. It's merely a Jilong fruit. What is so remarkable about it?" "I'll offer triple," the young man with white eyebrows immediately interjected. The two began to bicker, while Lin Mo and Xiaohong exchanged glances, both recognizing the exasperation in each other's eyes. "You two, cease this at once," Xiaohong admonished impatiently. "Fairness is the rightful path. I propose we exchange the last Jilong fruit for an equivalent item." Lin Mo nodded in agreement. "Xiaohong has a valid point. I have a vial of 9-turn resurrection pills, which holds comparable value to the Zhilong fruit. Let us use this for the final one. Very well. Since Brother Mo has suggested it, I have no objections. Long Dong immediately expressed his approval. The young man with white eyebrows also ceased his arguments, nodding in agreement to the proposal of exchanging for the medicinal pill. Everyone else concurred as well. Lin Mo handed the pill to Long Dong, who accepted it gladly. All right, then we shall each receive one. The ownership of the last Zhilong fruit was thus established. Everyone smiled and nodded, the atmosphere finally relaxing. As they prepared to leave after dividing the fruits, a young woman in a white robe approached Lin Mo, retrieving a segment of an ancient, towering tree branch from her satchel. Brother Lin, I acquired this millennium-old biling wood on my way here. It can enhance the efficacy of medicinal concoctions, making it ideal for refining pills. Since I see you possess great insight into alchemy, I would like to gift this biling wood to you. Lin Mo quickly replied. Thank you for your kind gesture, Princess. This biling wood will indeed be of immense benefit to me. It requires several years to mature and bear fruit. Once I successfully refine the pills, I shall repay you with the elixirs. The young woman in white smiled, saying nothing further, and graciously placed the biling wood into Lin Mo's hands. He carefully stowed away the biling wood, his mind already brimming with various ideas for its use. He understood that the effects of the millennium-old biling wood on the maturation of pills were extraordinary. This venture had not only yielded Zhilong fruits, but also this invaluable treasure. Lin Mo contemplated inwardly, resolved to seize the opportunity to study how to utilize the biling wood as soon as they entered the South Gen Desert. After descending from the Stone Mountain, Lin Mo and his companions officially entered the vast expanse of the South Gen Desert. The temperature here soars beyond 40 degrees, with the blazing sun overhead and an endless expanse of scorching yellow sand surrounding us. This vast expanse of the Southern Gen Desert was formed after the cataclysmic battle between the Phoenix and the Fire Crocodile, wherein the wrath of the heavens buried numerous volcanoes in this land. As the young woman in white robes advanced, she elaborated on the history to Lin Mo. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo nodded in agreement, deciding to alter their original plan. They would no longer traverse the desert on flying vehicles, but instead conceal themselves to avoid attracting powerful adversaries. To pass through the desert, they must navigate a narrow valley, where Lin Mo and his companions stealthily proceeded within its confines. Although their pace slowed, the risk of detection diminished. Be cautious, do not disturb the sand, Lin Mo whispered. Understood, senior brother. We shall suppress our presence, replied the young man with white eyebrows, moving lightly. Thus, they cautiously traversed the first day in the desert. After several arduous days of travel through the sand, fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Suddenly, an oasis and an architectural cluster emerged in the distance, revealing a small town. Lin Mo and his group approached the verdant oasis, and the town came into view. It resembled a hidden paradise, surrounded by lush trees and pristine lakes. The homes within the town were both ancient and beautiful, exuding a profound aura of cultivation. Long Dong and the others were taken aback. Such a place existing within the Southern Gen Desert was truly astonishing. There's a town ahead, Long Dong exclaimed, invigorated by the discovery. As they observed from afar, they noticed that the town was inhabited by humans and several cultivators, seemingly out of place in the desert. It is indeed perplexing that a human settlement can exist so close to the territory of other races, Long Dong remarked, furrowing his brow. I find this situation suspicious. It may be wise to approach with caution, the young man with white eyebrows concurred. Lin Mo instructed the young man to transform into a small eagle for reconnaissance. Shortly thereafter, the eagle returned, and the young man reverted to his human form, reporting that the town was filled with human cultivators, many of whom appeared to be high-level experts. How can a human settlement exist in this desolate region? Xiaohong questioned, puzzled. It seems we must delve deeper to uncover the truth behind this place, Lin Mo stated, his brow furrowed. The group exchanged wary glances, filled with both caution and curiosity regarding the enigmatic town. Lin Mo suggested they keep their distance while he transformed into a grain of sand to infiltrate the town and glean insights about its origins. He understood that uncovering the truth about this settlement was essential to avoid falling into a trap. However, the complexities of the situation within the town were far more intricate than anticipated. A divergence of opinions arose among Lin Mo and his companions regarding whether to investigate the town. I believe we must thoroughly investigate this settlement to understand its origins and avoid potential pitfalls, Long Dong insisted. I agree. It may contain supplies we desperately need. The young man with white eyebrows echoed. Lin Mo frowned, believing that additional exploration would delay their journey unnecessarily. They should adhere to the original plan and proceed swiftly. But, Brother Mo, this town is undeniably suspicious. We must ascertain the truth to traverse the desert safely, Xiaohong urged. Lin Mo regarded his companions, recognizing the validity of their concerns. This inexplicable settlement indeed held secrets that warranted thorough investigation. Well, since everyone is of the same mind, let us venture into the city for a closer inspection. However, we must refrain from delving too deeply and limit ourselves to a peripheral observation before hastily departing. Lin Mo concurred with the group's suggestion. Thus, he led them to transform into grains of sand and stealthily entered the city, confining their activities to its outskirts and avoiding the city center. Through their observations, they discovered that this city was exceedingly peculiar, exuding an aura of mystery at every turn. To unravel the enigma, they recognized the necessity of a more thorough investigation. Chapter 426. As the group whispered among themselves, an elderly man clad in a purple robe emerged from the city gate. With hands clasped in greeting and a cheerful demeanor, he addressed them, saying, "Why must you all hide and skulk? Please, come and rest in my purple cloud city. This oasis is sustained by our magical powers and greatly aids in repelling the toxins of the desert." Lin Mo regarded the elder, sensing no malice in him, and replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, esteemed Taoist. We have indeed traversed this desert for many days and are quite fatigued. However, entering your esteemed city without permission might be considered impolite. I hope you can forgive us." Haha, my friend is jesting. As fellow human beings, we harbor no concern for such trivial formalities. The elder laughed heartily. "I am known as Master of the Purple Cloud and have resided here for several centuries. Please, come in. I shall treat you all to a splendid evening." Observing the relief among his companions, Lin Mo readily agreed. "Since you are so warm-hearted, we shall graciously accept your invitation." The group followed the Master of the Purple Cloud into the city, discovering that although the small town was modest in size, it was exquisitely arranged, imbued with the unique cultural essence of humanity. The Master welcomed them with great hospitality, providing a sumptuous feast and sharing insights about the city. However, we are currently facing some challenges. Certain alien entities have infiltrated our city, resulting in some losses, the Master of the Purple Cloud lamented, his expression growing serious. A sense of alarm surged within Lin Mo and the others, yet they maintained their composure and continued to explore the small city. Just as they prepared to enter through the city gate, a burst of silver flames suddenly surged toward one of the guards stationed at the entrance. The silver flames darted like a serpent, swiftly striking at the guard's waist. Taken by surprise, the guard let out a cry as the flames enveloped him, instantly reducing him to ashes. "Monsters! How dare you harm my kin?" The Master of the Purple Cloud's countenance shifted dramatically as he unleashed a flurry of purple rays from his palms, attempting to subdue the unexpected silver flames. However, the silver flames were remarkably agile, deftly evading the purple rays and launching directly at Lin Mo and his companions. "Be cautious," Lin Mo shouted, retreating several steps while employing the wind's 9 transformations to nimbly evade the fiery onslaught. The others followed suit, executing their respective techniques or spells to narrowly escape the lethal strike. "This is no ordinary flame. It harbors the power of souls and is highly aggressive," Lin Mo remarked, his brow furrowed. Just then, the sharp-eyed youth with white eyebrows noticed a wisp of black energy emanating from the guard who had been consumed by the flames, which quickly dissipated into ashes. "What kind of sinister affair is this?" a woman exclaimed in alarm. It seemed that the silver flames were not a natural occurrence. They were controlled and had possessed the body of the guard. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. The cultivator was merely a puppet, with the true assailant lurking behind the flames. "Indeed, there were foreign entities among us. How despicable," Long Dong roared. "We must hasten our departure. This place is no longer safe," Lin Mo resolved. "Please hold on," shouted Master Ziyun. "I demand an explanation for today's events. You cannot leave thus." He raised his hand, casting a series of crimson threads that coalesced into a vast net, descending upon Lin Mo and his companions. Realizing the dire situation, Lin Mo whispered, "We must break through with all our might," and transformed into a streak of white light, shooting towards the heavens. The others also employed their escape techniques, striving to extricate themselves swiftly. However, The red net was exceedingly tenacious, ensnaring the young woman's limbs. "Let me go?" she cried in terror. Lin Mo and the others felt a surge of anxiety, yet they lacked the strength to assist her. At that moment, a thrilling battle seemed poised to commence. Observing the young woman's predicament, Lin Mo's heart sank, immediately grasping the gravity of the situation. "With a formidable foe before us, we must escape this peril swiftly," Lin Mo declared, employing various evasion techniques to break free. As his words fell, he flickered and transformed into a flash of white light, hurtling skyward. Long Dong, not daring to lag behind, unleashed a blue light, fleeing several dozen feet away. Seeing this, the young woman hastily summoned all her true energy, attempting to free herself from the red net's grasp. Though potent, the red net was ultimately not of the void refinement stage, and under her struggle, it began to loosen. "Escaping will not be so simple," Master Xian scoffed, sending forth several more red threads to ensnare the others. The young man with white brows, perceiving the imminent danger, prepared to utilize his evasion technique. Yet at that moment, 2 crimson threads suddenly coiled around his waist, binding him firmly and preventing him from casting any spells. "Troubling," the young man with white brows exclaimed, his complexion shifting as he realized his predicament. Lin Mo and the others, witnessing his capture, felt a pang of urgency. However, with the enemy being stronger and them weaker, they could only continue their desperate flight. The young woman finally broke free from the red net, transforming into a streak of azure light in pursuit of Lin Mo and the others. The young man with white brows remained alone, watching as Master Xian and the other cloaked figures in the city slowly approached him, bound tightly by the crimson threads. He struggled fiercely, attempting to employ his escape technique, but the threads seemed to possess a mystical power, firmly imprisoning his joints. Master Xian approached menacingly, a sinister smile gracing his face. "What is this? Planning to flee? I have exerted considerable effort to keep you here. How could I allow your easy departure?" The young man with white brows seethed with rage, his true energy surging as he attempted to break the bonds of the crimson threads. Yet they entwined him as if alive, rendering him powerless. "You monstrous beings will ultimately not escape divine retribution," the young man declared. "We shall rid the world of you." "Divine retribution?" Master Xian laughed maniacally. "I have survived here for 1,000 years. What can you do to me?" With that, he extended a finger and lightly traced it across the young man's face, drawing a line of blood. The young man, whose skin was as tough as gold, had rarely suffered harm, and this gentle scratch ignited a wildfire of fury within him. Gritting his teeth in restraint, he glared at Master Xian with piercing intensity. "You wretched creature, I shall ensure you face the consequences," he chuckled. "I have lived for a millennium. What can you possibly do to me?" The Master of Xian laughed heartily. "Do not revel in your triumph too soon. The animosity between us is far from resolved. Even if I am doomed today, I shall never allow you to act with impunity." He smirked coldly. "Let us await the outcome." At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through the air. The Master of Xian, filled with caution, looked up to see several dark figures hurtling toward him from the horizon. It was numerous members of the Shadow clan from the city coming to provide reinforcements. The young man with white eyebrows felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the situation had turned against him, and he could scarcely escape this calamity. Nevertheless, he refused to surrender passively. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he would fight to the bitter end. The young man with white eyebrows found himself in peril, his future uncertain. Just then, the sound of flapping wings echoed from afar. A dozen individuals clad in black descended from the sky, landing around the Master of Xian. "My lord, we have come to your aid," the leader of the black-clad figures said respectfully. The Master of Xian snorted lightly and commanded, "Keep a close watch on this young man. Do not let him escape." The black-clad figures grinned, beginning to encircle the young man with white eyebrows. The odds were heavily stacked against him. He bore serious injuries and found it difficult to contend with the crowd. Yet, the young man was unwilling to capitulate, determined to resist with every ounce of strength he possessed. Surrounded by the black-clad individuals, he recognized the dire state of affairs and resolved to risk it all, unleashing his full potential. "Humph, if that is the case, I shall give you a taste of fear," he declared. As his words fell, his eyes widened, a fierce glint shining within. His form surged, transforming into a 3-meter-tall hybrid creature, half man and half beast. This creature, cloaked in darkness, possessed scarlet eyes, sharp fangs, and claws, emanating an aura of unspeakable malevolence. Half-beast transformation. The crowd exclaimed. This is a technique employed by a human warrior in dire straits, granting temporary immense power at the cost of being consumed by malevolence and losing one's sanity. Behold my strength, the young man with white eyebrows roared, swinging his claws with ferocity, unleashing a wave of dark, sharp energy that shattered two nearby black-clad figures into fragments. What formidable power! The master of Ziyun's expression shifted. The other black-clad individuals were similarly stricken with terror. The strength of this half-demon exceeded their wildest expectations. The young man howled, swinging wildly, blinded by rage. The black-clad figures dodged, yet two unfortunate souls were struck head-on, their life forces extinguished in an instant. Quick, stop him, the master of Ziyun commanded. As the black-clad individuals realized the situation had spiraled out of control, they could only launch a full frontal assault against the frenzied half-demon. A fierce battle seemed on the verge of commencing. Although the black-clad figures were numerous, they struggled to gain the upper hand against the young man's half-demon state. In a mere 15 minutes, 5 more black-clad individuals had fallen victim to the young man's claws. My lord, this half-demon's power is overwhelming. It may prove exceedingly difficult to eliminate him, one black-clad individual said with great difficulty. The master of Ziyun pondered for a moment, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. It appears I can no longer hold back. I must summon Senior Chiang to confront him. No sooner had he spoken than a dark figure appeared in the sky, moving with an astonishing speed that defied belief. Who dares to wreak havoc in my domain? A thunderous roar reverberated, striking the heart of the white-browed youth with paralyzing force. He felt a sharp pain pierce his mind as the power of his half-demon heritage diminished significantly. Struggling to lift his head, he beheld a towering figure with crimson hair suspended in midair, eyes ablaze with a fierce bloodlust. The sight filled the white-browed youth with trepidation. For it was said that this crimson shadow was the leader of the Shadow clan in the vicinity, possessing formidable strength, at least at the level of the Void Realm. Are you beginning to feel fear? The crimson shadow scoffed. The white-browed youth, aware of the dire situation, understood that against such a formidable opponent, he stood no chance of victory. In that moment of despair, he realized he might be unable to escape his grim fate, left only to struggle desperately for a sliver of hope. Overwhelmed by the powerful aura emanating from the crimson shadow, he felt utterly powerless. He fought against his bonds, attempting to sever the red threads that ensnared him, yet those threads seemed to possess an uncanny vitality, rejoining seamlessly after being cut, utterly unscathed. The white-browed youth swung his claws with all his might, severing the red threads multiple times, but they swiftly reconnected as if endowed with self-repairing abilities. What sort of sinister threads are these, possessing such extraordinary powers? He raged, a blend of fury and fear consuming him. These are the meticulously crafted red thread spells of my design. Did you think you could easily escape? The master of the Crimson Shadow declared triumphantly. As the white-browed youth realized the futility of destroying the threads, despair settled deeper in his heart. He struggled fiercely, yet could inflict no substantial harm upon them. At that moment, the Crimson Shadow approached slowly, extending its claws towards the white-browed youth's throat. There is no need for further struggle. Your fate lies firmly within my grasp. With but a gentle swipe, you shall be reduced to nothingness. Completely suppressed by the aura of the Crimson Shadow, the white-browed youth recognized he could not evade this calamity. Nevertheless, he refused to resign himself to death without a fight and resolved to take a desperate gamble. Secretly, he bit his tongue, extracting a precious demon core hidden between his teeth. This core was crafted over years from rare herbs, imbued with tremendous explosive power. Initially, he had intended to preserve it for a future escape, but now it represented his only hope. You brutes dare to oppress my kin? Today, I shall take you down with me. He roared, shattering the demon core in his mouth. A deafening explosion ensued, the core unleashing an astonishing surge of energy that instantly transformed the white-browed youth into a mere spray of blood. Both the master of the purple clouds and the Crimson Shadow were taken aback, but it was too late to intervene. The shockwave of the explosion rapidly engulfed the entire city, smoke billowing and dust swirling, leaving no trace of the victims. How infuriating! This wretch actually detonated the demon core in a final act of defiance, destroying my city. The master of the purple clouds fumed with rage. In an instant, the small town was reduced to ruins, the white-browed youth's self-detonation catching everyone by surprise. A resounding blast echoed as the demon core erupted with immense power, turning the once tranquil town into a chaotic scene of smoke and flames. The explosion's radius was vast, affecting the entire city. On the streets, mortals and low-tier cultivators were instantaneously obliterated, with no survivors. Buildings collapsed, and walls crumbled under the force of the blast. Even the city gates and towering spires have been reduced to nothingness under this terrifying force. The potency of this power is overwhelming, and the complexion of the figure known as Ziyun is ashen. Even Xiang was flung several feet away by the immense shockwave, struggling to regain his balance. How dare he create such a commotion on my territory? Xiang seethed with fury. The entire small city was transformed into a desolate ruin within mere moments. The power of the demon core detonated by the young man with white eyebrows exceeded all expectations, leaving even Ziyun and Xiang in disbelief. As Ziyun surveyed the surroundings, he realized that this explosion not only severely damaged the city, but also annihilated nearly all the mortals and low-tier cultivators within. His heart burned with rage. Yet he was also taken aback. This explosion was unforeseen by all and irrevocably altered the course of battle. After the detonation, the small city lay in ruin. Ziyun struggled to rise from the debris, his complexion pale and his eyes bloodshot. Chapter 427. Infuriating. This wretch dared to detonate the demon core recklessly, causing me such grievous losses. He scanned his surroundings and found that all the buildings in the city had been obliterated, the streets were in disarray, and every mortal and low-tier cultivator had perished in the explosion. The human identity and city I painstakingly established were thus destroyed. Ziyun roared, "I shall ensure you pay for this blood debt." Although he had narrowly escaped disaster, the unexpectedly successful self-detonation by the young man with white eyebrows had thoroughly disrupted Ziyun's plans, fueling his anger. "My lord, should we send someone to pursue those fleeing humans?" inquired a figure clad in black. Ziyun suppressed his fury and replied in a low voice, "Go, summon the remaining disciples in the city. Pursue them. Not a single one must escape." Under Ziyun's command, the remaining figures in black swiftly gathered. Originally, there had been dozens of them in the city, but most had perished in the explosion caused by the young man with white eyebrows. Now, only 8 figures in black remained alive. They collectively took to the skies, transforming into 8 trails of black smoke that shot towards the direction in which Lin Mo and the others had fled. Each of these 8 individuals possessed formidable strength and were masters of the transformation stage. Among them was one who was tall and bore horns and sharp teeth, clearly having partially transformed into a beast. The one leading them had blood-red eyes and an aura so ominous it sent shivers down one's spine. "My lord, rest assured, we shall capture those fugitives and avenge you," the half-demon-like figures in black pledged respectfully. "Go forth. I will soon catch up to you," Ziyun replied coldly. "Ensure they are taken alive. I wish to interrogate each one personally." The figures in black responded in unison, transforming into 8 streaks of black light that swiftly vanished over the horizon. The 8 formidable experts of the transformation stage were about to catch up to Lin Mo and his companions. Whether they could escape this calamity remained uncertain. Ziyun watched the 8 figures depart, then closed his eyes to commence the enactment of a certain secret technique. A vibrant red light emanated from his body, rapidly expanding outward to envelop the entire city now reduced to ruins. Moments later, Ziyun opened his eyes, satisfied to witness that the city, which had only just been obliterated, had astonishingly returned to its former state. The streets were tidy, the buildings arranged harmoniously, and the city gates and towers stood tall once more. The edifices and figures manifested as translucent phantoms, evidently mere illusions conjured by the enigmatic purple cloud sage. Thus, even if they were to glance back, they would mistakenly perceive the city as intact and continue their flight. The purple cloud sage smirked. Through this ruse, he adeptly concealed the extent of the destruction wrought upon the city by the explosion instigated by the young man with white brows. This unexpected illusionary arrangement appeared to create favorable conditions for the sage's pursuit. Once the illusion was set, the purple cloud sage, with a piercing gaze, soared towards the direction from which Lin Mo and his companions were fleeing. Naturally swift, he soon caught up with the 8 black-clad disciples in pursuit. Upon the sage's arrival, the black-clad men hastily knelt to report. "Where are the people?" the purple cloud sage inquired. "Not far ahead. We shall soon catch up," they replied. "Very well. Continue the chase. I will divert that beast first," the sage commanded. With a series of hand seals and incantations, he conjured a colossal azure dragon that surged skyward. The dragon roared and spiraled through the air, creating a tremendous commotion. Seemingly startled, Lin Mo and his companions altered their escape route. Seizing the opportunity, the purple cloud sage cast a spell to control the beast, directing it southward and successfully averting the impending crisis. "Let us pursue them now," he ordered. The black-clad men swiftly complied, transforming into a wisp of smoke as they darted towards Lin Mo and his group. A chase ensued, fraught with tension. Under the relentless pursuit of the 8 black-clad figures, Lin Mo and his companions fled in a state of disarray. The young woman's magical energy was waning, her stamina depleted, and she gradually lagged behind. 2 black-clad men, sensing that their quarry was within reach, hastened to close the distance. "Don't run, stay and play with us," one of them sneered. The young woman paled, intending to employ her escape technique, when suddenly 2 shadowy figures were upon her, their jaws poised to seize her neck. In a moment of peril, the young woman uttered a sacred incantation, summoning a ball of flame that transformed into a magnificent firebird, which charged towards the 2 black-clad men. The firebird collided with them, and they were caught off guard. One was severely burned, while the other was reduced to ashes. The young woman breathed a sigh of relief and rejoined Lin Mo's group, continuing their frantic flight. Yet, she was acutely aware that the threat was far from over. Should her strength falter, the consequences would be dire. The firebird spell had not incapacitated the black-clad men. The injured one quickly rose, a sinister grin etched upon his face. "You think a mere spell can harm me? You still lack the means," he chanted, forming seals with his hands, and a black void materialized in his palm. "Go, devour her," he commanded, and the black void hurtled towards the young woman. Once more, she attempted to summon the firebird to fend off the attack, but this time, the black void seemed to possess a dissolving effect, obliterating the firebird entirely. "This is bad." The black void appears to absorb magical energy. Her face paled in terror. Yet the void drew closer, and she found herself powerless to resist, despairingly closing her eyes. At that moment, a figure emerged, striking towards the black void with a sword. With a resounding crack, the void was cleaved in 2 and dissipated. The young woman opened her eyes to find her savior was none other than Long Dong. A new battle seemed poised to commence. Suddenly, Long Dong emerged, wielding a sword that shattered the black vortex and rescued a young woman. The figure in black, witnessing his lethal strike thwarted, turned pale and exclaimed, "Who are you to dare obstruct me? I am Long Dong," he declared, "and today I shall send you to the netherworld." With a sweeping motion of his sword, a brilliant light erupted. Clad in formidable golden armor and brandishing a crimson sword, he exuded an overwhelming aura. Clearly a master of combat, the black-clad assailant sneered coldly, engaging Long Dong in a fierce battle of blades. However, it soon became evident that his cultivation in the transformation realm was utterly insufficient against Long Dong. With a resounding clang, the long knife in the black man's hand was cleaved asunder by Long Dong's blade, and he was subsequently bisected. "Thank you for your timely rescue," the young woman expressed gratefully. "We must hasten our journey. That ancient fiend may arrive at any moment," Long Dong urged. The 2 quickened their pace, pursuing Lin Mo and the others. Yet, the peril was not yet averted. Their successful escape remained uncertain. In the desert, a harrowing chase unfolded. Lin Mo, wielding the blood sword, exerted every effort to evade the relentless pursuit of the shadowy elder. "Damn it, this old wretch clings to me like a leech," Lin Mo gritted his teeth. He executed his escape technique with utmost urgency, propelling himself forward amidst swirling sands. Behind him, the elder rode a colossal red scorpion, its 6 long legs propelling it swiftly while launching venomous stingers. Lin Mo skillfully countered the barrage of stingers with several sword techniques. Just then, the elder leapt from the scorpion's back, lunging at Lin Mo. Lin Mo bellowed, unleashing a thunderous sword energy from the blood sword towards the elder. Yet, the elder had already conjured a protective barrier, clasping his hands before him. Lin Mo's sword energy struck the barrier, creating merely ripples upon its surface. "Allow me to demonstrate true divine prowess," the elder sneered, abruptly sweeping his hand, causing the barrier to explode and scatter countless dark red serpentine shadows. Lin Mo's expression shifted, and he swung his sword to cleave through the shadows. With a resounding crash, numerous serpentine figures were dispersed, yet more surged forth relentlessly. At that critical juncture, Lin Mo shouted, and a surge of azure lightning descended from the heavens, incinerating the serpentine shadows entirely. Demon-slaying divine thunder. The elder's eyes glimmered with surprise. You old scoundrel. Take this. Lin Mo seized the momentum, slicing through the air with his sword. The elder smirked slightly, pressing a button on his beast pouch. The ground trembled as a colossal three-headed serpent emerged from the sands, unleashing 3 streams of deadly poison. Go forth, venomous serpent. The elder cackled. Lin Mo's countenance darkened as his steed reared in alarm. He summoned the demon-slaying divine thunder once more, but the 3-headed serpent appeared impervious to the lightning. The 3 streams of poison surged toward him, prompting Lin Mo to roll off his horse onto the sand, narrowly evading the assault. Ha ha ha, boy, you cannot escape. The elder guffawed, advancing on Lin Mo from the back of the scorpion. The 3-headed serpent slowly encircled him, intent on ensnaring Lin Mo. With a grave expression, Lin Mo gripped the blood sword, casting a cold gaze at the elder and the monstrous serpent. In the desert, the battle between Lin Mo and the elder escalated to a fever pitch. The sand beneath Lin Mo's feet suddenly erupted, and 5 skulls emerged from the ground, surrounding the old Taoist priest. As the skulls burrowed up, Lin Mo shouted, and the 5 skulls simultaneously opened their cavernous mouths, unleashing a barrage of sharp teeth towards the old man. Humph, mere tricks, the old Taoist snorted, swiftly waving his hand, sending the skulls flying and crashing against the sand dunes, shattering into fragments. Behold, the old man thrust his palms forward, and countless dark red snake shadows surged from his palms, lunging directly at Lin Mo. Lin Mo swung his sword repeatedly, severing several snake shadows, yet more entwined around his limbs. Red shadow serpent, go! The old Taoist roared, as the snake shadows solidified, binding Lin Mo tightly and rendering him immobile. Damn it! Lin Mo gritted his teeth and suddenly let out a fierce roar. His entire body crackled with bone sounds as 5 skulls burst forth from him, releasing poisonous mist in all directions. The red shadow serpents were instantly corroded, vanishing into nothingness. The old Taoist squinted. Kid, you've hidden yourself well. Die! Lin Mo bellowed as the 5 skulls shot forth their sharp teeth towards the old man. The old Taoist cast a spell, pushing his palms outward, sending the skulls flying once more. He then leaped high into the air, and the red shadow serpents surged forth from his palms again, transforming into a massive blood-red python that lunged at Lin Mo. Lin Mo's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly executed his sword technique. With a thunderous crash, the red shadow python was sent flying, tumbling across the sand. Limited power, kid, watch how I toy with you, the old Taoist sneered, casting another spell. This time, a dozen red shadow pythons appeared simultaneously, encircling Lin Mo. Focusing intently, Lin Mo summoned a surge of azure-white light that abruptly expanded into a colossal skull, its gaping maw ready to devour all the pythons. What? The old Taoist gasped in disbelief. This is too. Before he could finish, the skull unleashed a cloud of poisonous mist, rushing towards him. Left with no choice, the old man cast a spell to defend himself. The two were once again locked in a stalemate, with neither side gaining the upper hand. The battle between Lin Mo and the old Taoist had evolved into a display of their formidable abilities. Suddenly, Lin Mo closed his eyes and murmured incantations, summoning 10 blood-red needles that shot towards the old man. Blood needles, Lin Mo cried. The old Taoist hurriedly unleashed his power to block them, but the 10 needles seemed to possess a will of their own, skillfully dodging and aiming directly for his vital points. This is bad, the old Taoist exclaimed in alarm. Retreating quickly, yet 2 blood needles struck his shoulder. He felt a numbing sensation in his arms, rendering his powers ineffective. Haha, old man. Taste my distraction needle and lose your combat ability. Lin Mo sneered, attempting to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. The extraordinary power of the distraction needle penetrated the old Taoist's protective barrier, causing him to feel disoriented. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo launched a fierce assault, his blood sword tracing a beautiful yet lethal arc in the sunlight. The old Taoist struggled to regain clarity, shock coursing through him. You're still too inexperienced, he barked, biting his tongue sharply, causing a mist of blood to erupt, which pushed Lin Mo back. The old man deftly removed the blood needle from his shoulder and let out a thunderous howl. The blood mist swirled in the air, morphing into a gigantic crimson dragon that spewed forth torrents of flames, charging towards Lin Mo. Startled, Lin Mo swiftly summoned the skulls to defend against the onslaught. The two forces collided, igniting a tumultuous inferno of sand and smoke. At that moment, the Elder's arms regained sensation, and he grinned viciously, swiftly forming intricate seals amidst the swirling haze. The cries of anguish echoed from the depths of the scorched earth as countless dark red monstrosities emerged from the ground, beasts with the heads of bulls and horses, and serpentine bodies with human faces, all exuding malevolence. They raised their lethal claws, charging towards Lin Mo. "Go forth, my minions," the elder commanded, brandishing his staff in midair, eager to showcase the prowess of our shadow clan. Lin Mo's complexion turned pale, confronted with such an evil assembly. Could he withstand their onslaught? The outcome of this battle was still undecided, yet the Elder's demonstrated sorcery had already thrust Lin Mo into a dire struggle. Amidst the clash of mystical powers, Lin Mo and the Elder were also pitting their treasures against one another. With a sudden motion, Lin Mo drew forth a long, dark bone from within his robe and waved it towards the Elder's monstrous legion. "Black Bone Mountain," he bellowed. The bone emitted a piercing shriek, unleashing a torrent of black mist that corroded the beasts engulfed in the infernal flames. Those creatures writhed in agony, swiftly turning to ashes. The Elder's expression darkened, and he hastily removed a blood-red orb from his waist, hurling it at Lin Mo. "Go, Purgatory Pearl." The crimson sphere exploded midair, transforming into a cloud of sanguine mist that surged towards Lin Mo. He swiftly raised the Black Bone Mountain to defend himself, the two forces colliding with a resounding crash. At that very moment, from the tip of the Elder's staff, a massive red python emerged, lunging towards Lin Mo's back. Chapter 428. Boy, let me show you the power of the Red Shadow Staff. Lin Mo barely evaded, but the massive serpent suddenly split into countless smaller snakes that ensnared him once again. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mo lifted the skeletal ring in his hand and struck at the giant python. A horrifying shriek resounded as numerous fine cracks appeared on the red serpent, which then shimmered and dissolved into a pool of blood. "Wretched fool, you've harmed my treasure." The Elder roared in fury. Just as Lin Mo and the Elder were embroiled in their fierce battle, the situation took a dramatic turn. The Elder muttered incantations, his hands rapidly forming seals before his chest. Lin Mo felt the air around him freeze instantaneously, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping the entire desert. Not good. Something terrible is about to happen. Lin Mo's mind raced with alarm, but it was too late. The Elder let out a sinister laugh and abruptly pressed a button at his waist. The ground beneath the desert trembled violently as countless dark red figures surged forth from the dunes, monstrous legions summoned by the Elder's command. "Go," the Elder bellowed. The beasts, diverse in form, some resembling wolves, others serpents or scorpions, and some with sharp claws and fangs, howled and roared, swiftly encircling Lin Mo. "Damn it, taste my sword." Lin Mo shouted fiercely, swinging his blood sword and cleaving several advancing monsters. Yet, an even greater number surged forth, quickly surrounding Lin Mo, leaving him with no room to maneuver. "Ha ha," the Elder laughed maniacally from above. "Admit it, boy, you are no match for me." Lin Mo's face was ashen. He summoned every ounce of strength within him, but could only barely fend off the onslaught of these beasts. However, it was evident that the Elder had many more forces lying in wait beneath the earth, tenfold, 100-fold more than Lin Mo could contend with. In such a stark disparity of power, Lin Mo was clearly at a disadvantage. Lin Mo found himself besieged by the monstrous army of the old Taoist in the heart of the desert, locked in a tense standoff. "Surrender, boy, and I may spare your life," the old Taoist proclaimed from his elevated position in the air. "Begone, I would rather be shattered than yield," Lin Mo bellowed, brandishing his sword and striking at the surrounding beasts. "Let us see how I shall torment you," the old Taoist sneered, commanding several magic apes to hurl blades at Lin Mo. He deftly sidestepped, leaping upward as the sword energy erupted from his blood sword. The blood shadow sword unleashed a formidable crimson sword aura, aimed directly at the old Taoist. The old man hastily conjured a protective barrier to deflect the blow, though his countenance darkened. "You possess some skill, but soon you shall falter," the old Taoist said ominously. Before his words had fully settled, he unleashed a spell to ensnare Lin Mo's mind, attempting to assail his spirit. Lin Mo quickly summoned his protective energy to withstand the mental assault. Behold, Seizing the opportunity while the old Taoist was focused, Lin Mo catapulted a skull from his hand, which released a cloud of black mist. With a thunderous crash, the black mist collided with the old Taoist barrier, both sustaining significant damage. Lin Mo and the old Taoist staggered back, momentarily at a stalemate. Who are you, truly, to wield such treasures and techniques? The old Taoist glared at Lin Mo, his eyes glinting with malice. Today, it is either your demise or mine. Come forth. Lin Mo's eyes burned with intensity as he gripped his blood sword and charged forward. Neither party was willing to concede. The battle of life and death had yet to reveal its outcome, but victory hung precariously in the balance. As Lin Mo traversed a secluded and steep valley, the scenery abruptly shifted, giving way to a tranquil lake. What is this place? He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, the surface of the water reflecting a flawless mirror, with shimmering shadows of trees, devoid of any flaw. At that moment, ripples gently spread across the water, and a vague shape emerged from the depths. Lin Mo squinted, discerning what appeared to be the silhouette of a fish, leisurely swimming toward the shore. A golden swordfish. Lin Mo clapped his hands together, unleashing a beam of golden light from his palms, transforming into a small golden fish that darted toward the shadow beneath the surface. With a splashing sound, it seemed the golden fish had struck its target, sending droplets of water flying. Just as Lin Mo was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the water's shadow reappeared, still swimming serenely. What is happening? Lin Mo questioned, bewildered. He launched several more golden fish in an attempt to strike, yet the aquatic creature remained utterly unharmed. This appears to be an illusion. Lin Mo's internal alarm rang. Channeling his mental energy, he struck the water's surface with force. With a resounding crash, the lake shattered, its waters evaporating instantly, revealing a colossal six-legged shin beast, glaring at Lin Mo with its blood-red eyes. Now I understand, Lin Mo thought coldly, preparing to confront this formidable adversary. Having unraveled the illusion of the shin beast, he resolved to employ his unique dual-handed techniques to combat the creature. The shin beast, realizing its trick had failed, roared in fury, unleashing two streams of white mist directed at Lin Mo. He nimbly leapt to evade the lethal assault. Subsequently, Lin Mo extended his hands, and from the crevices of his bones, countless slender metallic threads shot forth, striking the shunned beast. The creature hastily rolled to evade, yet was ensnared by the threads around its two legs. Attempt to escape? You shall perish. Lin Mo forcefully yanked his hands, causing the metallic threads to tighten instantaneously, severing the shunned beast's legs. The creature howled in agony, releasing two jets of white mist. Futile. Lin Mo's palms shifted apart, and the threads formed an iron wall, deflecting the mist entirely. I shall seize your heart, he bellowed, as more metallic threads erupted from his hands, swiftly ensnaring the shunned beast, firmly binding its wildly beating heart. No, this is impossible. Terror erupted in the creature's eyes as it struggled violently. However, soon, under the constricting threads, its heart was brutally extracted. At last, I have triumphed over you. Lin Mo coldly retracted his hands, facing the fading light, his eyes glinting with a chilling brilliance. He had finally vanquished the shunned beast. Yet the ordeal seemed far from over. Lin Mo sensed an eerie presence lingering in the air. He vigilantly scanned his surroundings, but discerned no trace of it. Could the shunned beast have accomplices? Doubt clouded Lin Mo's mind. Just then, a vague shadow suddenly darted from the depths of the forest, aiming directly at Lin Mo's back. He discerned the wind and shape, swiftly rolling to the side and narrowly avoiding this lethal strike. The shadow swept past, vanishing into the thicket. So, it is an invisibility technique. Lin Mo's eyes flashed with cold light as he extended his left hand, unleashing a beam of golden light through his fingers. With a sharp sound, the golden light cut through, causing an object to tumble from the shadows of the trees. Approaching, Lin Mo discovered it to be a mature, golden-devouring insect with a severed wing. Go forth, my little companions. With a flourish of his hands, dozens of golden-devouring insects surged forth from his body. They dispersed rapidly, and soon Lin Mo heard violent crashing and wailing sounds emanating from the depths of the forest. Moments later, the golden-devouring insects returned, forming a circular formation in midair. At the center of the circle lay a horrific charred corpse, evidently that of the invisible shunned beast. The credit belongs to you, Lin Mo smiled, giving a thumbs up to the insects. At last, the crisis had been averted. However, After vanquishing the invisible shunned beast, Lin Mo noticed that his mental energy seemed to have been significantly depleted. What is happening? He pondered, perplexed. I did not unleash any grand techniques. Why has my mental energy diminished so severely? Reflecting on the battle, a sudden thought struck him. Could it be the golden devouring insects? Indeed. While employing them to eliminate the invisible shunned beast, Lin Mo had sensed his mental energy rapidly draining. Yet, at that moment, he had been focused on combating the enemy and had not paid heed to it. Is it truly the case that using the golden devouring insects requires such a considerable amount of mental energy? Lin Mo mused. He understood that the golden devouring insects were formidable divine creatures, but he had not anticipated that their attacks necessitated such immense mental support. I must clarify this, lest I find myself lacking in mental energy at a critical juncture. Lin Mo resolved to release a few more golden devouring insects later, meticulously observing their effects on his mental energy consumption. This battle had deepened his understanding of the insect's power, and he knew he needed to further investigate this mysterious creature. Lin Mo discerned that utilizing the gold-eating worms significantly drained his spiritual consciousness, though quantifying the exact depletion proved elusive. I must conduct a test to ascertain the impact of the gold-eating worms' attacks on my spiritual essence, he contemplated. He sought out a secluded valley, where he accumulated a substantial amount of spiritual energy before releasing 2 mature gold-eating worms. The 2 worms spiraled rapidly within the valley, colliding with one another, their formidable presence instilling a sense of apprehension in Lin Mo regarding potential harm to himself. However, to his astonishment, after a period of their assault, he felt no discernible loss of spiritual energy. What is happening? Could my previous assessment have been erroneous? Lin Mo pondered in uncertainty. He commanded the worms to continue their assault, yet the rate of spiritual depletion remained far below his expectations. The power of the gold-eating worms was indeed extraordinary. But why was the consumption of spiritual energy not as substantial as he had envisioned? This left Lin Mo profoundly perplexed. It appeared that the mysteries of the gold-eating worms warranted further exploration. To clarify the influence of the gold-eating worms on his spiritual essence, Lin Mo released 10 mature worms this time. Initially, he did not perceive a significant drain on his spiritual consciousness. However, as time elapsed, the increasing number of worms markedly accelerated the consumption rate. Lin Mo sensed his internal spiritual energy plummeting at a visibly alarming rate, as if an insatiable abyss were greedily devouring his essence. The speed of this depletion was terrifying. Lin Mo's countenance shifted. He hastily redirected his power in an attempt to mitigate the loss of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, the worms continued their relentless assault, colliding and unleashing energy that inflicted substantial turmoil on Lin Mo's spiritual consciousness. Ultimately, after a prolonged period of their attack, Lin Mo experienced a wave of dizziness, nearly toppling to the ground. I understand now. The gold-eating worms indeed consume my spiritual energy in copious amounts. Lin Mo's expression darkened. This revelation instilled a sense of caution regarding the formidable power of the worms. Following this test, Lin Mo gained a clear understanding of the spiritual energy consumption associated with them. He began to contemplate how to navigate this challenging scenario. Lin Mo recognized that the gold-eating worms were undoubtedly a potent secret weapon, their unimaginable offensive capabilities rendering them nearly insurmountable to any adversary. However, they must be employed judiciously. Otherwise, he risked succumbing to debilitating spiritual depletion, leaving himself vulnerable to enemy exploitation. I must alter my strategy. I cannot rely on the gold-eating worms excessively, Lin Mo mused. Perhaps I can explore ways to diminish their absorption of spiritual energy. He attempted to exert mental control over the worms, hoping to slow their consumption of his essence. But the results were minimal. It seemed that the worms' instinctual absorption of spiritual energy was difficult to regulate. In critical moments, I can still unleash the gold-eating worms for a decisive strike against my foes, a glint of cold determination flickering in Lin Mo's eyes. Yet, prior to that, I must conserve ample spiritual energy to ensure I can sustain the worms' offensive. Lin Mo resolved to exercise greater caution in his daily cultivation, treating the gold-eating worms as a trump card. Simultaneously, he aimed to enhance his capacity to accumulate and manipulate spiritual energy, ensuring he could adeptly respond to various situations in combat. This recent experience has granted Lin Mo a deeper understanding of the formidable power of the devouring gold worms, compelling him to exercise greater caution and meticulousness in their application. Moving forward, he must further master the art of wielding this potent force. Seated beneath an ancient tree, he closed his eyes in deep concentration. He discerned that immediately after releasing the devouring gold worms, the consumption of his spiritual energy was not markedly evident. However, as time progressed, the rate of depletion accelerated, ultimately leading to exhaustion. This phenomenon was undoubtedly attributed to the instinctive absorption of spiritual energy by the bodies of the worms. Lin Mo pondered, "They are exceedingly powerful, and my spiritual energy cannot sustain such vast consumption." He realized that an over-reliance on the devouring gold worms during combat could likely result in mutual destruction. Should his spiritual energy run low, he would find himself in a state of extreme vulnerability, susceptible to enemy attacks. It appears I must employ the devouring gold worms judiciously, treating them as a trump card, to be unleashed at critical moments for a swift and fierce strike against foes. Lin Mo silently etched this lesson into his mind. The power of the devouring gold worms is astonishing, yet it necessitates careful consideration regarding the timing of their use. He also needs to enhance his capacity to accumulate spiritual energy during his daily practices, preparing adequately for the release of the worms. In light of the energy depletion, Lin Mo resolved to temporarily depart this place in search of a more suitable location for his cultivation. Having recently engaged in 2 battles here, though victorious, his spiritual energy had sustained considerable damage. "I must find a tranquil place to gradually regain my strength," Lin Mo contemplated. He believed that with appropriate seclusion and the aid of restorative elixirs, his spiritual energy could gradually recover. Thus, Lin Mo selected a secluded cave, where he could meditate and cultivate. He constantly monitored the flow of his spiritual energy within, ready to rise and practice the application of his energy the moment he sensed a significant recovery. In this hermetic cave, Lin Mo lived an exceedingly simple existence. He was confident that the missing spiritual energy would eventually return, allowing him to better control the devouring gold worms and confront various challenges. At this moment, retreating was the wisest choice. Lin Mo was reluctant to find himself ensnared in difficulties due to insufficient spiritual energy. When he truly possessed adequate strength, he would reemerge to face all adversaries. Lin Mo held a translucent red elixir in his hand, the dust-cleansing pill, a reward for the completion of his task. According to the information he had received, this pill not only facilitates a rapid restoration of depleted vital energy, but also temporarily lifts the restrictions placed upon the user, granting a brief respite of freedom. For Lin Mo, this was undoubtedly a precious reward, especially since he had expended tremendous effort in assisting with an exceedingly arduous task. Such compensation in the form of this elixir was most fitting. However, Lin Mo was also aware that this pill was not without its limitations. According to the stipulations of the reward, consuming the elixir without fulfilling the designated task would result in a backlash of its medicinal power. It seems that only upon the completion of a new task could Lin Mo attempt to use the dust-cleansing pill, temporarily lifting his constraints and enjoying a fleeting period of freedom. For Lin Mo, the dust-cleansing pill represented both a reward and a new opportunity. It symbolizes that as long as one does not give up, the dawn of freedom will inevitably arrive. Lin Mo clenched the extinguishing dust pill, a surge of new strength rising within him. As he traversed the narrow path along the cliff's edge, a cacophony of cries suddenly erupted from the sky. Looking up, he beheld dozens of enormous avian creatures emerging from the clouds, rapidly descending upon him. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, Lin Mo sprinted forward. Behind him, the sound of rushing air filled his ears as sharp claws and beaks followed closely. Lin Mo unleashed several sword energies with a sweep of his hand, grazing the wings of a few man-eating birds, yet more continued their relentless pursuit. As he approached the edge of the cliff, Lin Mo executed a nimble leap, swiftly scaling the cliff face. The flock of man-eating birds surged after him, and with a flick of his wrist, he released a beam of golden light, cleaving several of the creatures in half. Just then, a massive golden man-eating bird burst forth from the clouds, its enormous wings casting a shadow over him as it lunged. Lin Mo remained calm and composed, suddenly radiating with brilliant light, shooting upward like a bolt of lightning. The golden bird, momentarily blinded by the brilliance, lost its target. These creatures were clearly oblivious to their own folly. Lin Mo felt a shiver of apprehension, quickly employing his divine abilities to transform into a streak of golden light. Evading the beast's attack, In the instant they passed, he retaliated with a dazzling flash of light, destroying a portion of the aberrant birds. The air was filled with their shrill cries and the thunderous roar of golden divine energy. Amidst the chaotic battle, Lin Mo swiftly mounted his counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, he floated away gracefully, soon disappearing into the sky. The flock of man-eating birds circled noisily in the air before ultimately retreating without success. Lin Mo arrived before an ancient ruin, where Xiaohong, Longdong, and a young man had been waiting for some time. Longdong had fully recovered. While Xiaohong gazed towards the distant horizon, her expression tinged with anticipation. "Senior brother Lin Mo, it is truly wonderful that you have returned safely." Xiaohong greeted him with a smile, while Longdong displayed a look of relief. Lin Mo nodded in response and inquired about their circumstances. A young boy bowed respectfully to Lin Mo, saying, "Senior Lin Mo, my name is Yeong. Thank you for saving my life. Apologies for making you wait." Lin Mo replied with a slight smile. Longdong sat on the stone steps, recuperating from his recent injuries, his complexion still somewhat pale. The young man remained silent beside him, occasionally casting vigilant glances around. After a brief exchange, they began discussing their imminent venture into the celestial passage. Xiaohong expressed her excitement about the journey, while Longdong reminded everyone to be wary of the wind dragons and potential traps. "The celestial passage may harbor numerous dangers. We must be thoroughly prepared," Longdong cautioned seriously. Xiaohong added, "Especially be alert for ambushes from the Shadow Clan. We must remain vigilant upon detecting any anomalies." Lin Mo nodded in agreement, then retrieved some protective runes and specially crafted wind-settling pearls from his storage pouch, distributing them among the group. Xiaohong produced a map, meticulously marking the location of the celestial passage and possible wind dragon nests. "I will scout the surrounding area. Please wait here," Lin Mo declared before swiftly disappearing into the distance. After a while, he returned to report, "The area is temporarily safe. We can set off now," Lin Mo announced. "All is ready." Longdong rose, patting the long sword in his hand. The group exchanged nods of mutual understanding, preparing to embark towards their destination. Lin Mo led the party to a desolate expanse of wind and sand, where a colossal rift in the sky faintly glimmered in eerie light. This was the fabled one line of heaven. Longdong cautioned, "The winds are fierce. Take care not to lose your way. The sandstorm beasts are perilous as well. I have heard that the one line of heaven is riddled with various mechanisms and traps," Xiaohong warned. "We must exercise utmost caution. Furthermore, I suspect the Shadow Clan may be lying in wait within the one line of heaven," Lin Mo remarked with a furrowed brow. "You speak wisely," Longdong acknowledged. "This journey is destined to be fraught with peril. I believe that together, we shall overcome any obstacles," Xiaohong encouraged. At the entrance to the one line of heaven, the group paused as Lin Mo detected some unusual energies. He warned them, "There may be some special creatures here. We must tread carefully." The group prepared to swallow the wind-stabilizing pearls to withstand the fierce winds within the one line of heaven. Lin Mo produced the specially crafted pearls, distributing them to each member before they swallowed them in unison. As the pearls took effect, the true visage of the one line of heaven revealed itself. A blue glow flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. He gazed through the swirling sands and beheld an extraordinary sight on the distant horizon. Over 100 miles away, he glimpsed an unimaginable celestial omen, the one line of heaven. This phenomenon loomed at the lofty edge of the sky, with its upper portion shrouded in black, its lower in yellow, and a straight white line piercing through the center, seemingly endless. This celestial sign overwhelmed Lin Mo with awe. He had never encountered such an absurd, yet potent concentration of energy, as if the limits of the universe converged here. Majestic black mists intertwined with violent yellow winds, while the central, unending white light was a presence beyond comprehension. What could this possibly signify? Lin Mo felt a profound reverence amidst his astonishment. Above him loomed a pitch-black fog, impenetrable, akin to a void leading to nothingness, while below surged the roaring yellow winds, laced with sharp blades capable of reducing all living beings to dust. Most breathtaking was the towering white fissure in the center, strictly demarcating the black mist from the tempestuous winds. Any object that approached would be devoured by that white light. It seemed to represent the threshold of this world. Once crossed, there would be no turning back. The three stood at the edge of the rift, enveloped in deep reverence. This place held unimaginable power, leaving them uncertain if they were still within the realm of humanity or had transcended to a higher plane. What is this place? The power here exceeds my comprehension. Long Dong murmured. I too cannot ascertain, but since we have arrived, we must uncover the mysteries of the one line of heaven, Lin Mo declared resolutely. They exchanged glances. None chose to retreat. We must venture forth, Lin Mo insisted. Xiao Hong and Long Dong gazed towards the horizon, their eyes alight with determination. They sensed the profound power contained within that celestial omen and recognized that they stood before an unprecedented opportunity. Yet the winds are too fierce. We must devise a way to withstand them, Long Dong reminded. I possess a batch of specially crafted wind-stabilizing pearls that can counteract the winds and reduce the consumption of magical energy. As long as each of us swallows a single pearl, we shall traverse the hurricane safely and enter the realm of light, Lin Mo proclaimed. The three exchanged resolute glances. Devoid of any hesitation, they understood the necessity of venturing forth into the unknown. Lin Mo produced the wind-stabilizing pearls, distributing them among his companions. In unison, they accepted the gifts and embarked on their journey towards the realm of light. The pearls emitted a soft luminescence in their grasp, forming a unique protective barrier. They adjusted their readiness and cautiously approached the rift, stepping into this enigmatic and perilous forbidden zone. These pearls, no larger than a thumb, exhibited a rich emerald hue and emitted a subtle fragrance. Lin Mo explained that these orbs contained the essence of millennia-old spiritual herbs, capable of creating a shield that would ward off the onslaught of external gales, while simultaneously enhancing magical efficiency and mitigating energy consumption. Truly a creation of ancient masters. It seems we are well prepared for this venture, Long Dong marveled. However, their efficacy is limited. We must act swiftly, Xiao Hong urged. The trio exchanged another knowing glance before swallowing the wind-stabilizing pearls in unison. Instantly, a gentle green radiance enveloped them, forming a membrane that shielded them from the storm. Lin Mo attempted to project his aura and found that the raging winds outside could not penetrate this verdant shield. Excellent. It appears the pearls are indeed effective. Let us proceed. Time is of the essence, Lin Mo declared, stepping boldly into the realm of light, with Xiao Hong and Long Dong closely following. In an instant, their forms flickered and vanished into the mists. Upon fully entering the realm of light, Lin Mo was astonished to discover a scene starkly contrasting with the chaos outside. The surroundings were bathed in sunshine, with practitioners either standing or sitting, engaged in laughter and conversation, an idyllic tableau of tranquility. How can this be? Wasn't the outside besieged by fierce winds and peril? Lin Mo muttered in disbelief. He attempted to extend his consciousness for exploration, only to realize it could not stray even a fraction from his corporeal form, and his vision was limited to a mere few meters around him. This signified a severance of contact with his companions, whose silhouettes had dissolved into the black mist. Determined to press onward and uncover the mysteries of this space, Lin Mo ventured deeper into the obscurity, his vision gradually blurring. He relied solely on his instincts and cultivation to navigate the realm of light. It seems that some force has altered the temporal and spatial attributes within this realm. We have unfortunately dispersed upon entry, Lin Mo concluded. After much contemplation, he resolved to delve further, for the purpose of this expedition was to unveil the secrets of the realm of light. His companions would surely act independently, and he anticipated their next encounter. With unwavering resolve, Lin Mo continued forward, the scenery shifting from bustling marketplaces to desolate mountains, each step fraught with uncertainty and potential. Yet he felt no inclination to retreat. With steadfast determination, he was confident he would uncover the truth. As Lin Mo traversed through the black mist, his figure receded into the distance. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong and Long Dong cautiously advanced in their respective directions, striving to break free from the confines of this mysterious space. Within the realm of light, the wind howled, and the restrictions on consciousness instilled an inexplicable tension in each individual. The secrets lurking within this space remained a mystery to all. Months had passed since Lin Mo's entrance into the realm of light, and on this day, two figures suddenly materialized at the entrance to the realm. At the forefront stood a pallid middle-aged man, followed closely by a robust man wielding a longsword, his body marred by wounds. The latter possessed a profound gaze, exuding an extraordinary aura. Indeed, this place, known as the Line of Heaven, was anything but simple. We must proceed with caution. The pale cultivator whispered a warning, his eyes reflecting a wariness of the unknown. The two stood at the entrance, silently scrutinizing the scene within the line of heaven. After a prolonged silence, the pale man spoke. No wonder so many experts have come here and failed to return. It seems the depths of the line of heaven conceal such uncertainties. We must tread carefully. The robust man nodded, grateful for the last time when the pale man had shielded him, allowing him the opportunity to return here in search of clues. This time, we must uncover the truth behind the line of heaven. The other nodded in agreement, their understanding evident as they observed the line of heaven before deciding to enter. Very well, let us proceed, declared the pale man, his gaze resolute as he stepped into the line of heaven, with the robust man following closely behind. Just as they were about to vanish from sight, a blood-red figure suddenly appeared, also seeking to enter the line of heaven, but encountered an unseen barrier at the entrance. Forced to retreat in resignation. Having wandered within the line of heaven for quite some time, Lin Mo began to sense the urgency of his predicament. He had come here on a mission concerning the Black Leaf Forest and could not remain trapped indefinitely. After careful consideration, Lin Mo resolved to no longer wait for his companions and ventured alone into the Black Leaf Forest. He recognized the immense opportunities that lay within, particularly the elusive dust-cleansing pill, a rarity of unparalleled significance. Despite the formidable challenges ahead, he steeled himself to face them head-on. I have lingered in the line of heaven long enough. It is time to fulfill my mission, Lin Mo murmured to himself. He closed his eyes, reflecting on the importance of his task, then opened them again, determination etched in his gaze, as his figure gradually faded from sight. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself at the edge of a dark and foreboding forest, overshadowed by ominous clouds. Towering trees surrounded him, exuding an aura of hostility. However, Lin Mo radiated an unwavering resolve. Without a hint of hesitation, he stepped into the realm of the Black Leaf Forest, embarking on his mission. As he traversed the depths of the Black Leaf Forest alone, Lin Mo recalled the details of his task. He needed to penetrate the heart of the forest, infiltrating the stronghold of the Wood Tribe to gather vital intelligence. This may encompass military deployments, governance structures, and other internal secrets of the Wood Tribe. Simultaneously, Lin Mo had to closely observe the daily activities and behavioral patterns of the Wood Tribe to more comprehensively assess their strength. The objective of this expedition was to acquire intelligence on the Wood Tribe, monitor their movements, and ultimately obtain the precious dust-cleansing pill. This remarkable elixir would greatly aid Lin Mo's cultivation. He had to devise a means to acquire it. Despite the daunting challenges and uncertainties that lay ahead, Lin Mo felt no fear. For the sake of his organization and the dust-cleansing pill, he was determined to give his all to achieve success. Amid the silence of the Black Leaf Forest, he employed his concealment techniques, gliding through the trees like a shadow in the night. Each step was light and precise. Fully aware of the Wood Tribe's formidable prowess and unwilling to be detected easily, moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a silvery glow upon him, highlighting the solitude of his figure. As a seasoned master of stealth, Lin Mo has attained an unparalleled level of proficiency in the art of concealment. He deftly utilizes the surrounding environment as a shield, slipping into the shadows of trees and crevices, vanishing as if he never existed. Throughout this endeavor, Lin Mo maintains a heightened state of vigilance, ever aware of the slightest rustle in his vicinity. He is acutely aware of the forest's capricious nature, necessitating constant caution against traps and ambushes. Cloaked by the inky darkness of the night, Lin Mo glides like a wisp of smoke, soundless and swift, soon penetrating the depths of the woodland. Here, the rich essence of nature is palpable, suggesting proximity to the stronghold of the Wood Clan. With resolute determination in his gaze, Lin Mo is prepared for an extended period of subterfuge, resolute in his mission to succeed, regardless of the cost. He skillfully employs his stealth techniques, traversing the shadowy expanse of the Black Leaf Forest with silent grace. The atmosphere is eerie, with trees intertwining densely, obscuring the sky and casting the forest in dim light. The air is thick with the scent of decay, occasionally interrupted by the low growls of unseen creatures. Lin Mo heightens his alertness as he weaves through the shadows. Not far ahead, he keenly perceives a disturbance amid the thicket. The agile movements of his shadowy step allow him to glide through the underbrush like a specter. Suddenly, he halts, his gaze fixated on an open clearing in the distance. Quickly, he conceals himself behind a massive tree, cautiously peering out to observe. Two enormous, green, fur-covered creatures emerge from the foliage, their bodies swaying like waves, each shouldering a colossal bronze trident. Their broad shoulders and three black eyes suggest an uncanny resemblance to some mutated form of giant ape. Even more astonishing to Lin Mo. These creatures wield tridents nearly 2 meters long, their sharp tips glinting ominously in the dim forest light. Lin Mo watches them with trepidation, his mind swirling with doubts. These beings evidently possess a high degree of intelligence, capable of utilizing tools. Are they the legendary battle beasts of the ancient tree clan, or some unknown species of the forest? Lin Mo hesitates, opting to remain hidden and observe their actions. As the two creatures gradually recede from view, he is engulfed in contemplation. Their evident intelligence and weaponry raise questions. Could they indeed be battle beasts trained by the ancient tree clan? Lin Mo understands that various clans have their own traditions for taming and training ancient beasts. Yet, the number of truly domesticated ancient beasts is scant, as most are fierce and uncontrollable. The presence of the heavy bronze tridents only intensifies Lin Mo's suspicions. Do these weapons indicate that they possess strength beyond that of ordinary beings, or are they merely in the training phase? Accustomed to bearing burdens by the ancient tree clan's design, a flurry of thoughts cascades through Lin Mo's mind as he endeavors to discern the identity of these colossal creatures. Are they new warriors of the ancient tree clan, or ancient beings unrecorded in the annals of this forest? Regardless, their presence complicates Lin Mo's mission and escalates the risks involved. To avoid detection, he resolves to remain vigilant and increase his pace. Determined to fulfill his task and exit the forest as swiftly as possible, Lin Mo traversed the depths of the black leaf forest, his lingering doubts yet to dissipate, when he suddenly sensed the air around him grow tense. Instinctively, he halted his steps, and from the shadows of the trees emerged 8 red, long-haired beasts. They were more refined than the previous green-furred creatures, wielding dark wolf-toothed clubs and exhibiting formidable perceptive abilities. Lin Mo cautiously stepped back, his sharp gaze sweeping over these monsters. The fierce glint in their crimson eyes seemed to declare a threat to any intruder. He understood that this was no mere coincidence. The appearance of these beasts held profound significance. The 8 red creatures, more sophisticated than their green counterparts, advanced toward Lin Mo, closing in rapidly. In his hand, a golden small sword flickered as he coldly observed their every movement. Suddenly, he charged at one of the beasts, unleashing a strike with unparalleled precision. A fierce battle erupted, with golden sword shadows flashing and the beast's menacing howls echoing through the dense forest. Lin Mo's agile form wielded unmatched power with each stroke, and soon, all 8 beasts lay defeated. He reduced their lifeless bodies to ashes, creating a silence akin to the aftermath of a brutal conflict. Taking a deep breath, the golden sword in his hand glimmered softly. He did not let his guard down. His doubts regarding this encounter only grew stronger. As he departed, he cast an unusual gaze, as if scrutinizing everything within the forest. After the 8 red beasts turned to ash, Lin Mo continued his swift advance. Not far away, 2 figures quietly emerged from an ancient tree, Long Dong and Xiaohong. They watched Lin Mo's every move with unwavering attention, seemingly having anticipated his arrival. Long Dong furrowed his brow deeply, noting, "This fellow's concealment technique is rather peculiar. We must approach with caution." Xiaohong replied softly, "He is heading towards the ancient tree. We cannot allow him to thwart our plans." Lin Mo's abilities are remarkable. Long Dong squinted, recognizing the ease with which he dispatched the 8 beasts. "It seems we have underestimated him." "Indeed," Xiaohong nodded, a cold smile gracing her lips. "However, he naively believes that his little concealment techniques can deceive us. We have already locked onto his trail. As long as we continue to follow, he will inevitably fall into our hands." "Yes, this time he cannot be allowed to get ahead of us," Long Dong said fiercely. "I have waited too long for this moment. I must reclaim what rightfully belongs to us." Xiaohong paused for a moment, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. But she quickly regained her usual cold demeanor and nodded. "I understand. The task must be accomplished." With Xiaohong's affirmative response, Long Dong couldn't help but smile, his heart swelling with delight at the thought of their plan nearing fruition. "Very well, since we have confirmed our target, we must force that brat to break through this cursed, misty forest quickly. Once he approaches the forbidden land, we can seize back the treasure." Indeed, Xiaohong's expression grew serious. But let us not forget that the Black Leaf Forest is rife with various traps and mechanisms. We must proceed with utmost caution. Rest assured, I am well aware of the stakes. Donglong scoffed, and moreover, we had a prior agreement. Our seamless cooperation would undoubtedly lead us to successfully navigate the perilous challenges and accomplish our mission. Very well, since we are both so resolute, let us depart immediately. Remember, regardless of what transpires, we must reclaim that treasure. Indeed, a glint of ferocity flickered in Donglong's eyes. This time, that brat must not escape our grasp. The two exchanged a significant glance before swiftly vanishing into the forest, closely following Lin Mo's trail. As Lin Mo traversed the Blackleaf Forest, he gradually approached the hill where the mission objective lay. Unbeknownst to him, a mysterious team was covertly observing his every move from the shadow of a towering tree. This group consisted of 5 or 6 individuals, all clad in gray robes with hoods obscuring their faces. To evade detection, they employed advanced concealment techniques, perfectly blending into the shadows. The leader produced a luminous green spell jade plate and murmured a few incantations, causing visions of Lin Mo's progress to materialize on its surface. Excellent. The target is nearing the destination, the leader sneered, continuing to track his position. Once he secures the treasure, we shall strike. The others nodded in silence, maintaining their vigil through the jade plate, as Lin Mo soon arrived at the foot of the target hill. Wisps of smoke wafted through the air, enveloping the area in a thin mist. Lin Mo stood still, focusing his mind, performing several hand seals, and then extracted small flags from his robe to insert into the ground. Instantly, golden streams of light manifested around the hill, coalescing into a vast luminous net that enveloped the entire hill. With a wave of his hand, he sprinkled starlight upon the net, creating a concealed barrier that would obscure external sights and sounds. As Lin Mo continued along the hill, he inadvertently sensed a chill in the air. Alert! He surveyed his surroundings and spotted the mysterious team. Utilizing his adept magical skills, Lin Mo discerned their location. He recognized their prowess, but wished to avoid confrontation. Upon sensing the team's presence, a sense of caution arose within Lin Mo. He understood that his mission had grown increasingly perilous. Thus, he halted his progress to set up formations and illusions to safeguard his actions. Lin Mo retrieved an ancient formation flag, and as he waved it, the surrounding elements began to shift. Array formations materialized around the hill, establishing a solid defensive barrier. He skillfully integrated illusions to fabricate seemingly realistic scenes, rendering it challenging for any potential adversaries to discern the truth. This task was no trivial matter. Lin Mo pondered quietly, his gaze meticulously scanning the vicinity, ever prepared to confront possible challenges. Once the formations were established, Lin Mo resumed his journey deeper into the hill. He sensed the potent magical fluctuations emanating from the target jade slip, confirming that it lay within the gnarled ancient tree. Lin Mo paused before the ancient tree, concentrating to cast his spell. A milky white beam of light shot forth from his hand, gently settling upon the tree. This luminous point appeared almost alive, meandering along the trunk, triggering a series of faint glimmers. The elements surrounding the ancient tree began to shift, as if entering another dimension. Lin Mo's spell cleverly concealed the true location of the target, making it difficult for seekers to locate it with ease. Upon completing his tasks, Lin Mo exhaled deeply, ready to embark on his final mission. Like a spirit serpent, he silently traversed the web of light, arriving above the hills, where he pinpointed the location of an ancient tree. Upon finding his target, Lin Mo clasped his hands together and murmured incantations. A sphere of milky white light emitted from his fingertips, precisely illuminating the crown of the withered tree, confirming that his objective was indeed present. In hushed tones, Lin Mo recited his spell, performing several hand seals before stealthily approaching the tree to excavate a small pit at its roots. Soon, he unearthed an antiquated jade tablet, intricately inscribed with peculiar patterns. At last, I have you, Lin Mo whispered to himself, carefully storing the jade tablet away. At that moment, he sensed footsteps approaching from behind the tree, indicating someone was drawing near. Lin Mo swiftly cast another spell to render himself invisible, then quietly circled to the opposite side of the tree. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed from behind him. Cautiously, he turned to see a young woman in a green attire stepping out from the shadows of the tree. It was Ying. You have arrived as well, Ying, Lin Mo said with an air of indifference. I am Ying, sent by my master to retrieve that jade tablet. Best step aside to avoid any unpleasantness. She replied calmly. Lin Mo scrutinized the innocent-looking girl before him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you truly believe you can thwart me alone? With that, he unleashed his power, his hands clawing towards Ying. Her expression shifted as she nimbly leapt back, evading the attack. Such formidable magic, this bodes ill. I must find a way to divert him, Ying thought to herself. As the two remained locked in a standoff, Lin Mo suddenly cast his gaze into the distance. His countenance shifting dramatically. He recognized a familiar figure approaching rapidly. Oh no, how could that person appear at this moment? Lin Mo inwardly cursed. Casting one last remark at Ying, consider yourself fortunate. Our next encounter will reveal everything. With that, he grasped the jade tablet and dashed toward the forest. Ying stood bewildered, watching Lin Mo's retreating figure, pondering if he intended to flee. Could it be that the task had become simpler? Just as she reveled in this thought, a beam of golden light suddenly shot down from the treetop, hurtling towards her chest. With agile reflexes, Ying sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the golden light that merely grazed her attire. At that instant, a small insect glinting with a metallic sheen sprang forth from the golden light, lunging directly at her neck. A vile creature, Ying's eyes narrowed as her left hand swiftly captured the insect. With a flick of her right wrist, she unleashed a blade of energy that severed the golden threads entangled around the insect's wings. The sound of the threads snapping echoed through the woods. That was close. Ying exhaled, releasing the insect from her grip and forming a hand seal as her gaze swept the surroundings. The golden insect darted through the thicket, swiftly disappearing from sight. Merely a mechanism, she scoffed, redirecting her attention back to the jade tablet she had just acquired. However, at that moment, a ferocious roar erupted from the depths of the jungle, followed by a tremor in the ground. A large group of robust men adorned with orange sashes surged from the forest, encircling Ying. Just after fending off the golden insect's ambush, she heard the echo of a monkey's roar in the distance. The ground quaked slightly as a throng of muscular men in orange sashes emerged, rapidly surrounding Ying. Chapter 431. At the forefront stood a towering figure radiating a silvery luminescence. Ying instantly recognized him as Mu Rue, a formidable silver-tiered spirit of the Mu clan. With a disdainful sneer directed at the young girl, Mu Rue declared, "You shall not escape my grasp. Simply surrender the jade slip." The mention of the Mu clan sent a jolt of alarm through Ying's heart, for few outside the clan were privy to the jade slip's secret, leaving her bewildered by their intentions. In that moment, she caught a glimpse of Lin Mo's silhouette darting through the distant thicket. Lin Mo, too, had noticed the arrival of the Mu clan members, his expression shifting with concern. With a series of guttural howls reminiscent of a primate, Mu Rue summoned 4,000 of wood apes from the surrounding forest, forming a tightly knit encirclement around Ying and Lin Mo. The situation appeared dire for the pair. Believing that Ying and Lin Mo were cornered with no means of escape, Mu Rue advanced to seize the jade slip. Suddenly, a crimson beam sliced through the air, striking true into Mu Rue's shoulder. Out of nowhere, a maiden clad in white appeared beside him, wielding a blood-red longsword that shimmered ominously, her robe billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of enigma. "Who are you?" Mu Rue exclaimed, turning sharply to face the figure emerging from behind the trees. There stood a young woman in white, her eyes glimmering crimson, her fingers stained, the very source of the red light. The white-clad maiden exhibited a remarkable mastery over blood magic. The long sword in her grasp ignited with a sanguine glow, tendrils of blood swirling like ethereal spirits before striking at the Mu clan members. This extraordinary blood power left onlookers in sheer astonishment. "How can you possess the power of blood?" Mu Rue gasped in disbelief. The girl raised her fingers, and with a series of swift motions, 10 blood-red strands shot forth from her fingertips, ensnaring several of the burly Mu clan warriors in an instant. The faces of Mu Rue and his compatriots paled as they found themselves ensnared by this blood magic, desperately attempting to evade its grasp. The white-clad maiden regarded them with a cold gaze, her blood power seemingly holding a unique sway over the Mu clan. Employing the blood within her enemies as a weapon was evidently an ancient and secretive technique. Lin Mo observed in horror, recognizing that the arrival of this mysterious girl had shifted the tide of battle. Beneath the dense shadows of the black leaf forest, Mu Rue, Lin Mo, and the multitude of high-tier wood apes closed in, the atmosphere thick with tension. The colossal wood apes advanced relentlessly, their guttural growls echoing ominously, their sharp fangs gleaming with a chilling intent to kill. A swarm of high-tier wood apes surged forward, their ferocious assaults leaving the three scarcely able to catch their breath. Mu Rue emanated a silver radiance, forming an impenetrable shield to withstand the onslaught of the apes. Lin Mo and his allies followed suit, each employing formidable defensive measures. Yi Ying's complexion turned ashen, her hands gripping her long sword tightly, trembling with trepidation. Lin Mo remained composed, shielding Yi Ying with one hand on her shoulder, whispering, "Do not fear, leave it to me." Suddenly, Mu Rue raised his staff, golden runes flickering to life, conjuring an ancient and mystical array that ensnared the high-tier wood spirits within its confines. The intertwining silver light and golden runes created a breathtaking spectacle. Mu Rue displayed an impressive blend of defense and counterattack, leaving onlookers in awe. However, in that fleeting moment, a roar emanated from the depths of the forest, signaling the arrival of even more wood apes. Suddenly, Lin Mo's figure expanded, materializing 10 meters in front of Mu Rue. With his hands clasped together, he intoned an arcane incantation, and instantly, a golden radiance erupted forth, transforming into countless golden runes that swiftly coalesced into a colossal magical array. Before the wooden ape beast in front of Mu Rue could react, it found itself ensnared within the confines of the array. "Yi Ying, flee!" Lin Mo bellowed. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Ying grasped a silver artifact that Lin Mo had thrown to her and darted deeper into the forest. Capitalizing on Mu Rue's distraction of the wooden ape beast, Lin Mo, Long Dong, and the girl in the white robe hastily withdrew from the battlefield. Lin Mo employed Blood Shadow Escape, morphing into a wisp of crimson light, deftly weaving through the trees to evade the beast's pursuit. Meanwhile, Long Dong transformed into a golden dragon, soaring through the sky and circumventing the obstacles on the ground. Yi Ying desperately traversed the woods, only to discover that 2 or 3 wooden ape beasts were relentlessly pursuing her. She summoned all her strength to shake them off, but the beasts were swifter, the distance between them narrowing. At that moment, a blood-red shadow suddenly emerged from the thicket, charging toward the wooden ape beasts. It was Lin Mo, using Blood Shadow Escape to materialize and assist Yi Ying. Brandishing his sword with agility, he swiftly dispatched one of the ape beasts, yet 2 others continued their fierce chase. "Lin Mo, you must go?" Yi Ying cried out. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she transformed into a streak of red light, soaring into the sky, her hands wielding a blood-red blade that pierced through the heart of the wooden ape beast. She had unleashed her ultimate technique, the Crimson Shattering Blade. Lin Mo watched Yi Ying depart before himself transforming into a golden dragon, swiftly vanishing into the woods. As Lin Mo maneuvered through the trees in his dragon form, he suddenly sensed a formidable aura approaching. Warily, he descended to the ground, releasing his spiritual consciousness to survey the surroundings. 3 figures adorned in the garb of the Wood Clan emerged from the foliage, enveloped in the essence of wood. Evidently powerful beings at the nascent soul stage of wood spirits. "Youngster, it seems you have come for that jade slip as well," one wood spirit cultivator sneered, their staff shimmering with an eerie green light. Lin Mo gripped the Qingzhu Fengyun sword tightly, determination glimmering in his eyes. He was not one to be easily trifled with. The power of the true demonic art surged within him, golden scales enveloping his body and forming a solid defense. The wood spirit cultivators launched their assault, a beam of green light sweeping toward him. Lin Mo deftly evaded, his golden arm striking out to send one of the cultivators flying. Simultaneously, he unleashed the mysterious runes embedded in his golden scales to deflect the attacks of the other 2 cultivators. The leader, wielding a wooden staff with a faint azure glow at its tip, advanced alongside another who had their hands outstretched, a beautiful green leaf floating in their palms. The third individual's eyes shimmered with a yellow-green brilliance, suggesting they possessed some special vision. The trio encircled Lin Mo, and upon witnessing his transformation, they immediately launched their offensive. Lin Mo, refusing to underestimate his adversaries, summoned all his true essence. The golden scales manifested upon his skin, absorbing the brunt of their attacks. He struck out with a palm, emitting a beam of golden light that compelled the 3 to retreat. At that moment, Lin Mo harnessed his strength, successfully countering the individual in the center, seizing a glimmering gem from their chest. After overcoming one of the wood spirit cultivators, a sharp glint flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. He swiftly evaded, seizing the opportunity presented by another wood spirit cultivator's attack. With his Qingzhu Fengyun sword in hand, he pierced through the opponent's defenses, eliciting a cry of anguish as the gem was wrested from the fallen adversary. Witnessing this, the two remaining cultivators immediately joined forces. One unleashed a wave of green light, while the other exhaled a golden haze, their powers intertwining and surging toward Lin Mo. Unwilling to be complacent, Lin Mo activated the golden scales upon his body, transforming them into a colossal light shield to withstand their assault. However, the combined might of these two was formidable, gradually overwhelming the shield. In that critical moment, Lin Mo's arms surged in size, morphing into golden appendages that shattered the light shield with a thunderous force, exuding unmatched divine might. Despite feeling immense constriction, Lin Mo did not falter. The golden arms glowed anew, radiating tremendous strength. With a powerful effort, he broke free from the bindings, letting out a low growl. The green light and golden haze shattered instantaneously, sending the wood spirit cultivators reeling in shock. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Lin Mo's icy gaze swept over them, his Qingzhu Fengyun sword gleaming with a chilling light. He seized one of the wood spirit cultivators, forcefully removing the gem-like crystal from atop their head, infused with enigmatic power. However, the remaining two cultivators displayed remarkable teamwork, launching another ferocious attack against Lin Mo. This time, they employed an intricate formation crafted from the intertwining green light and golden haze, attempting to ensnare Lin Mo within its grasp. Confronted with this unforeseen development, Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. The two cultivators displayed expressions of terror, yet Lin Mo seized the moment, swiftly vanishing into the woods, successfully evading their pursuit. Just as he thought to escape, he encountered another 5 or 6 silver wood monkeys and 3 violet-robed wood spirits emerging from the trees. Lin Mo's expression darkened. It appeared he was surrounded by these formidable wood clan warriors within the forest clearing. Simultaneously, several wood spirits unleashed their assault, conjuring a tempest imbued with vibrant hues. Bearing down upon Lin Mo unperturbed, he feigned with his left hand, employing the true demonic art of the venerable sage, while his right drew the Qingzhu Fengyun sword, executing a dual attack that felled 2 wood spirits. Yet, the relentless tide of wood spirits and wood monkeys continued to surge forth. The power of the true demonic art coursed through his veins as golden light shimmered with each swing of the Qingzhu Fengyun sword. Nevertheless, the sheer number of wood spirits far exceeded his expectations, and he gradually found himself in dire straits. The binding forces of green light and golden haze rendered him immobile, ensnared like a turtle in a jar. Sensing the precariousness of his situation, Lin Mo let out a fierce roar as radiant golden light erupted from his body, sitting majestically at the center of the brilliance. Desperately in need of a breakthrough, a surge of potent energy flooded within him. Suddenly, he unleashed the great Gung sword array, a glorious display of golden light filling the air, forming a resplendent sword formation. With the sword pointing skyward, he chanted an incantation, instantly condensing a massive golden sword array. Great Gung sword array, incinerate all things, Lin Mo bellowed, as the array rapidly contracted, engulfing all wood spirits and wood monkeys, reducing them to ashes. The violet tier wood spirits and silver wood monkeys were ensnared by the sword array, each one dispatched in turn. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo transformed into a beam of golden light and burst through the encirclement. Just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, he sensed a formidable presence still pursuing him from behind. His heart raced, and he hastened his steps through the woods, striving to elude the relentless pursuit. Yet that breath lingered like a shadow, never fading. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, pondering the formidable strength of his pursuer. He must evade them to execute his next plan. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, retrieving a talisman from his pocket, and whispered an incantation. The talisman ignited in flames, shrouding his form in a mystical veil. He then invoked the Tai transformation talisman, concealing himself within the forest shadows. His figure seemed to meld into the surrounding environment, rendering it difficult for the pursuing wood spirits to detect him. Lin Mo adeptly navigated through the trees, minimizing his trace as much as possible. The wood spirits gradually lost sight of him in their chase. The mysterious power of the Tai transformation talisman enabled him to successfully shake off his pursuers. In the depths of the forest, He halted, contemplating his subsequent plans. He sighed in relief, beginning to devise a way to locate the white-robed maiden, Ying, who had just saved his life. He recognized that finding her was of utmost urgency, yet the current circumstances were far from optimistic. His consciousness reached out, seeking the trail of the white-robed maiden while pondering how to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Having evaded the pursuit of the Wood Clan, Lin Mo arrived at an open valley where he needed to reevaluate his next course of action. To find the white-robed maiden, Ying, he would have to rely on his formidable tracking abilities. Lin Mo closed his eyes and softly recited a spell. Instantly, a petite golden leopard appeared at his side. This was his summoned beast, the leopard spirit. Leopard spirit, I require your assistance in tracking someone, a maiden clad in white, named Ying. Lin Mo conveyed telepathically to the leopard spirit. The leopard spirit lounged lazily on the ground, squinting its golden eyes, seemingly indifferent to Lin Mo's request. Disappointment washed over Lin Mo as he noticed the leopard spirit was clearly in a poor state, curled up and unresponsive to his summons. Lin Mo frowned and quickly established a mental link with it, discovering that it had grown overly reliant on him, losing its natural instincts and alertness. With a gentle sigh, he retrieved a medicinal pill from his pocket and offered it to the leopard spirit. This is a reward for you. If you assist me in finding Ying, I shall grant you more. Lin Mo enticed. The leopard spirit sniffed the pill in his hand, instantly revitalized. It rose and licked Lin Mo's palm, indicating its acceptance of the task. Lin Mo's heart soared. The tracking abilities of the leopard spirit were extraordinarily potent, making it a valuable ally in his search for Ying. After consuming the medicinal pill, the leopard spirit's eyes shone with intelligence, radiating a powerful aura. It looked up at Lin Mo and let out a low growl, signaling its readiness to track the target. A glimmer of hope flickered in Lin Mo's eyes as he felt rejuvenated. Traversing the black leaf forest, Lin Mo sensed the leopard spirit's remarkable perceptive abilities. It effortlessly detected the scents of trees, grass, and the air, as if endowed with an infinite range of perception. This reinforced Lin Mo's belief that the leopard spirit would be an indispensable tool in his quest for Ying. During their pursuit, he suddenly pondered a question and tentatively asked the leopard spirit, "Can you sense the presence of other beings, be they friend or foe?" The leopard spirit nodded, responding telepathically. "Indeed, I can perceive the essence of all living creatures." Lin Mo displayed a satisfied smile, as this extraordinary ability would confer upon him numerous advantages. With the assistance of the leopard-limbed beast, he pursued Ying with renewed confidence, constantly adjusting his course toward his target. Riding his leopard-limbed beast, Lin Mo swiftly navigated through the dense jungle. This was no ordinary creature. It possessed exceptional tracking capabilities, able to accurately sense the essence of any object. Since parting ways with the white-robed maiden Ying, Lin Mo had been endeavoring to trace her whereabouts. However, Ying seemed to have vanished into thin air, causing him considerable distress. Just as he contemplated giving up, the leopard-limbed beast suddenly lifted its head, as if it had detected something. "What is it, old friend?" Lin Mo gently patted the beast's neck. The leopard-limbed let out a low growl and then surged forward. It had locked onto Ying's location. This divine beast had an innate tracking instinct, capable of following scents with remarkable precision, even discerning the faintest trace of fragrance carried by the wind. "Oh, it appears our chances of finding Ying are quite promising," Lin Mo exclaimed joyfully. The leopard-limbed beast swiftly maneuvered through the thicket, quickly arriving at the spot where Ying had disappeared. It lowered its head to sniff intently, then raised it to let out a roar at Lin Mo, as if indicating it had found the scent trail. "Go on, lead me to her," Lin Mo commanded. The leopard-limbed beast responded with a mighty roar and dashed forward. It traversed through a sea of trees, leapt over hills and streams, its momentum unmatched. Lin Mo held tightly onto the leopard-limbed, allowing it to carry him through the forest at breakneck speed. Such formidable tracking abilities. Lin Mo mused to himself, convinced that they would soon locate Ying. Eventually, he discovered her trail. She was nestled within the dense foliage of a small island. During one day of tracking, a glimmer of unusual light flickered in the leopard-limbed beast's eyes. Lin Mo's heart tightened as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Just as he prepared to investigate further, a shadowy figure suddenly flitted past, catching him off guard. A mysterious silhouette darted through the dark leaf forest, silently approaching. "You are indeed no ordinary tracker." The white-robed maiden emerged from the shadows, her gaze profound. Her appearance astonished Lin Mo. The concealment technique of the Tai transformation talisman had been pierced by her insight. Who are you? Lin Mo clenched the hilt of his sword, watching her warily. The white-robed maiden smiled, her thoughts flowing like a tide. I am Yi Chu, a member of the Wood Clan. There is no need for alarm. I do not come to harm you. Lin Mo felt a weight in his heart, his taut nerves easing slightly. While Yi Chu's presence instilled an unexpected pressure, he simultaneously recognized this as an opportunity to glean insights into the Wood Clan's affairs. Who are you? Lin Mo furrowed his brow, internally cautious. The sudden appearance of Yi Chu made Lin Mo question the reliability of the Tai transformation talisman. This talisman was purported to be an unwavering tool of concealment among cultivators at the void refinement stage. However, the white-robed maiden's consciousness had managed to penetrate its illusion, leaving him perplexed. To think you have seen through the Tai cleansing talisman. Do you possess the divine consciousness of a peak void realm cultivator? Lin Mo furrowed his brow, internally on guard. Yi Chu smiled enigmatically, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. Lin Mo, you are not an enemy of the Wood Clan. Rather, we might find ourselves in a position to collaborate. At this revelation, Lin Mo felt a stirring in his heart. Intrigued by the identity and true intentions of the girl in white, the failure of the Tai cleansing talisman made him realize that this woman, closely linked to the inner workings of the Wood Clan, could be the key to unraveling the mystery. Beneath the crimson sunset, the two stood facing each other in the black leaf forest, their conversation gradually peeling back the layers of enigma surrounding them. Yi Chu's identity, her mission, all began to unfold before Lin Mo. He came to understand that this pursuit was not merely to locate Yi Ying, but also to unveil the prologue of a much larger conspiracy. Together, they resolved to combine their strengths to uncover the secrets within the Wood Clan and confront the imminent crisis. Yet, they remained unaware that even greater trials and unforeseen challenges awaited them. Lin Mo continued his search for Yi Ying, and before long, guided by the formidable tracking abilities of the leopard Lin beast, he located her. At last, I have found you, Lin Mo exclaimed, dismounting the beast to gaze upon Yi Ying, clad in white. How did you track me down? She asked, astonished. I utilized the highest grade concealment talisman. Lin Mo merely smiled, choosing not to explain, but instead fixed his gaze upon Yi Ying. Very well, you win. Let's discuss this, Yi Ying conceded. Lin Mo dispelled his ethereal disguise, reappearing before her. I have been searching for your whereabouts, and you must provide me with an explanation. In truth, I am an undercover agent sent by the human clan, Yi Ying revealed slowly. I was dispatched to investigate the secrets of the Wood Clan. But now they are hunting me down. What? Lin Mo gasped in astonishment. You are actually an undercover agent of the human clan? Yi Ying nodded, recounting the entire sequence of events. She explained that, to better disguise herself, she had used a secret elixir to acquire Wood Clan bloodline traits, which also granted her the cultivation level of early Void Realm. So that's it, Lin Mo realized. You disguised yourself as one of the Wood Clan. But that elixir has altered your physique. A profound understanding blossomed between them. Lin Mo also revealed that he was entrusted by the human clan with a covert mission, and fate had conspired to bring them together. It seems we have much in common, Yi Ying smiled. Let us join forces to accomplish our task. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, beginning to feel that Yi Ying might indeed be his destined companion. Curious about the circumstances, Lin Mo inquired further, and Yi Ying, with a troubled expression, informed him that the Wood Clan seemed to have caught wind of the undercover agents sent by the human clan. I am not the only one, Yi Ying said. The human clan dispatched several agents, but all communication has been severed. Lin Mo was taken aback. Could they have all been discovered by the Wood Clan? Yi Ying nodded, a flicker of sorrow crossing her features. I fear they may have already met with misfortune. I myself am on the Wood Clan's list of targets. Lin Mo contemplated gravely, understanding the severity of the situation. It appeared that the Wood Clan had laid an intricate web, ensnaring their spies in peril. Why are they pursuing you? Lin Mo asked. As the blood of the Wood Phoenix coursed through my veins, it remained a monumental secret within the Wood Clan. Yi Ying remarked that I had become a thorn in their side. Lin Mo suddenly comprehended the implications. It was indeed the blood of the Wood Phoenix within Yi Ying that rendered her movements transparent to the clan, significantly heightening the likelihood of her mission's failure. We must proceed with utmost caution and not underestimate our adversaries, Lin Mo stated, fully aware that the traps set by the Wood Clan were tightening, and the situation was becoming dire. For the sake of the mission's success and the safety of both parties, they must conquer numerous formidable challenges to turn peril into safety. A fierce anger towards the Wood clan ignited within them, and they vowed to fulfill their mission and provide answers to their comrades. Lin Mo and Yi Ying recognized the treacherous circumstances they faced. The disappearance of other scouts had rendered the success of their mission precarious, while the Wood clan relentlessly pursued them, poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. We are deeply entrenched behind enemy lines. The pursuit by the Wood clan could commence at any time, Yi Ying expressed with concern. You are right. We must exercise caution, Lin Mo pondered. Yet we cannot abandon our mission. We must forge ahead. Yi Ying nodded, understanding that time was of the essence, and they could not afford to delay any longer. We must act swiftly and seize the initiative before the pursuers arrive. Lin Mo resolved to adopt an offensive strategy for defense. They swiftly gathered their belongings, mounted their divine beast, and set forth towards their objective. The jungle loomed ominously, yet they remained undaunted, eager to complete their task and evade the Wood clan's pursuit. With me by your side, you shall not come to harm, Lin Mo promised Yi Ying. She gazed at him with gratitude, resolved to share in his fate. Riding forth on their divine beast through the darkened jungle, they faced numerous obstacles, aware that the Wood clan's pursuers could emerge at any moment. We must remain vigilant and cautious of potential traps, Lin Mo cautioned. Yi Ying nodded, channeling the essence of the Wood Phoenix, prepared for any eventuality. Under the cloak of night, they advanced rapidly, wary of ambushes from the Wood clan. Strange sounds echoed through the jungle, sending chills down their spines. I can sense a powerful murderous intent, Yi Ying warned. The enemy is not far off. We have no choice but to confront them head-on. Lin Mo's expression turned grave. This mission would test their resolve, and they were prepared to face overwhelming danger, no matter the cost. They exchanged resolute nods, understanding that this was a formidable trial. Yet, for the sake of their comrades and the mission, they would surely overcome each obstacle and usher in the dawn of victory. Lin Mo and Yi Ying advanced side by side into the darkness, confronting the unknown challenges and perils ahead. Despite the myriad difficulties, they were determined to move forward together until their final mission was accomplished. Navigating cautiously through the depths of the Black Leaf Forest, Lin Mo and the two women found themselves enveloped in dim light and fraught with unseen dangers. In the shadows of the Black Leaf Forest, they sensed an unsettling presence. Suddenly, Yi Chu halted, scanning their surroundings with heightened alertness and a serious demeanor. Do you feel that? There seems to be someone ahead. The girl in the white robe furrowed her brow. It is the aura of the Wood clan. Yi Chu's expression shifted. It seems we have walked into an ambush. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, as the visage of the girl in white shifted with concern. The atmosphere within the Black Leaf Forest became palpably tense, as if a sinister aura permeated the air. It was the Wood clan. They had discovered our presence. Yi Chu took a deep breath and calmly explained the situation. Lin Mo swiftly made a decision. We must expeditiously vacate this place and seek refuge. No sooner had he spoken than several warriors of the Wood clan, clad in black and wielding long blades, emerged from the thicket, encircling the trio. How foolish to venture into our territory and expect to leave unscathed, one Wood clan warrior sneered. Today marks your demise. Be cautious, Yi Chu shouted, and the three swiftly adopted a defensive stance, back to back. Bring it on. I shall make you pay dearly, Lin Mo declared, his eyes blazing with intensity as he summoned all his strength in preparation for a counterattack. A brutal skirmish was on the verge of erupting, with their lives hanging by a thread. Amidst the siege, Lin Mo and his companions found themselves in a perilous predicament. The Wood clan warriors viciously assaulted them, threatening their very existence. However, in the heat of battle, Yi Chu showed no signs of weakness. Her agile form danced as she wielded her sword against the Wood clan cultivators. Each strike she delivered revealed her exceptional swordsmanship, making it astonishing that she was an undercover agent among them. Yet, amid the fierce confrontation, Yi Chu suddenly faltered, a trickle of crimson escaping her lips. She had been gravely injured by a master of the Wood clan. In a moment of desperation, Yi Chu shouted, "Stop! I am one of you." The Wood clan warriors froze, lowering their weapons in confusion. It turned out that Yi Chu had been commissioned by the Wood clan to infiltrate the human race. At that moment, revealing her true identity was a desperate attempt to save Lin Mo and the others from peril. "You are betraying us," a warrior roared. "I am not betraying anyone. I am merely assisting them in their escape for the time being, Yi Chu replied firmly. Your clan leader will surely endorse my decision. The Wood Clan warriors exchanged glances, still wishing to contest her claim, but Yi Chu had already opened a spatial portal, allowing Lin Mo and his companions to flee. Once they had evaded the pursuit of the Wood Clan, the white-clad maiden appeared visibly weakened, bearing wounds that had yet to heal. You are injured. You must tend to your wounds immediately, Lin Mo expressed with concern. The white-clad maiden shook her head, attempting to decline. But Lin Mo had already retrieved some precious medicinal pills from his possession. These are the Xiang pill and the wood fairy ointment I prepared. Please take them, as they will aid in your swift recovery. These were rare healing elixirs he had acquired during his cultivation, nearly unattainable for ordinary individuals. The white-clad maiden looked at Lin Mo with surprise, clearly familiar with the medicinal pills. Thank you. I shall take them now, she replied with a faint smile. I appreciate your concern. I will recover. Her voice was slightly weary, yet her eyes radiated determination. Lin Mo observed as the white-clad maiden adeptly ingested the secret medicine. Her bleeding soon staunched, and he couldn't help but marvel at her knowledge of herbal remedies. He gently applied the ointment to her wounds, and a soothing energy swiftly coursed through her body. The white-clad maiden shivered slightly, seemingly attuned to the healing power of the medicine. Your understanding of these remedies appears quite exceptional, Lin Mo remarked, intrigued. The white-clad maiden smiled gently. In the course of cultivation, mastering the art of healing is an essential skill. I once studied some medical arts under the guidance of a healer. This revelation stirred a multitude of questions within Lin Mo's mind, rendering the identity and background of the girl in white robes even more enigmatic. Surely, she must hail from a prestigious lineage to be entitled to such rare elixirs, Lin Mo mused. After consuming the medicine, the girl soon regained some strength. Yet Lin Mo observed that her complexion still appeared somewhat frail. You require further rest. Allow me to escort you to a secure location, Lin Mo said, subsequently retrieving the Tai transformation talisman from his waist. This is the Tai transformation talisman, the girl in white gasped, her eyes widening. Indeed, you recognize this talisman, Lin Mo remarked, slightly taken aback. I have merely encountered it before, she averted her gaze. Lin Mo smiled as he elaborated. This is the Tai transformation talisman, which can render our forms ethereal, making it difficult for enemies to detect us during our movements. The girl nodded, yet the intrigue in her eyes had not fully dissipated. Clearly, she held some fascination for Lin Mo's Tai transformation talisman, as such magic was rather uncommon among ordinary cultivators. Chapter 433. With this talisman, I can conceal our presence and lead you to a place that no one can find to tend to your wounds. Observing the girl's hesitance, Lin Mo felt a flicker of doubt rise within him. However, the foremost priority was to ensure her healing. Other matters could be set aside for the time being. Thus, Lin Mo activated the Tai transformation talisman, and together with the girl in white, they vanished into thin air, proceeding to a more secure location. As the talisman was activated, the surrounding environment began to blur, and Lin Mo's figure seemed to meld into the air around them. The girl in white gazed in awe at this spectacle, evidently astonished by such a wondrous sorcery. This is, she murmured softly, seemingly lost in contemplation. Lin Mo offered no further explanation, merely gesturing for her to follow closely behind him. He understood that her abilities might prove crucial in this endeavor. The purpose of the Tai transformation talisman was not solely for stealth. It was also to pique her curiosity, thus drawing her into a deeper collaboration. The girl's injuries had nearly healed. Lin Mo noted her serious demeanor, as if she had something significant to convey. I must urgently relay a confidential message to Tianyuan City, she stated, producing a crystalline communication disc. This is a transmission disc, capable of swiftly sending information back. Please share with me what you need to report, Lin Mo replied with a gentle smile, retrieving his own prepared message to hand to the girl. She inscribed both pieces of correspondence onto the disc, then channeled her magical energy, causing the disc to ascend and swiftly disappear into the sky. The message has been sent. Now I must destroy the disc to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands, she declared resolutely, smashing the disc onto the ground. Lin Mo observed the shards of the shattered disc scattered about, understanding that their mission had progressed another step forward. Subsequently, the girl in white retrieved a delicate transmission disc from a concealed corner, intricately engraved with complex runes. Her expression was profound, as if she were weighing the cost of utilizing this artifact. Lin Mo felt a twinge of curiosity regarding her actions, yet refrained from probing further. He was aware that in the realm of cultivation, certain matters were best left unexamined. The maiden clad in white swiftly summoned her magical energy, causing the runes upon the teleportation disc to flicker and radiate a brilliant light. This disc possessed the ability to instantaneously transport them back to Tianyuan City. The girl in white elucidated, a hint of hesitation gleaming in her eyes. Lin Mo nodded, comprehending her apprehensions. The utilization of the teleportation disc was not without its perils, embodying certain risks. However, faced with the looming threat of the Wood Clan and the urgency of their mission, they were compelled to take the risk. The luminosity of the disc intensified, and the girl's brow furrowed slightly. She gently admonished, "Hold on to the disc tightly. Do not allow the slightest falter." Heeding her counsel, Lin Mo and Yi Chu grasped the disc firmly. Following a violent tremor, they felt as though their bodies were being torn apart, as if traversing through the very fabric of time and space, everything becoming a blur. As the light from the teleportation disc gradually diminished, Lin Mo and the others found themselves amidst an unfamiliar landscape. They stood in a vast valley, encircled by towering mountains, the air imbued with an ancient and enigmatic aura. Having escaped the Wood Clan's territory, they needed to vacate this perilous area swiftly. The maiden in white surveyed her surroundings before producing a wooden bird puppet. The puppet was remarkably lifelike, its feathers vibrant, resembling a real bird. With a flourish of her hands, she infused it with vital energy, and the bird soared into the air, soon transforming into a colossal wooden avian puppet. "Quickly hop on," the girl urged as she leapt onto the bird's back. "We shall ride this wooden bird to depart from the valley. Our next mission site lies not far ahead," she explained. Lin Mo and Yi Chu also mounted the wooden bird, and at her command, it spread its wings and ascended swiftly above the black-leaf forest. What formidable magic! This wooden bird flies with such stability, Lin Mo marveled. Both Lin Mo and Yi Chu were practitioners of the cultivation realm, familiar with magical artifacts and puppets. Yet the craftsmanship and application of this wooden bird left them astounded. It seemed the girl in white possessed extraordinary expertise in magical artifacts. As the three of them ascended upon the wooden bird, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, akin to soaring through the clouds. The puppet glided gracefully above the valley, the wind whispering past their ears, imparting a feeling of unbridled freedom. Time is of the essence. We must swiftly distance ourselves from the Wood Clan's domain, the maiden declared with a stoic expression, guiding the wooden bird towards the distant horizon. Lin Mo, seated upon the bird's back, gazed down at the receding sea of trees, a realization dawning upon him that they had finally evaded danger. The girl in white piloted the wooden bird, soaring alongside Lin Mo and Yi Chu amidst the azure sky and white clouds. "Our mission has been accomplished successfully. The narrow sky lies ahead," she remarked. "Thanks to both of your assistance." Lin Mo nodded, yet his thoughts wandered to Long Dong and Xiao Feng, his former companions, now lost to the unknown. The maiden in white appeared to deliberately avoid this topic, causing Lin Mo to furrow his brow in contemplation. He sensed her silence, as if she harbored unspoken burdens. He resolved to shatter the silence and initiate a conversation. "Young lady in white, you and Long Dong, Xiaohong seem to share an extraordinary past. Why do you refrain from discussing it?" The maiden in white smiled slightly, her gaze imbued with depth. "Long Dong and Xiaohong represent a chapter of unutterable history. We were once companions on the same journey, yet the passage of time and the vicissitudes of fate have rendered us bearers of distinct missions." A flicker of doubt arose in Lin Mo's heart, yet he chose not to probe further. In the realm of cultivation, each practitioner harbors a story of their own, and certain matters are destined to remain unspoken. He redirected his inquiry. "So what is our next task? Why must we venture to the one-line sky?" The maiden's eyes shimmered as she took a deep breath. The one-line sky serves as a conduit connecting disparate realms of cultivation, and it is also a location where the Wood Clan has recently been frequently sighted. Our mission is to locate and dismantle the secret formation they have established there, in order to thwart their sinister schemes. Lin Mo furrowed his brow in contemplation. The formation laid by the Wood Clan at the one-line sky was clearly no ordinary defensive measure. He recognized the peril inherent in this undertaking, realizing that the ambitions of the Wood Clan were far more complex than they outwardly appeared. Questions swirled within him regarding her true intentions. Yet more pressing matters compelled him to set those concerns aside for the moment. Indeed, together we shall accomplish our task, Lin Mo declared. The maiden in white responded with a faint smile, refraining from mentioning the other two companions. The wooden bird puppet accelerated through the unfamiliar landscapes. Suddenly, dense clouds amassed in the sky, coalescing into an ominous darkness. Thunder roared, as if an indescribable threat were about to descend. The wooden bird, carrying the trio, finally arrived at the entrance to the one-line sky. However, at that moment, an undercurrent surged in the sky, thick clouds gathered, and a resounding thunderclap echoed. A golden lightning bolt cleaved the heavens, followed by a thunderous roar that resonated through the air. Lin Mo glanced upward, realizing that the ominous clouds harbored a formidable energy, heralding the arrival of a powerful presence. A wave of intense aura washed over him, causing his heart to sink. The maiden in white's expression turned grave as she softly remarked, "This dark cloud is the guardian of the one-line sky entrance, a fearsome thunder beast. We must proceed with caution. Should we draw its attention, we will find ourselves in considerable trouble." As the wooden bird puppet drew nearer to the entrance, the thunder grew ever more deafening, and the pressure from the thunder beast within the clouds intensified. An imminent clash loomed, and Lin Mo gripped his weapon tightly, his heart brimming with martial fervor. Suddenly, a flash of golden light pierced through the clouds, revealing a colossal dragon adorned in golden scales. Its head crowned with two sharp horns, soaring forth amidst powerful currents of energy. Alarm bells rang in Lin Mo's mind. Oh no, that is the legendary Golden Dragon. A breathtaking battle was on the horizon, and they were left to ponder how to escape. In the skies, a gigantic golden dragon and a resplendent phoenix engaged in a fierce aerial struggle, their roars echoing with thunderous intensity, filling the air with the scent of gunpowder. The golden dragon shimmered with a lustrous golden hue, opening its cavernous maw to unleash torrents of flame, generating shockwaves that rippled through the atmosphere. The colorful phoenix unfurled its radiant wings, gracefully evading as it spread its sharp beak. The multicolored halo transformed into a concave magical array, striking directly at the golden dragon. The sky crackled with thunder and lightning, and fierce winds howled as the battle between the golden dragon and the colorful phoenix reached a fever pitch. The golden dragon soared through the air, its massive golden form slicing through the dark clouds, intertwining with the wings of the colorful phoenix to create a breathtaking and grand tableau. Their attacks were akin to meteors, tearing through the void and shaking the very foundations of the earth. With a furious roar, the golden dragon whipped its tail, carving a golden arc of light in the sky that collided with the halo, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The two divine beasts tangled in the air, soaring and colliding, each strike unleashing gales and lightning, fracturing the void. Lin Mo was filled with awe. This battle surpassed his wildest imaginings, and he couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying power of the true dragon bloodline. After a chaotic melee, the phoenix finally discerned a flaw. It soared high, gathering its five-colored radiance to form a colossal vortex that enveloped from above. The golden dragon tilted its head and roared, attempting to break free from the brilliance. But the vortex's pull was too strong, gradually ensnaring it within the light column, rendering it immobile. The girl in white, her expression grave, remarked that this was not the true golden dragon, but merely a counterfeit activated by the blood of the true dragon. The authentic golden dragon would not exude such an aura. It must be concealed within some individual. Yi Chu furrowed her brow, speculating whether it was the work of the Long family. She had vaguely heard that the young master of the Long family had recently acquired a special secret technique that allowed him to forcibly awaken the powers of true spirit blood. They were attempting a role reversal, scheming to swap the heavens. The girl in white nodded, confirming that the Long family's young master had indeed recently obtained an ancient tome, and she suspected he had discovered this technique within. He undoubtedly aimed to seize the Tianyuan divine blood of the Yi family to achieve the grand ambition of the golden dragon devouring the heavens. This battle was merely the first signal. Lin Mo frowned, reminding her that according to the rules of the aristocratic families, no one should arbitrarily steal the bloodline power of another family. The Long family had broken the rules. They were courting disaster. The girl in white scoffed, stating that while rules are immutable, people are not. For the sake of bloodlines, the Long family would stop at nothing. We must remain vigilant to prevent them from succeeding. Lin Mo clenched his fists in silence, If the Long family's young master truly dared to act thus, he would ensure he faced dire consequences. The aristocratic families had long adhered to rules prohibiting the mutual plunder of true spirit bloodlines. This was a principle to maintain balance in the world, respected by all and never to be violated. As an esteemed family, the Longs should understand this, yet it seemed they had broken the rules and employed some special means. The girl in white spoke with a profound concern. Her expression darkened as she declared that the Long family's blatant violation of family rules to forcibly seize the Yi family's Tianyuan bloodline was a clear declaration of war and provocation against them. As an esteemed family, they could not tolerate such disregard for rules and ethics. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. The Long family's actions had transcended mere competition, hinting at a deeper agenda. Yi Chu silently nodded, fully aware that should the true spirit bloodline fall into the hands of the Long family, it would yield unpredictable consequences for the entire cultivation world. The girl in white continued, asserting that they could not remain idle. Otherwise, the Long family's ambitions would ripple across the entire continent. We must unveil their conspiracy and thwart their advances to safeguard the equilibrium of the true spiritual bloodline. Yi Chu furrowed his brow and remarked that indeed, the regulations of noble families explicitly prohibit the theft of bloodlines from others. This is a fundamental principle. The Long family has evidently crossed a line this time. What methods could they have employed to successfully awaken the golden dragon bloodline? The girl in the white robe pondered for a moment before speaking. I suspect they have resorted to some forbidden technique, perhaps having uncovered an ancient secret method which allowed them to forcibly trigger the true dragon bloodline. However, such actions bear severe consequences. They have defied the natural order and will ultimately face divine retribution. Lin Mo frowned and said, "It appears that the Long family is taking significant risks, willing to violate ancestral rules to seize your Yi family's bloodline. I fear their motives extend beyond merely acquiring the golden dragon bloodline. There may be a more profound conspiracy at play." The girl in white nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I share your suspicions. We must remain vigilant and ensure the Long family does not succeed." Lin Mo contemplated. "In that case, I recommend that your Yi family bolster its defenses and also seek to expose the Long family's schemes, preventing their success. You have my unwavering support." The girl in white smiled slightly. "Thank you. Your assistance is invaluable. We will enhance our precautions and continue to delve into the Long family's conspiracy. With our collaboration, I believe the Long family will eventually reveal their true intentions." Lin Mo nodded, his mind already formulating strategies to counter the Long family. The girl in white turned with a flourish, extending her palm as a circular array of 5-colored brilliance coalesced within it. The array, adorned with intertwining dragons and phoenixes, was resplendent. With a gentle wave of her hand, the array shot forth, striking the golden dragon in midair with pinpoint accuracy. In Chapter 434, the golden dragon let out a mournful cry as the array's vibrant light penetrated its scales, exploding within its body. The golden dragon writhed in agony, appearing severely injured. The girl in white scoffed, "This is the true strength of our Yi family. A mere imitation dares to covet our bloodline. It is nothing short of a fool's dream." No sooner had she spoken than a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from her, transforming into a radiant light. An ancient and mysterious array materialized around her, and amidst the dazzling brilliance, a colossal phantom of a colorful phoenix emerged. "Manifest," the girl in white commanded, and the phoenix phantom became vividly lifelike, exuding a kaleidoscope of colors. Beneath the wings of the phoenix, a spirit pill imbued with magical power appeared, releasing a subtle fragrance. Yi Chu, not to be outdone, summoned her own spiritual beast, a majestic spirit tiger whose presence radiated immense authority. This beast complemented the colorful phoenix of the girl in white. The girl in white then produced several crystalline pills, feeding them to the 5-colored phoenix. Instantly, the phoenix's brilliance intensified, and it began to manifest vibrant feathers. It spread its wings, and wherever its feathers touched, the air refracted into intricate and splendid hues. "Go," the girl in white instructed calmly. The 5-colored phoenix emitted a long cry, expanding its form as it surged toward the golden dragon, engaging it in a fierce struggle. Lin Mo watched in astonishment. The strength of the girl in white far exceeded his expectations. It was evident that the Yi family possessed the capability to contend with the Long family, and the outcome of this conflict remained uncertain. The wings of the colorful phoenix flutter, releasing a cascade of vibrant hues, forming exquisite arcs in the air. In contrast, the golden dragon transforms into a shimmering stream of gold, its form flickering in and out of visibility as it deftly evades the phoenix's assaults. Each clash between them generates intense waves of energy, as if threatening to rend the very sky asunder. The five-colored phoenix radiates a dazzling spectrum of light, its wings now fully transformed into a flowing tapestry of colors. With a piercing cry, it lunges toward the golden dragon. Upon witnessing this, the dragon unleashes twin beams of golden light from its eyes, attempting to bring the phoenix down. Yet, the phoenix, with its agile maneuvers, effortlessly dodges the beams, opening its sharp beak to clamp down on the dragon's neck. The dragon roars in pain, thrashing its neck in a futile attempt to shake off the phoenix's grip. But the phoenix's hold is unyielding. In that moment, countless five-colored arrows of light erupt from its wings, raining down densely upon the dragon's entire body. The air fills with a cacophony of crackling sounds as the arrows pierce through the dragon's scales, detonating within. The dragon shrieks, frantically rolling and thrashing in the air, striving to escape the relentless assault of light. Suddenly, the phoenix flaps its wings, gathering its radiant energies into a vast net of light that encompasses the golden dragon entirely. As the net constricts, the dragon howls in despair, ultimately dissolving into a burst of golden light, vanishing into the ether. The outcome of this battle is now clear. The prowess of the five-colored phoenix has utterly subdued the golden dragon. Lin Mo is taken aback. The power he once believed to be mere legend is astonishingly formidable, nearly beyond comprehension. Watching this aerial confrontation fills Lin Mo with trepidation, as it deepens his understanding of the true strength of divine beasts. With his current cultivation, to contend with such a level of combat seems unfathomable. The true might of the golden dragon and phoenix, he suspects, far exceeds even his imagination. He cannot help but marvel at the existence of such powerful beings in the world, creatures like the true dragon and celestial phoenix, possessing forces that rival the very heavens and earth. To reach such heights, he muses, even immortals might find themselves humbled. The girl in white nods in agreement, stating that we, as cultivators, must comprehend the mysteries of the universe and forge new paths through countless tribulations to achieve such greatness. Beasts like the golden dragon and phoenix are born with defiance against fate. How could we possibly stand against them? Lin Mo reflects, admitting that he embarked on this journey driven by youthful fervor. Yet witnessing the clash of divine beasts today has revealed to him that there are indeed greater beings beyond human comprehension, and he must diligently cultivate to touch that level of existence. The girl in white commends him, noting that although he is young, his insights are extraordinary. It seems this experience will greatly benefit his cultivation, and she believes he is destined to carve out a new realm for himself. Lin Mo nods, resolving to remember the lessons of today. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, requiring unwavering effort. The battle in the sky rages on, with the golden dragon and the five-colored phoenix locked in an unending struggle. The dragon spews forth torrents of flame, seeking to reduce the phoenix to ash. The phoenix, however, flaps its wings, sending forth a spray of colorful droplets to extinguish the flames. Subsequently, it exhales a radiant stream of light, forming a colossal net that descends upon the golden dragon. The dragon roars in fury, unleashing a barrage of golden blades from its mouth, clashing against the net, resulting in a chaotic storm of golden light swirling through the air. The two divine beasts once again clashed mid-air, spiraling from the heavens to the ground, and then soaring back into the sky, their battle unfolding with unpredictable twists. Lin Mo observed intently, captivated by the astonishing prowess of these mythical creatures. He understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The true confrontation of divine beasts would likely be even more cataclysmic. Uncertain of how long this conflict might endure and the eventual outcome, Lin Mo pondered quietly. He believed that soon, he would unveil the answers, and he needed to prepare for the challenges posed by the Long family, ensuring that the Yi family would not suffer. Suddenly, the clash between the golden dragon and the colorful phoenix intensified, and the air thickened with a potent energy field. Lin Mo sensed the immense power surging forth, as if an invisible force were tearing apart the fabric of reality, causing the very sky to tremble. Amidst this quaking, he was suddenly assailed by a chilling breeze. Alert! He raised his gaze to see a sudden tempest of frost forming, the air growing frigid, and ice crystals enveloping the entire sky. This unexpected transformation sent a jolt of unease through him. Not good. Enemies are intervening. Yi Chu's expression shifted as he drew his sword, entering a state of vigilance. Emerging from the woods was a young man clad in white, the adversary of the colorful phoenix. With the phoenix encased in ice, the white-robed youth wore a satisfied smirk, evidently pleased with the turn of events. Observing this, Lin Mo joined forces with Yi Chu to combat their foe. However, their alliance did not grant them the upper hand as they had hoped. The colorful phoenix unleashed a remarkable technique, transforming the power of wind into an icy force, creating a sea of frost that froze the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, Yi Chu fervently infused his true spirit blood, amplifying the phoenix's strength further. Yet, this was not the conclusion. The phoenix's opponent was no ordinary cultivator. He wielded the chilling power adeptly, summoning fierce cold winds and rapidly condensing frost. The phoenix became cunning, her form shifting into a vibrant flash of colors, evading the adversary's strikes. On the battlefield, the duel of wind and ice escalated, each collision releasing waves of potent energy. Yi Chu strained to maintain the infusion of his true spirit blood, but against the overwhelming icy might, they gradually found themselves on the defensive. Lin Mo recognized the urgency of the situation, focusing his energy, intent on seizing an opportunity to assist Yi Chu and the phoenix. However, in the moment he prepared to act, the battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation. At that instant, a flash of golden light appeared, and the colossal golden dragon manifested in the sky, striking at the white-robed youth with a mighty claw. The youth's expression shifted drastically as he hastily executed the ice transformation technique, attempting to freeze the dragon as well. Yet, the golden dragon, imbued with true spirit power, remained impervious to the icy assault. It pinned the youth down with its claws, unleashing a torrent of golden light that engulfed him. Just as the golden dragon prepared to depart, a resounding roar erupted from the ice, and the phoenix's form underwent a metamorphosis. Her massive body transformed into a colossal crimson blade, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. Yi Chu's eyes flickered with a complex emotion, as though compelled to wield this newfound strength. Under the influence of the blood crystal Maha sword, his true spirit blood began to be siphoned away, flowing into the blood blade. A streak of blood-red sword light suddenly cleaved through the air, aimed directly at the golden dragon's chest, revealing that the phoenix had resurrected as the blood sword, having absorbed Yi Chu's power. The golden dragon let out a furious roar, its claws aiming to crush the blood sword. With a gentle sweep, the blood sword released a shadowy figure that struck the dragoness claw, instantly siphoning away a significant portion of its true spirit power. The dragon, unable to withstand the pain, howled and retreated, while the blood sword, having absorbed blood, grew even more formidable. Yi Chu gazed at the blood sword in the air, his expression grave, for it evidently contained the true spirit bloodline of the Yi family's celestial phoenix, which had been seized by the colorful phoenix. We must devise a means to reclaim the celestial phoenix bloodline. It cannot fall into the hands of others. The young girl in white nodded, conjuring a sphere of golden flame in her hand. I possess a technique known as the Golden Blade Soul-Severing Flame, which may attempt to sever the connection between the blood sword and the colorful phoenix, thus reclaiming the bloodline. You shall cast the Demon Binding Great Technique, and together we should be able to sever the blood sword's ties. Fear not, I will fully cooperate with you. Yi Chu nodded, gathering wood spirit energy into a beam of green light to support the girl in white. Just as they prepared to cast their spells, two men clad in black robes suddenly appeared in midair. One of them chuckled, "Ah, it is indeed the Yi family, seeking to reclaim the celestial phoenix bloodline. I fear you shall not succeed." Yi Chu's expression changed. "Who are you?" The man laughed heartily. "We are Long Yu and Long Lin, dispatched by the Long family under the orders of the young master to seize the celestial phoenix bloodline. Do not harbor any illusions. Your failure was predestined." The girl in white scoffed. "A mere hound of the Long family dares to act so brazenly here? I shall see to it that you are turned to shreds." A fierce battle was on the verge of igniting. The Long family cultivators, Long Yu and Long Lin, stood side by side, their gazes sharp as they scrutinized the girl in white and Yi Chu. Long Yu said coldly, "Why must you trouble yourselves? The young master of the Long family is about to merge the dragon and phoenix true blood. Your resistance is futile." The girl in white retorted with a sneer. The Long family indeed resorts to unscrupulous means, daring to violate the rules of the aristocratic families. We cannot stand idly by as the Long family runs amok. Long Lin smiled faintly. Rules? In the Dragon and Phoenix continent, only the strong have the right to set the rules. And we, the Long family, are on the brink of becoming the most powerful existence. The girl in white replied coldly, the arrogance of the Long family will only serve to isolate you further. Yi Chu, let us strike together and reclaim the true spirit blood. Long Yu and Long Lin's expressions changed. Long Yu spoke, sister, we are strangers to each other. Yet you choose to draw blades. Why is that? I see you are well acquainted with Yi Chu. Why not relinquish the celestial phoenix bloodline to our Long family? The girl in white scoffed. The Long family is not worthy of obtaining the celestial phoenix bloodline of the Yi family. That is but a dream. Long Lin sighed. Yi Chu, your ignorance has left you blinded by the Yi family's illusions. You remain unaware of the Long family's might. If you would but defect and surrender, the young master of the Long family would treat you well. Yi Chu resolutely replied, I will never betray the Yi family. Long Yu sneered, very well. Since you insist on holding out, do not blame us for our mercilessness. Our young master has already mastered the Golden Dragon bloodline, and will soon merge with the Golden Phoenix bloodline. At that time, your fate will be sealed. The girl in white was furious, exclaiming, you shameless scoundrels. As her words fell, the Long family cultivators, Long Yu and Long Lin, swiftly reacted. The two transformed into streaks of light, positioning themselves in front of the girl in white and Yi Chu. Even united, you cannot alter the inevitable fate that awaits. The voice of Long Yu was cold and haughty. He raised the jade flute in his hand and gently blew into it, producing a melodious tune. As the melody spread, the surrounding air began to ripple, forming an invisible barrier of sound. Long Lin smirked slightly, the long sword in his grasp emanating a sharp, cold light. White-robed maiden, your verdant circular ring is nothing more than a flimsy trinket to us. Do not think you can obstruct the path of the Long family. The white-robed maiden responded coolly. Indeed, the Long family is formidable, but we are not to be trifled with. A chaotic battle erupted. Long Yu and Long Lin suddenly exhaled a plume of black mist, from which hundreds of phantoms surged forth, charging directly at Yi Chu and the white-robed maiden. Faced with the formidable ghost summoning and demon-repelling techniques of the Long family's cultivators, the seamless cooperation between the white-robed maiden and Yi Chu proved to be crucial. They moved swiftly, transforming into a streak of light in an attempt to circumvent the obstructions posed by the Long family cultivators. The golden blade in the white-robed maiden's hand shimmered, releasing a dazzling golden radiance that formed a protective aura around her. Without hesitation, she unleashed her attack, summoning a golden longsword with a graceful sweep, cleaving the phantoms before her in twain. Yi Chu, unwilling to be outdone, shot forth a burst of green light, dispelling another wave of phantoms entirely. At that moment, Long Lin employed the frog swallows heaven technique, unleashing dozens of long worms that lunged toward the two. The white-robed maiden concentrated a swirling emerald light to counter this assault. Long Yu, in a fit of rage, retrieved a blood-red human head from his robes, chanting incantations as crimson light surged forth, transforming into a long sword aimed at the white-robed maiden. She dared not delay, simultaneously wielding her golden blade and verdant ring to clash fiercely with the blood sword, igniting a shower of sparks. The battlefield was engulfed in a tumultuous intertwining of potent magical energies, creating a chaotic tapestry of light and shadow. The white-robed maiden and Yi Chu worked in perfect harmony, their spiritual powers intertwining to forge a formidable force. With the golden blade in her hand, its radiance flickering, and the verdant ring encircling her, she formed an unassailable defensive barrier. Yi Chu concentrated the green light, harnessing the essence of wood spirit energy to unleash a tremendous force of nature. Chapter 435. The Long family cultivators seeing this, Long Yu and Long Lin exchanged solemn glances. Long Yu played the jade flute, causing the sound wave barrier to expand continuously, attempting to fend off the onslaught of the white-robed maiden and Yi Chu. Meanwhile, Long Lin swung his long sword, the blade's light piercing and resolute, meeting the golden blade of the white-robed maiden. The Long family's defense was unexpectedly robust. Yi Chu furrowed his brow, sensing the formidable resistance ahead. The white-robed maiden smiled coldly. Yi Chu, unleash your full power. We must break through this barrier and reclaim the true spirit blood. Yichu nodded, a steadfast determination igniting within him. He took a deep breath. The green light growing ever more brilliant, the wood spirit energy surging forth to form a massive green dragon shadow, charging towards the Long family cultivators. This is bad. Long Yu's expression changed. He had not anticipated Yi Chu's strength to be so formidable. He hastily adjusted the sound wave barrier, striving to withstand the impact of the green dragon shadow. At the same time, the white-robed maiden transformed into a beam of golden light, instantly traversing the defenses of the Long family cultivators. The golden blade sliced through the void, the verdant ring swirling around her, creating a resplendent arc of light. She descended from the air, colliding with the white jade pendant of the Long family cultivators, unleashing a surge of intense energy. After a round of offense and defense, the young girl in white and Yi Chu were both breathless, while Long Yu and Long Lin remained composed. The girl in white secretly lamented their predicament. Their attacks had proven ineffective against the two members of the Long family, and her true essence was nearly depleted. Yi Chu wore a grave expression. If this continued, they would ultimately be defeated, and the situation was dire. However, the girl in white gritted her teeth and declared that they could not concede defeat. They must find a way to breach the Long family's defenses and reclaim the Tianyuan bloodline. Yi Chu nodded in agreement, affirming that they must fight to the end. He intended to attempt to channel the wood spirit true energy within him, hoping it might shift the tides of battle. A glimmer of hope sparked in the girl's eyes. All right, unleash your wood spirit true energy with all your might, and I will find a way to assist you. We will surely create an opening. With that, the girl in white leaped into the air, her golden short knife slicing through the air, aimed directly at the Long family cultivator. The cultivator's face contorted with malevolence as he clapped his palms together, summoning a surge of fiery light that erupted forth, releasing a torrent of scorching heat. The girl deftly sidestepped the heat wave, her golden blade striking true into the palm of her adversary. A cry of agony escaped him as blood gushed from his wounded hand. Seizing the opportunity, she twisted her blade, unleashing a flash of golden light aimed at the cultivator's face. The Long family cultivator stumbled back in haste, chanting incantations as several blood-red evil spirits screeched forth, transforming into a dense fog of crimson, surging towards the girl. Simultaneously, a white jade pendant on his person emitted a formidable protective barrier, deflecting the force of her golden knife, while the crimson spirits became a pressing concern for the girl. Skillfully, she employed her agility to evade the spirit's onslaught, while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. The clash of their techniques and artifacts illuminated the battlefield, rendering the scene ever-changing. The path of the demons is indeed troublesome, the girl in white scoffed, waving her left hand to summon a verdant circular ring that enveloped her. The blood mist collided with the ring, bursting into sprays of crimson, yet the ring absorbed the assault. At that moment, Yi Chu had positioned himself behind the Long family cultivator. He clapped his palms together, and a stream of azure light surged forth from his hands, swiftly darting towards the back of the cultivator. Caught off guard, the cultivator hastily attempted to defend himself, but was struck by the azure light, stumbling from the impact. Just as they pressed their advantage against one Long family cultivator, the other began to chant incantations, causing several more blood-red spirits to emerge from behind him. Let you taste the ancestral sorcery of my clan. The Long family cultivator cackled, as the evil spirits encircled the girl in white and Yi Chu. The girl's expression darkened. She had 3 artifacts now in her possession, enveloping sounds of flute, zither, and pipa intertwined in a melodious symphony, transforming into a cascade of multicolored light that surged towards the evil spirits. Upon contact, the spirits dissipated into black smoke. The Long family cultivator's expression shifted dramatically. Gritting his teeth, he chanted again, summoning even more evil spirits. The girl in white furrowed her brow, realizing that the opponent's sorcery was profound, and her 3 artifacts would struggle to secure a swift victory. Lowering her voice, she warned Yi Chu, "If I do not resort to this move, I fear I will not withstand the Long family's sorcery. You should retreat and guard against their attacks." Heeding her words, Yi Chu promptly leaped back a distance of 10 feet. The young maiden clad in white, with her hands forming intricate gestures, softly intoned, "Flames, heed my command. The golden lotus transforms into my blade." As her words resonated, flames surged around her, and a golden sword radiance erupted from the inferno. cleaving through the vast expanse and aiming directly at the two members of the Long family. Upon witnessing this, their faces turned pale. The foremost Long family cultivator inwardly cursed his misfortune and swiftly channeled all his energy, unleashing 7 or 8 blood-red demonic heads that roared forth, coalescing into a pitch-black sphere of ghostly energy to confront the golden sword radiance. With a thunderous crash, the golden sword light collided with the demonic energy. The two formidable forces clashing fiercely, neither yielding to the other. The white-clad maiden observed intently, noting that the demonic energy was intensifying, gradually overpowering her golden sword light. Her expression hardened as she shouted, unleashing an even more formidable golden beam from the tip of her sword, piercing through the ghostly energy and directly targeting the Long family cultivator. Startled, he hastily attempted to defend himself. The golden beam struck his external energy barrier, igniting a flurry of sparks. He let out a muffled groan and staggered back a few steps, his complexion paling. At that moment, just as the maiden swung her golden blade towards the Long family cultivator, he unexpectedly retracted his offensive, a smile creeping onto his face. Alarm bells rang in the maiden's mind, sensing that the situation was far from simple. The Long family cultivator spoke slowly. "Do you think my family is only capable of defense?" As his words fell, a sharp sword energy suddenly erupted from him, hurtling towards the maiden's vital points. The maiden's pupils constricted. She had not anticipated such a hidden offensive from the Long family cultivator. She swiftly maneuvered to evade, but the sword energy pursued her relentlessly, nearly impossible to escape. At this critical moment, a gust of wind signaled the arrival of another Long family cultivator, who soared into the fray, brandishing a blood-red demonic head and launching an assault on the white-clad maiden. The two Long family cultivators executed a perfectly coordinated attack, plunging the maiden into a perilous situation. At that juncture, another Long family cultivator cackled as he began to chant an incantation, summoning 6 or 7 more blood-red demonic heads that roared toward the maiden. In a flash, the maiden's mind raced. With a sweep of her left hand, a verdant circular shield flew forth to protect her. The 6 or 7 demonic heads collided with the shield, causing it to dim, and the maiden was jolted back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, the Long family cultivator inhaled sharply, his incantation unbroken. The 6 or 7 demonic heads swirled, transforming abruptly into towering crimson demons wielding long blood-red swords. Their fangs bared as they let out a thunderous roar. Surrounding the maiden, the red demons intertwined their sword lights, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. The white-clad maiden's eyes gleamed with intensity, her veins bulging as she gripped her sword with all her might. She spun with haste, her golden sword dancing gracefully, generating a flurry of sword shadows that surged toward the red demons. The crimson demons, wielding their swords with ferocity, struck out repeatedly to block the golden sword's onslaught. An intense battle ensued, the lights and shadows of their swords weaving together, surging like a colossal wave. The maiden glanced at Yi Chu. Their thoughts intertwined as they resolved to join forces against this unfamiliar demonic sorcery. A subtle smile graced the maiden's lips as the golden blade in her hand radiated resplendent light. She was determined to unleash her strongest attack to diminish the sorcery's potency. Meanwhile, Yi Chu concentrated, summoning flying swords in hues of blue and yellow, launching them forth with fierce intent, seeking a flaw in the demonic magic. Yet, the crimson demons and their blood-red swords appeared almost sentient, deftly evading the attacks, at times dissipating into black mist, only to reconstitute themselves once more. As the maiden in white and Yi Chu valiantly contended against the malevolent sorcery, a cultivator from the Long family suddenly chuckled. "Do you know? This is an unparalleled technique of my Long family, known as the Crimson Demon Sorcery, specifically designed to counteract various forms of martial arts." This revelation caused the expressions of the maiden and Yi Chu to shift. The adversary possessed such formidable sorcery, leaving them with a sense of helplessness. At that moment, the crimson-haired demon and the scarlet sword renewed their ferocious assault, pressing the two into an even more perilous predicament. A flicker of determination crossed the maiden's eyes. She understood that she must swiftly discover a means to unravel this sorcery, for it posed a significant threat. The maiden found herself entangled with 6 or 7 crimson-haired demons amidst the glimmer of swords. With her agile form, she deftly wielded her golden sword, swiftly neutralizing the onslaught of the demons. However, The sheer number of adversaries began to overwhelm her. Meanwhile, the two Long family cultivators incessantly chanted incantations, their faces twisted in malicious glee. The maiden furrowed her brow, inhaling deeply, resolutely deciding to unleash her most potent techniques. A cold smile graced her lips as she leapt into the air, her three treasured artifacts at the ready. The sound of the flute resonated brightly. The strings of the zither flowed endlessly, and the lute's tones were enchanting, weaving together into a tapestry of vibrant melodies that surged forth, transforming into streams of multicolored light. Rushing towards the demons. With a thunderous crash, the five-colored light struck three demons, which let out a wretched howl before being reduced to ashes. A surge of joy filled the maiden's heart as she flicked her wrist, unleashing a torrent of sound from the flute, zither, and lute. The brilliance of the five-colored waves intensified, the sword energy surged forth, unstoppable. The expressions of the two Long family cultivators changed drastically as they hastily summoned their full strength in incantations. Suddenly, four spheres of black mist materialized, quickly coalescing into four massive crimson-haired demons. With a fearsome roar, the demons charged towards the five-colored waves, the collision of their immense powers resulting in a deafening explosion. Blinding light radiating and accompanied by a tempestuous force. The maiden's complexion paled, her form staggering backward, on the verge of retreat. Clutching her flute, zither, and lute, she felt her essence coalesce into a dreamlike radiance. The three-colored light shimmered with vibrancy, emanating an extraordinary melody. She waved her flute, its clear notes drifting through the air, intertwining with the sounds of the zither and lute. The melody, born from the light, seemed to possess a mystical power, spreading throughout the battlefield. Nevertheless, the sorcerer wielding the demon's head remained undaunted, sneering as the crimson demon head exuded a denser black mist. The four spheres of negative energy surged forth, forming four crimson-haired demons that shrieked as they lunged at the maiden. This time, the clash between the light and the demons was exhilarating. The maiden's entire being radiated with spiritual brilliance. The flute's notes soared, the zither strings quivered, and the lute danced lightly. Her gaze resolute, she channeled her entire essence like a tidal wave, striving to break free from the constraints of the demon's sorcery. Yet, the relentless onslaught of the four demons, emboldened by their dark energy, steadfastly obstructed the advance of the light. With a fierce determination, she suppressed her pain, raising her hand with a flourish. The five-colored waves intensifying as they bore down on the four demons. The demons roared in retreat, yet they dissipated into black smoke within the embrace of the radiant waves. Thus, my three-colored radiance comes to a standstill, the maiden murmured to herself, her expression tinged with melancholy. She understood that, in the face of the sinister sorcery of the Long family, relying solely on her three artifacts would be insufficient for victory. As she racked her brain for a countermeasure, a glimmer of cold light flashed before her, triggering alarm bells in her mind. The cold light emanated from a blue longsword, which narrowly sliced past the face of the girl in white robes. Startled, she turned to see the source. The blue light came from the flying sword wielded by Yi Chu, who was currently besieged by 4 or 5 disheveled demonic cultivators, his back against an icy cliff as he struggled to fend them off. A thick miasma enveloped the area, and the leader of the disheveled demons let out a low growl, creating a bizarre scene. Yi Chu concentrated his spiritual power, attempting to withstand the frenzied assault of the demonic beasts. The flying sword transformed into dual streams of azure and yellow light, occasionally targeting the eyes of the beasts, at times flashing through their bodies like lightning. However, the sheer number of beasts began to weigh heavily upon him. Yi Chu, how are you holding up? The girl in white exclaimed, leaping to his side. A thick layer of toxic miasma hung in the air, and Yi Chu's complexion had already turned ashen. He wielded the azure and yellow swords with fierce precision, but the overwhelming number of foes made it increasingly difficult to maintain his defense. Seizing the opportunity as Yi Chu struck at a companion, one of the disheveled demons lunged from the side, fingers like steel claws aimed directly at Yi Chu's back. Seeing Yi Chu in imminent danger, the girl in white acted without a second thought. With a swift motion of her left hand, a verdant ring shot forth from her palm, shimmering with emerald waves as it struck the demon's back. The demon let out a horrific scream as its head was severed from its body. Yi Chu seized the moment to counterattack, his azure and yellow sword light surging once more. Thank you. Yi Chu nodded silently to the girl in white. Their cooperation was seamless, and the radiant swordplay forced the demons to retreat. Yet, the toxic miasma thickened, and both began to feel their vitality wane, struggling to endure. Just as Yichu found himself in dire straits, a gust of ominous wind swept through, and two figures emerged from the ranks of the disheveled demons. Long Yu and Long Lin, both skilled practitioners of the Long family, adept in necromancy and exorcism. Their gazes icy as they fixed upon Yichu. Long Yu sneered, "Yichu, how can you possibly contend against the might of our Long family? It is not too late to surrender. Perhaps we may spare your life." A flicker of determination passed through Yichu's eyes. He knew that he could not show weakness at this moment. "Long Yu, Long Lin, your obstruction will not deter me. I shall never yield easily to the Long family. The blood of the Tianfeng you desire can only be obtained over my dead body." With that, a resolute light shone in his eyes as he raised his flying sword once more. At that instant, a figure dashed forward. It was Lin Mo. He pointed his long sword, and a clear wave of sword energy surged forth, dispersing a significant portion of the miasma. Chapter 436. The expressions of Yichu and the girl in white softened as Lin Mo joined them. "Thanks to brother Lin Mo for the rescue," Yichu said, cupping his hands in gratitude. The three swiftly regrouped, facing the demonic cultivators as they prepared for battle. Lin Mo's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on the black-clad girl opposite them. She exuded an aura of dark energy, her eyes deep as night. She was Xiao Hong of the Black Phoenix clan, here to seize an opportunity. "We have no grievances or enmities. There is no need for conflict," Lin Mo began. Xiao Hong raised an eyebrow. "Are you merely going to stand by and not aid your own clan? I have no interest in this senseless dispute." "Very well. You may observe. We shall determine the victor first," she replied. Xiao Hong smiled faintly, turning to depart. Lin Mo stood rooted to the spot, acutely aware that the outcome of this clash bore significant implications. Though reluctant to engage, he could not remain a mere bystander. He focused intently on the chaotic melee surrounding him, quietly gripping his long sword. At that moment, a flash of golden light darted by, and Xiao Hong had already reached a companion's side. She danced gracefully, her black gown swirling around her, an aura of ink-like energy enveloping her as her sword carved through the air, creating ominous rifts. Her companion fell at her feet, and with a subtle smile, Xiao Hong's gaze met Lin Mo's. This was the power of the Black Phoenix. If she refrained from acting, it would spell disaster for our clan, Lin Mo murmured. With a swift motion, he appeared before Xiao Hong. "Since you have come, let us engage earnestly," Xiao Hong declared, their duel commencing amidst the waning sunlight. Lin Mo unleashed a barrage of thrusts, his swordlight weaving an intricate net that ensnared Xiao Hong. Despite her meticulous defense, Lin Mo's unpredictable techniques gradually breached her walls. Seeing victory within reach, Lin Mo struck fiercely, aiming for Xiao Hong's right arm. The attack was as swift as lightning. Xiao Hong relied solely on her agility to evade, the blade's wind slicing through her sleeve. Such formidable swordsmanship, Xiao Hong thought to herself. Aware of Lin Mo's tenacity, she resolved to employ the secret arts of the Black Phoenix. She leaped into the air, her palms slowly meeting, and instantly, dark flames erupted from her hands. Surging towards Lin Mo gestured with his sword, a five-colored barrier spinning into existence to shield against the flames. Yet, the black fire surged powerfully, weakening the barrier. Lin Mo's expression hardened as he formed a sword gesture with his left hand, unleashing a barrage of azure light that transformed into a blue dragon, aimed directly at Xiao Hong. At that moment, a dark curtain of energy unfurled, ensnaring the blue dragon and dissipating it. Xiao Hong smiled slightly, revealing an ancient black mirror inscribed with sacred texts, emanating an aura of mystery. She deftly aimed the mirror at Lin Mo, releasing a torrent of ink-like energy from its surface. Lin Mo, taken aback, summoned all his strength to counter the onslaught. However, the black light was overwhelmingly potent, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. The power of the Black Phoenix mirror was unfathomable, and the tide of battle remained uncertain. As the inky waves approached, Lin Mo inhaled deeply, erupting into a fierce sword technique. A beam of golden light streaked through the air as Lin Mo's sword transformed into a radiant gold. His sword aura was fierce, shattering the dark barrier and driving straight for Xiao Hong. His assault roared like thunder, the sword light sweeping across the battlefield, merging into a dazzling array of colors. Xiaohong struggled to defend herself against the tempestuous onslaught, her movements exceptionally agile, evading and parrying Lin Mo's strikes. Yet, the ferocity of Lin Mo's attacks intensified, pushing her back relentlessly. Xiaohong, alarmed, quickly concentrated to defend herself. Drawing upon her inner energy, she combined her palms, using them as a sword to counter the golden blade's aura. The clash of energies was fierce, forcing Xiaohong to slide back 3 steps, nearly losing her balance. Such overwhelming swordplay, she marveled, concealing her astonishment. Recognizing the growing disadvantage, she resolved to forsake defense for offense. Leaping into the air, she spun several times, summoning a swirling black vortex that surged toward Lin Mo. Indeed, the Black Phoenix clan was not to be underestimated. A hint of admiration flickered in Lin Mo's cold gaze as his swordplay became a tempest, driving Xiaohong to her limits, enveloping the entire battlefield in an atmosphere of fierce intensity. Xiaohong gritted her teeth, falling silent as her entire being radiated dark flames, forming a formidable protective barrier. Nevertheless, Lin Mo's assault grew increasingly ferocious, golden threads descending like fine rain, while 5-colored flames surged like wildfire, forcing the dark flames to retreat step by step. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with intensity as he chanted incantations, his golden sword dancing rapidly in his hands. The air was pierced by a cacophony of sizzling sounds as several beams of 5-colored sword light shot forth from the sword's tip, penetrating the ink storm and dissipating it. Just as the ink storm shattered, Lin Mo inhaled sharply, exhaling a torrent of sword energy that intertwined into a ferocious sword net, rapidly expanding to engulf Xiaohong. Her countenance changed abruptly. The breadth of the sword net was vast, leaving little room for evasion. She closed her eyes, gathering all her strength, and thrust her palms forward in an attempt to break through the sword net. The collision of her palm power and sword energy unleashed a tremendous shockwave. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo flickered into an illusion, instantly appearing behind Xiaohong, his golden sword aimed directly at her heart. Just as the sword was about to strike, Xiaohong suddenly opened her eyes, her orbs as black as ink, murmuring incantations. An instant surge of inky energy enveloped her, swiftly forming a vortex around her, confronting the encroaching golden sword. As the golden sword penetrated the vortex, it vanished without a sound, as if ensnared in a black hole. Lin Mo's brow furrowed, summoning greater internal power in an attempt to break free from the inky current, but the vortex churned, ensnaring the golden sword tightly. Amidst this fierce confrontation, Xiaohong gradually adapted to Lin Mo's onslaught. Employing her dark flames and the ink-colored ancient mirror, she deftly evaded the sword light while seeking opportunities to counterattack. The battlefield was thick with an atmosphere of life and death struggle, their techniques intertwining to create a desperate duel. Lin Mo's sword light raged like a tempest, while Xiaohong danced through the brilliance with agile movements. The ink-colored ancient mirror radiated a ghostly glow, warding off the assault of the golden threads. Determination shone in Xiaohong's eyes. She resolved not to succumb in this battle. Just as the two stalemated, Xiaohong leapt into the air, her palms gliding slowly over her head before she suddenly unleashed a powerful strike, imbued with overwhelming killing intent, aimed directly at Lin Mo. Startled, Lin Mo hastily retracted his golden sword to defend himself. A thunderous crash resounded as the golden sword was sent flying, and Lin Mo staggered backward, his complexion pale. What formidable palm strength! Lin Mo marveled inwardly, realizing that his opponent had not yet exerted her full power, rendering him at a disadvantage. With focus and resolve, he prepared for the decisive moment. You are still not strong enough. What can the Dark Phoenix clan's sorcery accomplish? Lin Mo's voice was cold and resolute. He relentlessly intensified his assault, attempting to drive Xiaohong into a corner. In the face of this crisis, Xiaohong's fighting spirit ignited, her dark flames burning ever brighter, and the ink-colored ancient mirror emanating even more dazzling light. Their confrontation escalated in intensity, sword light and dark flames intertwining to create a breathtaking tableau. In the throes of their fierce clash, Lin Mo's prowess gradually emerged. His swordsmanship became increasingly refined and his attacks more fierce. Meanwhile, Xiaohong showcased her formidable strength, her agile movements and powerful sorcery enabling her to persist in resistance amidst dire straits. This battle was destined to be an encounter of great significance, with both combatants exerting their utmost to seize the chance for victory. The future is fraught with uncertainties. Who shall ultimately gain the upper hand and emerge victorious in this life-and-death contest remains an enigma. The two locked eyes, each perceiving the formidable strength and unwavering resolve within the other. This battle would not permit retreat. Lin Mo spoke solemnly. In today's confrontation, we shall each resign to our fates. Xiaohong nodded calmly. Very well, we shall fight with all our might. Life and death are dictated by destiny. As her words fell, both unleashed their lethal moves simultaneously. Lin Mo's golden sword transformed into countless rays of golden light, while Xiaohong spun, a dark wave of energy sweeping across the landscape. The two powerful auras clashed, cleaving the heavens and shaking the void. Xiaohong, initially confident in her strength to easily subdue Lin Mo, was taken aback by his prowess, which vastly exceeded her expectations. They engaged in a fierce duel at the precipice of a cliff, Lin Mo attacking with rapid sword strikes, while Xiaohong barely managed to evade with her agile movements. Her proud heart began to waver, struggling to maintain her defenses. At that moment, Lin Mo executed his rarely displayed secret technique, the 9 manifestations of heavenly feathers. His form split into 9, attacking Xiaohong from various directions simultaneously. Xiaohong was taken by surprise and hastily summoned all her strength to defend herself. Yet Lin Mo's sword still found its mark upon her shoulder. The metallic taste of blood spread in her mouth, her complexion turning ashen, and she could no longer endure. Crashing heavily to the ground, Lin Mo chose not to press his advantage, but instead gestured with his fingers, creating a golden circle around Xiaohong. Within the circle, energy gathered and rapidly solidified, firmly imprisoning her movements. Xiaohong struggled fiercely, but the golden circle offered no leniency. With wide eyes, she glared at Lin Mo, wishing for nothing more than to exact 1,000 tortures upon him. Who are you? She gritted through clenched teeth. Lin Mo, his expression unperturbed, replied, You need not know. Anyone who offends my friends offends me. I shall spare you today, but do not expect mercy in the future. Beneath the Black Mountain, Xiaohong, defeated by Lin Mo's prowess, found that even the defense of the Black Flames and the Dark Phoenix Beast could not withstand his might. She felt an overwhelming pressure before succumbing to unconsciousness. Lin Mo did not take her life, but instead employed a seal to confine her within a mysterious space. As he gazed at the unconscious Xiaohong, an inexplicable sentiment surged within him. Perhaps it was the bond of former comrades that stirred a hint of compassion. He executed the sealing technique with indifference, yet his heart remained tumultuous. After completing the seal, Lin Mo departed swiftly, the Black Mountain receding behind him. The sounds of battle continued to reverberate throughout the realm, but within this enclosed space, Xiaohong was enveloped in silence. Just as Lin Mo had subdued Xiaohong and was about to leave, a dark light suddenly shot towards him from a distance. With keen eyes, Lin Mo swiftly unleashed a sword energy, deflecting the dark light away. It turned out to be a young cultivator from the Long family. Wielding a scroll of ancient black painting and chanting incantations, attempting to launch an attack on Lin Mo's expression darkened as he coldly inquired, Who are you to dare threaten me with such trivial means? It appeared this young man was unaware of the gravity of his situation, audaciously presuming to challenge him before the Long family. I shall personally teach him a lesson. The Long family cultivator sneered, as an eerie power surged from the black scroll. The practitioner from the Long family appeared as a young man, sneering with an air of arrogance. I am the 7th-generation disciple of the Long family, and today I shall take your life with this black magic painting. He chanted an incantation, and dark light surged forth, coalescing into a massive black demon that lunged at Lin Mo with claws bared. A sly smile curved the lips of the Long family practitioner as he executed a powerful hand seal, summoning a pearly white hand of light that struck towards Lin Mo. This hand contained the essence of destruction, as if capable of tearing apart anything in its path. However, Lin Mo did not falter. Utilizing the Luo Yin step, he nimbly evaded the assault of the luminous hand. Subsequently, he wielded his sword, unleashing a formidable sword energy that collided fiercely with the light hand. In order to breach the defenses of the Long family practitioner, Lin Mo resolved to summon an even greater force. He activated 2 thunder beads, and flashes of electricity erupted, forming a colossal surge of electrical power. This time, he was determined to shatter the Long family practitioner's defenses. Yet, just as the thunder beads were about to strike the pearly light hand, a dozen shadows suddenly emerged from within the white light barrier. These shadows swiftly traversed the barrier, obliterating Lin Mo's sword energy and thwarting his attack. Lin Mo gazed in astonishment at the shadows, sensing an unfamiliar power. This unforeseen turn of events plunged the battlefield into further chaos, revealing that the enemy possessed even more hidden strengths. The Long family practitioner's expression shifted subtly. It was not as effortless as he had anticipated. A flicker of caution arose in his heart as he regarded Lin Mo, who appeared deceptively youthful yet exhibited such formidable prowess, leaving him in disbelief. Lin Mo did not afford his opponent a moment's respite. He advanced with renewed vigor, his sword energy growing increasingly fierce. The Long family practitioner was compelled to defend with all his might, the enormous pearly light hand wavering under his control. Just as he prepared to activate the painting scroll to counter Lin Mo, a flash of azure lightning suddenly materialized. Yi Chu appeared before him, her flying sword glinting with a sharp, cold radiance. "My friend, do not overstep your bounds. We are merely passing through and mean no offense to the Long family." At that moment, another streak of azure lightning cleaved the black demon in two. The Long family practitioner was taken aback, retreating slightly, only to see Yi Chu descend gracefully to stand before Lin Mo. "Do you remember me?" Yi Chu fixed a cold gaze upon the Long family practitioner. "We have crossed paths before, and were you not the one in a position of advantage then?" The Long family practitioner's expression changed. He had not anticipated that the youth before him was Yi Chu, whom he had encountered previously in the marketplace. A sense of wariness surged within him, yet he feigned composure. "Last time, I underestimated you. This time, I shall crush you without fail." Before he could finish his words, he produced a scroll and began to chant an incantation. Yi Chu smirked, her hands crackling with lightning once again as azure light erupted forth, striking the Long family practitioner's scroll with precision. The practitioner had no time to react, as the scroll was shattered by the bolt of lightning. "Cease this at once." "What are you doing?" A commanding voice suddenly interrupted the standoff among the three. All eyes turned to see an elder with white whiskers hovering in the air. It was Long Tiexin, the leader of the Long family. The Long family practitioner hastily retracted his aura, recognizing the elder's presence, and dared not act recklessly. Lin Mo and Yi Chu exchanged a glance, momentarily suppressing their combat intentions. Chapter 437. The tense atmosphere among the three individuals was finally alleviated by the arrival of Long Tiexin. His presence forced the three into a standoff. Although the disciples of the Long family were eager to continue the conflict, they dared not act recklessly in front of the elder. Lin Mo and Yi Chu also responded with caution, choosing to remain momentarily inactive. "Who are you, and what grievances do you have with my Long family, that you would engage in conflict with my disciples here?" Long Tiexin inquired, his gaze fixed upon the two. Yi Chu replied in a low voice, "We bear no enmity towards your esteemed sect. Our actions today were merely a response to the unprovoked aggression initiated by your disciples. We harbor no ulterior motives." Long Tiexin turned to his junior, narrowing his eyes as he asked, "Is this statement true?" A Long family disciple snorted but dared not lie in the presence of Long Tiexin. Understanding the situation, Long Tiexin addressed Yi Chu, saying, "Since my disciple has acted inappropriately, I shall apologize on his behalf today. I hope that both of you will refrain from holding a grudge against my Long family." Yi Chu nodded slightly, remarking, "As it is the elder who speaks, we shall certainly not pursue grievances with the Long family. We only hope that your disciples will refrain from causing further disturbances in the future." "Very well," Long Tiexin said, nodding in satisfaction. Just as he was about to escort the Long family disciple away, his expression suddenly changed as he looked towards a distant small peak. "What is happening?" "That aura." Everyone followed his gaze and beheld a faint white glow emanating from the small peak, exuding a peculiar energy. "It is the white bone banner." Long Tiexin's countenance shifted drastically. "In recent years, my Long family has had some disputes with the Mo family, but I did not expect them to resort to such heinous tactics today. It seems they are intent on a deadly confrontation with my Long family." Both Yi Chu and Lin Mo were taken aback by this revelation. The white bone banner was a sinister artifact known only to the Mo family, specifically designed to imprison and harm the vital energies of their enemies. As they hesitated, a dozen milky white beams suddenly shot forth from the white glow, hurtling directly towards them. "Quick, evade!" Long Tiexin shouted, already having moved aside. Exchanging glances, Yi Chu and Lin Mo activated their lightness skills to dodge. The beams struck the ground where they had just stood erupting in a shower of sparks. Prepare yourselves. Long Tiexing bellowed, forming seals with his hands as mystical symbols danced between his fingers. A massive, milky white hand materialized, reaching out to grasp the white glow. With a resounding crash, a large hole appeared in the surface of the white glow. However, almost immediately, countless dark figures surged forth from the opening, tearing Long Tiexing's hand to shreds. How can this be? Long Tiexing's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Lin Mo scoffed, waving his hands as two thunder beads shot towards the white glow. Yet they were largely thwarted by the dark figures within. All three were momentarily overwhelmed by the formidable force emanating from within. Just then, a fissure suddenly split open at the center of the white glow, and an enormous figure slowly emerged. A towering presence revealed itself, standing over 10 meters tall. Its body cloaked in black scales. Its arms stretched several meters long, and most horrifying of all was its face, which bore no features, only an empty visage. The faceless Ghost King. Yichu's expression changed as he whispered to Lin Mo. This Ghost King is quite notorious in the ghost realm and possesses unmatched power. We must exercise utmost caution. Lin Mo nodded, his gaze fixed upon the colossal monstrosity. The Wuxiang Ghost King waved its hands with ease, effortlessly deflecting Lin Mo's lightning orb and revealing a sinister grin. Its extraordinarily long arms moved with a force that sent an imperceptible pressure rippling across the battlefield. Lin Mo's attack was significantly diminished by the Wuxiang Ghost King's formidable defense, causing him to furrow his brow in grave concern. The strength of this Ghost King surpassed his expectations, resembling a colossal barrier on the battlefield that thwarted his offensive maneuvers. How dare mere humans provoke me? Its voice resonated with a deep and peculiar timbre. Lin Mo's brow tightened, a sense of unease rising within him. Why had this Ghost King appeared here? And what was its motivation in assisting the Long family cultivators? Everything felt exceedingly strange. The Wuxiang Ghost King seemed to perceive Lin Mo's confusion and ominously declared, "I am the Wuxiang of 1,000 years, my power rivaling your cultivator's void refinement realm. Today, let me demonstrate my might." As the last word escaped its lips, it began to chant an incantation, conjuring a mass of black energy between its 10 fingers that shot forth towards Lin Mo. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he swept his sword, deflecting the assault. Such a powerful Ghost King undoubtedly harbored unspeakable secrets. Lin Mo's strike drew blood from the Wuxiang Ghost King's chest, yet it appeared utterly unfazed, with a mere flick of its fingers. The wound ceased bleeding and restored itself to perfection. "This paltry golden light divine sword cannot harm me in the slightest," the Wuxiang Ghost King mocked. Lin Mo's expression hardened, acutely aware that ordinary methods would not suffice against this adversary. At that moment, the Wuxiang Ghost King began to chant once more, forming a peculiar hand seal with its fingers. Suddenly, a multitude of twisted black figures materialized behind it, ghostly apparitions under its control. With a wave of its hand, those spirits transformed into malevolent wraiths, shrieking as they lunged towards Lin Mo. With a fierce shout, Lin Mo summoned a colossal, beastly phantom behind him. It was a towering monkey with sharpened fangs, which opened its mouth to shatter the approaching wraiths. "Remarkable! He has summoned the rare weeping soul ape," Yichu exclaimed, her expression shifting in alarm. "This ghost beast is formidable." The Wuxiang Ghost King's countenance also changed dramatically. It had not anticipated Lin Mo possessing such a capability. Just as it was taken aback, the weeping soul ape grew exponentially, transforming into a fearsome giant simian that charged at it. As the giant ape lunged towards the Wuxiang Ghost King, it hastily resorted to all its cunning to defend itself. In the midst of their fierce battle, Yichu approached Lin Mo and whispered, "This Wuxiang Ghost King is quite powerful. You must be cautious in your approach." "Lin Mo," she continued, "this Wuxiang Ghost King is a renowned figure in the ghost realm, said to have single-handedly decimated numerous formidable ghost clans. You must be wary. Its tactics are more insidious than we can imagine." Yichu's tone conveyed a hint of apprehension, indicating her extraordinary knowledge of the Wuxiang Ghost King. Lin Mo pondered. This Ghost King's identity is peculiar. While its strength seems inferior to ours, it possesses unexpected abilities. Yichu nodded. The Wuxiang Ghost King is a notorious entity in the ghost realm, adept in various treacherous techniques. We must remain vigilant. Moreover, it is unclear why it has allied with the Long family cultivators against us. A spark of insight flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. The Wuxiang Ghost King must have some form of pact with the Long family, which explains its assistance. If we can uncover the key to their relationship, we may unravel this predicament. Yi Chushin concurred that we must bide our time, seeking an opportunity to turn the tide during the battle. Lin Mo solemnly remarked that there is plenty of time ahead. If we truly cannot contend with it, we may retreat from the fray and return to fight anew on another day. The two of them had reached a consensus and were poised to launch a renewed offensive against the Wuxiang Ghost King. The Wuxiang Ghost King, drawing upon its formidable strength, momentarily withstood the assault of the colossal ape. Its eyes glowed a sinister crimson as it cackled at Lin Mo and the others, proclaiming, "You foolishly believe that mere summoned beasts can contend with me." Before its words had fully escaped, it formed seals with its hands, conjuring a sphere of deep black energy from its 10 fingers. Within this sphere appeared countless distorted silhouettes, all souls ensnared by the Wuxiang Ghost King. "Go forth, my minions," commanded the Wuxiang Ghost King, and the black mist morphed into enormous ghostly claws, propelled by chilling winds towards Lin Mo. "Be careful." Yi Chu's expression shifted, and he hastily unleashed a surge of lightning to intercept the ghostly claws. Lin Mo's eyes shimmered faintly as a powerful magnetic field enveloped him, repelling all the ghostly assaults. Simultaneously, a wave of formidable energy surged towards the Wuxiang Ghost King, forcing it to retreat a few paces. "You, a mere human, possess some prowess." The Wuxiang Ghost King growled through gritted teeth, its countenance darkening. A foul stench emanated from its form, hinting at its potential transformation into an overwhelming demon at any moment. No sooner had it spoken than the Wuxiang Ghost King unleashed another display of its might. The black mist surged like a tidal wave, and phantoms coalesced within, forming a colossal black claw aimed directly at Lin Mo. His expression shifted as he sensed the ferocity of the Wuxiang Ghost King's offensive. Swiftly, he wielded the Feiyun sword, sweeping the sword aura in an attempt to thwart the assault of the black claw. However, the Wuxiang Ghost King's onslaught was as relentless as a tempest. Unperturbed by the ferocity of the attack, Lin Mo calmly clapped his palms together, reciting incantations. Suddenly, the space around him warped, revealing a small black fissure from which emerged a monkey the size of a palm. The creature scampered to Lin Mo's feet, gazing up at him. "Go forth, little one." Lin Mo inhaled deeply, issuing a command to the soul cry beast. The little monkey chirped and, astonishingly, seemed to comprehend human speech. Turning to launch itself at the Wuxiang Ghost King. "A mere monkey dares to challenge me." The Wuxiang Ghost King seethed in fury, raising a hand to swat the little creature. At that moment, the monkey suddenly expanded, transforming into a towering giant ape. Wielding a golden staff and exhaling a plume of azure flames that repelled the Wuxiang Ghost King's strike, the soulcry beast had morphed into a fearsome giant ape, its form shimmering with azure radiance. It boldly advanced to confront the Wuxiang Ghost King's black claws, arcs of crimson electricity swirling violently around its body, resembling a searing flame. It is a descendant of the ancient celestial monkeys, the legendary soul cry ape. Yi Chu's expression shifted as he realized the ape's soul-devouring capabilities. The Ghost King would need to exercise caution. The Wuxiang Ghost King staggered back in astonishment at the transformation of the soul cry ape, a flicker of fear finally crossing its visage. The soul cry ape lunged fiercely at the Wuxiang Ghost King, which was compelled to engage in a desperate defense. As they grappled, the soul cry ape suddenly began to chant an incantation, and a blood-red arc flashed across its golden staff, striking directly at the Wuxiang Ghost King. The bloodlight electromagnetic technique of the ape clan, Lin Mo mused inwardly. The crimson electric arc of the giant ape erupted with a fervent intensity, akin to searing flames. This formidable surge of electricity swiftly spread, engulfing the black claws of the formless Ghost King. Wherever the blood-hued arc traversed, the black mist dissipated instantly, and numerous specters disintegrated under the onslaught of the arc. The formless Ghost King emitted a piercing wail. His once formidable assault now resembled a paper boat against the might of the giant ape's electric force. Despite his attempts to withstand it, the overwhelming power of the arc relentlessly pushed him back. A heart-wrenching scream was heard as the bloodlight flashed, severing the formless Ghost King's left arm and spilling forth dark blood. In excruciating pain and desperate to flee, he found himself ensnared as the wailing soul ape transformed into a crimson shadow, appearing instantaneously behind him to seize his neck in its jaws. The electric arc surrounding the giant ape flared even hotter, and with a gaping maw, a tremendous devouring force surged forth. The crimson arc coalesced within its mouth, forming a vortex of energy. Faced with such overwhelming voracity, the formless Ghost King struggled in vain to resist. His form continuously tugged within the swirling arc helpless. He gritted his teeth to endure. This creature is indeed formidable, Lin Mo thought to himself, awestruck by the giant ape's power. The consuming force of the crimson arc seemed capable of assimilating all within its grasp, rendering any counteraction futile. Stop! I concede. The formless Ghost King cried out in despair. Yet, the wailing soul ape paid him no heed. The bloodlight swirling within its mouth culminated in a decisive snap, severing the Ghost King's neck and splattering black-red blood everywhere. The formless Ghost King let out one final, agonizing scream before his massive form collapsed to the ground. Lin Mo retracted his spell, and the wailing soul ape reverted to the form of a small white monkey, retreating into his embrace. The formless Ghost King is finished. Let us depart, Lin Mo said to Yi Chu. Yi Chu paused momentarily before nodding, and the two turned to leave. As the formless Ghost King was consumed by the giant ape, the ominous clouds over the battlefield seemed to disperse, revealing a brilliant white light that enveloped the entire area. This luminous veil, though beautiful, harbored a profound and mysterious power. With the formless Ghost King devoured, Lin Mo and Yi Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Mo gazed up at the nearby white light, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. I shall deal with this light, he whispered to Yi Chu. Yi Chu nodded and stepped aside. Lin Mo clasped his hands together, murmuring incantations, as a resplendent azure sword materialized in his grasp. Its blade adorned with a cloud dragon motif, his flying cloud divine sword. With a flick of his sword, the flying cloud divine sword transformed into a streak of blue light, hurtling towards the white veil. A tremendous crash resounded as a gaping wound appeared in the veil, revealing a faint glimpse of a blood-red sword within. It is the Snow Crystal Mo sword, exclaimed the cultivator from the Long family, his expression shifting dramatically. Lin Mo approached, intent on claiming the Snow Crystal Mo sword. However, as he reached out to touch it, the blade suddenly erupted with a scarlet radiance, knocking Lin Mo back several steps. His gaze deepened. He understood the gravity of the Snow Crystal Mo sword before him, attempting to destroy it with the Flying Cloud sword. He found that when the sword light made contact with the surface of the Snow Crystal Mo sword, an overwhelming backlash surged forth. The chilling aura on the sword's surface crystallized into a formidable layer of ice, reflecting Lin Mo's assault. You believe you can easily destroy the Snow Crystal Mo sword? Sneered the cultivator from the Long family. This sword is the treasured heirloom of my clan, and its power surpasses your imagination. Lin Mo's expression darkened as he struck at the Snow Crystal Mo sword once more, only to be repelled by an overwhelming force. How can this be? Yi Chu frowned. This sword appears ordinary, yet possesses such formidable defensive capabilities. In chapter 438, a cold glint flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. Realizing that ordinary methods were insufficient to shatter it, he resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. He took a few steps back, clasped his hands together, and began to chant incantations. Suddenly, a surge of sword intent erupted in the space around him, and hundreds of sword lights materialized, forming the Grand Gung sword array he had summoned. He swiftly channeled his inner spiritual energy, raising the Feiyun sword high above his head. A powerful sword aura surged along the blade, coalescing into a swirling vortex that enveloped the entire battlefield. This was the Grand Gung sword array he had meticulously prepared, a formidable sword technique that integrated various mystical powers. As the array formed, the Snow Crystal Mo sword within the white light flickered slightly, as if sensing a threat. The Grand Gung sword array. This is the secret of the Mo family. The Long family's cultivator's expression changed drastically. The hundreds of sword lights converged into a colossal totem, firmly binding the Snow Crystal Mo sword at its center. Snow Crystal Mo sword. Today I shall have you burned to ashes. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with cold light as the sword array suddenly contracted, producing a piercing clash as it sought to destroy the blood sword ensnared within. At that moment, the blood sword erupted with a dazzling crimson light, impacting the sword array and causing it to shake slightly. How can this be? Lin Mo's expression shifted. A chilling voice emanated from the blood sword. Lin Mo. Do you think a mere Grand Gung sword array can annihilate me? Yi Chu's countenance also changed. The blood sword seemed to possess sentience. The blood sword unleashed an even more intense crimson light, charging towards Lin Mo. With a grave expression, Lin Mo held his talisman, harnessing the power of the Grand Gung sword array. Within the array, hundreds of flying swords danced and spun, emitting brilliant sword light that enveloped the blood-stained giant sword completely. Do not forget, the source is your Buddha's treasured sword. The demonic sword I forged from it will ultimately harm you. Lin Mo spoke calmly, as if offering counsel, yet sounding like a warning. I have long since lost my soul. This sword is my new essence. It shall devour your flesh and fulfill my desires. The blood sword cackled with a sinister tone. Very well, there can only be one victor between us. Lin Mo's eyes radiated cold light, and he steeled himself, prepared to perish together if it meant destroying the blood sword within the Grand Gung sword array. In an instant, the array surged into motion, vibrating with a resonant hum as the sword energies intertwined into a net, firmly ensnaring the blood sword. The blood sword howled in fury, emanating a fierce crimson light, attempting to break free from its confinement. With a thunderous explosion, the blood sword suddenly self-destructed, unleashing a torrent of blood mist and sword energy that soared into the heavens. Lin Mo's vision blurred, and he hastily summoned his protective cauldron. Several beams of sword light shot forth from the array, shielding him in the air. Crackling explosions erupted in succession as the blood sword disintegrated into countless fragments of blood mist, scattering in all directions. Lin Mo focused his gaze, his eyes sharp as lightning, seeking a gap to escape. Just then, a wisp of blood energy drifted silently towards him, moving with such speed that he could not evade it. With a surge of fierce energy, Lin Mo swiftly drew forth a black circular ring, casting it towards the blood essence. Instantly, the essence was drawn into the ring, emitting a hissing sound as it became sealed within. Lin Mo let out a silent sigh of relief. The damage to his fierce energy was minimal, and the numerous flying swords had only sustained superficial wear. The formidable Great Gung sword formation had ultimately vanquished the blood sword. The colossal blood dragon roared amidst the five-colored cold flames, its gaze fixed upon Lin Mo, exuding a furious crimson glow. How dare you, a lowly human, insult this sacred blood dragon? It bellowed. I shall feast on your flesh and offer your bones as tribute. With that, the blood dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, its bloodlight intensifying, rendering the five-colored flames seemingly ineffective. It writhed its immense form, bloodlight coalescing into deadly blades that surged towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo's expression darkened as he hastily summoned his spells. Vines of blood sprang forth from the void, ensnaring the dragon's limbs, tail, and body, binding it securely. Enraged, the blood dragon's eyes blazed with a terrifying crimson light. It struggled fiercely to break free from the blood vines, but Lin Mo's profound magical power held firm, rendering the vines immovable. Seizing the opportunity during the dragon's struggle, Lin Mo abruptly produced the Void Heaven Treasure Cauldron, chanting incantations and forming intricate seals. The cauldron ascended into the air like a small mountain, descending upon the blood dragon with great force. The dragon roared in defiance, its eyes flashing with a dreadful light. Blood-red blades erupted from its body, hurtling towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo's countenance darkened as he formed hand seals, summoning a purple-gold sword that manifested in its true form, meeting the oncoming blood blades. A resounding clash of steel echoed as the sword and blood blades collided, sparks flying in all directions. You vile demon, do not dare to thwart my ambitions. A golden sword beam surged from behind Lin Mo, striking directly at the blood dragon. The dragon let out a pained shriek as a substantial portion of its wing was severed. Seizing the advantage, Lin Mo pressed the attack, retrieving the Void Heaven Treasure Cauldron once more. The cauldron erupted with five-colored auspicious clouds, and several strands of azure light shot forth, entwining the dragon's limbs. Cease this at once. I bear no grudge against you. Why must we fight? The blood dragon roared, struggling to free itself from the bindings. Today, I shall seal you for eternity, lest you harm others again, Lin Mo declared, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Stop. You cannot imprison me, you wretched child. The dragon shrieked in terror. The massive blood sword writhed within the Great Gung sword formation, emitting mournful cries as if pleading with Lin Mo to relent. Yet, Lin Mo's determination was unwavering. He remained unmoved. Lin Mo, cease this at once. I am your destined partner. Why must you harm yourself? A sorrowful whisper emerged from the blood sword, its tone laden with grief. My partner perished a century ago. You are but a vengeful spirit, Lin Mo retorted, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Mo forcefully activated the Great Gung sword formation. In an instant, the formation surged into motion, producing a deafening roar as countless flying swords swept in like a tempest, encircling the blood sword. You beast! I vow not to coexist with you. The blood sword howled in fury, its blade radiating a crimson light as it sought to break free. Lin Mo remained focused, urging the formation to accelerate. The blood sword was firmly ensnared within, emitting sporadic, mournful cries. With a thunderous explosion, the blood sword suddenly detonated, transforming into a conflagration of blood mist that engulfed the entire formation. Within the mist, the true essence of the blazing sun could be seen swirling, advancing towards Lin Mo. In the midst of the sword formation, several loyal flying swords suddenly transformed into beams of light, shielding Lin Mo simultaneously. A spark of inspiration ignited within Lin Mo's mind, prompting him to summon several protective barriers from the yellow Cord's inner realm. The sword mist swept through, producing a thunderous echo within his true essence, leaving Lin Mo feeling as though the world was spinning and his consciousness clouded. Once he regained his composure and the dust settled around him, Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings and discovered that a dozen flying swords had been severely damaged. Their blades were fractured and their spirits scattered. Despite the injuries sustained by the swords, Lin Mo himself remained unscathed. A pang of sorrow pierced his heart, for these were artifacts he had meticulously nurtured over the years. In a moment of despondency, he quickly reminded himself of his resolute nature and contemplated the ancient heavenly materials and earth treasures still at his disposal, determining that he would one day be able to reforge these swords, restoring them to their former glory. Subsequently, he employed his mystical powers to temporarily seal away the damaged flying swords, vowing to repair them once his strength had ascended to a higher level. Although he had incurred some losses in his artifacts, this trial had illuminated his own shortcomings. He firmly believed that with diligent practice and perseverance, he could surmount all present challenges and advance further along the path of enlightenment. After the blood sword detonated, a blood dragon remained trapped within the celestial treasure cauldron, emitting a furious roar as the cauldron ascended and revealed a small magical formation. Lin Mo focused his concentration, forming hand seals while reciting incantations. O blood dragon, our fates are intertwined. Today, I shall seal you eternally, lest you bring further calamity upon the world, Lin Mo declared coldly. With a resounding crash, the cauldron enveloped the blood dragon. The dragon roared in fury amidst the five-colored cold flames, yet remained unable to break free. Its eyes were filled with wrath and murderous intent, preparing to retaliate, when Lin Mo pressed his palms together and continued his incantation. How is this possible? How can you possess such formidable powers? The blood dragon exclaimed in astonishment, as Lin Mo's left eye glimmered with golden light, revealing a miniature magical formation within. In a flash of gold, the dragon's movement slowed, its limbs stiffening, rendering it nearly immobile. Blood dragon, do not harbor illusions of escape from my five-colored cold flames. Today, I shall seal you for eternity, Lin Mo proclaimed, his eyes radiating golden-red brilliance. With a sweeping gesture, the celestial treasure cauldron revealed its true form. Descending upon the blood dragon with a thunderous roar, the dragon let out a wretched cry as it was firmly ensnared within the cauldron. Lin Mo commanded the cauldron to contract sharply, causing the blood dragon to transform into a mist of blood as it was drawn in. The magical formation shimmered with five-colored brilliance, serpentine dragons leaping and entwining around the cauldron multiple times. The cauldron emitted a series of resounding booms, and the dragon's furious roars gradually diminished. With my mystical powers and the might of this cauldron, I shall seal you demonic entities for eternity, Lin Mo declared, his eyes flashing with golden light as he conjured a golden maiden, sending her directly into the cauldron. With a sharp crack, the cauldron contracted violently, a crimson beam shooting into the sky, bursting forth into five-colored clouds. It has succeeded, Lin Mo thought to himself, exhaling a sigh of relief. The power of the celestial treasure cauldron was indeed astonishing, successfully sealing the formidable aura of the blood dragon. In this battle, Lin Mo not only displayed extraordinary magical prowess and skillful formations, but also acquired the blood dragoness techniques and cultivation. He understood that this was merely a small step on the path of cultivation, yet he was determined to continue refining his abilities until he reached the pinnacle of enlightenment. Senior brother, Lin Mo has seized our treasure. We must pursue him. The Long family, witnessing the true spirit blood being taken by Lin Mo, wasted no time and transformed into swords, giving chase. Lin Mo successfully sealed the blood dragon, feeling a quiet sense of relief within. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared as a young girl in white robes unfurled her 5-element Vajra pestle, effectively countering the dual assault from the Long family. A beautiful maiden clad in white emerged from the distance, exuding an aura of determination. Will you not relent? Today, I shall ensure that the two of you, burdened with your sins, meet your end beneath my sword. The white-robed girl's expression turned cold as the 5-element Vajra pestle conjured countless shades of pestles, driving back the Long family's duo. The Long family's practitioners exchanged anxious glances, fear evident in their eyes. You have faced me in combat multiple times. Today, I shall not spare you. May you find eternal rest in this place. The white-clad maiden's phoenix-like gaze pierced through the air as she summoned a crimson longsword in her hand. We are merely acting on someone else's behalf. With no ill intent, the Long family duo hastily explained, sensing danger approaching. Acting on someone else's behalf? Huh. I am well aware of my limits, the white-robed girl scoffed, raising her hand to summon the 5-element Vajra pestle, which surged toward the two with ferocity. Their expressions changed drastically as they swiftly evaded the attack. At that very moment, a cloud of blood mist suddenly materialized, transforming into a fierce beast that lunged at one of them. The individual gasped in shock, attempting to defend himself with his energy, but was bitten, flesh torn and pain searing through him. The blood mist was none other than the soul-wailing beast summoned by Lin Mo, seizing the opportunity to injure the Long family duo, leaving them preoccupied. Seizing the moment, the white-robed girl took control of the situation, establishing the upper hand. What a formidable soul-wailing beast! Possessing such divine abilities, the Long family practitioners exclaimed in astonishment, quickly finding themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. The white-robed maiden and the soul-wailing beast coordinated seamlessly. One entangled the foes while the other struck with precision, leaving the duo overwhelmed and unable to escape. The white-robed girl leaped into the air, vibrant lotus flowers blooming beneath her feet, as a radiant 5-element Vajra pestle materialized in her grasp. Simultaneously, Yi Chu summoned the azure mist banner, causing it to flutter and envelop the area in a blue haze. The two worked in perfect harmony, flanking the Long family duo from both sides. The 5-element Vajra pestle and the azure mist banner exchanged blows, the fluidity of their movements rendering the Long family duo defenseless. It is time to ensnare them, the white-robed maiden declared with icy resolve, as the 5-element Vajra pestle split into countless golden pestles, pinning the Long family practitioners firmly in place, rendering them immobile. Spare us. Their faces turned pale as they knelt, pleading for mercy. The situation for the Long family duo grew dire, with no escape from this calamity. Just as they prepared for a desperate end, a beam of white light enveloped them, whisking them away from the battlefield. The white-robed girl snorted in disdain, but chose not to pursue, instead turning her gaze toward Lin Mo. Her eyes filled with concern as she silently prayed for his safety. This fierce battle was marked by the entanglement of various forces and a complex web of circumstances. Lin Mo, wielding formidable magical prowess and unwavering bravery, navigated through one perilous situation after another. The white-robed girl and Yi Chu, two stunning beauties, worked in unison to neutralize the interference from the Long family duo. The soul-wailing beast also unleashed its powers, devouring a multitude of malevolent spirits. Despite Lin Mo's tireless efforts in successfully capturing the blood dragon, he suffered some damage to his flying swords. Yet, he remained undeterred, resolved to refine his skills further in the future. Through layers of challenges and trials, Lin Mo continuously transcended his limits, acquiring greater strength. However, he understood that the true path to immortality was long and arduous, fraught with obstacles, and he must persistently traverse mountains and rivers to reach his destination. At this moment, Lin Mo had amassed sufficient strength and began to prepare for his journey along the path to the heavens, ready to venture into the next realm. However, more formidable challenges and adversaries loomed ahead, waiting for him to conquer. The girl in white descended before Lin Mo and clasped her fists in gratitude, expressing her thanks for his assistance in alleviating the resentment that weighed upon her heart. Lin Mo smiled calmly and replied that it was merely a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. However, he expressed his admiration for the celestial phoenix feather in Miss Ye's possession and inquired if he might have the pleasure of beholding it. Yi Chu's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, she replied that the celestial phoenix feather was the fruit of her long years of effort, making it difficult for her to part with it. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he smiled faintly and remarked that such a precious treasure would not be sought without due consideration. He proposed that she name a condition, and he would do his utmost to fulfill it. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chu softly suggested that if Lin Mo could procure a 9 for her, she would be willing to part with the celestial phoenix feather. Lin Mo burst into hearty laughter, exuding a sense of grandeur as he agreed, declaring it a promise, and that he would retrieve the pill for her. At that time, the feather would rightfully belong to him. The girl in white smiled gently to herself, thinking that Lin Mo's actions surely held deeper meaning, and there must be great utility for the celestial phoenix feather in his plans. Lin Mo then produced a jade box from his robe, revealing a vial of pale red liquid nestled within. This was the blood of a millennium-old true dragon. He sought Yi Chu's celestial phoenix feather to assist him in reforging this essence, allowing it to radiate true vitality. With a mysterious smile, he declared that in due time, he would attain the true dragon's divine abilities, capable of embracing the vast heavens. Yi Chu gazed intently at the vial, observing the swirling blood energy within, almost as if it were alive. She felt a stir of longing but hesitated, cautioning Lin Mo that it was unwise to treat the celestial phoenix feather so lightly, as it was an ancient spiritual treasure not to be surrendered casually. Lin Mo laughed heartily, gesturing grandly as several spiritual pills leaped forth. If that were the case, he would offer additional gifts to demonstrate his sincerity. The Wang Xiandan and the Tai Yi Divine Dew, all presented with reverence. How does Miss Yi feel about this? Yi Chu scrutinized the pills and eventually nodded, conceding that since Lin Mo was earnestly requesting her assistance, she would comply. Once the celestial phoenix feather was retrieved, it would aid him in achieving success. Lin Mo, Yi Ying, and Yi Chu then made their way to a tranquil courtyard. Yi Ying produced an antique jade box and slowly opened it, revealing 3 vibrant long feathers that emitted a faint glow. Lin Mo and the girl in white gazed intently, observing one particularly fluffy feather, resplendent in fiery hues and radiating warmth. This, Lin Mo realized, was the celestial phoenix feather. He focused closely, noting how the feather displayed 5 distinct colors: red, orange, yellow, green, and blue, each hue vibrant and captivating, exuding a lively aura. Indeed, according to records, the celestial phoenix feather was renowned for its vivid colors and was said to possess the potential for forging unparalleled treasures. Yi Ying gently caressed the feathers, her eyes reflecting admiration. Lin Mo extended his hand to grasp the feather lightly, feeling the vibrant energy it emanated, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What a precious treasure! He expressed his gratitude to the 2 ladies for providing such a remarkable item, assuring them that he would make the most of it and forge a remarkable artifact that would impress all. This feather, a cherished heirloom of my ancestors, harbors the true fire of the phoenix and has forged countless celestial instruments. Take it, Lin Mo. I shall honor my promise, Yi Chu declared with unwavering conviction. Lin Mo's eyes radiated with a golden light as he scrutinized the feathers, which pulsated with spiritual energy, faintly flickering with the essence of the celestial phoenix's true fire, promising a high level of mastery when employed. Having verified the authenticity of these feathers, he resolved to present the 9 curves reversal pill to Miss Yi. With a satisfied nod, Lin Mo tucked the jade box into his sleeve. Acquiring the celestial phoenix's feathers, Lin Mo contemplated how this would greatly aid his future cultivation. With continuous breakthroughs, he was certain to achieve great success and embark on a path to transcendence. Yi Chu furrowed her brow and addressed Lin Mo, expressing her awareness of his ambitions, yet cautioning him regarding the preciousness of the celestial phoenix's essence, urging him to wield it judiciously. Lin Mo chuckled lightly, returning the feather to the jade box, assuring her that he would exercise due caution and strive to create a masterpiece that would astonish everyone. The trio exchanged casual pleasantries before Lin Mo took his leave. He expressed gratitude to the two noble female cultivators, securing the jade box carefully, and mentally devised over a dozen methods for crafting artifacts. He produced a purple gold gourd, within which lay a diminutive blood dragon. Its crimson eyes opened wide, glaring at the three, its body suffused with a sanguine glow. "Is this the essence of the millennia-old blood dragon?" Ying inquired, her curiosity piqued by its vibrant hue and rich spiritual energy. Yi Chu extended her delicate hand and gently pressed above the blood dragon, causing it to shrink instantly into a droplet of blood, which fell into the purple gold gourd. "Though the blood dragon is formidable, it cannot escape our magical confinement," Yi Chu stated, collecting the gourd with an air of indifference. Lin Mo expressed admiration for Yi Chu's formidable skills, acknowledging that the blood dragon's essence would undoubtedly assist in his cultivation, making the confrontation worthwhile. Yi Chu shot him a sidelong glance and slowly replied, "Since we have completed our transaction, this blood dragon's essence is yours. I only hope you do not come to regret today's choice." Her tone carried a hint of coldness. Lin Mo chuckled awkwardly, accepting the gourd with care. "Having collaborated before, might I inquire if you would consider joining the Yi family to pursue great endeavors together?" The young woman in white boldly asked. Lin Mo smiled slightly. "Thank you for the kind offer, but my purpose here is solely for the celestial phoenix's feathers, and I have no intention of joining the Longdong noble families. You and I are both talented individuals. Joining the Yi family would surely lead to significant achievements." "I urge you to reconsider," the young woman persisted. "I appreciate your goodwill, but I have other pressing matters that prevent me from heading north to Tianyuan. My encounter with the Long family was merely a fleeting connection," Lin Mo replied with resolute determination. A glimmer of reluctance flashed in the young woman's eyes. Yet she maintained her politeness, saying, "If Brother Lin is set on his course, I shall not insist. I only hope for continued collaboration in the future. I will certainly comply with matters of cooperation, but joining the Longdong noble families is not within my considerations," Lin Mo said with a smile as he bid farewell with a respectful gesture. The young woman in white watched his departing figure, murmuring to herself, "Such ambition is not to be underestimated. It is no wonder your spirit is so untamed." After leaving the Yi family, Lin Mo sought out a secluded valley, extracting the void sky small cauldron and the golden eating insect. With a focused gaze, he summoned the blood of the true dragon and the phoenix, which materialized within the cauldron. With a gentle wave of his hand, the golden eating insect extracted several drops of essence from the blood. Lin Mo then stored the void sky small cauldron and retrieved a silver wooden box, into which he incorporated the blood absorbed by the golden eating insect. The surface of the wooden box glimmered with a sanguine sheen, exuding an ethereal aura, but soon the luster vanished, and the box returned to its original state. Lin Mo sealed the box, contemplating that the Tianyuan blood dragon was a rare treasure seldom encountered in a millennium. Retaining a portion of it might prove invaluable. He concealed the box within his garment, and, employing a secret technique, made it vanish without a trace, hidden from prying eyes. In his heart, Lin Mo schemed that when the time came for him to retreat after achieving success, he would retrieve the box once more, certain that he could forge another revered artifact. As Lin Mo traversed a desolate wilderness, he suddenly sensed a gaze fixated upon him, a cold and oppressive aura bearing down. He paused, his expression shifting slightly, wondering if he had drawn the attention of someone. Closing his eyes to attune to his surroundings, he discerned that a formidable wood spirit was stealthily tracking him. It seemed that his acquisition of the Tianyuan blood dragon had attracted the interest of certain individuals. Lin Mo's brow furrowed in concern, feeling a palpable sense of danger. He stood atop a small hill, his gaze locked on the distant forest. A high-tier wood spirit, of silver rank, was shadowing him relentlessly. He quickly deliberated on how to respond, and ultimately resolved to set up the great gung sword array on the hill ahead, intending to settle accounts with this persistent adversary. "Since you have come to my doorstep, do not blame me for being ruthless," Lin Mo murmured, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. He decided to establish the great gung sword array on this hill, preparing to confront the high-tier wood spirit. With a swift motion, Lin Mo ascended to the summit, and with a wave of his hand, hundreds of flying swords rapidly formed the array, a look of unyielding resolve flickering in his eyes. The array gradually took shape, golden light blossoming at the peak, creating a spectacle of sword energy that obscured the sun. Simultaneously, Lin Mo swiftly implemented a series of defensive measures. golden light coalescing into neatly arranged small golden swords that floated around the sword array. The golden small swords sliced through the sky like shooting stars, forming a robust shield. Encircling him was a gray light shield, akin to an impenetrable armor, safeguarding his entire form. With a flourish of his hands, another layer of gray light shield materialized above the sword array, enveloping the entire hilltop. Lin Mo activated several spirit talismans, 5 colored flames ascending from the talisman paper, dancing restlessly upon the shield. Finally, he retrieved 2 pale azure wings, integrating them into the sword array. The wing fragments soared within the array as if imbued with life. The intertwining of 5 colored flames and azure wings created a vibrant barrier. With all preparations complete, Lin Mo's expression turned grave as he coldly fixed his gaze on the path below the hill. "Come forth and reveal your true form," he warned, watching vigilantly. Suddenly, a silver shadow darted from the thicket, charging toward the sword array. As the eerie golden light of the great Gung sword array dissipated, a massive silver-ranked wood spirit slowly materialized. Its towering form, with silver leaves resembling blades, radiated an unsettling aura. Lin Mo calmly faced the apparition, the atmosphere between them instantly thickening. Indeed, the silver-ranked wood spirit was extraordinary. Lin Mo remained composed, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. Clad in silver armor, with eyes aglow, the high-tier wood spirit exuded a powerful pressure with every step. "Mortal, return to me the essence of the Tianyuan blood dragon, and I shall spare you," it intoned, its voice resonating like a thunderclap. The wood spirit unfurled its leafy wings, a surge of potent wood energy coalescing and rushing toward Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo was well prepared. With a flick of his golden sword, layers of sword energy materialized, firmly repelling the wood spirit's onslaught. With a cold snort, Lin Mo summoned a gray shield that shimmered like an indomitable fortress, encasing his entire being. Surrounding him, 5 colored flames and azure-white feathers spiraled, forming a vibrant barrier that silently absorbed each of the wood spirit's attacks. "Foolish mortal, daring to covet my possessions, shall meet with annihilation." Lin Mo's crimson eyes flared as he struck fiercely. Countless golden swords rained down upon the wood spirit with unmatched swiftness, aiming to cleave it asunder. The wood spirit thrust its palms outward, radiating silver light, forcefully countering this wave of assault. Its eyes gleamed with malice as it bore down on Lin Mo. The two engaged in fierce combat within the sword formation, gold and silver intertwining in a dazzling display. Lin Mo, relying on his magical artifacts and formidable strength, barely managed to stave off the wood spirit's relentless attacks. Sensing the overwhelming threat posed by the wood spirit, he shifted from passive defense to a rapid counteroffensive. The golden and silver lights converged within the formation, and a series of treasures illuminated in his grasp. The golden sword sliced through the air with electric swiftness, deftly neutralizing the wood spirit's strikes. In swift succession, he unleashed the 5 colored flames with a mighty swing, shimmering like divine light, keeping the wood spirit at bay. With a thunderous shout, Lin Mo seized a medicinal gourd from his shoulder and hurled it at the wood spirit. Upon impact, the gourd shattered, splattering medicinal liquid that seared the wood spirit's form. Letting out a pained howl, the wood spirit was met with a concentrated punch from Lin Mo, sending it flying over 10 feet. "Do not linger," Lin Mo commanded coldly. He unleashed a series of powerful punches, never stepping out of the formation, forcing the wood spirit to retreat. The wood spirit, compelled to withdraw, sneered, "Mortal, you cannot ultimately prevail against us." Lin Mo's expression remained calm, undeterred by the provocation. As he silently maneuvered the great formation, preparing for an even stronger onslaught, not daring to underestimate the situation, Lin Mo focused intently on the formation as the wood spirit let out a long howl, manifesting countless silver needles that surged toward him. Sensing the shift in the wood spirit's power, Lin Mo furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The silver needles darted forth, their blinding speed nearly impossible to track. In an instant, Lin Mo found himself ensnared by dozens of needles, immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, the wood spirit expanded dramatically, transforming into the illusion of a colossal ancient tree, casting a shadow over the land and exuding a potent wood aura as it bore down on Lin Mo. "Prepare yourself." The wood spirit cackled, the tree's shadow intent on grinding Lin Mo into dust. Lin Mo's countenance shifted slightly. The power of this maneuver exceeded his expectations. instilling an unprecedented sense of peril within him. What kind of technique is this? He thought warily, his pupils constricting. The wood spirit's desperate counterattack arrived with such ferocity that it surpassed his predictions. As the wood spirit's form morphed into the ancient tree, an overwhelming wave of wood energy erupted, the surrounding air growing dense with its force. Lin Mo swiftly adjusted his formation, the gold and silver radiance surging forth as he prepared to summon every ounce of strength to withstand this increasingly formidable adversary. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and invoked his magical techniques, a brilliant golden light enveloping him, allowing him to withstand the deadly onslaught. He took a deep breath, freeing silver needles from the shadows of the trees, and swiftly launched several golden crow-tooth arrows. A cacophony of explosions erupted as the arrows pierced through the shadows, bursting in midair and radiating golden light. The wood spirit, infuriated, shook the shadows violently, unleashing countless silver needles once more toward Lin Mo. The two adversaries engaged in a fierce exchange within the formation, golden and silver orbs of light continuously detonating, causing the sword formation to tremble. Lin Mo's expression grew grave as he summoned all his strength, refusing to yield even a fraction. He emanated an intense celestial aura, his fists moving with such vigor that the five-colored flames blazed like wildfire, countering every attack from the wood spirit. The silver needles darted around, seeking weaknesses in the sword formation, while Lin Mo remained wholly focused on defense, ever prepared to retaliate. Both parties unleashed formidable energy, the brilliance of gold and silver illuminating the formation, infused with a surge of celestial energy. The fierce confrontation between Lin Mo and the wood spirit caused the entire mountaintop space to tremble, as if on the brink of collapse. Lin Mo braced himself, yet the wood spirit's might was overwhelming, each strike threatening to send him reeling. As the intensity of their clash escalated, the sword formation began to reveal its vulnerabilities. The immense pressure exerted by the wood spirit caused the formation to quiver, the golden and silver lights flickering and fluctuating. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, sensing the internal pressure of the formation rapidly intensifying, as if it were about to disintegrate. The wood spirit's offensive grew increasingly ferocious, the silver needles descending like a torrential storm, unstoppable. Chapter 440. A crisis looms. The sword formation is on the verge of collapse. Lin Mo's heart raced, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He understood that this moment was a matter of life and death. Only by exerting his utmost effort could he seize a sliver of hope. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the sword formation, revealing cracks as the wood spirit's assault took its toll. Lin Mo's heart sank. If the formation collapsed, he would be plunged into dire peril. Sensing the shift, the wood spirit intensified its barrage, each strike causing the formation to sway. The cracks widened rapidly, the formation teetering on the edge of ruin. Lin Mo's complexion turned pale as he gritted his teeth, resolved to fight to the last breath, pouring all his energy into countering the wood spirit's assault. Yet the fissures continued to extend, imminent collapse looming. Channeling all his true energy, Lin Mo commanded the great gung sword formation to unleash a torrent of sword light, overwhelming the wood spirit. The sword energy surged forth, the formation weaving a tapestry of brilliance in the air as Lin Mo focused his power, infusing the formation with his essence. The wood spirit, with a disdainful demeanor, transformed into an enormous wooden figure, casually swiping a hand to destabilize the formation. The wood spirit's power peaked, and with a resounding crash, the great gung sword formation shattered into countless fragments. The wood spirit morphed into a bolt of lightning, charging forward and merging with the phantom of the ancient tree, evolving into a more formidable wood spirit form. At that moment, a surge of even greater power shattered the air, causing the sword formation to collapse entirely, an unprecedented sense of crisis swelling within Lin Mo. How could this be? Lin Mo's countenance shifted dramatically. He had believed the great gung sword formation would suffice against the wood spirit, yet it had been effortlessly dismantled. The colossal wooden figure and the tree's phantom gradually fused into a singular, immensely powerful wood spirit form, chilling Lin Mo to the core. How insignificant humans are, mocked the wood spirit. Allow me to demonstrate true power. Lin Mo's expression darkened as he recognized the imminent threat. He knew he must devise a strategy to confront this formidable foe, for the consequences of failure were dire. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned all his strength. Transforming into the thunder god of war, brandishing the Thunder God spear as he charged at the colossal wood spirit. Without so much as a glance, the giant raised a hand to intercept, effortlessly shattering the spear. How could this be? Lin Mo gasped in disbelief. Even a divine artifact failed to inflict harm upon him. The giant sneered, waving a hand dismissively, sending Lin Mo hurtling backward. Your meager attacks merely serve to hone my physique, the giant proclaimed with arrogance. Behold the chasm that separates us. Struggling to his feet, Lin Mo's face was ashen. He unleashed his full repertoire of techniques, each strike landing upon the giant. Yet the behemoth remained unfazed, not even twitching an eyebrow, as if he were of no concern. A sense of despair gripped Lin Mo. He found no means to harm this towering figure, whose might was overwhelming, rendering him utterly outmatched. In this battle, he faced an unprecedented predicament. Gritting his teeth, a spark of determination ignited within him. He sought to employ every possible tactic against this formidable adversary. However, whether through the surge of sword energy or the roar of divine prowess, each attempt merely created ripples upon the giant's form, leaving him unharmed. Lin Mo, your techniques are futile against me, the giant taunted, his voice booming like thunder. This is impossible. Lin Mo roared, his vital essence surging wildly. He endeavored to unleash a more potent assault, yet everything appeared trivial before the giant's might. Even in such dire straits, Lin Mo refused to surrender. Drawing a deep breath, a bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. He concentrated the lightning in his hands, and a shadow of azure flickered into existence. The 5 shadowy figures morphed into thunderous dragons, charging toward the giant. Come forth, azure shadows, he bellowed, as the 5 blue lightning phantoms surged forth. Entwined with the power of thunder, lunging at the wood spirit. Insignificant lightning dares to challenge me? The giant bellowed, transforming into a colossal surge of energy, rushing toward Lin Mo, threatening to obliterate him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Mo understood that this attack countered his lightning attribute. In a moment of desperation, he channeled his mystical energy, amplifying the power of the azure shadows, hoping to retaliate with the force of a thunderous storm. With a deafening roar, the space around them fractured violently, causing Lin Mo's azure shadows to dissipate. The giant, possessing profound mastery over mystical energies, effortlessly disrupted the laws of space. Lin Mo's face paled. He had never anticipated that his adversary wielded such formidable spatial power. As the giant sensed Lin Mo's assault, he let out a derisive laugh. He distorted the surrounding space, creating fissures that spread like a spider's web. Lin Mo's 5 azure shadows traversed through, but upon contact with the rifts, they disintegrated. A laughable trick. The giant scoffed, as the fissures widened, birthing a storm of spatial chaos. Lin Mo was forced to retract his efforts, desperately evading the sudden tempest. The giant effortlessly dismantled the 5 azure shadows Lin Mo had summoned, revealing a triumphant smile. His strength was nearly insurmountable, plunging Lin Mo into profound despair. You are merely a hasty assemblage of power, wholly incapable of contending with me. Surrender, Lin Mo. The giant's voice dripped with disdain, as if victory were already assured. How could this be? Lin Mo was taken aback. The giant's mastery of magic allowed him to effortlessly warp space, shattering Lin Mo's shadowy form with ease. A mere human. This paltry thunderous power is only sufficient to tickle my flesh, the giant intoned ominously. Lin Mo's complexion turned ashen. The opponent's spatial prowess was unfathomable, and no amount of effort on his part would avail him. In that instant, he felt an unprecedented sense of hopelessness and impotence. If he could not devise a strategy, this battle was destined to culminate in failure. Arrogant human, allow me to demonstrate true power, the giant hissed malevolently. With a contemptuous wave of his hand, Lin Mo was beset by an invisible force that bore him heavily to the ground, rendering him immobile. The giant then tore open several fissures, causing Lin Mo's struggling shadow to vanish in succession. Gazing at the flickering remnants of lightning in the sky, despair surged within Lin Mo's heart. You have indeed provided me with some amusement, but this ends now, the giant declared coldly, his blood-red eyes fixed on Lin Mo. Your life shall be extinguished by my hand. In the depths of despair, a sudden thought struck Lin Mo, igniting a spark of hope within him. Perhaps that artifact could prove useful. He had a slender chance of survival. Stealthily, Lin Mo pressed his hand against the artifact, preparing to gamble everything. A dark light flickered above the giant's head, heralding the release of his ferocious power. In a heartbeat, a rift in space opened, and a figure shot towards the giant like a bolt from a crossbow. It was the shadow, employing spatial sorcery in an attempt to ambush the giant. However, the giant remained unfazed, exuding a verdant glow that coalesced into a colossal beam of light, striking the shadow with precision. "Ack!" The shadow cried out in agony. Hurled away like a rag doll by the giant's assault, it crashed heavily to the ground, its body contorted, appearing gravely wounded. The giant's cold laughter echoed, as though he were assured of victory. Just then, space warped once more, and another figure emerged. It was Lin Mo, wielding a glimmering dart, aimed directly at the giant's back in a rapid barrage. With a thunderous roar, Lin Mo's attack landed squarely on the giant's back, penetrating deeply. The giant howled in pain, abruptly turning to seize Lin Mo. "Are you to perish now, brat?" The giant growled malevolently. In that fleeting moment before he could crush Lin Mo, a smirk crept across Lin Mo's lips as he conjured a white paper talisman. With a soft puff, Lin Mo transformed into a wisp of smoke, slipping through the giant's fingers. The giant had merely grasped a clone of Lin Mo. The true Lin Mo had already escaped. The giant's expression shifted dramatically, alertness returning. At that instant, space opened yet again, revealing another Lin Mo behind the giant. The clone murmured to itself, uncertainty flickering in its mind. In that moment of distraction, Lin Mo roared, transforming into a colossal black beast that lunged at the giant. This was the soul devourer summoned by Lin Mo, its gaping maw intent on consuming the giant's essence. The giant was taken aback, hurriedly summoning all his magical powers to fend off the onslaught of the soul-eating beast. In that moment, his focus wavered, drawn to the creature, allowing his attention towards Lin Mo to slip. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo deftly utilized the heavenly will talisman to escape the battlefield, unexpectedly for the giant. Just as Lin Mo fled, the space fractured once more. Thousands of golden insects surged forth from the rift, ravenously assaulting the giant. This was the trap of golden-eating insects that Lin Mo had left behind. Surrounded by the swarming insects, the giant found himself embroiled in a fierce battle, a testament to Lin Mo's unparalleled cunning. The golden-eating insects launched a frenzied attack against the giant, who was taken aback. He attempted to swat them away with his massive arms, but their sheer numbers rendered him defenseless. With a pained roar, the giant felt the golden swarm enveloping him. Gnawing relentlessly, he experienced an unprecedented agony, struggling in vain to rid himself of the relentless insects. Despite his desperate efforts to escape their grasp, the swarm pursued him relentlessly. In the midst of this fierce chase, the giant employed various tactics, yet he could not shake off these seemingly fragile creatures. Just as he feared that the insects would consume him whole, a terrifying truth gradually emerged. These golden-eating insects could inflict no substantial harm upon him. It turned out that the intricate wood grain upon the giantess body possessed formidable self-repairing capabilities. Even if the insects managed to corrode his flesh, regeneration would swiftly ensue. To him, it was merely a superficial torment. Realizing this, the giant's expression darkened, his rage intensifying, enduring the assaults of the insects. He bared his teeth and charged towards the direction Lin Mo had fled. Sensing the giantess' intent, Lin Mo was alarmed. He resolved to retreat immediately, no longer wishing to engage with the giant. Thus, he swiftly formed hand seals, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke and vanishing from sight. Witnessing Lin Mo's escape, the giant's fury reached a boiling point. He unleashed a furious roar, seizing nearby golden-eating insects in an attempt to crush them. However, at that moment, he experienced an unprecedented pain. The golden-eating insects had infiltrated his body, beginning to erode his internal organs from within. The giant, in excruciating agony, howled as he struggled to expel the insects from his body, but it was too late. After enduring prolonged torment, he could no longer pursue Lin Mo. Succumbing to the ground, allowing the insects to ravage his form. Under the relentless assault of the swarm, the giant sustained severe injuries, and he dared not chase after Lin Mo any longer, helplessly watching him disappear into the distant black leaf forest. At last, Lin Mo had made the giant taste the bitterness of pain. After the fierce battle with the giant, Lin Mo was left battered and weakened. To regain his strength, he needed to find a secluded place to recuperate. He navigated around the black forest, ultimately arriving at a desolate plateau. This area was expansive, offering excellent visibility and distance from polluted zones, making it an ideal location for healing. Within the earthen mound of the plateau, Lin Mo discovered a cave, a natural refuge. He employed his magical powers to establish a barrier within the cave, then retrieved his stored elixirs and spirit stones, commencing his healing and recuperation. In the following month, Lin Mo dedicated himself to arduous cultivation, patiently employing elixirs to heal his wounds while absorbing the essence from spirit stones to replenish his magical energy. He meticulously reflected upon the insights gained from previous battles, committing each technique to memory. Within the tranquil confines of a cave, Lin Mo's injuries swiftly mended. He felt a surge of boundless power coursing through him, his spirit becoming remarkably clear, as if he had been reborn. After a month, Lin Mo finally regained his peak condition. Slowly opening his eyes, a resolute light shone within them. He resolved to embark once more on the path of cultivation to fulfill his unfinished mission. Meanwhile, deep within the blackleaf forest, the wood spirit Mu Rue was engaged in self-repair. Severely injured, he realized that his confrontation with Lin Mo had exacted a significant toll. After careful contemplation, Mu Rue decided to temporarily cease his pursuit of Lin Mo, fully aware of the formidable threat posed by Lin Mo's golden-eating insects. Having battled Lin Mo, Mu Rue had also sustained considerable injuries. His treant form had been deeply eroded by the golden-eating insects, and he bore a heavy price. Retreating further into the forest, he sealed all his wounds and pondered for a long time, ultimately resolving to abandon his plan to hunt Lin Mo. Previously, their powers had been relatively balanced. Yet the insects in Lin Mo's possession posed an immense threat to him. These small, swift creatures, abundant in number, were the perfect countermeasure against him. Mu Rue was unwilling to risk his life due to carelessness. Moreover, Lin Mo had already escaped into the highland wilderness, making his location exceedingly difficult to ascertain. Mu Rue was also reluctant to squander excessive time on this matter. After much deliberation, he chose to forego the pursuit and instead head to the Black Leaf Forest for training, a place teeming with ancient trees and spirits, offering a superior arena for his development. Mu Rue believed that the enmity between him and Lin Mo would eventually reach a resolution, but now was not the time. He needed greater strength to confront Lin Mo. Chapter 441. With this thought in mind, Mu Rue smiled faintly, transforming into a streak of azure light. Vanishing into the depths of the forest, he had made his choice. In the secluded chamber atop the plateau, Lin Mo made an unexpected discovery. In a corner lay an intricate mechanism, which he deciphered, revealing a hidden compartment. Within it rested a jade storage bracelet adorned with golden edges, evidently belonging to Princess Xiao Hong of the Black Wind clan. In the chamber, Lin Mo meticulously examined the storage bracelet of Xiao Hong from the Black Wind clan. Among its contents, a misty white phoenix attribute spirit stone piqued his profound interest. This was a rare treasure he had long coveted, possessing potent spirituality and unique energy fluctuations. Upon further inspection, Lin Mo found that the bracelet held numerous extraordinary treasures, including the thunder core of an ancient thunder beast, which could enhance his thunder attribute magic. A millennium-old spirit jade containing pure spiritual energy, as well as various rare medicinal herbs and beast materials, highly beneficial for alchemy and artifact forging. Most notably, Lin Mo was elated to discover a radiant spirit stone, the heart of the phoenix, which could significantly enhance his flight speed. Indeed, the coveted treasure he had always dreamed of. Furthermore, Lin Mo discovered a dark, exquisite elixir, which turned out to be the legendary Black Flame Pill, capable of assisting individuals in breaking through the bottleneck of the void refinement stage, a treasure that is rare and elusive. The discovery of such precious items filled Lin Mo with uncontainable joy. It appeared that the storage bracelet belonging to Xiao Hong had provided him with immense fortune, and he was determined to make the most of these resources. As Lin Mo gazed at these two treasures, a resolute determination sparkled in his eyes. He understood that only by continuously strengthening himself could he establish a foothold in this world of celestial nights, teeming with formidable beasts and powerful beings. Thus, he resolved to infuse the Phoenix attribute Spirit Stone into the Wind Thunder Wings, bestowing them with newfound power. Following a series of intricate rituals, the Phoenix attribute Spirit Stone fused flawlessly with the Wind Thunder Wings. The energy from the stone coursed through the wings, emanating a breathtaking radiance. Lin Mo felt a surge of new power, fully aware that this would be pivotal in his future battles. While rummaging through the treasures within the storage bracelet, Lin Mo's attention was drawn to a delicately crafted box. Upon opening it, he found 5 meticulously arranged feathers, each representing one of the 5 elemental forces: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Lin Mo's expression lit up with astonishment as he eagerly picked up one of the fiery red feathers for a closer inspection. The feather was translucent and radiated spiritual energy, clearly an extraordinary artifact. Isn't this a feather from the celestial phoenix? Could it truly be from a true spirit-level celestial phoenix? Lin Mo mused to himself. According to legends, feathers from a true spirit-level celestial phoenix contained formidable spatial power, capable of traversing through voids with boundless might. For Lin Mo, this was undoubtedly a precious material for crafting the legendary wings. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he began to formulate a plan. With this celestial phoenix feather, he could once again enhance the wind thunder wings, integrating even more potent spatial magic, thus elevating their capabilities to unprecedented heights. The feather shimmered with iridescent hues in his hand, exuding a mysterious and majestic aura. Lin Mo focused his mind, contemplating how to intricately weave the feather into the structure of the wind thunder wings. Carefully securing the celestial phoenix feather, he commenced plotting how to harness the power of the wind thunder wings. It seemed a new journey awaited him. After acquiring the celestial phoenix feather, Lin Mo resolved to refine the wind thunder wings anew, incorporating the spatial powers of the feather to amplify their strength. To forge the new wind thunder wings, he ventured into desolate mountains to gather various precious materials. He procured the static core of a millennium-old thunder beast, the thunder scales of ancient heavenly storms, and other spiritual herbs that enhanced both lightning and fire attributes. With these materials in hand, Lin Mo returned to his secret chamber, preparing to commence the refinement of the wind thunder wings. He gazed at the crystalline wind thunder wings, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. This time, the refinement process was approached with even greater caution, as he sought to ingeniously integrate the power of the celestial phoenix feather. The air in the chamber felt as though it had solidified, imbued with a mysterious celestial aura. He first used his mental acuity to outline the structure of the wings, then meticulously placed each collected material within. He began by refining the core of the wind thunder wings using the 9-turn thunderfire, followed by the addition of the celestial phoenix feather, skillfully manipulating the spatial laws with his thoughts. The feathers of the Consequently and the celestial phoenix gradually melted within the enchanting celestial energy, merging seamlessly with the other materials. The entire refining process was filled with tumultuous waves, as if engaged in a silent contest with the forces of spirituality. Lin Mo dedicated 10 days and nights to meticulously forging 2 ethereal wings of new wind and thunder, radiating a soft luminescence. The arduous process was fraught with challenges, yet Lin Mo understood that the fruits of his labor would yield immeasurable power upon completion. These wings were grander than their predecessors, adorned with a kaleidoscope of shimmering colors, reminiscent of celestial artifacts. Sensing the latent strength within them, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, eager to test the prowess of the new wind and thunder wings. He unfurled them and summoned a breath of true energy. Instantly, the delicate wings emitted a dazzling brilliance, transforming into exquisite feathers that fluttered gracefully behind him. As Lin Mo chanted the incantation, the wings flickered in and out of existence, teleporting him several dozen yards away in an instant. This ability to traverse the void had evidently amplified manifold. He then attempted a high dive, and the wings released a resounding cry, their speed almost beyond comprehension. Soaring to the center of the secret chamber, he unleashed the powers of the Consequently feather and the Tianyuan plume, the force of the wind and thunder reaching its zenith. The entire chamber resonated with the tumultuous energy of a tempestuous sea, leaving an awe-inspiring impact. The might of the new wind and thunder wings far surpassed their earlier incarnation, instilling Lin Mo with unwavering confidence for future battles. What formidable power! Lin Mo's heart surged with excitement. This new creation harmoniously fused the principles of thunder, fire, and spatial manipulation, its strength rivaling that of divine artifacts. He believed it would enable him to traverse any realm. With renewed confidence, Lin Mo stowed the wings away, preparing to embark on a new journey. Seated amidst the green bamboo grove, Lin Mo grasped the azure light emitted by the azure mist. Diligently repairing the bamboo becloud sword, which had sustained significant damage in battle, bearing the remnants of beastly blood upon its blade. With closed eyes and a focused mind, the azure light, delicate as threads, gradually infused the sword. The blade emitted a mournful sound, as if lamenting its plight. Lin Mo remained intent, meticulously dispelling the lingering malevolence while replenishing the spirit energy required by the sword's essence. The bamboo bee-cloud sword was the culmination of Lin Mo's years of dedication, cherished as a treasure. Thus, he approached its restoration with utmost care. Merging his spirit with the azure power, he placed the damaged sword before him. With each incantation, the cracks in the blade began to mend, releasing a subtle fragrance. As beads of sweat gradually appeared on Lin Mo's brow, he had devoted 3 days and nights to this repair. At last, the sword's lament diminished, the damaged blade restored to its former glory, its azure light even more resplendent than before. Lin Mo let out a long breath, sheathing the sword with a sense of accomplishment. Next, he retrieved the damaged purple sandalwood sheath, infusing it with azure light for restoration as well. The divine light seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, instinctively seeking out the damage and gradually sealing the cracks in the sheath. During a year of seclusion and cultivation, Lin Mo aimed to repair his battle-worn artifacts and enhance his own power. After a year of meditating in the bamboo grove, his magical prowess had significantly advanced, making the restoration of his weapons increasingly adept. Finally, he placed the fully restored bamboo bee-cloud sword behind him, its purple light exuding an extraordinary elegance. Rising from the bamboo grove, he transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring towards an unnamed mountain range. The light sliced through the heavens as Lin Mo descended upon an unfamiliar range, where an extraordinary chill reigned, the earth blanketed in snow, with lakes scattered throughout. Upon Lin Mo's arrival at the nameless mountain range, he was immediately enveloped by a chilling, penetrating cold. He cast a glance around, noting the expansive terrain adorned with lakes of varying sizes, their surfaces shimmering beneath a delicate layer of soft, white snow. Lin Mo alighted on a snow-covered slope, where the snow reached up to his knees. Shaking the sleeves of his garment, he ventured forth with nimble steps, undeterred by the biting cold. After traversing a short distance, Lin Mo was startled to see a colossal figure emerge from the lake ahead. It was a monstrous creature of the deep, opening its cavernous maw as it lunged towards him. With a grave expression, Lin Mo unsheathed his Qingzhu Fengyun sword, its blade gleaming as he thrust it toward the beast. However, the creature's tough hide resisted the blade, merely leaving a superficial wound. In furious retaliation, the beast roared, unleashing a blast of icy breath aimed directly at Lin Mo. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he summoned a protective azure light, deflecting the frigid assault while nimbly evading the creature's charge. The beast, possessing immense strength, crashed through the lake, sending waves cascading in all directions. Lin Mo, his demeanor serious, focused intently, directing his sword with precision to strike at the creature's vital points. The monster howled in agony as blood gushed from its wounds, and in a fit of frustration, it leapt back into the depths of the lake, splashing water everywhere. Ceasing its attacks on Lin Mo, he seized the moment to land atop a massive stone at the water's edge, sheathing his sword, his expression finally easing. He recognized the perils hidden within this nameless mountain range and resolved to exercise greater caution. Departing from the lakeside, Lin Mo ventured deeper into the mountains. Along the way, he observed the terrain widen ahead, revealing 2 towering peaks standing side by side. One peak was blanketed in thick, glistening snow, shimmering like silver under the sun, while the other was vibrant with fiery red maple trees, exuding a faint purple aura. As he approached, Lin Mo noted the striking similarity in the shapes of the 2 peaks, resembling twin siblings. He sensed that these connected mountains were likely tied to his mission, possibly concealing some secrets. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo resolved to explore the snow-laden peak first. He harnessed his magical powers, his steps becoming light as he ascended the mountain. The cold wind howled around him, yet he felt no fear. Upon reaching the summit, he searched the area but found nothing unusual. He examined various caves, only to encounter more snow and ice walls, devoid of any remarkable features. Consequently, Lin Mo soared to the other peak adorned with purple maples, where the leaves blazed like fire, casting a purple glow upon the entire mountain. After an extensive search, he found himself equally empty-handed. Could I have misjudged? He pondered aloud. Just as he prepared to depart, A voice called out from behind him, "Friend, what are you searching for?" Startled, Lin Mo turned to see an elderly man standing behind him. The elder, clad in a gray robe and bearing a kindly expression, did not seem to harbor ill intentions. "I have been sent here on a mission. Might you possess any insights, esteemed elder?" Lin Mo inquired cautiously. With a smile, the elder replied, "Ah, so you have come at the behest of Fairy Ying as well. I am in the same boat. My name is Lu Changle. I look forward to your guidance." At that moment, a man in his 30s approached, dressed in a green robe with a sword slung across his back. "Are you also here on a mission, my friend?" the man remarked, glancing at Lin Mo with a smile. "Very well, my name is Lin Mo, and I hope for your kind consideration." Lin Mo inclined his head slightly. "Haha, I am Ouyang Ying, just like all of you. I received an invitation to come here," the man said cheerfully. The three engaged in lively conversation, quickly growing familiar with one another. It turned out that this mission had summoned disciples from nearby sects, all of whom were also seeking clues in the mountains. "It appears we must delve deeper to uncover our next direction," Lin Mo remarked. Both Lu Changle and Ouyang Ying nodded in agreement, and thus the trio set off together, venturing further into the mountains in hopes of discovering something crucial. After a considerable time traversing the rugged terrain, Lin Mo and his companions finally stumbled upon a quaint pavilion nestled deep within the mountains. Beside it flowed a crystal-clear spring, its waters sweet and refreshing. "Let us take a break. The scenery here is delightful," Ouyang Ying suggested. The three entered the pavilion to sit and rest. Before long, a woman clad in purple descended gracefully from the clouds, landing at the entrance of the pavilion. Upon seeing her, Lu Changle greeted, "Sister Ying," with a bright smile. The woman returned the smile. She was none other than Fairy Ying, the initiator of this mission. "You have all arrived. Thank you for your efforts. I am truly delighted to have your assistance," Fairy Ying expressed with evident joy in her eyes. Lin Mo, discerning her tone, realized she seemed to know him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as the fairy he had encountered in Qingxi Town years ago, which explained her invitation. "So it is you, Miss Ying. I still remember your kindness," Lin Mo said politely. She smiled faintly. "Have you familiarized yourself with the details of the mission?" Lin Mo nodded, having attentively listened to the explanations provided by the elderly Lu and Ouyang. Fairy Ying's expression turned serious. "This mission is extraordinary, laden with secrets of the cultivation world. We must collaborate to unravel the mysteries and successfully complete our task." The two exchanged opinions in the pavilion, and amidst their banter, a sense of camaraderie blossomed. Fairy Ying praised Lin Mo's mastery of the sword, saying, "Your prowess is impressive. I hope we can face the challenges together." After a brief exchange, Lin Mo learned more about the specifics of the mission and the names of other participants. "I require some time for quiet meditation," Lin Mo stated as their conversation concluded. "The initial exploration has drained considerable energy." "Of course," Fairy Ying nodded. "I shall go meet with the others. We will gather 3 days hence to set out." Lin Mo settled down in the pavilion, adjusting his breath to recuperate. During this journey, he had encountered a gigantic beast in the lake and other fierce creatures. Although he had not sustained serious injuries, he had expended considerable effort. Additionally, using spiritual power to probe the 2 mountain peaks had not been an easy task. Lin Mo activated the energy within his dantian, allowing a thread of azure energy to circulate through his meridians, gradually replenishing his earlier exertions. 2 days later, Lin Mo opened his eyes, feeling that he had restored 70 to 80% of his strength. At that moment, other cultivators participating in the mission began to gather near the pavilion to recuperate. Lin Mo chose not to disturb them, instead seeking solitude in a nearby ice chamber to continue his meditation. The 3 days swiftly passed, and Lin Mo sensed he had returned to peak condition. Just then, a messenger from Fairy Ying arrived to summon everyone to assemble and prepare for departure. Lin Mo nodded, rising from the ice chamber, fully aware that the critical moment of the mission had arrived, requiring his utmost dedication. Lin Mo departed from the ice house and approached the open space near the pavilion. At this moment, a dozen or so cultivators engaged in the task had gathered there, and upon seeing Lin Mo's arrival, they scrutinized him. "I have heard that this brother Lin possesses the cultivation of the Broken Void Realm and is quite renowned in the Eastern Sea region," whispered a youth clad in green. "Indeed, I have also heard tales of his formidable magical prowess and skill with the sword. With him among us, our chances of success have greatly increased," nodded an elderly man with white hair. I am particularly eager to witness his application of the insect extermination technique against those shadow insects. It is bound to be immensely powerful. A lady in a light yellow dress remarked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. From their conversation, Lin Mo inferred that the crux of the task was likely related to the powers of the insect race. What is the purpose of your participation in this task, Brother Lin? Suddenly inquired a burly man with a black beard. Lin Mo glanced at him and replied calmly, to save someone, I suppose. He chose not to elaborate, and none pressed further on his intentions. The atmosphere soon became lively again as they began discussing various strategies to tackle the task. As night deepened, the serene sounds of quiet meditation emanated from the ice house beside the pavilion. Lin Mo settled into a cross-legged position, his eyes gently closed, and began to concentrate on his cultivation. It was imperative that he adjusted his state to its peak before departure, for they could encounter terrifying foes at any moment during the task. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air, he felt the surging flow of true essence within him, his magical energy brimming with vitality. He decided to first practice the insect extermination divine technique to prepare for the possible appearance of insect creatures during the mission. With both hands forming seals and incantations whispered softly, a blue light began to take shape in his palms, radiating an overwhelming aura. The sphere of light grew larger, almost engulfing Lin Mo's entire figure. Focused and intent, he manipulated this concentrated force, transforming it into countless strands of azure silk that entwined around his palm. After an unknown duration, Lin Mo finally retracted his magical energy, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He knew that the time for the task was drawing near. Seated in the ice house, Lin Mo quietly circulated his true essence to replenish his expended magical energy. Suddenly, a clear and resonant long whistle echoed from afar, akin to an arrow slicing through the air, piercing Lin Mo's heartstrings. His eyes snapped open, a powerful instinct surging within him. Although the whistle was soft, it conveyed an extraordinary aura. Instantly alert, he rose, pushed open the stone door of the ice house, and stepped outside. In the distance, upon a vast expanse of ice, stood a colossal ice palace, towering about 100 feet high. Supported by massive ice columns, its surface appeared rough, yet it sparkled with a crystalline sheen under the sunlight. Lin Mo gazed intently, observing a man and a woman standing upon a central icy platform within the palace. The man, with hair as white as snow and a countenance as pure as a maideness, exuded a calm demeanor. The woman, her dark hair elegantly pinned up, possessed a slender and alluring figure. Both bore formidable cultivation at the refining void realm, particularly the man, who had reached mid-stage prowess. Lin Mo recognized them as the renowned by Mian Gongzi and Lu Dai Gunyang from the Jinwei mansion in Tianyuan City. The silver-haired man was Zhu Wuhan, while the dark-haired woman was Ji Qingxuang, both prominent figures within the Jinwei of Tianyuan City. Their appearance captivated the attention of the gathered cultivators, including Fairy Ing and the elders surnamed Lu. At this moment, the pale-faced youth let out a long, resonant howl that echoed far and wide. Shortly thereafter, several streaks of light appeared in the sky as a number of cultivators below the transformation stage began to arrive one after another. Lin Mo recognized some familiar faces among them, such as the elder of the Lu clan and the Ouyang brothers. Without hesitation, Lin Mo summoned his spiritual energy and soared towards the ice palace, landing behind the crowd as they entered, eager to hear the plans of the pale-faced youth and his companions. As Lin Mo and the other cultivators gradually made their way into the ice palace, they positioned themselves before the icy platform below. The pale-faced youth and Miss Green Butterfly stood atop a high dais, observing the assembly with an air of composure. The gathered cultivators respectfully encircled Zhu Wuhan and Ji Qingxuang, who exuded an aura akin to that of sovereigns. The cultivators, hailing from various sects and possessing formidable powers beyond the transformation stage, gazed upon them with reverence. Lin Mo surveyed the surroundings, noting that each cultivator stood upright, their expressions earnest, performing the customary salutations towards the pale-faced youth and Miss Green Butterfly. These practitioners, all at the transformation stage, had set aside their allegiances to convene here. Please, let us begin with introductions, the pale-faced youth proposed. I shall refrain from elaborating further, for you should all be acquainted with the matters of Jinwei Mansion. My sister Butterfly and I have gathered here for a momentous purpose. One by one, the cultivators introduced themselves, sharing their identities and levels of cultivation. Lin Mo listened intently, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. He sensed that the pale-faced youth was possibly orchestrating a significant endeavor related to the demonic path. Otherwise, there would be no need for such elaborate arrangements to summon these practitioners. As he pondered these thoughts, Miss Green Butterfly suddenly spoke, her words ringing clear and resolute. The reason for our invitation is to eradicate the lair of the azure-eyed true toad. Would you all be interested in joining forces? Zhu Wuhan added with a smile, his voice melodious like the sound of a lute. Dear friends, today's undertaking is of great significance. My companion Qing and I have come to confront our common foe, the azure-eyed true toad, which proliferates in its lair deep within the Great Lake, posing a threat to our geneway. Upon hearing this, a sense of tension and excitement surged among the cultivators. The azure-eyed true toad was a rare and coveted beast, a treasure long sought after by practitioners. Zhu Wuhan continued, we have made ample preparations and seek to unite our strengths to cleanse the lair of the azure-eyed true toad. This gathering is specifically to invite all of you to join us in sharing the essence of the true toad's spiritual blood. Lin Mo's heart stirred. He understood the gravity of this mission and recognized the immense benefits that the true toad's spiritual blood would bring to cultivation. The cultivators eagerly expressed their willingness to participate, responding enthusiastically to Zhu Wuhan's call. Zhu Wuhan went on, this task will not be an easy one. Careful planning is essential for our success in exterminating the true toad. I will now outline the action plan in detail. The cultivators listened with rapt attention, Lin Mo among them, filled with anticipation. It was evident that the plan for this operation was of great import, and he could sense the meticulousness and methodical nature of Zhu Wuhan's strategy. The azure-eyed true toad resided in a natural cavern deep underground. Fairy Ying began to elucidate, stating that this group of true toads numbered nearly 10, including 2 fully grown male and female toads, both possessing the strength of the mid-stage void refinement. A true toad at this level corresponds to the combined efforts of over a dozen god transformation cultivators to contend with. One of the Ouyang brothers gasped in astonishment. Fairy Ying nodded and continued, moreover, there are 8 juvenile true toads. Although their power is somewhat diminished, they still possess the combat prowess of late-stage god transformation. This group of true toads has taken refuge in a naturally occurring underground cavern, surrounded by formidable rock walls, making it exceedingly difficult to penetrate. With just our strength, it seems unlikely that we can seize them, Lin Mo remarked, furrowing his brow. Furthermore, 2 terrifying symbiotic beasts inhabit the vicinity of the cave. Fairy Ying's expression grew grave. One is the enormous black blood ant, which is abundant and excels in group attacks. The other is the shadow insect beast, lurking in the darkness, capable of corroding and destroying a cultivator's artifacts, souls, and magical treasures. Both of these extraordinary creatures pose a significant threat to our extermination efforts. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and the other cultivators fell silent, as the daunting task before them inevitably instilled a sense of trepidation and hesitation. Observing their demeanor, the white-faced young master gently inquired, do any of you still wish to join forces to eradicate this group of true toads and share in their spiritual blood essence? Zhu Wuhan continued, to counter the threat of the black blood ants, we shall employ sandalwood crane incense to lure them away from their nest. As for the shadow insect beasts, we will establish the profound, clear heavenly thunder flags to repel their assaults with the might of thunder. This will require everyone to collaborate in the joint extermination of the true toads. The cultivators nodded in agreement, signifying their acceptance of the plan. Zhu Wuhan further stated, to bolster our strength, I have specially invited Lin Mo and Fairy Xiao to join our endeavor. Lin Mo will assist in the eradication of the true toads, while Fairy Xiao will focus on countering the shadow insect beasts. Lin Mo felt a stirring in his heart, realizing that his selection was not without reason. He took a deep breath and declared, Zhu Daoist, Fairy Xiao, I shall not fail your expectations and will do my utmost to assist everyone in completing this mission. As for the specific strategies and divisions of labor for this operation, let me elucidate, spoke a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe. My name is Zhu Zhan, and you may address me directly. I have been in contact with Wuhan and Miss Green Butterfly to discuss this matter. Now, allow me to share my strategic thoughts. Everyone perked up their ears, listening intently. First, to divert the black blood ants, we have prepared a substantial quantity of sandalwood crane incense. This fragrance effectively captures the attention of the black blood ants, drawing them elsewhere, Zhu Zhan explained. Secondly, I have prepared 10 profound, clear heavenly thunder flags. This magical treasure can create a thunderous barrier to isolate the shadow beasts, safeguarding everyone from their incursions. Regarding the sandalwood crane incense, Zhu Jin added, it must be used with caution to prevent attracting other unwanted entities. Concerning the extermination of the true toads, we have established detailed divisions of labor. The cultivators at the early stage of God transformation will be responsible for perimeter defense, avoiding rashly probing the mid-stage God transformation toads' movements, while assisting us in aerial defense. Wuhan, Miss Green Butterfly, and I will launch a full-scale assault on the 2 adult true toads. Additionally, Lin Mo and Fairy Xiao will assist in setting up the thunder barrier, fully committed to defending against the shadow insect beasts' attacks. Lin Mo nodded solemnly, fully aware of his responsibilities. Xiao Xinzi stood quietly to the side, her eyes shimmering with a mysterious light, seemingly filled with anticipation for the impending battle. Zhu Zhan articulated the plan and division of responsibilities with clarity, garnering the admiration of the crowd. Lin Mo secretly admired his strategic arrangement and adaptability, brimming with expectations for their collaboration. If there are no objections, let us commence our actions. The distribution of the true toad's blood will be determined by each individual's contribution, Zhu Jin concluded. The cultivators gathered in the grand hall, and Zhu Wuhan scanned the room before announcing, let the operation begin. The group swiftly soared toward the direction of the Great Lake, entering the battle that awaited them. Under Zhu Wuhan's leadership, the cultivators flew for 3 days and nights until they arrived at a vast lake. The surface of the lake was shrouded in thick mist, exuding an air of mystery and eeriness. The cultivators halted their advance, cautiously surveying their surroundings, for such an environment appeared perilous and could conceal dangerous ancient beasts. Standing before the crowd, Zhu Wuhan gazed into the depths of the lake, his tone grave. We are about to enter the giant mountain within the lake, where the lair of the azure-eyed true toad resides. The crux of our mission lies in effectively dealing with the black blood ants and shadow worm beasts. We must not be careless, Ing Xinzi added, especially the shadow worm beasts. Their speed is astonishing and should not be underestimated. We must adhere to the plan and work in close coordination to have any hope of success. After Zhu Zhan detailed the plan and division of tasks, Lin Mo noticed a particular name, Xiao Xinzi. He turned his gaze to the crowd and indeed spotted a woman in white standing a short distance away. She possessed a delicate visage and an elegant figure, her demeanor aloof, with eyes as clear and bright as autumn waters. Lin Mo speculated that this woman, named Xiao Xinzi, like himself, must be adept at employing a certain divine ability to counter the elusive shadow worm beasts. Otherwise, Zhu Zhan and the white-faced young master would not have specifically requested her assistance for this task. Xiao Xinzi appeared youthful, and Lin Mo pondered what divine ability she had cultivated to become a potential ally. He raised his gaze to study the woman in white, hoping she might introduce herself. Yet, Xiao Xinzi remained silent, merely casting a fleeting glance at Lin Mo before averting her gaze. Lin Mo felt a twinge of disappointment, but reminded himself to exercise patience. Xiao Xinzi stood to the side, an air of enigma surrounding her. Zhu Wuhan introduced, this is Xiao Xinzi. She will assist everyone in restraining the shadow worm beasts. Though she is not one for many words, her cultivation is profound and unfathomable. Xiao Xinzi nodded slightly, remaining silent. Lin Mo felt a surge of intrigue regarding her abilities. At that moment, the mist over the lake began to dissipate, revealing a colossal mountain. According to the map and markings provided by Zhu Zhan, the cultivators activated their spiritual powers and soared toward the dwelling of the true toads. After 3 days and nights, they arrived before a vast lake. The surface area of the lake was extensive, surrounded by swirling mist, with a solitary mountain discernible at its center. The entire lake emanated an aura of mystery and danger. This is the necessary route to the dwelling of the true toads. We can only enter the underground passage through this solitary mountain in the lake, Zhu Zhan explained. But the fog in the lake obscures our vision, and we must tread carefully, for we know not what dangers may lurk within. Chapter 443. Lin Mo's expression hardened as he raised his gaze towards the solitary mountain amidst the misty lake, an ominous premonition of the arduous challenges that lay ahead. He inhaled deeply, gripping his flying sword, ever prepared to confront any impending crisis. Zhu Wuhan was the first to soar into the lake, followed closely by the other cultivators. The colossal peaks within the lake gradually emerged, resembling a slumbering beast. their summits shrouded in thick fog. Zhu Wuhan directed the cultivators to swiftly traverse the lake, yet as they drew nearer, the mist thickened ominously. Zhu Zhen led the group into the heart of the giant mountain, intent on delving into the subterranean passage that would lead them directly to the lair of the true toad. Suddenly, a flock of white, bizarre birds erupted from the lake's mist, their wings unfurling, exuding an icy chill as they charged towards the cultivators. Zhu Wuhan's countenance shifted slightly. He hastily retrieved a jade bottle, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. This fierce gale swept away a portion of the lake's fog, revealing a pathway. As the cultivators followed Zhu Wuhan into the passage, they discovered that the white creatures had not entirely retreated. Without warning, the birds unleashed a barrage of toxic black water arrows, resembling dark raindrops as they hurtled towards them. The cultivators were compelled to defend themselves, their magical artifacts clashing violently with the avian assailants, resulting in utter chaos. Zhu Wuhan's expression was grave as he called out, "Everyone, be cautious. We are ensnared in the trap of the black blood ants. We must unite our strengths to break free." The birds, though not large in size, were numerous, descending upon them in droves. Their beaks were sharp, wings like blades, and their claws bristled with wicked teeth. More alarming was their ability to spew forth torrents of corrosive black liquid from their beaks, capable of eroding magical artifacts. "This is disastrous. Those are the venomous crows," Zhu Zhen exclaimed, his face paling. "Their black water is exceedingly toxic. We must avoid contact." With that, he swiftly drew a white jade bottle from his waist, trembling slightly as he waved it, unleashing a tremendous gust of wind that roared forth. The white birds surged towards them, their black water arrows raining down, plunging the scene into turmoil. The cultivators retaliated fiercely, their magical artifacts colliding with the creatures, filling the air with the essence of battle between spells and beasts. The Zhu youth, his face taut with concentration, wielded the jade bottle, continuously releasing gusts of wind to disperse the mist and unveil more pathways. Lin Mo followed closely, intertwining lightning power in the air to counter the black water arrow's onslaught. Meanwhile, Xiao Xianzi nimbly weaved through the birds, showcasing her remarkable agility and supernatural abilities. The combat amid the mist was exceptionally intense, yet the cultivators, united in purpose, finally gained a moment to breathe. With a resounding cry, the Zhu youth swung the jade bottle, unleashing a formidable gust that reduced the swarm of crows to mere dust. The white mist was also violently swept away, revealing a descending cave passage. After dispersing one wave of crows, Lin Mo and the other cultivators exhaled in relief. "Hurry, follow me," Zhu Zhen commanded. Having successfully opened the passage, the group seized the opportunity and ventured into the cave. The cultivators traversed the passage, entering a natural cavern at the lake's bottom, the very lair of the true toad. The Zhu youth cautioned the cultivators that the black blood ants were about to emerge, and they readied themselves with utmost vigilance. Suddenly, a cacophony of flapping wings echoed within the cavern as they turned to see a much larger swarm of crows suddenly materializing from all directions, their numbers unfathomable. They darkened the sky with a dense mass, simultaneously unleashing torrents of toxic black arrows from all directions. These arrows, resembling a tangible force, were nearly impossible to evade, and the inevitable collision with our treasures would result in utter annihilation. This was merely a probing assault by the ravenous flock, testing our strength. Zhu Zhen's expression turned grave. "We must endure, for a more ferocious onslaught would surely follow. This wave was only the beginning, and there might be more attacks ahead. Everyone, remain calm and cooperate fully." Zhu Zhen continued to speak, reassuring the group while preparing them for what lay ahead. As the monstrous birds surged forth, the cultivators formed ranks to confront the impending battle. The black water arrows hampered the efficacy of their treasures, rendering the conflict increasingly arduous. The Zhu youth moved with an ethereal grace, transforming into a fleeting shadow, directing his comrades to adjust their formations for a more advantageous defense against the avian adversaries. Lin Mo observed as the torrential barrage of black arrows suppressed their counterattacks, leaving them struggling to hold their ground. Anxiety surged within him. At such a critical juncture, one could not guarantee that some might flee in fear. Collaborating with Fairy Xiao, his thunderous power reverberated within the cavern, intensifying the fierce clash with the monstrous birds. United in purpose, the cultivators managed to slay a portion of the avian horde, gradually pushing them back. Yet, they remained vigilant, aware that this was merely a test. Fellow cultivators, only through unity can we navigate this crisis, Zhu Jun proclaimed, his voice resonating with determination. I shall carve a path, follow my lead. With that, he charged forth, cutting through the encirclement with ferocity. Lin Mo and the other cultivators regained their confidence, initiating a counteroffensive against the onslaught of the crows. After enduring tremendous hardships, the cultivators finally emerged from the dense mist, arriving at the entrance of a vast natural cavern within the mountain. The opening loomed nearly 100 feet high, unfathomably deep, silent, and lifeless. This was the lair of the azure-eyed, true toad. Zhu Jun gestured toward the cave, speaking softly. They conceal themselves deep within this cavern. However, before we mount a frontal assault, we must first address the lurking threat of the black blood ants. He reiterated the dangers posed by the black blood ants, subsequently revealing the sandalwood incense burner, a crucial tool for luring them out. The cave beneath the lake was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the jade vial of the Zhu youth and the treasures of the cultivators. After lighting the exquisite crane-top incense within the burner, a fragrant mist began to waft through the air, swiftly capturing the attention of the black blood ants. From the depths of the cavern, a massive swarm of black blood ants surged forth like a relentless tide. Their formidable size and iron-clad exoskeletons instilled a heavy dread in the hearts of the cultivators. Just in time, Zhu Jun bellowed, "Prepare for battle." One by one, the cultivators withdrew indigo shields from their sleeves, bracing themselves for the impending assault of the black blood ants. They swiftly adjusted their formations, readying themselves to counter the oncoming swarm. The Zhu youth remained composed, directing his comrades, focus on cooperation, with clearly defined roles. First, stabilize the situation. Act only when the true opportunity arises. Lin Mo's expression hardened as he silently recited incantations, channeling the thunderous techniques his sect excelled in, poised for action. Just as the swarm of black blood ants erupted from their lair, Fairy Xiao suddenly brandished a white flag, letting it billow in the wind. Upon the white banner adorned with peculiar patterns, a subtle iridescence shimmered under the sunlight. Lin Mo, behold my treasured by Zhongmi Guang fan. It possesses the remarkable ability to obscure one's form and aura, rendering us undetectable to our foes, Xiao Xianzi explained softly. As long as you step within the luminous embrace of this banner, we shall evade the detection of the black blood ants and encircle our enemies. Come swiftly. Lin Mo gazed in astonishment at the white banner, its dim glow seemingly concealing myriad flickering lights, an extraordinary treasure hidden within its folds. Without hesitation, he followed Xiao Xianzi and stood beside her beneath the banner. As the light flickered, she cloaked both themselves within its protective aura, melding seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Lin Mo marveled at the exquisite ingenuity of the Bai Zhang Mi Guang fan. Under the veil of light, their forms became nearly imperceptible. With a smile, Xiao Xianzi turned to Lin Mo, saying, "This is a cherished artifact I have cultivated over many years. It integrates the surrounding environment into its radiance, achieving a profound concealment effect." Temporarily shielded from the onslaught of the black blood ants, they seized a brief moment to rest and prepare. However, the concealment effect of the misty banner was not without limitations. "We can remain here for no more than an hour," Xiao Xianzi cautioned. Lin Mo nodded in understanding. The cultivators each invoked their abilities, hidden from the gaze of the black blood ants, readying themselves for the impending battle. Amidst the luminous cover of the banner, the swarm of black blood ants appeared disoriented, granting the cultivators an opportunity to strike at the opportune moment. United in purpose, the cultivators launched a fierce assault against the relentless horde of black blood ants. A resounding thunder echoed as various magical artifacts unleashed their might, the air thick with turbulent energy that obscured the very ground beneath them. The cultivators engaged in a fierce battle against the encroaching swarm. The couple, bearing the surname Zhu, exhibited remarkable synergy, utilizing their advanced cultivation and combat experience to counter the collective assault of the black blood ants. The clash of artifacts and the relentless swarm produced a cacophony of reverberations, saturating the atmosphere with potent waves of magical energy. Lin Mo and Xiao Xianzi collaborated seamlessly, each deploying their unique skills. Lin Mo summoned the power of lightning, conjuring a serpentine dragon of electricity that spiraled through the ranks of the black blood ants, delivering precise strikes to their vulnerable points. Meanwhile, Xiao Xinzi wielded the Bai Zhang Mi Guang fan to deftly navigate the battlefield, swiftly countering the ants' offensive. In the shelter of the banner, Lin Mo and Xiao Xinzi remained poised, patiently awaiting the right moment to act. Through their harmonious teamwork, the black blood ant swarm gradually lost its cohesion, and the tide of battle began to shift in favor of the cultivators. However, the black blood ants were not easily vanquished. As they neared extinction, they unleashed a formidable resurgence of vitality, resulting in violent explosions. The ensuing blasts unleashed a tempest of alternating heat and cold that swept across the battlefield, forcing the cultivators to urgently realign their formations in response to this sudden challenge. Lightning and frigid winds collided, plunging the battleground into chaos. In an instant, an extraordinarily peculiar flow of energy and vibrations surged forth from the depths of a cave. This energy, embodying the duality of scorching lava and frigid torrents, unleashed an immense power, mercilessly sweeping toward everyone present. Lin Mo's expression shifted with trepidation as he sensed the impending onslaught. Everyone was fully alert in the face of such a formidable counterattack. The cultivators united their efforts to neutralize the final strike of the black blood ants, ultimately annihilating the swarm. This fierce battle persisted until the demise of the ant horde. And with the last resounding crash, tranquility returned to the surroundings. As the black blood ants subsided, the cultivators paused to catch their breath, filled with the exhilaration of victory. However, they soon turned their attention to the true toad beast's lair and the towering mountain before them, their hearts brimming with trepidation and curiosity. The youth of the Zhu clan, gathering their combat spirit, explained, "Beneath this colossal mountain lies the lair of the azure-eyed true toad." Repelling the black blood ants was merely the beginning. A greater trial now awaited us. The cultivators resolved to venture forth, splitting into two groups. One remained outside on guard while the other followed the Zhu couple into the mountain. Lin Mo and Fairy Xiao accompanied the Zhu couple, stepping into the enigmatic lair of the true toad. The damp cavern was infused with a peculiar aura, igniting a blend of anticipation and vigilance within the cultivators. The unknown ahead stirred a mix of excitement and anxiety in each cultivator's heart. The lair of the true toad heralded further adventures and challenges. Why must we go to such a perilous place for merely a group of frogs? Lin Mo could not help but inquire. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhun smiled knowingly and slowly recounted the day he, along with the white-faced young master and the green butterfly maiden, stumbled upon an ancient text that detailed the myriad secrets and opportunities hidden within this canyon. To ascertain its authenticity, they decided to lead their comrades here for exploration and to share the findings. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo experienced a moment of clarity, his curiosity for the mystery before him igniting fiercely. At Zhu Zhun's urging, the cultivators readied themselves once more, preparing to delve deeper into the mountain in search of the truth. During the encounter with the black blood ants, the Zhu couple displayed remarkable prowess. Following the defeat of the black blood ants, Zhu Zhun and the green butterfly maiden's strength became even more prominent. The cultivators, having witnessed their battle, held an even deeper reverence for the couple. Before them, the two unfurled blue banners that fluttered in the wind. These banners were adorned with intricate patterns, billowing in the breeze, resonating with the sound of thunder. This is the Xinqing thunder flag I mentioned earlier. It can form a protective barrier against the shadow insect beasts, Zhu Zhun declared with satisfaction. With this in place, we can safely explore the lair without fearing the incursions of the shadow insect beasts. As the group gazed at these iconic blue flags, a weight lifted from their hearts. We shall now proceed in two groups. One group will accompany me and Dyer into the cave to seek the true toad's lair, while the other stays here to utilize the flag's barrier to safeguard our retreat. Zhu Zhun articulated with agility. Lin Mo, Fairy Xiao, and others volunteered to join the cave expedition, while Fairy and her companions remained behind to set up the thunder barrier, ensuring they could provide support at any moment. Zhu Zhun took a deep breath, gazing intently at the entrance of the true toad's lair, then led a contingent of cultivators prepared to enter the mountain. Following Zhu Zhun, the group ventured deeper along the passageway, flanked by uneven rock walls, with countless stalactites looming overhead, interspersed with patches of moss. The air was thick with dampness and a hint of a metallic scent. The terrain here was intricate, shifting from high to low, rendering the full landscape elusive. Everyone moved with great caution, fearing to disturb the venomous creatures within the cave. As the group ventured deeper, the rugged mountain path twisted and turned, with stalactites and moss-covered passages exuding an eerie and mysterious aura. A dampness and an unusual atmosphere permeated the air, compelling the cultivators to proceed with utmost care. Lin Mo and Fairy Xiao remained vigilant, wary of any lurking toxins, while the young couple from the Zhu family led the way, ever watchful. Chapter 444. Zhu Zhen and Miss Green Butterfly were at the forefront, glancing around and occasionally whispering to each other. Lin Mo and Fairy Xiao followed closely, marveling at the wonders of this subterranean realm. As they progressed, the passage became increasingly convoluted, and an inexplicable tension enveloped the group, as if some unknown secrets and challenges awaited them ahead. The winding nature of the tunnel left many feeling disoriented, prompting them to quicken their pace. Suddenly, the Zhu couple halted, their expressions grave. An unsettling silence fell over the group, broken only by a low, guttural growl emanating from ahead. Zhu Zhen and Miss Green Butterfly's faces paled, signaling everyone to halt and refrain from making any sudden movements. They all turned their gazes forward, where two massive Xuanhua beasts loomed in the center of the passage. Lin Mo felt a stir within, employing his vanishing technique to deftly evade the beast's perception. He observed the reactions of the cultivators, particularly a striking woman and an elderly man who caught his attention. Through their exchanges, Lin Mo learned that the elderly man was surnamed Yu and the woman was a cultivator from the Xiao family. The elder wielded formidable wind escape techniques, while the Xiao woman excelled in the art of gray mist. Lin Mo felt a surge of relief, recognizing the strength of his companions. An elderly man with a head of white hair closed his eyes, extending a hand as if sensing something. "This is grave," he declared solemnly. "There are two powerful Xuanhua beasts ahead, guarding the essential path to the true toad's lair. They are adept in both water and thunder escape techniques, and their might should not be underestimated." "Damn it," Zhu Zhen gritted his teeth. "We initially planned to set traps using earth escape techniques, but this spiritual magnetic stone vein has interfered with our spells. Now, we are left with no choice but to confront them head-on." The situation had grown increasingly complicated, as the influence of the spiritual magnetic stone vein rendered earth escape techniques nearly impossible, heightening the dangers of their mission. The group's expressions reflected their concern. What was already a formidable task had become even more precarious. "I could attempt to distract one of the Xuanhua beasts, creating an opportunity for the others to break through," Lin Mo proposed, glancing at Zhu Zhen. "Excellent, Brother Lin. Your suggestion could indeed turn the tide," Zhu Zhen responded, his eyes brightening. "I recall your skill in concealment. It will be invaluable here. I hope Sister Xiao will assist Brother Lin. Your coordinated efforts might yield success. Brother Lin possesses commendable strength. If we collaborate, we should be able to employ the concealment technique to approach the beasts." Fairy Xiao spoke calmly, surprising the others with her generosity. Understanding her intent, Lin Mo nodded and tossed two violet talismans toward her. Fairy Xiao's expression shifted as she accepted them with understanding. The two began to invoke their respective concealment techniques, preparing to strike at the Xuanhua beasts. The venerable elder stood silently by, nodding gently as he waved his hand, summoning a gentle breeze that enveloped Lin Mo, providing him with a cloak of concealment. Upon reaching the end of the passageway, Lin Mo and the fair maiden, Xiao, indeed discovered two imposing Tianyuan beasts. Each of these creatures measured approximately 2 meters in length, their bodies pure white, resembling two plump, oversized pigs. They were engrossed in devouring the moss on the stone wall, completely oblivious to the approach of Lin Mo and his companion. As Lin Mo concealed himself near the Tianyuan beast, he focused intently, preparing for a decisive strike. The monstrous creature, lurking in the shadows, was massive, covered in barbed spines, its eyes glowing a menacing crimson that sent chills down one's spine. Just as his concealment technique was about to falter, Lin Mo launched his attack with ferocity, thrusting a gleaming sword towards the beast's vulnerable neck. The Tianyuan beast seemed to sense the disturbance, unleashing a deafening roar of rage and alarm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Mo felt a surge of urgency. Life and death hung in the balance. Standing in the passage, with a violet talisman shimmering in his grasp, he executed the gray mist technique, causing a swirling gray haze to envelop the corridor, transforming it into a dynamic tableau. Simultaneously, the soul-devouring fire blazed in his hand, radiating an intense flame. The Tianyuan beast let out a thunderous roar, yet Lin Mo's movements flowed seamlessly, like water in a stream. Xiao and the Elder, with remarkable synergy, maintained order across the battlefield. With a resolute expression, Lin Mo waved his right hand slightly, conjuring a pale gray mist that swiftly enveloped one of the Tianyuan beasts. Before the creature could react, its form began to dissipate, ultimately transforming into a wisp of pale mist. This was the application of Lin Mo's phasing technique, swiftly converting the Tianyuan beast into an energy state. Xiao was taken aback, unaware that Lin Mo possessed such profound mastery of the arts. After vanquishing this Tianyuan beast, Lin Mo and his companions concealed their mixed emotions of joy and regret, for another equally fearsome Tianyuan beast still lurked in the vicinity. The victory in this battle deepened the team's understanding of Lin Mo's formidable prowess. Meanwhile, a glimmer of awe flickered in the eyes of the youth named Zhu, who recognized the true strength of Lin Mo as that of a genuine powerhouse. Xiao and the Elder also expressed their admiration for Lin Mo's remarkable performance. From a distance, Zhu Zhen and others observed Lin Mo and Xiao swiftly dispatching a Tianyuan beast, filling them with hope that the duo would succeed in overcoming the remaining creature, thus clearing a path forward for all. The other Tianyuan beast, awakened by the disappearance of its companion, emitted a sharp, elongated cry, its body rapidly swelling to 3 meters in size, adorned with 7 swirling patterns that spun rapidly around it. Upon sensing the threat, this Tianyuan beast roared mightily, intensifying the tension in the air. Xiao, employing her evasion technique, danced gracefully on the battlefield, providing precise support to Lin Mo. At a crucial moment, she revealed herself, wielding a yellowish-black talisman to strike the beast. Lin Mo, be wary of the water mines. I will divert its attention. The voice of Xiao Xianzi wafted through the wind as she transformed into an ethereal shadow, skillfully maneuvering around the Xiangua beast, directing its attacks. The old man beside her supported with wind escape techniques, creating further opportunities for Lin Mo. With deft application of his techniques and magical artifacts, Lin Mo evaded the onslaught of water thunder, striking at the beast's vital points when the moment allowed. At a critical juncture, Xiao Xianzi diverted the Xiangua beast's attention, while the old man hastily unleashed a powerful gust towards the beast's head. Just as it prepared to launch a water thunder attack, Lin Mo had already positioned himself before it. A long, blood-red blade materialized in his hand, swiftly cleaving towards the beast's neck. The Xiangua beast hastily employed water escape for self-protection, yet it could not withstand the blow. Its enormous head fell, blood gushing forth. Lin Mo and Xiao Xianzi prepared to return to the original passage to reunite with the others. However, at that moment, a strange wind suddenly arose above the corpse of the Xiangua beast, coalescing into a vague human form, seemingly on the verge of resurrection. Lin Mo was taken aback. This Xiangua beast possessed the ability to transform into a human. With a grave expression, he clapped his hands together, unleashing a plume of pale gray smoke that swiftly enveloped the humanoid entity. A chilling scream echoed as the being completely dissipated. This was Lin Mo's soul-devouring heavenly fire, obliterating the enemy's very essence. At that instant, a torrent of water rapidly converged, coalescing into a massive water serpent form of the Xiangua beast. Its gaping maw lunged fiercely toward Lin Mo, frowning slightly. Lin Mo discerned that the second Xiangua beast was not yet fully vanquished. It had utilized its water escape technique to transform into a water serpent for another assault. Lin Mo called out sharply, enveloping the water serpent Xiangua beast in a shroud of misty gray fog. This fog, as if possessing a will of its own, tightly coiled around its joints, hindering its movement. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo raised his hand and sent forth 3 blood-red blades of light, accurately striking the water serpent Xiangua beast at its 7-inch mark, throat, and heart, its vital points. The water serpent emitted a final, anguished cry before its colossal form disintegrated. Blood and flesh splattered across Lin Mo and Xiao Xianzi. Yet, Lin Mo remained unperturbed, calmly brushing away the bloodstains from his garments, concealing his aura and demeanor. Now, it should be truly dead, Lin Mo remarked. Xiao Xianzi exhaled a sigh of relief, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. I am Tu Xiao, thank you, fellow Taoist. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with admiration, seemingly quite taken with Lin Mo, her aide. After Lin Mo and Xiao Xianzi, Tu Xiao dispatched the 2 Xiangua beasts. They regrouped with the old man and returned to the assembly point. The others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Mo and his companions return safely. A young man with the surname Zhu approached to inquire about the situation, and upon learning that both Xiangua beasts had been dealt with, he could not help but exclaim in awe. Brother Lin is indeed formidable. 2 mere Xiangua beasts were no match for him, the young man chuckled. With you and Sister Xiao as assistants, our chances of success in this mission have greatly increased. Lin Mo offered a faint smile, remaining silent. Xiao Xinzi Tu Xiao, shyly glancing back at him, softly remarked, it was truly thanks to Brother Lin's assistance. Otherwise, these 2 Xiangua beasts would have proven quite troublesome. Seeing the harmonious cooperation between the two, the group nodded in agreement. They then resumed their journey, delving deeper into the colossal mountains towards the lair of the true toad beast. The trust bestowed by the young man of the Zhu family in Lin Mo and his companions seemed to have heightened, and their morale soared even higher. Lin Mo, though taciturn, had seamlessly integrated into the team by this point. This was merely the beginning. The challenges within the lair of the true toad beast would prove far more formidable. We must remain vigilant and collaborate closely to confront the trials that lie ahead. The young man of the Zhu family took a deep breath, his gaze revealing a readiness for the unknown. The others nodded in silent agreement. At this juncture, retreat was not an option, and only through unity could they navigate this perilous phase successfully. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhen and the young maiden in green were quietly deliberating on the internal structure and mechanisms of the true toad beast's lair. According to ancient texts, the density of spiritual energy contained within, along with the plethora of treasures and magical artifacts, was beyond imagination. Contemplating this, the fervor of all the cultivators surged. They eagerly anticipated news of Lin Mo and his team's exploits, for the true essence of this mission lay ahead. As the team pressed onward, they traversed for approximately a quarter of an hour until the terrain abruptly widened, revealing a vast underground expanse. Before them lay a broad, swift subterranean river, its waters rushing with a thunderous roar. The river was about 5 zhang wide, and the steep cliffs on either side were intermittently seeping water. The young man of the Zhu family cautioned everyone to be wary of potential shadow insects and underscored the significance of the lair. Lin Mo and the female cultivator of the Xiao family displayed remarkable synergy, yet it also hinted at the presence of further unknown dangers within the waterway. The river flowed through the passage, producing a soothing sound of rippling waters. The immense underground space felt oppressive, with deep shadows cast by the stone walls flanking the waterway, occasionally illuminated by glimmers of light that revealed enigmatic sights. The young man of the Zhu family led the group cautiously through the waterway, maintaining a heightened state of alertness. Lin Mo silently surveyed his surroundings, acutely attuned to potential threats. The female cultivator of the Xiao family enveloped herself in a thin veil of gray mist, enhancing her perceptive abilities. The air was thick with a chilling atmosphere, mingled with the scent of decaying matter. The young man of the Zhu family, his expression grave, whispered that the true toad beast's lair was not far ahead, and they must not let their guard down. Just then, a swift water arrow suddenly shot across from the opposite bank, striking the river with pinpoint accuracy. A massive splash erupted, causing the surface of the water to churn violently, and a cluster of blood bubbles surfaced. It turned out that a skeletal ant, nestled among the bones on the opposite shore, had been struck down by the water arrow. Exercise caution, Lin Mo remarked calmly. The female cultivator of the Xiao family nodded in tacit agreement, taking defensive positions on either side of the team. The true toad beast's lair was just ahead, but the perils here were only beginning. Beyond the towering mountain, 2 cultivators hovered high in the sky, vigilantly monitoring the movements around the giant peak. An elderly man with graying hair and a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe stood on either side, their expressions solemn as they scanned the forest below. Just then, a chilling gleam suddenly sliced through the air, its speed catching the two unawares. Before the elder could react, his head was severed from his neck, splattering blood across the scene. In swift succession, a massive beast, adorned with black and green stripes, emerged, casually swiping its paw and sending the middle-aged man hurtling against the mountain cliff. The resounding crash echoed as the middle-aged man fell heavily onto the rocky ground. His body and head separated in an instant. In a flash of lightning, 2 high-ranking cultivators of the divine transformation realm were ruthlessly slain, their demise underscoring the formidable strength of the newcomers. In the stillness of the air, 2 figures slowly descended from the heavens, a man with a green face and sharp fangs, and an enchanting beauty, both of whom had previously appeared near the mountain gate. Their identities were evidently extraordinary, as they were none other than the king of the Yakshas and the enchantress. The Yaksha king's gaze was as sharp as a blade, cold and piercing, his visage etched with the marks of time, emanating an aura of fierce intensity. The enchantress, graceful and alluring, possessed a glint of cunning in her eyes, her beauty intertwined with danger. "Ha! It appears we have arrived at the perfect moment, just in time to witness this splendid spectacle," the Yaksha king declared, his voice icy and mocking, as though they had meticulously orchestrated every detail. The enchantress's lips curled into a bewitching smile as she softly remarked, "Indeed, the Yuan-ing of the human race is truly captivating. We have awaited this moment for long." Chapter 445. Hee. The Yuan-ing of human cultivators is indeed delectable. The Yaksha king smiled faintly, his sharp fangs glistening, his eyes flashing with cold light. The enchantress, with her ethereal beauty, sparkled with excitement as she said, "My beloved Yaksha king, you are finally on the verge of ascending to the position of clan leader." The Yaksha king nodded, stating, "I have long set my sights on the human cultivators within the giant mountain. Our destination is the lair of the true toad beast, where we shall undoubtedly uncover more Yuan-ing. If you can successfully slay 2 or 3 cultivators of the divine transformation realm and absorb their essence, your current strength will be sufficient for you to ascend as leader." The enchantress's eyes gleamed with anticipation as she gazed at the Yaksha king. The Yaksha king laughed heartily, confidence radiating from him. "I have my strategies. Once we enter the lair of the true toad beast, a massacre shall ensue, and the position of clan leader will be mine alone." As they conversed, they reached the mountainside of the giant mountain, where rocky outcrops loomed, and a winding path led into the depths of the mountain. A turbulent dark river could be faintly seen, along with a dark cavern ahead, which served as the entrance to the true toad beast's lair. The Yaksha king and the enchantress stood at the cliff's edge overlooking the entrance, observing the rushing dark river below, accompanied by chilling gusts of wind. The stone walls across the river were seeping water, and the air was thick with the scent of decaying matter. Their expressions were cold and sharp, as if they could see through everything, casting a chilling aura over the entire scene. "Yaksha king, we have finally discovered our opportunity for advancement. This lair may indeed conceal the Yuan-ing we seek, which can aid me in restoring my peak power." The enchantress spoke, her voice sultry yet perilous, her eyes shimmering with desire. The Yaksha king nodded, his gaze profound. "Indeed, enchantress, within this true toad beast's lair, we may find the Yuan-ing of a merging level cultivator. This will be a crucial step in our ascension." "This is the place," the enchantress exclaimed, her voice sweet yet urgent. "I can sense the presence of human cultivators within. Some of them seem to be at the divine transformation realm, their Yuan-ing exceedingly rich." The Yaksha king's eyes narrowed as he, having witnessed the prowess of those human cultivators, remained cautious. This time, a well-conceived strategy is imperative to secure a greater bounty of delectable Yuan infants. We must divert the insect beasts within, and then launch a surprise attack on the human race. The king of Yakshas pondered for a moment, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "I shall instruct my subordinates to lure the insect beasts from the periphery, and then you and I will enter from the front and rear, engaging those few individuals in a duel with those formidable Yuan infants. I shall ascend to the position of clan leader." "Excellent idea. I shall set my subordinates in motion at once," the enchantress replied, her captivating gaze sparkling as she conveyed the command. The two exchanged a knowing glance, as if they had reached a tacit agreement on a spiritual level. The king of Yakshas gazed deeply into the depths of the lair, seemingly attuned to the latent power within. "However, we must tread carefully. This lair is fraught with peril. Although the human cultivators are formidable, the true toads within the lair should not be underestimated. We must locate and seize the Yuan infant of that particular cultivator without rousing their attention," the king stated with a calm demeanor, exuding an undeniable authority. The enchantress nodded gracefully, elegantly wielding her demonic power as though she could harmonize with everything within the lair. Together, they shared a wicked smile, envisioning the victorious scene that awaited them in the unfolding battle. Meanwhile, on the opposite bank of the dark river, Lin Mo and his companions remained blissfully unaware of the two treacherous foes lurking nearby, poised for a sudden assault. Deep within the towering mountain, a group of tall, Alien beings soared leisurely through the skies, each adorned with a pair of enormous wings, their plumage a blend of dark blue and black, shimmering with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. The leader of these beings, with golden pupils, was named Jin Xian, who gazed down coldly at the cultivators at the mountain's base. A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes, as if this mission were beneath him. Accompanying him was his trusted confidant, Shuanger, whose eyes sparkled with sharp intensity. Lord Jin Xian, it seems these human cultivators are not worthy of our time, she murmured. Jin Xian smiled slightly, waving his golden staff with a gentle motion. He was in no hurry to act, curious to ascertain the origins of these human cultivators. The golden-eyed leader of the alien beings spoke with an imposing demeanor. There is a trace of our kin ahead. They seem to be in peril. We must investigate at once. One of the alien women responded promptly, darting forward. Shortly thereafter, she returned, reporting, several of our compatriots have perished, seemingly at the hands of human cultivators. A cold light radiated from Jin Xian's eyes as he declared, the greed of humans dares to covet our treasures. Order the subordinates to cleanse this area of humans and seize their magical artifacts and wealth. Numerous aliens unfurled their wings in response, splitting into several squads to fly in various directions. Thus commenced a silent hunt for human cultivators. At that moment, a strange sight emerged on the horizon. A massive hexagonal structure gradually ascended, its surface covered in a dense array of hexagonal honeycombs, within which countless insect swarms busily toiled. This was a floating beehive. Following this colossal hive were dozens of serpents of peculiar coloration and numerous alien beings wielding long spears and lances. They flew in a precise formation, seemingly guarding this immense hive. It is the hive of the insect kingdom, exclaimed one of the middle-aged aliens in astonishment. At that moment, two massive, monstrous birds suddenly swooped down from above the hive, their beaks emitting dazzling arcs of light as they fiercely targeted the hive's central structure. The area surrounding the hive was besieged by these creatures, showcasing the formidable prowess of the alien race. Enormous hives began to emerge one after another, as the winged beings soared through the sky with relentless momentum. With a thunderous roar, an invisible barrier thwarted the advance of the two monstrous birds, rendering them unable to proceed even a fraction. In swift succession, slender, silvery chains shot forth like threads, binding the two birds securely, which then plummeted from the sky as charred remnants. Such trivial aviance dared to provoke my kin. The onlookers among the alien race displayed triumphant smiles as they gazed upon the falling ashes. The colossal floating bee glided slowly past, leading the alien army into the distance. And wherever it traversed, nature itself seemed to shudder. Just as the alien race was displaying its might, an unusual tremor reverberated throughout the realm. Beside the colossal hive, a beam of golden light suddenly flickered, and a magnificent golden phoenix soared forth, radiating a resplendent glow. This phoenix, known as the Golden Flame Phoenix, is a divine beast of the immortal realm, exuding an inviolable majesty. The emergence of the Golden Flame Phoenix instantly shifted the tide of battle. With a mighty flap of its wings, flames engulfed the area, obliterating the monstrous birds and a portion of the alien race. Observing this, the remaining aliens retreated, leaving the colossal hive suspended in the air. The Golden Flame Phoenix circled above, its indifferent gaze sweeping across the winged beings, as if proclaiming its sovereign authority. The arrival of the Golden Flame Phoenix instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure upon the alien race, causing Jin Xian to furrow his brow. This unforeseen turn of events shattered the existing equilibrium, plunging the entire situation into further chaos. The dynamics among the alien factions grew increasingly delicate, and a flicker of hesitation danced in Schwanger's eyes. Just as the alien race was preparing to recalibrate their strategy, a tremendous sound erupted from the sky. As a group of extraordinary ancient beasts, winged aliens among them, soared across the horizon, seemingly drawn by the might of the Golden Flame Phoenix. The presence of these ancient beasts evoked boundless awe and reverence within the alien ranks. The winged aliens clashed with the monstrous birds in midair, igniting a fierce battle. The alien race exhibited formidable leadership throughout the conflict. Under the intimidation of the Golden Flame Phoenix, the extraordinary ancient beasts traversed above the colossal hive, resembling a mysterious rainbow. Their wings sliced through the air, producing a deep, powerful resonance. A colossal dragon-shaped ancient beast soared majestically, its roar resonating through the heavens. creating a breathtaking spectacle alongside the flying serpents and other alien beings. In the forefront of the alien army, a surging shadow raced down from the heavens. Dozens of enormous flying dragons emerged into view, some possessing 2 or 3 heads, their bodies cloaked in impenetrable scales, exuding an intensely chilling aura. Leading the charge, a 3-headed dragon opened its gaping maw, unleashing 3 icy pillars that shot forth with fierce brilliance. "Beware of direct confrontation with them," shouted the Jin-Tong alien of the Nether Dragon. With a thunderous clash, the 3 icy pillars collided with a torrent of flames, both forces locked in a fierce struggle. Subsequently, dozens of flying serpents behind the alien ranks unleashed their fangs, transforming into streaks of silvery light as they lunged towards the dragons. The two factions engaged in an intense aerial confrontation, as if attempting to rend the very fabric of the sky. The dragons exhaled flames, while the serpents released toxic mists, resulting in an extraordinarily chaotic scene. The dominion of the foreign races was undeniably manifested at this moment. They collaborated seamlessly, responding in an orderly manner to the assault of the monstrous birds. In this chaotic melee, the golden flame phoenix no longer remained a mere spectator. It soared over the hive, golden light surging like a tidal wave, repelling the aberrant avians. Simultaneously, there seemed to be an unspoken synergy between the phoenix and the ancient beasts, their collaboration gradually leading to the downfall of the monstrous birds. Ultimately, the foreign races emerged victorious, capturing a 3-headed dragon alive, while the other dragons scattered in flight. The foreign warriors erupted in jubilant cheers, and the golden-eyed foreigner smiled with satisfaction, urging his forces onward. After flying for some time, the foreign army was suddenly met with countless black dots in the sky, rapidly converging into a vast, surging mass. Thousands of black arrows were approaching in formation. The leading golden-eyed foreigner emitted a crimson light from his eyes, signaling to the swarm of black arrows. They instantly adjusted their trajectories, forming a colossal black vortex, spiraling at incredible speed across the heavens. "Have we detected any traces of the human cultivators?" inquired the golden-eyed foreigner. "No signs have been found, but we sense spatial fluctuations ahead in the mountains," reported one of the foreigners. "Humph. It must be that the human cultivators have employed some form of evasion technique to conceal their presence." The golden-eyed foreigner's gaze turned frigid. "Advance at full speed. We cannot afford to let them seize any opportunity." The foreign army obeyed, hastening forward, rapidly approaching the vast mountain ahead. They appeared to advance with unstoppable momentum, yet the mountain loomed ominously, brewing a cataclysm of earth-shattering proportions. As the foreign army reached the skies above the colossal mountain, they beheld its surface, riddled with rocky outcrops and tangled vines, interspersed with deep ravines. The golden-eyed foreigner stated coldly, "I sense the aura of a human cultivator of the transformation stage within the cave to our left. Drag him out at once." 2 foreigners obeyed the command, swiftly entering the cave, and moments later, they emerged, dragging a blood-soaked middle-aged man. The man appeared battered and desperate, yet he still struggled and shouted, "Who sent you here? Speak." The golden-eyed foreigner demanded fiercely. However, the man remained resolutely silent. With a fierce glint in his crimson eyes, the golden-eyed foreigner unleashed a blinding beam of blood-red light, which pierced through the man's skull, obliterating him into a shower of gore. The mountains trembled, and the massive cave began to collapse. The red light triggered a landslide, dismembering one of the human cultivators. At that moment, shadowy insects fled, while the other cultivators stood in stunned disbelief. The golden-eyed foreigner's gaze fixated on the spot where the mountain crumbled, a cold smirk gracing Jin Xian's face. With a renewed flick of his staff, he sent forth torrents of red light towards the mountain. Amidst the cacophony of the collapse, the mountain shattered, rocks flying. As a human cultivator of the transformation stage was ensnared by Jin Xian's spell, his form disintegrating into fragments. "Dare to venture here, and do not blame us for our ruthlessness," Jin Xian stated coldly, devoid of any remorse. In the instant of the collapse, shadowy insects darted forth, vanishing into the distance. While the other human cultivators scrambled to evade the falling debris, their eyes wide with shock at the calamity. The golden flame phoenix soared above, witnessing the entire scene, a hint of delicate worry flickering in its golden eyes. "Move quickly," commanded the golden-eyed foreigner, propelling himself into the air to evade the impact of the cave's collapse. A swarm of dark, small insects burst forth from the cavern, heralding a cataclysmic transformation of the mountain. Master Jin Xian, what shall we do? Shuang'er inquired cautiously, her eyes gleaming with loyalty as she glanced at Jin Xian. With a slight smile, Jin Xian pointed towards the distant shadowy insects. Pursue. Let not a single human cultivator escape, especially those adept at concealment. At his command, the Jintong races surged forth, relentlessly chasing the fleeing human cultivators. In that moment, it felt as if the very heavens and earth were collapsing. The colossal mountain trembled violently, its peaks crumbling, streams reversing their flow, and fissures erupting across the ground. The interior of the cavern reverberated with thunderous sounds as debris cascaded down. At the moment of the mountain's collapse, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming force surge towards him. The Yuan magnetic divine light rapidly unfolded, forming a sturdy shield. As torrents of water surged and rocks flew about, he stood resolutely amid the chaos. Akin to an unyielding iron pillar, his expression was grave. He was traversing the cavern alongside several fellow cultivators. With the world around them shattering and energy currents swirling chaotically, Lin Mo clapped his palms together, enveloping himself and his companions in a soft azure light. Hurry, he urged. They scrambled forward, narrowly escaping the clutches of death. In the distance, they spotted a young man of the Zhu clan leading a group of cultivators in flight from the mountain. Other cultivators attempted to flee as well, with some fortunate enough to evade the vast collapse. However, just as they believed they had found safety, they found themselves encircled by a host of winged beings from another race. Chapter 446. These beings soared with a fierce presence, their eyes glinting with cunning. The passage behind them collapsed completely, sealing off their retreat. Before them loomed a large group of beings, armed with long spears, descending from the sky. Be cautious. These beings are formidable, a cultivator shouted, hastily gathering their vital energy to prepare for the unforeseen threat. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he gripped his sword tightly, bracing for the impending battle. The aftershocks of the mountain's collapse had yet to dissipate, yet they found themselves ensnared in an even more perilous predicament. After the mountain's fall, the Zhu clan's young man and a dozen cultivators emerged from the orderly passage of the mountain. To their astonishment, nearly 100 beings had gathered at the exit. Wielding long spears and sporting towering wings, the very minions of the Jintong race that had pursued them. Under the protective shield of Lin Mo's Yuan magnetic divine light, the aftershocks of the mountain's collapse gradually subsided and the waters calmed. Yet, confronted by the encirclement of the 100 beings, the hearts of the Zhu clan's youth and his companions grew heavy with foreboding. This is dire. We are trapped, one of the cultivators exclaimed. The golden flame phoenix soared above, emitting a resounding cry, seemingly warning the distant entities. The young man of the Zhu clan gripped his sword tightly, his gaze sweeping across the encircling foes, which included winged creatures, shapeshifters, and some enigmatic ancient beasts. What a formidable array of adversaries, he mused, his brow furrowing with anxiety. We can only give our all and fight for survival. He took a deep breath, determination igniting in his eyes. The alien race, showcasing their numerical superiority, gradually encircled the crowd. At the forefront, a figure from the alien race proclaimed, by the command of Lord Jintong, leave behind 2 cultivators at the void refinement stage. Capture the rest. With that declaration, the alien extended a sharp claw, its edge gleaming ominously, directly aimed at the youth surnamed Zhu. Panic surged among the cultivators as they realized the dire intent to capture them alive. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through the air, and the figures of the Jintong aliens vanished from sight. The cultivators found themselves in a perilous predicament, teetering on the brink of despair. We must devise a plan to break through. We cannot simply surrender, the youth surnamed Zhu urged, glancing around at his fellow cultivators. Their eyes met, silently conveying a shared resolve. One after another, the cultivators nodded in agreement. The youth surnamed Zhu led them in a quiet preparation, readying themselves to confront the impending crisis. Surrounded by the alien race, they knew they had to exert every ounce of strength to seize any chance of survival. As they resolved to confront the encirclement, the aliens continued their pursuit of the fleeing human cultivators. The golden flame phoenix soared above, watching as a portion of the aliens flew into the distance. Lin Mo desperately evaded underground, when suddenly, a flash of blue light erupted, signaling the fierce assault of the Yiksha tribe. Unleashing a torrent of energy that reverberated through the earth, Lin Mo's heart raced, and he quickened his pace. The Yiksha tribe leader launched a formidable attack, the blade's radiance crackling like lightning, as the human cultivators fought valiantly to withstand the onslaught. The battle intensified, with the Yiksha tribe's formidable strength forcing the human cultivators to retreat steadily. On the surface, the youth surnamed Zhu Zuinyu, led the final group of human cultivators in withdrawal. Behind him, the strikingly beautiful Lin Fei gritted her teeth, supporting an injured comrade, sweat beading on her brow. "Just hold on a little longer. We are almost out of danger," Zhu Zuinyu shouted, sweeping his palms to conjure a towering wave that obstructed the Yiksha tribe's pursuit. At that moment, the Yiksha tribe leader, Zidu, emerged in the air, his eyes glowing crimson, a dark aura swirling behind him. "Humans, you cannot escape. Follow my command and charge." Suddenly, dozens of cold beams shot in from all directions, encircling them. "This is the Yiksha tribe's binding formation. We are trapped." Lin Fei's countenance paled. Zhu Zuinyu, too, felt a wave of darkness wash over him, aware of his limited strength in such a precarious situation. As they stood helpless, Zidu cackled maniacally from midair. "Today, humans, you shall meet your end." Zhu Zuinyu and Lin Fei stood back to back, facing the onslaught of the Yiksha tribe. Unfazed by the fierce aggression, the youth and his stunning wife remained calm. They simultaneously unleashed their formidable magical powers. The artifact in Zhu's hand radiated a brilliant glow, while Lin Fei summoned a breathtaking protective talisman. With a dazzling display of light, they transformed into a colossal banner, enveloping their fellow human cultivators in a protective red and blue shield. The Yiksha tribe's attacks met with resistance against this sturdy defense, leading to a standoff. The human cultivators, witnessing the couple's overwhelming prowess, felt their spirits lift. However, the Yiksha tribe was relentless. A brief stalemate ensued, the atmosphere thick with tension. At this juncture, a grave expression crossed the couple's faces, knowing that such resistance could only be temporary, and the Yiksha tribe would not relent easily. "Lin Fei, we have no choice but to carve a path for our escape. I am aware that together we shall shatter this formidable array." The duo, in perfect harmony, immediately commenced the manifestation of their unique skills. Surrounding them, radiant barriers emerged, enveloping all human cultivators. "Charge forth," bellowed Zidu, as the Yasha surged forward in a frenzied swarm. Just as the two sides were on the verge of collision, Zhu Zuinyu and Lin Fei simultaneously inhaled deeply, unleashing an explosion of crimson and azure radiance. The terrifying brilliance of red and blue instantly dispersed the encircling darkness and razor-like energies. The Yasha recoiled in terror, their faces etched with fear. Zidu's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he was about to strike again, an ominous shadow loomed overhead, eclipsing the sky. As Zhu Zuinyu and Lin Fei prepared to break through, a thunderous roar resonated from behind them. Two colossal Yasha appeared, bearing down with menacing claws. These gargantuan Yasha loomed in the air, resembling two towering black mountains, resolutely blocking the tempest unleashed by the Zhu couple. "Yasha clan, you have gone too far," exclaimed the striking woman, her voice reverberating through the heavens. The young man, Zhu, wore a grave expression, determination flickering in his eyes. The Yasha clan leader gazed coldly, and with a sudden wave of his hand, the Yasha warriors launched a coordinated second assault. The glint of razor-sharp blades surged forth, and the tempest met the unyielding wall of a mountain, swiftly disintegrating. The fleeing human cultivators found themselves once again in peril, their anguished cries echoing. "Be cautious," Lin Fei cried out in alarm. The pair hastily summoned their full power, forming two barriers to defend themselves, yet the Yasha seemed adept at formations, skillfully splitting them apart. Lin Fei quickly retreated, a crimson line of blood appearing on her right arm. "Fei Fei," Zhu Zuinyu exclaimed in alarm. "I am unharmed." Lin Fei gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes radiating resolve. In that moment of distraction, the Yasha seized the opportunity to launch an all-out assault, countless shadows surging forth. The blades glimmered menacingly, and before the human cultivators could react, they suffered grievous losses. This is the Yasha clan's gale pursuit. Lin Fei's face turned pale, the situation suddenly becoming dire. Witnessing the heavy casualties among their comrades, Zhu Zuinyu erupted in fury. "Yasha clan, I shall fight you to the death." He clapped his palms together, and in an instant, the air around him coalesced into a 100-foot-tall crimson dragon. "Zhu, let us unite." Lin Fei's gaze was equally resolute, as a blue light surged from her back. merging with the mighty dragon. The dragon shimmered with waves of red and blue energy, its eyes aflame with crimson fury as it emitted a terrifying roar. It lunged forward, colliding with the two Yasha and sending them crashing through the air. Splendid. We are saved. The human cultivators rejoiced. Yet, in that moment, the two Yasha managed to stabilize themselves mid-air. With a thunderous roar, they clapped their hands together, transforming into two massive fists that obstructed the path ahead. The collision of fists and dragon unleashed a cataclysmic wave. Zhu Zuinyu and Lianfei's expressions changed dramatically as the red and blue brilliance suddenly flickered, their precious artifacts shattering under the impact. The situation plunged back into crisis. Zhu Ming, we must act swiftly. Delay could spell doom. The enchanting woman urged the young man. He nodded, determination glimmering in his eyes. Together, they unleashed a fierce clash between the Crimson and Azure Tempest and the Yasha's fists in the air. The immense shockwave surged forth, the air crackling with the sound of fire and magic intertwining. However, the power of the Yasha clan appeared inexhaustible as the Crimson and Azure Tempest was suppressed, causing the treasures of the Zhu couple to fracture amidst the violent collisions. The situation grew increasingly dire, and the Zhu couple sensed the relentless threat posed by the Yasha. The colossal dragon clashed with two massive fists, shattering the treasures of Zhu Zhuiyue and Lady Lian. Their faces turned ashen, and the nearby cultivators were rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before them. At that moment, from a distance, the sinister laughter of Zidu echoed, as he summoned three formidable Yasha warriors behind him. Advance. The three warriors flickered into the air in an instant. They opened their mouths wide, unleashing three serpents, each stretching dozens of feet in length. This is bad. They will poison us. Lady Lian exclaimed in alarm. The three venomous serpents lunged towards the crowd with blinding speed. In a state of panic, everyone hastily activated their protective techniques, yet a dozen or so fell victim to the poison immediately. Zito laughed heartily, seizing the opportunity to lead the swarm of Yasha in overwhelming the crowd. The human cultivators retreated in disarray, unable to withstand the frenzied onslaught. Ha ha ha, humans! Behold the might of our Yasha clan. Meanwhile, deep underground, Lin Mo was desperately racing through the dark tunnels. He had just sensed the tremendous tremors above and realized the severity of the situation. Guided by the magnetic stone vein, he navigated through the shadowy passages, swiftly delving deeper. The subterranean environment grew cold and slippery, yet Lin Mo's heart was filled with anxiety. He understood that the strength of the Yasha clan was formidable, especially the two high-ranking Yasha he had just sensed, which instilled within him an indescribable pressure. As he fled underground, he remained ever vigilant, attuned to the movements resonating from the surface. The faint glow of the magnetic stone flickered beside him, barely shielding him from the Yasha's detection. Suddenly, he sensed two powerful presences drawing near. Lin Mo's heart raced, understanding the imminent danger. He hastened his pace along the underground passage, striving to evade the pursuit of the Yasha. The battlefield above was intensely fierce. I must depart swiftly. Before he could finish his thought, a chilling gust of air surged toward him. Lin Mo's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively darted behind a rock. Holding his breath, he concentrated, catching a glimpse of two pairs of crimson eyes gleaming in the darkness. What are those? His heart pounded furiously as he desperately circulated his essence, barely managing to discern the towering figures standing in the shadows. Two high-ranking Yasha gradually came into focus within his perception. This is a high-ranking Yasha. Lin Mo's heart sank, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. The presence of high-ranking Yasha signified an immense threat, and he felt as if he were trapped in an inescapable abyss. The two figures were grotesque, covered in sharp spines, their eyes like blood-red orbs, exuding a chilling aura. Lin Mo instantly comprehended that these two were indeed the high-ranking warriors of the Yasha clan. As their forms became clearer, one was named Mengxiang, and the other was the Undying King. They radiated a dark, ghostly light, akin to lords of the underworld, instilling dread in those who beheld them. Lin Mo swiftly sensed their gaze upon him, feeling an intangible pressure as if the entire underground was plunged into silence. He stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Lin Mo's expression fluctuated. He realized that confronting such powerful beings head-on was utterly unrealistic. With resolute determination, he decided to flee immediately. To hell with you, he roared, summoning his magical power, transforming his entire being into a streak of azure light that shot forth. Just as Lin Mo was about to accelerate, a sudden, crisp sound echoed ahead. A woman clad in crimson attire appeared, standing defiantly between him and the two formidable Yasha kings. Lin Mo's heart soared with joy as he recognized this to be the Xiao's surname female cultivator he had previously partnered with. Xiao Yu also recognized Lin Mo. Having just escaped from beneath the earth, they were unexpectedly reunited amidst the chaos. However, before they could catch their breath, they were confronted by the two Yasha kings, Meng Xiang and the Undying King. What a coincidence it was that they had just emerged to the surface only to encounter the Yasha kings. Xiao Yu's complexion turned pale, her features slightly contorted with fear. Lin Mo spoke solemnly. I have surveyed this area. There is no trace of them. This indicates that we are not facing ordinary Yasha, but rather the formidable Yasha kings. Having said this, he slightly turned to the side, awaiting the Yasha king's words. Before them stood the two towering Yasha kings. Meng Xiang draped in a cloak of black feathers, his eyes a blood-red hue, with wings as sharp as steel, while the Undying King was covered in bulging veins, his hands resembling iron pincers, and an imposing stature. Gazing upward, the two majestic Yasha kings, Meng Xiang and the Undying King, appeared atop a colossal divine tree, resembling two cold statues amidst the heavens and earth. A glint of cold light flickered in Meng Xiang's eyes as he reproached his subordinates. You allowed two juniors to escape. Is this not a disgrace to the Yasha clan? His voice was like a chilling wind, evoking dread. The surrounding subordinates bowed their heads, silent as the grave. You nearly let these two juniors slip away. Your Chang slaves are becoming increasingly useless, Meng Xiang remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction towards the Undying King. The Undying King scoffed in response. Your Chang slaves are hardly any better. They couldn't even capture two golden core practitioners. At this moment, Meng Xiang suddenly turned his gaze to Lin Mo, his eyes sharp as lightning. Kid, your escape was merely a fluke. But do you think you can forever evade the pursuit of the Yasha clan? Lin Mo paused for a moment, then smiled suddenly. The Yasha kings are so powerful. Why not spare us and join forces to confront a greater threat together? Meng Xiang and the Undying King exchanged glances, a flicker of intrigue passing between them. This proposal plunged them into contemplation. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, Meng Xiang suddenly burst into laughter. Good, amusing. Since you are so audacious, let us engage in a life and death wager to see if you are worthy of collaborating with us Yasha kings. Wager on what? The Undying King sneered. Let us wager on the strength of our Chang slaves. My silver Fong Chang slave against your blood Fong Chang slave. And we shall see who can shred these two fugitives into pieces within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Meng Xiang declared confidently. Very well. I accept the wager, the Undying King grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. The long-awaited life and death battle has finally come. With that, both of them swept away in a rush. Lin Mo and the Xiao surname woman exchanged glances. The Yasha kings are wagering our lives, Lin Mo said gravely. Xiao Yu's hands trembled slightly as she forced a smile. We cannot escape. We can only fight to the end. Lin Mo and Xiao Yu's expressions were heavy with gravity. They understood that in order to preserve their lives before the savage slave, they must unleash their respective extraordinary abilities. I possess a teleportation technique that allows me to traverse dozens of miles in an exceedingly brief moment, Lin Mo stated. What about you? What treasures or techniques do you possess to counter the savage slave? The young woman surnamed Xiao nodded, retrieving a jade box from her sleeve. Within it lay a magnificent 5-colored lotus flower. I can summon a protective aura of 5-colored radiance, she explained softly. In silent agreement, they set off in different directions to escape. Lin Mo gazed intently at Meng Xiang and the immortal king, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Taking a deep breath, he activated his teleportation technique, moving like a fleeting ray of light through the void. This ability left the Yiksha kings astounded, their bewildered expressions revealing their inability to grasp his elusive form. Occasionally, he glanced back, noting that the silver-toothed savage slave was relentlessly pursuing him. This brute, towering and covered in spikes, had bloodshot eyes and exhaled a foul stench. Truly terrifying, Lin Mo marveled inwardly, teleporting several miles away. Meanwhile, the young woman surnamed Xiao exhibited the 5-colored radiance, appearing ethereal. The 5-colored jade vessel in her hand emitted a faint glow, forming a protective shield around her. This radiant aura seemed imbued with infinite mysterious power, obscuring her true strength. She occasionally turned to see the blood-toothed savage slave pursuing her, its gaping maw wide open. Thank goodness for the five-colored radiance. Otherwise, I cannot fathom what fate would befall me. Gritting her teeth, she hastened her pace, determined to shake off the savage slave. During their flight, Lin Mo and the young woman exchanged insights about their respective techniques. Lin Mo remarked thoughtfully, "The strength of the Yiksha kings cannot be underestimated. Yet if we join forces, we might still have a glimmer of hope." The young woman smiled and nodded. "Your teleportation technique is truly remarkable, while my five-colored radiance can ward off unexpected attacks. However, we must remain cautious of the savage slaves. They are the most ferocious subordinates of the Yiksha clan." After running for 1,000 miles, they finally managed to temporarily evade the savage slaves' pursuit. Lin Mo's expression turned grave. "I sense that both of these savage slaves possess Yuan Ing-level strength. Eliminating us would be as easy as pie." The young woman's face paled as she nodded. "Thus, we must collaborate wholeheartedly to have any hope of survival. Otherwise, we will inevitably meet our demise. We need to understand each other as strengths to effectively combat the Yiksha kings and the savage slaves." Lin Mo inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. They found refuge in a cave and began to share details about their cultivation and treasures. Lin Mo spoke earnestly. "I wield a weapon known as Wuji Z, which, in conjunction with my magnetic path technique, can unleash formidable power." The young woman then revealed the five-colored lotus flower, stating, "I can utilize the five-colored lotus to soar through the air and absorb the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth for healing. Together, we can combine our strengths in the most powerful manner to confront our foes." After discussing strategies for a full hour, they finally exhaled in relief. They understood that even though they had temporarily evaded the savage slaves, the more formidable Yiksha kings would not relent. Throughout this process, trust gradually blossomed between them. They recognized that their life and death pact was merely the beginning. The threats posed by the Yiksha kings and savage slaves remained ever present. To navigate these perils, they could only rely on each other as strength. After a profound discussion, the expressions of the two individuals grew increasingly grave. Lin Mo spoke in a solemn tone. "We both understand that our predicament extends beyond the mere threat of the savage slaves. The Yiksha king is orchestrating events from behind the scenes. All of this is a trap set by them." The woman, bearing the surname Shao, nodded, her demeanor heavy with concern. "However, we find ourselves with no avenue for escape. The Yiksha king possesses strength far surpassing our own, making victory an impossibility. Indeed, thus the only course of action that comes to mind is to join forces with you." Lin Mo continued, "Together, we shall leverage our respective abilities to confront the savage slaves and the Yiksha king's relentless pursuit. This is our sole path to survival." After a moment of contemplation, Shao nodded gently. "I grasp your intent. We are left with no choice but to fight with our backs against the wall. May the blessings of the five-color lotus allow us to evade this calamity." Their gazes were resolute as they swiftly proceeded onward, understanding that as long as they drew breath, hope remained. As the pair escaped 1,000 miles away, two mournful howls echoed from the distance, reverberating through the valley. Zhao's expression shifted. "That is the signal of the savage slaves." Lin Mo's mind raced as he quickly deduced, "It signifies that the savage slaves are imminent. We must depart at once." Zhao's countenance paled, aware that the appearance of the savage slaves would pose an even greater threat. Furrowing his brow, Lin Mo rapidly employed his powers to enhance his perception. He discerned two formidable and fierce presences drawing near. Without hesitation, Lin Mo resolved to assist Shao in evading danger. "Hurry, follow me," he instructed, conjuring the ethereal image of a green rock to hasten their escape. Shao trailed closely behind, her five-colored radiance shimmering with exceptional agility. The duo traversed the expanse like lightning, successfully eluding the savage slaves' howling range. The distant cries grew increasingly anguished, seemingly heralding a more perilous situation looming ahead. "Thank you," Shao whispered softly, conveying her gratitude as they fled. A glimmer of hope surged within them. If they could endure, they might escape the clutches of doom. They resolved to leverage the favorable circumstances of time, terrain, and camaraderie to confront the savage slaves and the Yiksha king to the very end. Lin Mo focused intently, confirming that two savage slaves were indeed approaching. He cautioned Shao to remain vigilant while casting the green rock illusion to accelerate their movement. Grateful for Lin Mo's assistance, Shao unleashed several defensive spells to prepare for any potential ambush. With heightened alertness, they advanced cautiously, ultimately managing to evade the reach of the savage slaves. Lin Mo informed her that his internal magical energy was nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of further assistance. Xiao nodded, retrieving a magical artifact from her sleeve, a bronze mirror, to aid in their swift progress. Thus, they embarked on a protracted journey of evasion. The distant roars of the savage slaves echoed ominously, instilling trepidation in their hearts. Lin Mo and Xiao encouraged one another as they cautiously navigated the dark thickets. During their flight, Lin Mo sensed the approach of two savage slaves once more. Just as he was about to alert Xiao, a vast expanse of blood-red mist suddenly materialized ahead of them. "This is dire. That is blood cloud." Zhao's face blanched. Lin Mo too recognized the gravity of the situation. He swiftly formed several defensive seals to prepare for the impending assault. The blood cloud surged forth, and the magical mirror in Zhao's grasp radiated a brilliant light. A colossal black dragon suddenly burst forth from the clouds, its maw devouring a significant portion of the crimson mist. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo summoned a golden shield to deflect the remnants of the blood fog's assault. Just as the two of them exhaled in relief, a beam of blood light suddenly shot forth from behind the crimson clouds. It was the rogue slave launching a surprise attack. With keen reflexes, Lin Mo swiftly waved his hands, and intertwining arcs of gold and silver cut through the air, repelling the blood light. The harrowing chase continued unabated. Having narrowly evaded the surprise assault from the blood clouds, Lin Mo suddenly sensed an anomaly. His figure flickered, and the golden and silver shield burst forth, deflecting yet another beam of blood light. This time, the rogue slave's attack was perilously close, a near miss. Remaining calm, Lin Mo responded with poise. He waved his hand, and the arcs of gold and silver danced in the air, forming a robust protective barrier. Although the rogue slave's attack was thwarted, another took advantage of the moment. Successfully breaching their defenses, Lin Mo retreated rapidly, the protective arcs of gold and silver enveloping him, barely fending off the onslaught. "Be cautious, these rogue slaves are cunning," Lin Mo cautioned. The woman surnamed Xiao nodded, her vigilance heightened as she scanned their surroundings, wary of further ambushes. She too felt the pressure and calmly activated her magical disc, its golden inscriptions shimmering as it unleashed a formidable surge of spiritual power. Together, they successfully withstood the ferocious assault of the rogue slaves once more. However, as they paused to catch their breath, two blood-red figures suddenly emerged from the distant woods, charging towards them. It was two rogue slaves coordinating an attack on Lin Mo and the woman. They leaped simultaneously, spewing forth a terrifying blood mist directed at Lin Mo. In this critical moment, a mysterious light flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. He intoned an incantation, and the air around him was suffused with arcane energy, his body suddenly aglow with intertwining beams of gold and silver. With a flourish, he raised his hands, revealing a robe interwoven with golden and silver threads, and sprouted four enormous golden arms. The four golden arms struck towards the rogue slaves with a thunderous crash. The rogue slaves were hit and let out a muffled groan, being flung far away, tumbling upon the ground. Simultaneously, a massive blood-red shadow materialized behind Lin Mo, a manifestation of the blood spirit within him, exuding an aura of intimidation. The woman surnamed Xiao widened her eyes, incredulous at Lin Mo's transformation. At that moment, a mysterious blood shadow appeared behind him, reeking of a potent sanguinescence. This power seemed capable of intimidating the rogue slaves. Lin Mo, sensing the change within him, smiled faintly. "This is an ancient arcane technique I have been cultivating. It appears to have some effect." Instantly, the two rogue slaves were filled with terror, scrambling back into the woods, unwilling to make another move. The perilous crisis was temporarily averted, allowing Lin Mo and the woman a moment to breathe. However, a greater threat loomed in the distance, their lives still hanging by a thread. The two rogue slaves exchanged a glance, seemingly reaching an unspoken understanding. They split up to launch a coordinated assault, one targeting Lin Mo, the other fixating on the woman. Realizing the rogue slaves' intent to divide their attention and strength, Lin Mo decisively shouted, "Ignore them. Quickly execute our plan." The woman, understanding his intent, retrieved a magical disc from her sleeve, inlaid with azure jade, her treasured artifact. Meanwhile, Lin Mo revealed a small golden command flag, a delicate artifact he had acquired during his weapon refinement. Both individuals suspended their magical tools in midair, intricately inscribing resplendent runes that shimmered in the atmosphere. The woman of the Shao surname activated her magic disc, causing the golden inscriptions to bloom in brilliance, harmonizing with Lin Mo's golden flag. The convergence of their energies birthed a formidable magical formation, seamlessly intertwining defense and offense. The golden flag and the magic disc resonated with one another, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. A diminutive magical array gradually took shape, emanating a torrent of arcane power, poised to confront the ferocious Tianyuan. Observing this spectacle, the Tianyuan resolved to employ a more cunning strategy. They swiftly altered their trajectory, attempting to circumvent the defense from both flanks and create chaos between the two. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply as he initiated the Great Gung sword formation. The sword array unfurled instantly, anchoring the surrounding space and preventing the Tianyuan from traversing easily. However, one of the Tianyuan displayed a deceitful agility, deftly evading the sword array in an attempt to flank from behind. "Be cautious of your right," the woman warned. A glimmer of determination sparked in Lin Mo's eyes as he pivoted sharply, conjuring arcs of gold and silver to seal off the Tianyuan's escape route. Their coordinated efforts successfully thwarted the Tianyuan's tactical assault. At the moment the array solidified, Lin Mo bellowed, unleashing a multitude of golden blades that surged forth from the formation, piercing into the body of the Tianyuan. This was the newly acquired Great Gung sword formation, where countless golden threads transformed into lethal blades, ensnaring two of the Tianyuan within the array, rendering them immobile. Lin Mo maintained his focus, wielding his incantations to manipulate the Great Gung sword formation, intent on reducing the Tianyuan to mere fragments. Yet, one of the Tianyuan suddenly dissolved into a cloud of blood mist, effortlessly slipping through the gaps of the array and escaping. The remaining Tianyuan within the array was swiftly dismembered into numerous pieces, yet it soon reassembled itself. Witnessing this, Lin Mo employed his icy true energy in an attempt to diminish the Tianyuan's vitality, seeking to encase them in frost, but the results were disappointingly minimal. "These creatures are increasingly formidable. We must devise a strategy," Lin Mo mused, casting a resolute glance towards the woman of the Shao surname. Understanding his intent, she activated the magic disc, the golden inscriptions swirling with potent energy. The two synchronized seamlessly, preparing to confront the impending intensification of their battle. Realizing the Great Gung sword formation was proving less effective against the Tianyuan, Lin Mo inwardly lamented the situation. At this juncture, the woman of the Shao surname closed her eyes, lifting the magic disc with both hands as she softly chanted an enigmatic incantation. The sky blue jade upon her disc began to radiate a blinding golden light, as flecks of gold coalesced, and soon, peculiar characters unknown to Lin Mo emerged upon the disc's surface. The golden inscriptions pulsated with an aura of vitality, causing the surrounding essence to quiver, enveloping them in a mysterious golden light shield. It was the ancient and arcane golden inscriptions, far more enigmatic than the commonly seen silver script, leaving Lin Mo in silent awe. As the woman's power intensified, the brilliance of the golden light emanating from the disc grew ever more dazzling, nearly piercing Lin Mo's eyes. A colossal golden orb gathered within the disc, emanating an overwhelming force that captivated the heart. Lin Mo understood that this was the lethal trump card of the woman with the surname Shao. This technique was the Golden Light Protective Formation, a defensive array that I had painstakingly comprehended, capable of significantly enhancing my defense in a short span of time. The woman with the surname Shao explained calmly, yet her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Suddenly, a golden sphere of light materialized at the center of the golden disc, expanding continuously and emanating powerful magical fluctuations. The golden inscriptions on the disc shimmered under her control, creating a breathtaking display of arcane power. The savage creatures, upon witnessing this, revealed a look of fear in their eyes. They sensed the formidable pressure emanating from the woman, as if confronting a being beyond the mundane realm. Lin Mo also turned to gaze at her, astonished by her strength, just as he was awed by the immense magical prowess displayed by the woman. 36 colossal flagpoles erupted from the formation, piercing through the heavens and the earth. Each flagpole bore the emblem of the Shao family. The 36 banners began to whirl rapidly as the woman chanted incantations, radiating a blinding red light. Under her magical impetus, The immense banners emitted a heart-stirring brilliance. The formation gradually warped space, creating a vast teleportation array. "Quick, let us escape," the woman urged. Lin Mo nodded and leaped into the luminous portal alongside her. At that moment, the furious roars of two Yaksha kings echoed from afar. Lin Mo realized they had detected the anomaly. Within this array, the Yaksha kings sensed a powerful force and launched a fierce assault, attempting to thwart the woman's teleportation. Due to the spatial distortion during the teleportation, Lin Mo's speed slowed. Amidst the enormous light array conjured by the woman, he felt the surrounding space twisting and contorting as if caught in a whirlpool. He struggled to wield the silver and gold light sphere to resist the compression of the spatial forces, but his velocity continued to dwindle. At that moment, the Yaksha king seized the opportunity and unleashed a blood-red, monstrous flame mingled with a sinister wind, hurtling towards Lin Mo. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the searing demonic fire and fall into despair, he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain brought on by the spatial distortion and activated the wind and thunder wings, transforming into a streak of silver light at the last moment, propelling himself towards the center of the light array with the rebound of spatial force. The Yaksha king roared in fury and launched a concentrated blood poison attack, only to have much of its power filtered away by the light array. However, the remaining force crashed upon him like a raging tide, and Lin Mo adeptly maneuvered using the silver and gold light sphere and the wind and thunder wings to evade it. He traversed through the light array amid the Yaksha king's assault, successfully entering its confines. Lin Mo finally broke through the encirclement and entered the radiant teleportation passage. During the teleportation, he sensed the inversion of space and the distortion of time, an indescribable sensation enveloping his entire being. He saw the figure of the woman with the surname Shao receding further away, while the Yaksha king's roars gradually faded into the void. The Yaksha king, helpless outside the light array, howled in rage but could not impede Lin Mo's escape. Within the passage, Lin Mo found himself amidst undulating waves of light. Feeling the pulsating force of space, he vaguely perceived a point of light emerging at the end of the passage, which seemed to be the teleportation destination. Just then, the space abruptly convulsed violently, and he felt as though the world was spinning, ultimately losing consciousness amidst a shroud of darkness. In the instant the teleportation concluded, the light array collapsed abruptly. As the light array shattered, the two Yaksha kings joined forces to seize the white Dharma disc. The disc bore silver inscriptions that emitted a faint glow, harboring unfathomable power. They conversed beside the disc, reflecting on Lin Mo's teleportation abilities, lamenting their underestimation of human cultivators. How infuriating it is that this woman possesses such profound magical prowess and remarkable teleportation techniques. The power of this disc exceeds my expectations. The burly Yaksha king let out a chilling roar, acknowledging their miscalculation regarding human cultivators, whose heritage evidently dates back to ancient wonders. The slender Yaksha king nodded gravely, expressing concern that the individual named Lin Mo had also entered the light array, fearing potential miscalculations about where they might ultimately be transported. No matter. The leading Yaksha king replied nonchalantly, "We have reaped considerable rewards. Next, we shall proceed to Tianyuan City in search of the legendary Tianyuan Sutra. This human woman's magic will aid me in unlocking the seals of Tianyuan City. Everything remains according to plan. Let us set forth." After their discussion, the two Yaksha kings soared upon blood clouds, hastening towards Tianyuan City. In a realm of chaos, Lin Mo gradually regained clarity of consciousness and found himself amidst an unusual gray-white landscape. Struggling to rise, he discovered that he stood upon a chaotic heap of circular stones, surrounded by a mist that enveloped the area in an eerie and unfamiliar ambience. As a splitting headache assailed him, he became acutely aware that his spiritual awareness was being suppressed by an unknown force. Lin Mo endeavored to steady his breath, employing his magical abilities to assess his surroundings. The pervasive mist blurred his vision, allowing him to discern only a small stream flowing nearby. The pain in his head left him feeling weak. Yet he understood the necessity of determining his current location. The stream was crystal clear, its bed visible, while peculiar stones lay scattered nearby. As he surveyed his surroundings, Lin Mo suddenly sensed a faint demonic aura. He focused his attention warily, only to witness a creature resembling a pig spring forth unexpectedly, lunging at him. Before him stood an oddly shaped pig demon, clad in armor and shimmering with a strange light. Human. How dare you trespass in the territory of my armored pig demon? It rasped, its eyes gleaming with cunning. With a sudden leap, the armor clanged with the sound of metal colliding. Caught off guard, Lin Mo staggered a few steps from the impact of the creature. This peculiar being, identifying itself as the armored pig demon, exhibited agility and strength that belied its size. It boasted, "Behold my true form. Bow down and submit, for today I shall dismember you and feast upon your remains with great delight." Lin Mo smirked, preparing to retaliate with magic, but was abruptly struck by an overwhelming surge of pain in his head, rendering him unable to concentrate his thoughts. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, the armored pig demon transformed into a shadowy figure, successfully deceiving his vision. The pig demon took advantage of the moment, swiftly escaping to a distance. Cursed creature! Lin Mo gritted his teeth, raising his sword, but the agile pig demon evaded him deftly, vanishing into the mist. It was then that Lin Mo noticed a massive turtle shell at his feet, clearly a trophy dropped by the pig demon, emanating faint golden light, suggesting it had endured for centuries. Lin Mo picked up the shell and examined it closely, realizing it was the shell of a giant turtle, aged and adorned with ancient, mysterious patterns. Lin Mo stowed the tortoise shell into his storage bracelet, resolved to seek solace by the stream to mend his wounds. A vague apprehension lingered regarding the constraints of this unknown power, as he yearned to regain his strength to confront the myriad challenges of this uncharted world. Upon reaching the stream's edge, he selected a smooth stone to sit upon, endeavoring to regulate his breath. He sensed a slight alleviation of his headache, while the surrounding mist gradually dissipated. As Lin Mo opened his eyes, he was astonished to behold a small group of peculiar creatures approaching from a distance. At the forefront were two majestic beings, reminiscent of neither deer nor horse, yet embodying traits of both. They moved with the graceful gait of a deer, yet sported manes akin to that of a horse, trailed by a smaller assembly of animals, among which Lin Mo discerned the figures of rabbits and foxes. These creatures appeared oblivious to Lin Mo's presence, frolicking playfully and foraging for sustenance. He could not help but marvel at the wonders of nature. Tentatively, he retrieved a fragrant elixir, intending to communicate with these animals. To his surprise, the group instantly grew wary. The leading pair emitted threatening cries, while the smaller beasts surged forward, clamoring as if to attack the intruder. Astonished, Lin Mo hastily pocketed the elixir, prompting the creatures to gradually disperse. Casting a glance at the setting sun, he resolved to alter his course and depart from this extraordinary locale. With a flutter of his wind and thunder wings, he soared into the sky, ultimately arriving at a vast beach, where the endless cerulean sea stretched before him. Scattered across the shoreline were several colossal turtles, the nearest measuring at least 50 to 60 feet across, its shell darkened by the passage of centuries spent upon this sandy expanse. Lin Mo's gaze was drawn to several unique shells, adorned with silver patterns that exuded an ancient, mysterious aura. Through his spiritual perception, he discerned that these shells contained an unusual energy. Focusing intently, he noticed the shimmering silver patterns on 3 of the shells, evidently imbued with the essence of nature's spirit. As he observed, the 3 turtles began to crawl slowly towards him, displaying curiosity without any sign of hostility. Lin Mo smiled gently, extending his hand to touch their shells tenderly. At that moment, he felt a faint yet distinct message emanating from the shells, as if revealing a secret of this world. Curiosity piqued, yet without delving deeper, he carefully collected the 3 shells of varying sizes, securing them within his storage bracelet. Just as Lin Mo prepared to leave the beach, he suddenly witnessed a colossal water spout erupting from the sea, a dark shadow darting rapidly within it, its enormous tentacles glinting with a metallic sheen. Lin Mo was taken aback by the revelation of such a monstrous creature lurking beneath the waves. He fixed his gaze on the enormous squid, which loomed like a small mountain, stretching at least 100 feet in length, its inky skin reflecting a chilling metallic luster. The squid had just devoured a few unfortunate seabirds when it seemed to catch a whiff of Lin Mo's presence, its immense eyes swiveling to reveal a rare glimmer of terror within its dark pupils. In the next moment, it swiftly retracted its 8 tentacles, creating a whirlpool that dragged it down into the depths of the sea. Under Lin Mo's watchful gaze, the monstrous squid plunged rapidly into the ocean, stirring up a tumultuous wave. Intrigued, Lin Mo felt a surge of determination and prepared to pursue the elusive creature. He summoned the winds and thunderous wings around him, swiftly pursuing the elusive squid demon into the depths of the ocean. However, just as he was on the verge of catching up, a deafening dragon's roar erupted from the abyss, as if a colossal and powerful demonic aura was surging through the deep sea. The resonant sound carried an infinite strength and majesty, causing Lin Mo's heart to tremble. He sensed the presence of an even more formidable beast lurking beneath the waves, prompting him to halt and gaze intently into the abyss. This roar made him acutely aware of the perilous dangers concealed within the deep sea. Resolutely, he decided to abandon the pursuit of the squid demon, turning back to explore this enigmatic world further. Shaking his wings, Lin Mo soared southward, soon coming upon a vast expanse of towering mountains, where ancient trees populated every inch of the landscape. As he flew above the mountain peaks, he took a deep breath, inhaling the refreshing spiritual energy that enveloped the area, as though he were basking in the accumulation of vital essence, revitalizing his spirit. With his divine sense, Lin Mo scanned the valleys, observing herds of beasts frolicking below, among which were fearsome creatures of imposing size that sent shivers down his spine. Aside from a few lower-tier beasts, many possessed formidable strength, reaching levels 3 and 4, which greatly astonished Lin Mo. This only solidified his resolve to delve deeper into the mysterious mountain range in search of the secrets hidden within this world of the unknown. During his flight across the mountains, he engaged in brief exchanges with some of the beasts, learning of a mysterious realm deep within the mountains, laden with both peril and opportunity. Lin Mo resolved to continue exploring this world of adventure and wonder, venturing into the heart of the mountain range in pursuit of that enigmatic domain. For 2 months, Lin Mo soared through the mountains, marveling at their vastness. He traversed numerous peculiar landscapes and encountered a variety of rare flora and fauna. He observed keenly, realizing the mountains were so immense that even after 2 months of flight, he had yet to traverse them entirely. Along the way, he witnessed several fierce battles among the beasts, revealing the brutal and savage nature of this world. During one such clash, he noted a golden-furred giant ape and a bull-headed beast, both exhibiting remarkable intelligence and strength, reaching at least levels 3 and 4. Lin Mo pondered privately. Such formidable beasts would be regarded as exceptional even in the Central Plains. As he circled above, he admired the spectacle of the 2 beasts in combat. The bull-headed creature was entirely black, its eyes glowing with a blood-red hue, while the golden-furred ape radiated spiritual energy, its form agile and swift. The 2 engaged in a fierce chase and battle among the mountains, stirring clouds of dust and debris. Ultimately, the golden-furred giant ape gained the upper hand through its nimble maneuvering, shattering the bull-headed beast's horns with a powerful strike. The bull-headed creature howled in defeat, collapsing to the ground, while the giant ape leaped triumphantly to a high peak, roaring in celebration of its victory. Lin Mo watched with rapt attention, silently lamenting the cruelty and authenticity of nature. Just as Lin Mo prepared to depart, he suddenly spotted a peculiar shadow nearby. Narrowing his eyes, he focused on the silhouette, revealing a massive black cube slowly materializing, suspended in midair. Chapter 449. This cube measured 300 meters on each side, its surface adorned with strange patterns and totems. Lin Mo cautiously retreated, simultaneously sending out his spiritual sense to probe the enigmatic cube. To his astonishment, he found that his consciousness could not penetrate the cube at all, as if it were an entity that did not exist. What is this? It resembles a grand magical artifact, Lin Mo murmured to himself. Just as he contemplated approaching it, the cube emitted a blinding white light, causing his vision to blur and distort. When his sight finally cleared, Lin Mo discovered himself in a completely different realm. He stood upon a vast, boundless island spanning tens of thousands of miles. One half of the island was lush and vibrant, teeming with life, while the other half lay shrouded in a layer of black mist, exuding a lifeless aura. Is this the teleportation function of the cube? Lin Mo pondered. It has transported me to this inexplicable island. I must first ascertain where I am before devising a means to depart. Choosing to venture into the verdant half of the land, Lin Mo cautiously explored this uncharted territory. This portion of the island was replete with towering ancient trees and exotic beasts, each grove and mountain emanating spiritual energy. This heightened Lin Mo's vigilance. for he understood that such places often concealed formidable demonic creatures. Indeed, as Lin Mo approached a mountain peak, he sensed a terrifying presence emanating from its summit. He quickly concealed himself within the foliage and focused his gaze, spotting a colossal white python, measuring 5 meters in length, coiled atop the peak. Its massive body was adorned with scales that resembled intricately carved white jade, and a luminous pearl was embedded in its crown, emitting an eerie green phosphorescence. The creature was devouring a wild bull, its teeth crushing the horns and bones with a sickening crunch. Lin Mo held his breath, paralyzed with fear, lest he disturb the monstrous serpent. He recognized the dread power of such a creature and knew he must avoid a direct confrontation. Observing the surrounding terrain, he sought an opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Just then, the white python lifted its head, its dying prey fixated on Lin Mo's location. Startled, Lin Mo quickly regained his composure. He surmised that the python had sensed something amiss, though it may not have pinpointed him specifically. Silently, he suppressed his aura and recited an incantation of movement, transforming into a streak of azure light and darting away. The white python, seemingly distracted by something else, did not pursue him. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and hastened his pace, flying deeper into the island through the dense forest. As he traversed at high speed, Lin Mo gradually uncovered the island's peculiarities. First was its vast expanse. Having flown for over a month, he had yet to encounter its borders. Secondly, the island was rich in spiritual energy, yet he had encountered few formidable beasts. Lastly, one half of the island was enveloped in an ominous black mist, presenting a distinctly eerie sight. Determined to unravel the mystery of this enigmatic black mist, Lin Mo altered his course and headed directly toward it. As he neared the mist, a corrosive wind assailed him. Instantly, he summoned a protective barrier to shield himself. At that moment, a small tree succumbed to the black mist, rapidly disintegrating before his eyes. Alarmed, Lin Mo promptly retreated from the black mist area. He understood that whatever lurked within that fog was exceedingly dangerous. It was time to reconsider his strategy. Lin Mo resolved to temporarily disregard the black fog zone and continue his exploration of other regions on the Grand Island, seeking potential clues. Thus, he dedicated another month to flying around the island. During this period, he discovered that aside from the ordinary deserted lands, there were no other territories. The island itself was imbued with rich spiritual energy, yet devoid of formidable beasts, which astonished Lin Mo. As Lin Mo hovered in contemplation above, a sudden flash of blood-red light caught his keen eye from a distant cliff. He quickly discerned that the cliff face bore 3 ominous blood-red characters, Forbidden Zone of Death. These characters emanated a formidable malevolence, seemingly warning any creature that dared approach. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, fixated on the inscription, as an unsettling premonition welled within him. This vast island appeared to conceal secrets yet unknown to humanity. Suspended in the air, he gazed intently at the 3 sinister characters on the cliff. He understood that this was no ordinary warning. The power behind it was not to be underestimated. After observing for a moment, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, leading him to discover an immense cave entrance. Filled with curiosity, he resolved to enter the cave and uncover its mysteries. Upon entering, he found the spiritual energy even more potent and the space remarkably expansive. Ancient runes flickered with mysterious luminescence upon the cave walls. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the cave, prompting Lin Mo to heighten his vigilance. He stealthily approached, concealing himself behind the rocky wall, and soon spotted a figure emerging from the darkness. It was a mysterious individual cloaked in black, wielding an ancient staff. Lin Mo fixed his gaze on this enigmatic figure, his mind swirling with questions. The mysterious person halted before a cliff face, gazing up at the 3 archaic blood-red characters, which radiated a dense malevolence. As if bearing an ancient curse, Lin Mo remained hidden in the shadows, closely monitoring the individual's every move. Suddenly, the mysterious figure began to chant an ancient incantation, and the staff illuminated brilliantly. The characters on the cliff flickered in response, and a powerful energy wave surged through the cave. Lin Mo felt a chilling sensation, a wave of unease washing over him. As the chanting continued, a black sea of mist began to spread, enveloping half of the cave. Lin Mo instinctively took a few steps back, sensing the unknown dangers that lurked within this dark fog. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Mo decided to steer clear of the mountain peak. He began to search for alternative routes, attempting to circumvent the ominous mist. Suddenly, he noticed a narrow fissure on the opposite side of the cave, faint light seeping through. Swiftly, Lin Mo flew to the opening, discovering that it led to another space. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to traverse the fissure, hoping to bypass the mysterious figure in the encroaching Black Sea. Upon passing through the fissure, he indeed found himself outside the cave, quickly distancing himself from the area. Lin Mo decided to seek a safe haven on the island, intending to create a secluded space for cultivation. Once his strength reached a certain level, he would return to unravel the mysteries that lay here. He chose a remote thicket in the central part of the island, seldom disturbed by human presence. The dense forest forms a semicircular embrace around a small hill, surrounded by towering ancient trees, creating a secluded sanctuary. Lin Mo established a barrier around this entire area using talismans, subsequently carving out an expansive network of caverns within the mountain. These caves extend deep into the mountain, reaching hundreds of meters, and he has opened them up with his mastery of energy manipulation, resulting in an exceptionally spacious environment. At the depths of the caves lies a natural ley line, emanating spiritual energy that fuels Lin Mo's cultivation. He transformed the main chamber of the cave into a serene meditation room, adorned with a tea table and bamboo chairs. Other caverns were arranged as a medicinal garden, a library, and more. Ultimately, Lin Mo set up a grand formation of the Valley of Spiritual Essence at the very center of this place, intended for his future secluded cultivation. With all preparations complete, Lin Mo exhaled deeply. In this untroubled paradise, he could dedicate himself to refining elixirs in peace, to confront the unknown forces lurking on this vast island. He resolved to strive for a breakthrough in the near future. For the next month, he remained in seclusion within this small domain. By day, Lin Mo would wander among the hills and forests of the cave, attuning himself to the rhythms of nature. At times, he would transform into a great black bird, soaring through the skies, surveying the vistas of the island below. Each evening, as dusk settled, he would return to the cave to cultivate. He would gather herbs from the medicinal garden, then sit in the bamboo chair of the meditation room, entering a state of deep concentration. Occasionally, he would light a lotus-scented candle, allowing its fragrance to permeate the space. Lin Mo would remain in meditation throughout the night, attuning to the flow of vital energy within him and grasping the mysteries of the celestial essence. A month swiftly passed, and within this tranquil haven, Lin Mo's power surged significantly. He was on the verge of a breakthrough, needing only one final step to achieve the transformation of clarity and transcendence. For this last step, however, Lin Mo required some unique materials. One day, he emerged from the cave, gazing toward the distant mountains. He planned to delve deeper into the heart of the island to seek a rare spiritual herb. Only by obtaining such a herb, combined with his current accumulation, could he ultimately surpass this final barrier. With a flourish of his sleeves, Lin Mo transformed into a sword, soaring straight into the clouds. He aimed to return before the night of the full moon, for at that time, the alignment of heaven, earth, and humanity would provide an excellent opportunity for his breakthrough. A month later, Lin Mo's ethereal figure reappeared within the cave nestled in the dense forest. His demeanor was relaxed, clearly indicating that his recent expedition had been remarkably successful. He made his way directly to the main cavern, which had been transformed into a secret chamber for alchemical refinement. Shelves were lined with rows of medicinal materials, and intricate formations were drawn upon the ground. At the back stood a colossal cauldron, ablaze with a formidable divine flame. Lin Mo set down the bamboo basket on the ground and retrieved 9 corpses of the azure-eyed true-toed beasts, his spoils from the deep mountains. These 9 third-tier true toads, each with vibrant green eyes, possessed exceptional medicinal properties. Lin Mo employed talismans to lay down layers of preservation barriers on the surfaces of the corpses, safeguarding their potency during storage. He meticulously processed each corpse with his adept refining techniques and precise operations. Then, he took out a white jade vial and the body of a juvenile true toad from his storage ring. The lifeless body of the young toad emanated a faint silvery glow, appearing remarkably pure. Lin Mo levitated the toad's corpse in midair, and with a flick of his left hand, a dozen sword energies shot forth from his fingertips, accurately piercing through the creature's vital points. Streams of silvery blood flowed from the corpse, converging into a small brook. Lin Mo's expression sharpened as he summoned the samadhi true fire from his dantian, transforming the blood into azure smoke that he inhaled entirely. This silvery liquid possessed formidable spiritual essence, being a part of the true toad's blood. With adept manipulation of the soul-devouring heavenly fire, Lin Mo refined the true toad's blood, subsequently incinerating it to ashes with silver flames. He exhibited exceptional alchemical skills, meticulously collecting each precious drop of true toad blood into a jade vial. Such an operation, seemingly simple, demanded an extraordinarily high level of fire control. Fortunately, Lin Mo had long since mastered this aspect, achieving an almost transcendental state. Before long, Lin Mo withdrew his hands and stood up, gazing at the white jade vial in his possession, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. The essence of this true toad's blood would greatly facilitate his breakthrough in alchemy. He then retrieved the corpse of an adult true toad. Standing within the confines of the secret chamber, holding a slender silver needle, he gently tapped the acupoints on the toad's body. A series of crisp sounds resonated as torrents of blood surged forth from the beast's corpse. Unlike ordinary red blood, the fluid from the true toad exhibited a unique silvery hue, exuding a refreshing and fragrant aroma. Each drop contained immense spiritual power, rendering it invaluable as alchemical material. Lin Mo's eyes widened slightly as his fingers deftly formed seals while he chanted incantations. Instantly, a flame of azure ignited in his palm. With a gentle wave, he drew the true toad's blood into the fire, which shrank considerably, directly absorbing the liquid. Lin Mo's expression turned serious as he waved his hand again, conjuring a silvery flame that enveloped the azure fire. A series of explosive sounds echoed as the azure flame was instantly reduced to ash by the silvery fire. Thus, Lin Mo cleverly employed a two-stage method, first absorbing, then incinerating, leaving not a single drop of the true toad's blood wasted. Next, he activated his dantian, exhaling a puff of azure energy. The remnants of dust in the air swiftly surged into his mouth, coalescing into a crystal-clear orb that settled into a jade vial. Lin Mo retracted the fire from his dantian, his expression relaxing. Soon after, Lin Mo held the azure mist, and with a soft puff, a burst of orange-red soul-devouring heavenly fire erupted, precisely igniting the corpse of the true toad. As the body ignited, blue-white smoke billowed, wafting through the air. A flicker of determination crossed Lin Mo's eyes as he skillfully manipulated the silver flames to extract the residual blood from the true toad. Each drop of true toad blood shimmered like a treasured gem, radiating a soft glow. Lin Mo smiled, gently tracing his finger through the air, creating a silvery arc that captured each droplet within its embrace. The azure mist quivered slightly, consolidating all the liquid into a silvery mass, dazzling like stars, ultimately falling into the jade vial he held. In that moment, his eyes brimmed with preciousness. Each drop of true toad blood represented hope for his cultivation breakthrough. The silver flames sparkled brilliantly, showcasing Lin Mo's profound mastery over resource utilization. The process of collecting the true toad's blood is not merely a display of skill, but rather a profound reverence for each precious drop of this rare essence, infusing the narrative with an air of mystical heroism. The jade bottle cap emanates a faint glow, and Lin Mo, with a solemn expression, gazes at the vial, resolved to transcend his own cultivation with the aid of the true toad's blood. He gently secures the green jade bottle before emerging from his meditative state. After a month of seclusion, he has elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the transformation realm. As the time for focused training arrives, he enters a mysterious and serene cultivation chamber. In the 450th chapter, Lin Mo sits cross-legged in the cultivation room, with medicinal pills and dragon scale fruits arranged beside him. He takes a deep breath, his palm gliding lightly, as spiritual energy swirls around him. The technique of bone refinement operates, condensing his magical power, while he continuously senses the transformations within his body. After consuming dozens of dragon scale fruits, his magical energy grows at an astonishing rate. Building upon this foundation, Lin Mo employs the bone refinement technique and other secret methods to expand the meridians within his body, carving hundreds of minute channels. This solidifies his cultivation and enhances his magical power. Furthermore, Lin Mo harnesses the transformation realm to activate the dual primordial technique. Once this divine method is refined a second time, its potency escalates to a new echelon. His current primordial palm possesses the capacity to effortlessly obliterate mountains, while the sword force derived from this divine method has reached a level that can contend with ninth-tier demonic beasts. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and Lin Mo encounters several obstacles during his seclusion. However, his unwavering focus and determination enable him to surmount each difficulty, as the fragrance of medicinal pills pervades the chamber, creating an ethereal ambience. With the assistance of his divine technique, Lin Mo also directs some of his attention towards the refining of the green bamboo bee-cloud sword. With a flicker of thought, surging true chi bursts forth from his dantian, coalescing before him. One by one, the green bamboo long swords shoot forth from his spatial ring, forming a serpentine array. These swords, known as the Three Essence Swords, were acquired years ago from various masters and embody the primordial essence of ancient sages, providing immense benefits to a warrior. One of Lin Mo's goals for this retreat is to refine the power of this batch of swords. With a calm mind, a wisp of silver flame darts from his fingertips, igniting the green bamboo bee-cloud sword. The blade quivers slightly, radiating a soft blue light. As if the sword's spirit awakens, Lin Mo fixates on the green bamboo bee-cloud sword, initiating the refining process of the 100 Meridians treasure refinement technique. The blue light of the sword intensifies, surging like a tide, gradually merging into his very bones. Each refining session unfolds like a delicate dance, as the sword and the wielder seem to become one. These three essence swords are all derived from the primordial bodies of nascent soul stage powerhouses, harboring boundless mysteries. Following the methods of the 100 Meridians treasure refinement technique, Lin Mo melts each sword, integrating them into his skeletal structure. The swords transform into azure smoke, infusing his body. Guided by specific meridian pathways, he directs the sword energy deep into his bones, merging with them. This is a process both intricate and perilous. Lin Mo must constantly regulate the temperature of the true fire, maintaining the precise balance of the refining. A slight miscalculation could yield catastrophic consequences. Yet, he now navigates this procedure with ease and precision. This endeavor undoubtedly enhances his body's resilience and toughness, further elevating the quality of Lin Mo's own magical power. Under the layers of refinement, the azure bamboo bee-cloud sword increasingly melded with Lin Mo's primordial spirit and magical body. Throughout the forging process, he intermittently sensed the messages emanating from the sword, as if the sword's spirit communicated with him on a profound level. The tacit understanding revealed in their dialogue transformed the monotonous practice into a soulful communion. Days passed, and the essence of the azure bamboo bee-cloud sword gradually fused with Lin Mo, enhancing his physical prowess and significantly bolstering his resilience. Concurrently, his own magical power flourished, nourished by the relentless influx of sword energy. As the final glimmer of sword light merged into his bones, the azure bamboo bee-cloud sword emitted a dragon's roar, akin to a mighty dragon awakening. Lin Mo smiled as he caressed the blade, feeling its power continually strengthen. This period of refinement not only amplified the sword's potency, but also deepened the bond between Lin Mo and the sword spirit. A month later, the last azure bamboo long sword was successfully refined. Lin Mo exhaled deeply, sensing a faint resonance within his golden dharma form, indicative of an impending breakthrough. Resolute, he decided to seize the opportunity to continue his cultivation. Another month elapsed, and when Lin Mo opened his eyes from meditation, a look of satisfaction graced his features. Now, even in the late stage of divine transformation, he could be deemed invincible. Next, he planned to enter seclusion once more to refine true toad blood, aspiring to ultimately transcend his current limitations and enter the realm of divine wandering. Just as Lin Mo reveled in his joy, a blinding red light suddenly flashed from outside the cave, followed by violent tremors of the ground and a tremendous roar emanating from the forest. He swiftly opened his eyes, his expression turning stern. This was the warning triggered by the defensive array he had set within a 10-mile radius. In an instant, Lin Mo appeared outside the cave. Gazing at the surrounding scene, he beheld dozens of blood-red silhouettes darting towards him, beasts from the great island, all converging upon his sanctuary. The monstrous entities gathered, intent on invading Lin Mo's abode. Leading them were 3 six-winged bloodhounds and 2 silver-maned skywolves, each a formidable foe of the 4th or 5th rank. They commanded a host of lower-level beasts, seemingly well-prepared, which caused Lin Mo to furrow his brow. His gaze sharpened. He resolved not to allow these creatures to disrupt his cultivation. Without hesitation, Lin Mo shattered his secluded state and soared into action, wielding the azure bamboo becloud sword. His eyes alight with determination. The tide of beasts surged forth, diverse in kind and formidable in strength. Lin Mo moved with grace, transforming into a streak of light to meet them head-on. Azure mist swirled, and silver flames danced, blocking a colossal demon tiger in its tracks. The sword light flickered as the azure bamboo becloud sword exhibited formidable offensive might, repelling the creatures one by one. How dare this pack of beasts invade my sanctuary? It is a fool's errand. Lin Mo sneered, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. In the midst of battle, he showcased extraordinary combat skills and potent magic, embodying the sovereign of the battlefield. With a resounding roar, Lin Mo unleashed a spell of astonishing power, utterly decimating the beasts. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The array before his cave remained intact, untouched by any destruction. How dare mere humans stir trouble in our territory? Watch as I rend you to pieces. The six-winged bloodhound let out a furious roar, suddenly flapping its wings to conjure a tempest that surged toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo regarded the situation with a cold demeanor. Before he could finish his words, a tremendous surge of magical energy erupted before the entrance of the cave dwelling. A thunderous roar resounded, as the bloodhounds and other demonic beasts were sent flying over 10 feet, crashing to the ground with anguished cries. Lin Mo raised his gaze, observing that a golden wall of light at the cave's entrance was slowly contracting and dissipating. This was the 9 Xian heavenly forbidden array he had set up, capable of withstanding the full force of a late-stage transformation god expert's attack. Now, it was effortlessly unraveled by the demon beasts, indicating that Lin Mo's strength had been greatly underestimated. The array before the cave radiated brilliance, emanating a powerful wave of energy. Lin Mo wielded the azure bamboo becloud sword, standing resolutely at the entrance, his gaze profound. The demonic creatures were repelled by the formidable power of the array, making his cave dwelling resemble an impregnable fortress, steadfast as a rock. The onslaught of the demonic beasts surged like a tidal wave. Yet they could not breach the defenses of the array. With a graceful posture, Lin Mo swung his sword, its light shimmering like a rainbow, cleaving a demon beast in two. Witnessing this, the remaining beasts hesitated, retreating in fear. The 9 Xian heavenly forbidden array had thwarted the initial wave of attacks, granting Lin Mo a moment of respite. He quickly identified the leading beasts, estimating them to be around levels 4 or 5. Although this batch of demon beasts posed no threat to Lin Mo at present, he was surprised to find they seemed well prepared, launching an organized and premeditated assault. Lin Mo waved his hand, conjuring dozens of azure bamboo longswords, arranging them into a sword formation before him. He refrained from acting hastily, choosing instead to observe the demeanor of the demon beasts with quiet vigilance. Suddenly, the 6-winged bloodhound hoarsely shouted about the 9 Xian heavenly forbidden array, dismissing it as a mere formation that could contain them, proclaiming it would be torn apart. Before he could finish, it flapped its 6 blood wings, summoning a whirlwind as it dove towards Lin Mo. Another deafening crash echoed as the bloodhound collided with the sword formation, the rebound sending it howling to the heavens. Its companions shuddered at the sight, refraining from any reckless actions. Lin Mo snorted coldly, raising his longsword, its tip aimed directly at the bloodhound. With the slightest thrust, this beast would plummet from the sky, reduced to a shattered heap. As the demon creatures were repelled, the atmosphere within the cave gradually calmed. However, at that moment, a burst of golden phenomena erupted around Lin Mo's body. The golden halo spread, illuminating the entire cave like an ethereal realm. The azure bamboo becloud sword in his grasp quivered slightly, as if sensing a formidable power. A golden law avatar materialized around Lin Mo, exuding a solemnity akin to that of a Buddha. Yet, within the golden halo lurked subtle fluctuations, imparting an unusual sensation. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, perceiving that the phenomena concealed some unknown issues. The golden halo swirled around him, the law avatar flickering erratically. This extraordinary occurrence instilled an inexplicable tension in his heart, leaving the disciples of the Tianyuan Sect within the cave utterly astonished. What a remarkable phenomenon! Was it a symbol of his cultivation breakthrough? Or was Lin Mo engulfed in confusion? He attempted to adjust his magical perception, yet the golden halo became increasingly unstable, just as he was lost in thought. A melodious tune resonated within the cave, akin to celestial music wafting through the air. This melody intertwined with the golden halo, evoking a transcendent sensation beyond the mundane world. At that moment, a faint humming sound unexpectedly emanated from the depths of the cave, as if some force were undulating incessantly. Lin Mo's heart stirred, and his expression changed abruptly. He commanded the sword formation to encircle the myriad beasts, then swiftly retreated into the cave to assess the situation. In the center of the meditation chamber, a golden sphere of light coalesced, slowly rotating and ascending. Could it be that the effects of the dragon scale fruits were beginning to manifest? Lin Mo felt a surge of joy at the prospect of a breakthrough in his cultivation. As the golden sphere reached a certain height, a tremendous roar erupted, and it transformed into a cloud of golden mist that dispersed in all directions. Lin Mo felt an exhilarating lightness, as though he were about to ascend. However, his expression soon shifted. Cracks began to appear in the golden mist, and fragments continuously fell from it. This is not good. It is a sign of an anomaly in the golden core, Lin Mo thought with alarm. He quickly seated himself in a meditative posture, channeling his mental energy to suppress this phenomenon with all his might. After a moment, the golden mist gradually contracted and dissipated, leaving the cave in silence. Lin Mo opened his eyes and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed that this breakthrough would encounter an unprecedented challenge. Although the golden ethereal figure had manifested, it collapsed almost instantaneously, accompanied by a wave of pain. What is happening? Lin Mo's heart tightened. He had originally anticipated a smooth and effortless breakthrough, but reality had delivered an unwelcome surprise. A force seemed intent on eroding his body, inflicting an unbearable agony. The array of light in the secret chamber flickered erratically, as if invisible waves were surging. Lin Mo exerted every ounce of effort to maintain the stability of his own magical energy, yet the golden ethereal figure remained unstable, appearing and vanishing unpredictably. What sort of anomaly is this? Anxiety surged within Lin Mo. He recalled the previous golden phenomenon within the cave and began to worry whether there was a connection between the two. He endeavored to adjust his internal energy, seeking to discern the fundamental cause of the anomaly. Lin Mo opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. During this breakthrough, the unusual manifestation of the golden core compelled him to forego the use of the remaining black flame pill. After all, he intended to reserve that last pill for a future breakthrough in the void realm. Seated in a cross-legged position, he circulated his mental techniques, scrutinizing the changes in the golden core within his dantian. There, deep within the core, wisps of black mist were spreading continuously. He realized that the challenge of this breakthrough was far from a mere bottleneck. This is a profound difficulty. Any reckless action could severely damage my primordial spirit. Lin Mo pondered. However, he remained undeterred and began to contemplate alternative paths to a breakthrough. After a while, his gaze fell upon several spiritual fruits placed nearby. These were the various rare materials he had collected over the years, including the legendary 7-colored honey fruit. An idea flickered in Lin Mo's mind as he picked up a 7-colored honey fruit to consume. At that moment, he noticed another round, dark red fruit. This was the Tianyuan fruit he had seized from the Yasha clan. Lin Mo concentrated and recalled that the effects of the Tianyuan fruit remained a mystery to this day. He wondered if it could also assist him in breaking through the bottleneck. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to first swallow the 7-colored honey fruit. Then, he carefully retrieved the Tianyuan fruit, preparing to once again test its efficacy. Perhaps this time the outcome will be different. Lin Mo cradled the Tianyuan fruit in his hands, scrutinizing it closely. The fruit, slightly smaller than a fist, displayed a deep crimson hue, with a faint glow swirling within. It felt warm and supple to the touch, reminiscent of living flesh. What mysteries do you conceal, Tianyuan fruit? Lin Mo grasped the fruit tightly, sensing the spiritual energy within. He resolved to utilize spiritual liquid once more to attempt to awaken the fruit's latent potential. How peculiar, Lin Mo mused. With a gentle squeeze, a small hole appeared on the surface of the fruit. He extracted a drop of refined essence liquid with a silver needle and allowed it to drip into the opening. Under the infusion of the spiritual liquid, the fruit emitted a faint, ethereal light. However, compared to before, the changes seemed more subtle. Lin Mo felt a stirring within, and he attempted to channel his own magical energy to resonate with the spiritual essence of the fruit. As his power flowed in, the luminous orb within the fruit began to oscillate, releasing an indescribable force. Lin Mo sensed that this power was somehow linked to his own cultivation. Yet the specific connection remained elusive. After a while, the luminous orb within the fruit appeared to enlarge slightly, exuding a mysterious aura. Nevertheless, Lin Mo did not perceive any further reactions. The enigma of the fruit still lay shrouded. Chapter 451. While he was immersed in the essence of the Tianyuan fruit, suddenly, a flash of light flickered across its surface, revealing a hazy apparition. Within this vision, he beheld a mysterious high platform adorned with an octagonal law disc. What place is this? A flicker of doubt arose in Lin Mo's heart. He attempted to sense the information of that high platform, but found it too obscure to grasp at that moment. No matter, he thought, I shall take my time. Perhaps my current method is not quite right. This fruit undoubtedly harbors extraordinary secrets. Lin Mo carefully stored the fruit away, deciding to continue his observations. Simultaneously, he pondered alternative methods for breakthrough. Although the 7-colored honey fruit proved effective for ordinary transformation stage cultivators, it likely fell short for someone of Lin Mo's exceptional caliber. I shall visit the medicinal garden. Perhaps the 3,000-year-old ginseng has borne fruit. Its roots might assist me in surmounting this current bottleneck. A flicker of determination ignited within Lin Mo as he resolved to explore the medicinal garden. Perhaps true hope awaited me there. Navigating through the labyrinthine passages of the cave, he arrived at a verdant meadow safeguarded by a protective array. Upon entering the medicinal garden, Lin Mo beheld a vibrant display of life, with various spiritual herbs and exotic beasts thriving joyfully in abundance. Many of them had reached maturity, releasing a gentle fragrance into the air. Reaching the heart of the garden, Lin Mo took a deep breath, surrounded by the delightful aroma of countless ripened spiritual herbs, which brightened his spirits. The most striking among them were the Zhilong fruits, exuding an alluring scent. This was the culmination of years of meticulous cultivation, and now he finally reaped the rewards. These spiritual fruits were rare treasures, immensely beneficial for cultivation. Lin Mo joyfully harvested the fruits, caressing their smooth surfaces with care. He resolved to store these spiritual fruits in specially crafted storage bags for future cultivation endeavors. The news of the fruit's maturity alleviated some of Lin Mo's tension, bringing him a measure of solace. In recent years, Lin Mo has cultivated a myriad of rare spiritual herbs within his medicinal garden. It appears that his diligent efforts have not been in vain, as a substantial number of spiritual fruits have successfully borne. Among them, the most striking is a golden young Ganoderma, this 3,000-year-old ginseng. The very embodiment of a formidable deity in the stage of spiritual transformation has now fully matured, radiating a faint golden glow. As Lin Mo gently caresses the surface of the Ganoderma, he can feel an immense flow of spiritual energy coursing through it. The root of the 3,000-year-old ginseng greatly aids him in overcoming the formidable challenges of his current breakthrough. Furthermore, Lin Mo has collected a dozen enormous dragon fetal fruits, as well as mature ghost cry flowers and numerous other precious spiritual herbs. These items will be of immense benefit to his future cultivation, and he carefully stores them away. Gazing upon the bountiful garden, Lin Mo cannot help but reminisce about his earlier years of scarcity. At last, he has achieved self-sufficiency, and he is filled with profound sentiments. This medicinal garden stands as one of his most cherished places on the vast island. At that moment, several beams of white light burst forth from his spatial ring. Two of his second nascent soul puppets materialize before him, bowing in respect. One puppet presents a pale yellow staff adorned with intricate dark green patterns, unmistakably extraordinary. This is none other than the Tianyuan fruit he had previously seized. For various reasons, its mysteries remain unopened, yet Lin Mo still harbors hopes for it. The other puppet showcases a collection of spiritual herbs it has gathered from the plains, including several 7-colored star fruits and a jade blood lotus, among other treasures. Lin Mo feels a sense of satisfaction with the efficiency of his puppets. With a slight smile, he stores this batch of herbs as well. These two puppets possess remarkable strength and even the ability to grow independently. Lin Mo has devised a plan to make the most of them in due time. Whether in the gathering of spiritual herbs or in future battles, these second nascent souls will play a crucial role. As he contemplates this, he nods inwardly, feeling increasingly favorable towards them. Just as Lin Mo intends to depart the garden, he suddenly senses a peculiar fluctuation emanating from deep underground. It turns out that the disturbance originates from a small platform above the subterranean chamber of his cave abode. He swiftly returns to his dwelling, propelled by the flow of magical energy. There, he discovers neatly arranged tiles on the platform, with an octagonal magical disc at its center, emanating a soft glow and inscribed with unique scriptures. Immersed in the magical energy, Lin Mo deftly manipulates the formation, allowing him to glimpse information regarding the Tianyuan clan, their veneration, and the esteemed Baoguang. Lin Mo's expression sharpens as he cautiously approaches the magical disc. He extends his hand to stroke the surface, and an illuminated screen materializes within the octagonal disc, revealing a series of enigmatic characters. Upon closer examination, Lin Mo realizes that these inscriptions recount the history of the Tianyuan clan's arrival on this great island 3,000 years ago, and the revered treasure they worshipped is known as Baoguang. Could it be that this island was originally the territory of the Tianyuan clan, and my cave was constructed by them? Lin Mo furrows his brow, pondering the unsettling implications of this revelation. It appears that such secrets exist within this realm. Lin Mo was filled with profound emotions. The information he had received stirred within him a deep concern for the security of his cave dwelling. He began to contemplate whether it was necessary to reinforce the defenses of his abode to avert any unwarranted troubles. While immersed in his thoughts, a sudden roar from a beast outside his cave jolted him back to reality. Outside, 3 mid-tier demonic beasts launched a surprise attack, their sights set directly on the spiritual herbs within his sanctuary. He hastily placed aside the octagonal plate and swiftly leaped to the cave entrance. With a stern expression, Lin Mo stepped off the high platform without hesitation and promptly activated the defensive array. His gaze locked onto the trio of demonic beasts, and though no words were exchanged, the air was thick with a palpable tension of impending conflict. Before him stood 3 peculiar beastly entities attempting to breach his sanctum: a fiery-eyed golden bull, a winged creature, and a small beast with the head of a cow. "You creatures from the Black Hidden Mountain, what is your purpose in assaulting my dwelling?" Lin Mo's voice was cold and resolute, for he had already braced himself for confrontation. The small cow-headed beast stepped forward, lowering its head to speak. "We are an alien race permitted to cultivate in this region, in pursuit of a spiritual herb known as the woodbell flower. However, the spiritual herbs in your cave have proven equally enticing to us. Impudent coward, do not delay in surrendering the heavenly materials and the woodbell flower," bellowed the fiery-eyed golden bull, baring its teeth. The winged creature echoed the demand, creating a scene rife with chaos. "Humph! How dare such trifling beasts act with such insolence before me?" Lin Mo's eyes widened slightly as he gracefully wielded his longsword. In an instant, a silvery sword light sliced through the air, and the 3 demonic beasts collapsed, utterly subdued. Lin Mo pointed his fingers at the forehead of the cow-headed beast, sending a golden spiritual serpent swiftly into its mind to probe its memories. As the serpent delved into its consciousness, the memories of the cow-headed beast gradually unfurled. It became apparent that these 3 beasts were all descendants of survivors from the Black Hidden Mountain, a region that had suffered a massacre at the hands of the Tianyuan clan 3,000 years ago. All adult demonic beasts had perished, with only a few exceptionally gifted offspring taken by the Tianyuan clan, allowed to remain in the mountains as a testament to their subjugation. These 3 beasts were among the fortunate descendants who had been raised in the Black Hidden Mountain and forbidden to leave their territory. Their attack on Lin Mo was a directive to seek out a certain sacrificial offering. Upon uncovering this history, a flicker of sympathy stirred within Lin Mo. The actions of the Tianyuan clan were excessively brutal, which perhaps explained the animosity the beasts of Black Hidden Mountain harbored towards humans and their wariness of outsiders. Moments later, Lin Mo concluded the soul search and slowly retracted the spiritual serpent. He gazed at the unconscious beasts, a complex emotion glimmering in his eyes. Perhaps, rather than condemning them to death, it would be more advantageous to utilize them. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo, having grasped the circumstances surrounding the Black Hidden Mountain, resolved to allow the 3 demonic beasts to depart, under the condition that they would pose no further threat to his cave. With a flash of light, the beasts were transported to a location far from his dwelling. Lin Mo inhaled deeply. This sudden assault had only intensified his curiosity regarding the background of the Black Hidden Mountain. He understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg, hinting at a myriad of unknown matters within this realm. The Black Hidden Mountain had once been ravaged by the Tianyuan clan, allowing only these uniquely gifted demonic beasts to cultivate there. The shadow of this history weighed heavily upon Lin Mo, evoking a profound sense of gravity within him. The Tianyuan clan, the black hidden mountain, he murmured softly, endeavoring to uncover clues from these fragments of information. He realized that perhaps there were deeper secrets concealed regarding the Tianyuan clan and the black hidden mountain, and he found himself ensnared in a web of ignorance about this realm. As dusk descended, the setting sun painted the sky crimson. Lin Mo ascended to the high platform of the cave once more, gazing into the distance. Envisioning the grandeur of the black hidden mountain and the carnage wrought by the Tianyuan clan, a wave of inexplicable excitement surged within him. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps broke the silence. Turning around, he beheld a puppet approaching, bearing a crystalline spirit blade. "Master, I have prepared this spirit blade for you. It is a medium-grade spirit artifact I discovered on the grassland, along with some additional spirit herbs." The puppet presented the blade. Lin Mo accepted it, feeling a deep satisfaction with the puppet's efficiency. "Excellent. You have performed admirably," he praised with a smile, then turned his gaze toward the distant mountains. A resolute gleam sparkling in his eyes. He had resolved to delve deeper into the mysteries surrounding the black hidden mountain and the Tianyuan clan, not solely for his own sake, but also for the ravaged land and the suffering beasts that once thrived there. The following day, Lin Mo decided to venture personally to the black hidden mountain, hoping to uncover more clues. He understood that this decision might precipitate further turmoil. Yet he was prepared to seek answers concerning the history of this land. In a desolate wilderness, Lin Mo encountered the Nyosho beast and other creatures once more. This time, they proposed an exchange with him. An agreement was struck between Lin Mo and the Nyosho beast, who sought to barter the golden essence crystal worms for the woodbell flowers. Lin Mo demonstrated his mastery over the golden essence crystal worms, proposing a rate of 1 pair for every 10 woodbell flowers, while also expressing interest in the golden mother coral sand. He granted them 7 days to procure the required items and established a rendezvous for the exchange. However, the terms Lin Mo presented undoubtedly posed a dilemma for the Nyosho beast and its companions. They appeared troubled, falling into silence. "You certainly have a sense of humor." The Nyosho beast finally broke the silence, forcing a strained smile. "We have already offered most of our golden essence crystal worms to the Tianyuan clan, and presently we do not possess that many." "Oh, that is truly regrettable," Lin Mo replied with an indifferent smile. "It seems you must seek alternative means. However, I can afford to wait a few days to give you time to prepare." A flicker of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the Nyosho beast before it quickly vanished. Taking a deep breath to suppress its rising anger, it conceded, "Very well. We will do our utmost to gather them. But the woodbell flowers are also of great importance to us. The exchange rate of 10 for 1 pair is rather excessive. I genuinely appreciate these delicate flowers. They are quite beneficial to me," Lin Mo said, gently caressing the woodbell flowers in his hand, his expression serene. "Yet, you require them as well. Therefore, 9 for 1 pair is my final offer." After a moment of contemplation, the Nyosho beast nodded. "All right, we accept your terms. We shall meet here in 7 days. Until then," Lin Mo responded with a faint smile, watching as the 3 beasts departed. Once the Nyosho beast and the 3-headed giant python had vanished from sight, his smile gradually faded. He closed his eyes, enveloping the entire island with his spiritual awareness, ensuring that the beasts had retreated far enough away. Indeed, they all bore the marks of servitude. Lin Mo murmured to himself, realizing that he needed to hasten his pace. With that, he clapped his hands, summoning a tempestuous wind as he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing. The bull-headed creature and the 3-headed giant python exited Lin Mo's lair, making their way to their dwelling in the mountains. "Now we have only 7 days to prepare the golden marrow crystal worms," the bull-headed creature expressed anxiously. "Yet we have already offered most of the crystal worms. Indeed, the golden marrow crystal worms we currently possess are insufficient to meet that demon's demands," the 3-headed giant python added, its expression fraught with worry. "What shall we do? Perhaps we could implore the Tianyuan clan to reduce the offering." "What nonsense!" the bull-headed creature retorted with a fierce roar. "The Tianyuan clan would never permit such a thing. To diminish the offering would be a tremendous disgrace to them. They would only subject us to further torment, even to the brink of death." The 3-headed giant python shuddered at this notion. Indeed, how could they forget the Tianyuan clan's brutality? "It seems we must seek golden marrow crystal worms through other avenues, but it may prove challenging in the coming days," sighed the bull-headed creature. The three-headed giant python pondered for a moment and suggested, "Perhaps we need not disclose this matter to the Tianyuan clan. Even if we offer fewer wooden bellflowers, it should not significantly affect us. We have concealed them for so many years, they are unlikely to discover it." "You must be mad." The bull-headed creature glared at it fiercely. "What can the Tianyuan clan not uncover? Even the slightest reduction in offerings would bring severe punishment upon us. We must devise another plan. We cannot jeopardize our very lives." The three-headed giant python, chastened, withdrew its neck and fell silent. The two beasts exchanged glances, each racking their brains for a strategy. "It seems our only recourse is to pray that Lin Mo can be accommodating," the bull-headed creature sighed forlornly. Chapter 452. After Lin Mo's departure, the bull-headed creature and the three-headed giant python remained haunted by their concerns over exchanging wooden bellflowers. They shifted the topic, beginning to discuss two other mysterious entities in the region, the marks of servitude and the black mist. The bull-headed creature furrowed its brow, expressing, "The existence of the marks of servitude has long unsettled me. Its power holds immense influence over this area." The three-headed giant python nodded slightly, a glimmer of worry in its eyes. "Moreover, the source of that black mist remains elusive. Legends speak of individuals who ventured within, devouring the crystal cores of ancient giants, transforming into a hybrid of demon and ghost. Such power is terrifying." The bull-headed creature fell into contemplation, recalling how the Tianyuan clan members could not linger in the black mist for long, memories of deep-seated animosity toward this region flooding its mind. "We must tread carefully in dealing with the marks of servitude and the black mist, lest we be exploited and drawn into greater peril." After the departure of the bull-headed creature and the three-headed giant python, Lin Mo swiftly activated his tempestuous wings, transforming into a streak of light as he left the island. Soaring over the vast, boundless sea, Lin Mo arrived at a tranquil marine expanse, the dwelling place of the esteemed Bao Guang. From above, he gazed down at the surface of the ocean, his expression gradually turning grave. "The marks of servitude, the black mist, the ancient giants. Everything seems too coincidental," Lin Mo murmured. "I must unravel the connections among these elements without delay." Closing his eyes, he began to recollect the conversation of the bull-headed creature and the other beasts. The black mist, an enigmatic energy fog, perpetually envelopes the waters surrounding the island, rendering it nearly uninhabitable for all but the demon clan. The slave mark is a magical artifact employed by the Tianyuan clan to dominate creatures such as the bull-headed beast. As long as the mark exists, these beasts remain ensnared in the clutches of the Tianyuan. Could there be a connection between the black mist and the slave mark? A bold conjecture arose within Lin Mo's mind. At that moment, a distant roar, belonging to an ancient colossal creature, echoed through the air, infused with rage and hatred. Yet, beneath that fury lingered a hint of fear, as if it were wary of something. "I must uncover the truth swiftly." Lin Mo opened his eyes, his gaze resolute. With a flick of his wings, he activated the wind and thunder wings and soared towards the abode of the Master Baoguang. This journey had already yielded significant rewards. As he flew, a smile graced his lips, prompting him to reflect on his interactions with the demon beasts. The golden essence crystal worm and the golden mother coral sand had greatly benefited his cultivation, and with the myriad of rare materials he had gathered, Lin Mo brimmed with anticipation for his future advancements in power. However, the true crux of his quest remained the black mist. A sly grin flickered across Lin Mo's face as he contemplated its mysteries. It was an extraordinarily enigmatic place, teeming with boundless possibilities. Lin Mo understood that the ultimate objective of his expedition was to unveil the secrets of the black mist and to touch upon the taboos hidden beneath its shroud. At this thought, he could not help but burst into a hearty laughter. "Ha! I have come. This sea will inevitably be transformed by my presence. One day, the black mist shall be mine to command." His resounding laughter reverberated through the air, imbued with an unyielding spirit. As Lin Mo quelled his mirth, he hastened his flight towards the Master Baoguang's cave. Controlling the wind and thunder wings, he streaked across the sky like a shooting star, propelling himself towards his destination at full speed. At long last, the moment we have awaited has arrived. Sensing the wind rushing past him, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement, a broad smile illuminating his face. He recalled the cave's immense size, hidden deep beneath the sea, inaccessible even to ordinary demon clans. It was constructed from countless precious materials and fortified with layers of barriers, capable of withstanding assaults from formidable foes. Yet Lin Mo was determined to breach its defenses, driven by the promise of boundless treasures contained within. Securing even a fraction of the resources there would significantly enhance his cultivation. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he quickened his pace. With a sudden surge, Lin Mo activated the wind and thunder wings, which intertwined and transformed into a pair of resplendent wings. His form moved like lightning, soaring into the heavens, surpassing the flight speed of ordinary demon beasts. Traversing thousands of miles across the tumultuous sea, Lin Mo witnessed the surging waves, leaving behind a brilliant trail of light in his wake. The power of the Yuan magnetic divine mountain coursed through him, elevating his control over the waters to its zenith. He felt as if he had merged with the rhythm of the ocean, effortlessly navigating through the swells. Under his command, the force of wind and thunder became his willful wings, allowing him to glide freely in the sky. As he approached the sea where the master Baoguang's abode lay, Lin Mo beheld a mysterious whirlpool emerging on the tranquil surface of the water. This whirlpool seemed to be a part of the Yuan magnetic divine mountain, its arrival stirring the sea into a breathtaking spectacle. Soon, the area where the master Baoguang's cave resided came into view. Lin Mo abruptly halted, suspended in midair. He clapped his palms together, murmuring incantations. "Go forth, Yuan magnetic divine mountain." As his words echoed, an ethereal force began to coalesce above the distant sea. A floating hill gradually took shape, exuding an overwhelming aura. This was the Yuan magnetic divine mountain, transformed after Lin Mo ascended to the sacred realm, serving as his protective spirit. With a thunderous shout, Lin Mo commanded, and the Yuan magnetic divine mountain instantly morphed into a tremendous pressure, crashing down upon the ocean's surface. Under Lin Mo's control, the colossal mountain descended slowly onto the sea, causing the waters to surge violently into a massive whirlpool, triggering a fierce tremor within the underwater cavern. With a resounding boom, the Yuan magnetic divine mountain plunged into the depths, sending towering waves spiraling upward. Lin Mo focused his senses and perceived a great mountain deep beneath the surface, trembling violently, its body laced with various seals, the lair of the treasure light sovereign. Lin Mo smirked coldly, intensifying the force of the Yuan magnetic divine mountain. On the ocean's surface, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with a mysterious light as he gently waved his runic sword, channeling the power of the Yuan magnetic divine mountain to enhance its descent. This spectacle left all underwater beings in awe. The colossal mountain descended like a deity manifesting in the mortal realm. The sea roared, the whirlpool expanding relentlessly, shattering all seaweed and coral in its path. The Yuan magnetic divine mountain seemed poised to upheave the entire underwater world, unleashing boundless turbulence. Under this terrifying pressure, the underwater mountain quaked violently, its barrier flickering erratically. Lin Mo's expression tightened as he concentrated, activating the true demonic arts of the venerable sage, attempting to breach the seals. "Humph, overestimating oneself," he muttered. At that moment, a beam of golden light shot forth, aiming a fierce attack at Lin Mo's back. A glint of icy resolve flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he summoned greater force from the Yuan magnetic divine mountain, delivering a powerful punch against the golden light. With a deafening crash, the golden light shattered instantly. Following this, several more attacks surged forth in quick succession. Just in time, Lin Mo remarked, narrowing his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he activated the profound void sword array, unleashing a torrent of sword light that engulfed the area. The incoming attacks were utterly incapable of withstanding the array's might, swiftly reduced to mere dust. The sword array's power surged unabated, continuing its assault into the depths of the sea. The ocean floor reverberated with intense tremors, colossal waves roiling through the deep. Lin Mo understood that this disturbance would surely alert the powerful figures surrounding the treasure light sovereign. As expected, moments later, two streams of gold and red demonic energy erupted from the depths of the cave, surging skyward. Within those two energies lay boundless malice, each breath seeming capable of tearing Lin Mo asunder. Yet, Lin Mo remained undaunted, a delighted smile gracing his face. He beckoned with his hand, amplifying the output of the Yuan magnetic divine mountain. A formidable force swept forth, ruthlessly annihilating the two streams of demonic energy. "Treasure light sovereign, is this truly all your strength?" Lin Mo laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the depths. He then reined in his mirth, once again urging the Yuan magnetic divine mountain to unleash tumultuous waves. The whirlpool encircled, the waters churned, and the towering waves surged. Still not emerging? Lin Mo snorted coldly, striking the ocean's surface with his palm. A thunderous roar erupted, giving rise to an even larger whirlpool. At its center lay a pit extending for several dozen miles. With this strike, the Yuan magnetic divine mountain had directly breached the outer barrier of the cavern, deeply unsettling the treasure light sovereign. After a brief moment, a glimmer of golden light emanated from the underwater cavern. Following this, a colossal blue dragon, extending 100 feet in length, soared into the sky, its crimson eyes ablaze with fury. Lin Mo smiled faintly and pointed towards the dragon. The Yuan magnetic divine mountain unleashed its formidable power once more. As tempestuous winds and towering waves swept across the area, an overwhelming pressure permeating the waters. Despite the dragon's might, it found itself compelled to submit beneath this boundless oppression. It roared in the air, transforming into a streak of blue light, and dove back into the cavern. With a sharp command, Lin Mo summoned the Yuan magnetic divine mountain, which immediately concealed its form, calming the surface of the sea. A deafening roar echoed from within the cave, as if it were expressing its fury. Unfazed, Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings with an air of indifference. Under the immense pressure of the great mountain, the blue dragon was forced to reveal its true form, that of the radiant treasure sovereign. The sovereign, strikingly handsome, donned a robe of golden dragon scales and wielded a 9 heavens ethereal spear. His crimson eyes locked onto Lin Mo with intensity. "You dare to wreak havoc in my domain, seeking your own demise," he bellowed, unleashing a barrage of golden light from his spear, striking towards Lin Mo with blinding speed. Lin Mo turned to find a towering mage radiating golden light, glaring fiercely. This was the radiant treasure sovereign, the master of the cavern. "Haha, how amusing." Lin Mo laughed heartily, gesturing with his hand as the mysterious void sword array was reactivated. Infuriated, the radiant treasure sovereign clapped his palms together, igniting a conflagration of golden flames within the cave that surged towards Lin Mo, changing his stance. Lin Mo evaded the lethal strike. His gaze sharpened as the azure bamboo cloud sword materialized in his grasp. A vast net of tiny sword lights swiftly spread out, dissipating the entirety of the golden flames. The radiant treasure sovereign's expression shifted dramatically. A fierce battle erupted above the sea, with the sovereign wielding profound magical power, each strike brimming with lethal intent. Yet, Lin Mo's defenses were impenetrable, and his counterattack struck like thunder, forcing the sovereign into retreat. "An insignificant insect. How dare you be so audacious?" The sovereign seethed, his face contorted with rage as he conjured a ball of golden red flame, hurling it towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed brightly as the devouring spirit heavenly fire surged in his palm, meeting the oncoming inferno. The two formidable flames collided with a thunderous roar, shaking the cavern as if it were a sieve. Time slipped away, and eventually, the fierce flames began to wane. Lin Mo, steadfast with the azure bamboo cloud sword in hand, remained composed, while the radiant treasure sovereign gasped for breath. "Who are you truly?" he rasped. Lin Mo offered no reply, instead charging at the sovereign. Simultaneously, the power of the Yuan magnetic divine mountain bore down like an immovable mountain, compelling the sovereign to transform into a blue dragon in a desperate attempt to flee. Yet, in the next instant, a colossal force enveloped him, rendering him entirely immobilized. In the waters, the blue dragon, the radiant treasure sovereign, struggled against the immense pressure of the great mountain. But the force of the Yuan magnetic divine mountain bound him tightly like iron chains. The radiant treasure sovereign's crimson eyes blazed with fury, attempting to shatter his confinement, yet ultimately failing. Lin Mo smiled gently and reached out with a light grasp. The sovereign transformed into a streak of golden light, which Lin Mo captured within his storage bracelet. As the oppressive force of the great mountain dissipated, the sea regained its tranquility. "Thank you for your hospitality," Lin Mo remarked softly, gazing at the underwater cavern with a faint smile. The series of events left the denizens of the deep utterly astounded. The venerable Lord Baoguang had, astonishingly, been captured, and the formidable strength of Lin Mo rendered all in disbelief. After securing the Lord Baoguang within the spiritual arm bracelet, Lin Mo once again summoned the Yuan magnetic divine mountain, unleashing a tempestuous storm that swept across the sea's surface. The whirlpool grew increasingly vast, the waters churning violently, shaking the entire underwater cavern. After a considerable time, Lin Mo retracted the Yuan magnetic divine mountain, allowing the waves to gradually subside. The geological formations surrounding the cavern had sustained severe damage, with fissures apparent everywhere. Lin Mo's expression remained tranquil as he surveyed the vicinity, when suddenly his gaze sharpened, fixating on a nearby small hill emanating a faint golden glow. This was evidently part of the cavern's barrier, now revealed due to the assault of the Yuan magnetic divine mountain, exuding an enigmatic aura. A flicker of interest passed through Lin Mo's eyes as he transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the underwater hill. Moments later, he arrived at the base of the hill, which stood approximately 100 feet tall, crowned by a tightly sealed stone door. Flanking the entrance were 2 stone lions, each exhaling a torrent of fierce flames, seemingly guarding something of great importance. Lin Mo smiled slightly, clapped his palms together, and unleashed a barrage of sword chi. A series of resounding booms echoed as all the runes and seals upon the stone door shattered. Subsequently, the 2 stone lions crumbled to dust. With a powerful shout, Lin Mo struck the stone door with his palm, which erupted with a thunderous crack, disintegrating into fine powder. Inside lay a shroud of darkness, revealing a seemingly bottomless passage. A chilling and warm breeze intermingled, carrying an air of mystery. Lin Mo focused intently for a moment, and his eyes suddenly brightened. He gently leaped in, disappearing into the abyss. This passage extended downward, its walls adorned with peculiar patterns and totems. The deeper he ventured, the more exquisite and ornate the designs became, as if he had stepped into an opulent realm. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Lin Mo reached the passage's terminus. Before him stood a grand stone chamber, at the center of which lay a broad stone pedestal. Surrounding the pedestal were countless extraordinary gemstones, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. This was evidently the secret repository of Lord Baoguang, yet it was now entirely bare, yielding nothing of value. Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the pedestal, a glimmer of intrigue sparking in his eyes. Approaching the pedestal, he extended his hand to caress its surface, only to be met with an overwhelming weight. The pedestal felt as immovable as a mountain. Lin Mo paused momentarily, then his eyes narrowed with determination as he harnessed his inner essence, gripping the sides of the pedestal with fervor. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He sensed the immense weight of the pedestal, finding it nearly impossible to budge. This was no ordinary celestial metal, clearly something beyond the norm. Lin Mo swiftly focused his energy, employing the dual-hand treasure refinement technique from the venerable Saint true demonic art, amplifying his strength several-fold. Yet, even then, he could only manage to lift the pedestal slightly, far from being able to shift it. How intriguing. A spark of insight flickered in Lin Mo's eyes as he relinquished his grasp on the pedestal and retreated a few steps. Standing before it, he pondered for a moment before deciding to conduct a more profound examination. He concentrated his mind, channeling sword chi and divine techniques in an attempt to influence the pedestal. The sword energy was sharp and formidable, imbued with astonishing power. However, the stone pedestal possessed an indescribable and peculiar characteristic, remaining resolutely unyielding. The surface of the pedestal emanated a chilling and searing sensation, causing Lin Mo considerable distress. Curiosity piqued. He murmured, "What could this be, that it is so unbreakable?" Raising his right hand, he gently flicked his fingers. With a series of swift sounds, several strands of sword energy shot towards the stone pedestal. Each strand was capable of effortlessly slaying a transformation realm expert, exhibiting remarkable penetrating prowess. Yet, upon contact with the pedestal, they seemed to be deflected, sustaining no harm whatsoever. This stone pedestal was indeed extraordinary. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, extending his consciousness to envelop the pedestal. He felt a peculiar distortion in the air, as if the very fabric of space were warping. Coldness and heat assailed him simultaneously, creating a most uncomfortable sensation. Furrowing his brow, he retracted his consciousness. Just as he contemplated employing different techniques, the surface of the pedestal began to emit wisps of cold air and flames. The chilling air was suffocatingly frigid, while the flames blazed with intense heat, 2 entirely opposing forces bizarrely merging together. This evident change was triggered by Lin Mo's earlier probing. Lin Mo focused intently on the shifting pedestal, a glimmer of realization dawning in his eyes. Since ordinary methods proved ineffective, he decided to escalate his approach. He pressed his palms together, suddenly channeling the profound powers of the dual hands treasure-refining technique. A unique art he had comprehended within the ancient tomb of the Earth Immortals, imbued with boundless might. With a resounding roar, a pair of golden hands coalesced behind him. These golden hands radiated an overwhelming aura, surrounded by crackling lightning and flames, capable of obliterating all in their path. Lin Mo shouted, and the golden hands simultaneously lunged towards the stone pedestal. A thunderous explosion erupted, unleashing a torrent of energy that swept across the surroundings. The entire stone chamber shook violently, as though on the verge of collapse. After a prolonged moment, the tumult gradually subsided. As the dust settled, the stone pedestal stood steadfast, unharmed and bearing not a single crack. How is this possible? Lin Mo's expression shifted, his eyes widening in disbelief. He scrutinized the pedestal, and a flicker of understanding illuminated his gaze. The reason this pedestal was as heavy as a mountain and possessed such resilience was undoubtedly linked to the small hill that housed this treasure chamber. Lin Mo closed his eyes, his consciousness gradually unfurling. Instantly, he sensed a faint tremor emanating from deep within the earth. It felt as if a tremendous force was surging beneath the ground, akin to a living dragon. In an instant, Lin Mo opened his eyes, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Beneath this small hill lay a vein of profound iron ore, and the stone pedestal was precisely embedded atop it. Could it be that this pedestal was a part of the profound iron essence? A flash of brilliance crossed Lin Mo's eyes as he resolved to delve deeper into the connection between the two. The profound iron essence, as resilient as the strongest fortifications, feared no assault. The higher its grade, the more formidable its resistance. No wonder the stone pedestal could effortlessly withstand Lin Mo's previous attack. He summoned his supernatural powers, gathering vital energy in an attempt to sense the resonance between the pedestal and the profound iron essence. However, when his consciousness brushed against the profound iron essence, an intense backlash surged forth, nearly causing Lin Mo to lose his balance. He was astounded. The protective power of the profound iron essence was remarkably potent, even obstructing his consciousness. The essence of Xian Tai is indeed extraordinary, but how such power is formed remains a mystery. Lin Mo silently resolved to find a way to break through this enigmatic barrier. What remarkable fortune he possessed! A gleam of excitement and anticipation sparkled in Lin Mo's eyes, for he understood that the existence of this Xian Tai mine would provide unimaginable assistance in his future cultivation. Thus, the troubles and sacrifices of this journey were all worthwhile. Lin Mo retrieved the corpse of the Baoguang Venerable, pondering whether it might provoke a reaction from this stone pedestal. As he gazed thoughtfully at the lifeless form of the Baoguang Venerable, he noticed that the mysterious stone pedestal seemed to glow faintly, as if absorbing the residual magical energy of the Venerable's power. However, the process was exceedingly slow, almost imperceptible without careful observation. Perhaps the devouring spirit flame could offer him an opportunity for breakthrough. Lin Mo decided to make an attempt. He summoned the devouring spirit flame, gathering its fiery essence around the stone pedestal. The pedestal appeared to absorb the flames, which blazed brightly, casting a crimson hue upon it. Contrary to his expectations, however, the pedestal did not react violently. Instead, subtle changes began to manifest on its surface, suggesting a resonance with the devouring spirit flame. Lin Mo felt a stirring in his heart. He realized this was merely the beginning and that deeper exploration was needed. What secrets did this mysterious stone pedestal hold? A light of inquiry flickered in Lin Mo's eyes as he resolved to invest more time studying this enigmatic object, for it might contain profound insights into cultivation that he had yet to conceive. Without hesitation, Lin Mo unleashed a fierce strike with the Qingzhu Fengyun sword, piercing the heart of the Baoguang Venerable. A powerful force transmitted to the stone pedestal, which began to emanate an unusual radiance, as if a certain seal had been shattered. Turning his gaze back to the mysterious stone pedestal, he observed that it seemed to have absorbed a portion of the Venerable's power. Curiosity ignited within him, prompting Lin Mo to continue unraveling the secrets of this pedestal. The stone pedestal was exceptionally heavy and of considerable size. Lin Mo attempted to cleave it with his golden sword, but only managed to carve a shallow white mark upon its surface, resulting in a painful shock to his arms. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, realizing that moving this stone pedestal would not be an easy task. At that moment, he recalled the thousands of devouring gold worms under his command, still dormant. Perhaps he could harness their gnawing power. Lin Mo executed a spell, awakening the devouring gold worms from their slumber. These enormous golden insects emerged from the ground, emitting a ravenous rumble as they surged towards the pedestal. Quickly bite down, Lin Mo commanded. Thousands of devouring gold worms eagerly gnawed at the stone pedestal, producing a resounding clamor. Yet, after a considerable time, their progress was painfully slow, having only managed to create a few minor indentations on the pedestal's surface before falling silent. The unique material of the pedestal proved formidable for the devouring gold worms. They had consumed a portion but soon found themselves at a standstill. Lin Mo pondered, furrowing his brow, contemplating the origins of such a pedestal that even the devouring gold worms struggled to digest. Upon closer inspection, he found that the worms had entered a state of dormancy, seemingly unable to assimilate the pedestal's excessively hard material within a short period. Clearly, alternative methods would be required to move it. Lin Mo shook his head in disappointment, allowing the golden devouring insects to return to their burrows for rest. The stone pedestal stood resolutely in place, shrouded in mystery. Lin Mo was determined to uncover its secrets, convinced that it was undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure. Gazing intently at the enigmatic stone pedestal, a contemplative light flickered in his eyes. The relentless bites of thousands of golden devouring insects had failed to eradicate it, indicating that this pedestal was anything but ordinary. Lin Mo resolved to dismantle it and transport the fragments for further study. With a golden longsword in hand, he executed a formidable technique, cleaving the stone pedestal into 3 substantial pieces, each comparable in size to an adult man. This was the limit of his current capabilities. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened as the wings of thunder and wind materialized behind him. He lifted one of the stone fragments, and the wings gradually elevated him, allowing him to ascend from the ocean floor despite the weight of the stone. Soaring through the azure waters, Lin Mo soon arrived at a concealed cave, his secret refuge on land. He carefully placed the stone fragment on a flat stone platform within the cave and, invoking his magical powers, cast intricate illusions to shroud the surroundings in layers of confusion. Now, this fragment was securely protected, impervious to discovery. Lin Mo smiled faintly, turning to leave, preparing to dive once more to retrieve the remaining portions of the pedestal. Days later, Lin Mo had successfully transported all the disassembled fragments back to his cave. He intended to unravel the mysteries of this stone pedestal once and for all. Arriving at the chamber housing the fragments, he erected a protective barrier and unleashed a series of offensive spells upon the pedestal. Fiery spells reminiscent of raging flames struck the stone, only to be instantly nullified. Frigid ice magic, which emanated an oppressive chill, merely coated the surface with a thin layer of frost before proving ineffective. Lightning spells struck with a thunderous roar, yet could not penetrate its defenses. Lin Mo stood in awe, astounded to witness the pedestal seemingly exhibiting a life of its own, actively resisting attacks from various magical elements without sustaining any damage. What material could possess such remarkable properties? Lin Mo mused, lost in contemplation, as a bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. The pedestal's defensive capabilities far exceeded expectations and could potentially be crafted into unparalleled armor. Its seemingly sentient characteristics might even allow for the infusion of offensive magic, transforming it into a powerful artifact. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Lin Mo resolved to fully decipher the mysteries of this pedestal and claim it entirely for himself. He believed that, in doing so, his own strength would ascend to new heights. Lin Mo returned to the underwater cave to examine the batch of golden devouring insects that had succumbed to slumber. Upon entering their chamber, he gasped in astonishment. No longer were there the initial thousands of insects. Instead, 5 or 6 colossal golden chrysalises stood in their place, each towering to the height of an adult and radiating a mysterious golden light. Could it be that the golden devouring insects were undergoing evolution? Lin Mo was taken aback. Tentatively, he prodded one of the chrysalises, which only indented slightly before returning to its original form, its hardness rivaling that of the previous stone pedestal. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo decided against acting hastily, choosing instead to wait and observe as these chrysalises transformed. Simultaneously, he became aware that this batch of gluttonous insects might be more precious than he had initially anticipated. Lin Mo cast a final glance at the golden pupa before turning away, preparing to attend to other matters. He believed that astonishing changes were imminent in the near future. Upon returning to his cave, he retrieved the head of the esteemed Baoguang elder that he had previously stored. The head retained its lifelike appearance, with eyes tightly shut and a grave expression, emanating only a faint residual aura of power. Such a lowly creature, unaware of life and death, dares to negotiate with me. Lin Mo snorted disdainfully, carelessly tossing the head aside. At that moment, faint rustling sounds emerged from outside the cave. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, observing several oddly shaped little demons intrude. Leading them was a beast adorned with horns and clad in cowhide, staring in terror at the head of the Baoguang elder on the ground. The other little demons gazed at this sight with a mix of reverence and trepidation. "Oh, this is not that cow-headed little monster," stammered one of them. We thought." However, he quickly regained his composure, and the leading cow-headed creature, trembling, spoke. "Congratulations, esteemed sir, on successfully slaying the Baoguang elder. We have brought a considerable number of superior golden essence crystal insects and golden mother corals, wishing to exchange them once more for your wood spirit flowers. The Baoguang elder has indeed fallen at your hands," another little demon respectfully added. "No need for further words." Lin Mo interjected, raising his hand. "I have procured the wood spirit flowers you desired. They are right here." He gestured to a nearby jade box. The little demons eagerly scampered over to open the box, and upon seeing the exquisite flowers, the others, aside from the leader, began to leap with excitement. Lin Mo smiled faintly, remaining silent. He showcased a wood spirit flower in his hand, the presence of the Baoguang elder's head serving as undeniable proof of his strength. The demons understood that their previous agreement with the Baoguang elder was now void, and they could only acquiesce to Lin Mo's terms. "The wood spirit flowers are prepared. Shall we finalize the transaction?" Lin Mo inquired calmly. The demons exchanged glances before finally nodding in agreement. "These wood spirit flowers will suffice for your needs for quite some time," Lin Mo remarked indifferently. "According to our prior agreement, it is now your turn to fulfill your promise and present your reward." The cow-headed little monster bobbed its head eagerly, exclaiming, "Yes, esteemed elder, your wisdom is unparalleled. We shall fetch the golden essence crystal insects and golden mother corals at once." With that, it bounded away. Before long, the cow-headed creature returned, cradling a jade box, followed by several assorted little demons. "Elder, this contains the finest 30 golden essence crystal insects and 2 large bags of golden mother corals." Lin Mo accepted the jade box and opened it for inspection. Inside, 30 translucent little insects were neatly arranged, exuding an extraordinary radiance. The golden essence crystal insects truly live up to their reputation. Lin Mo smiled slightly, casually picking up one of the crystalline insects and crushing it in his palm with a satisfying crack. "Authentic. Excellent," he nodded in approval. The little demons exhaled in relief and promptly presented 2 large bags filled with golden-like substances. Chapter 454. After Lin Mo examined the golden mother corals and found them satisfactory, he waved his hand, signaling that the transaction was complete. "You may leave now." The little demons cheered as they grabbed the wood spirit flowers and hurriedly departed. With the transaction concluded, they exited the cave with expressions of satisfaction. Suddenly, he noticed that the golden devouring insects in his hand began to stir. The previously dormant insects seemed to be gradually awakening, their golden glow shimmering and displaying an even more resplendent array of colors. Lin Mo's heart stirred, and he immediately focused his attention on this group of golden devouring insects. Indeed, they were evolving. To his delight, Lin Mo discovered that the aura emanating from these insects was entirely different from before. Their bodies had slightly enlarged, and their appearance was more dazzling, as if imbued with boundless power. Holding a golden sap crystal insect, Lin Mo fell into deep contemplation. This seemingly insignificant insect contained an extraordinary liquid gold within. He recalled having seen related records in ancient texts, which stated that this liquid gold could be used to enhance the physical body, achieving a miraculous transformation from decay to vitality. Lin Mo swiftly resolved to make the most of this wondrous resource. He decided to utilize a portion of the liquid gold to augment his own corporeal form. Why not give it a try? A glint of brilliance flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. He casually seized a golden sap crystal insect, employing his mystical abilities to melt it into liquid gold, which he then infused into his right arm. Before long, Lin Mo's right arm gradually transformed into a golden hue, radiating a brilliant glow. He raised his hand and threw a punch. The air crackled with sound, and the force was astonishingly more than double that of his previous strength. Truly, it proved effective, and Lin Mo's face lit up with joy. He stroked his golden right arm, already pondering what other miraculous effects this batch of golden sap crystal insects might hold. Lin Mo felt the surging power within him, his physical form becoming harder, as if forged from gold. This enhancement brought him great satisfaction, yet he did not intend to stop there. He understood that the golden sap crystal insects possessed further potential. Perhaps he could attempt to condense the legendary true magic form of the venerable saint. The enhancement of his physical body was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the efficacy of the golden sap crystal insects, and Lin Mo harbored grander ambitions. He desired to distill the fabled true magic form of the venerable saint. In his cave abode, he prepared for a unique ritual. Within the tranquil chamber, Lin Mo sat at the center of the magical array, holding dozens of golden sap crystal insects. He softly intoned several incantations, causing the insects to transform into liquid gold, which floated in the air, forming a splendid model of the magical form. Azure spiritual energy suffused the space, as the golden liquid intertwined with milky white luminescence, sketching the embryonic shape of the true magic form of the venerable saint. The ritual unfolded in an air of mystery, with only Lin Mo able to sense the power contained within. Meanwhile, he circulated the spiritual energy within his body, allowing the green spiritual force to settle into a milky white essence of decay. The essence flowed like a river of stars, infusing into the golden water suspended in the air. Instantly, azure brilliance and golden light intertwined in a tumultuous dance, the shape becoming discernible as the nascent form of the true magic form of the venerable saint. With closed eyes and intense focus, Lin Mo felt the spiritual energy within him entering a wondrous cycle during this unique ritual, providing robust support for the refinement of the true magic form. His body seemed to transform into an extraordinary magical artifact, exuding an aura of mystery and solemnity. The entire cave was suffused with a sacred atmosphere, evoking a sense of reverence. Through this ritual, Lin Mo underwent a baptism of spiritual energy, allowing the embryonic form of the true magic form of the venerable saint to grow clearer. In this moment, he understood that he was treading a path leading to a higher realm of cultivation. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with azure light, and a peculiar luster shimmered at his fingertips. Within the body, true energy began to brew, akin to a fetus nourishing the embryonic form of the Dharma. In this moment, Lin Mo realized that he was one step closer to achieving the realm of the Brahmin saint. A month later, the four demons who had previously engaged in dealings with Lin Mo gathered together, their faces marked by concern. The Tianyuan clan's demand for high-grade spiritual stones had escalated beyond their capacity to supply, complicating negotiations significantly. "We have already exchanged the maximum amount of wood spirit flowers from Lin Mo. We cannot procure any more," the small beast anxiously remarked. Indeed, Lin Mo seems preoccupied with crafting some treasure lately. It would be unwise to disturb him, the leopard echoed in agreement. The giant ape pondered for a moment and suggested, "Perhaps we should first address the Tianyuan clan's needs before delving deeper into our strategies." "You make a valid point," Nyosho nodded. "We can initially offer some of the golden essence crystal worms given to us by Lin Mo. He would not mind." The four demons reached a consensus and prepared to appease the Tianyuan clan. Not far away, perched upon a tree, Lin Mo casually toyed with a leaf, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Soon, the four demons arrived at the Tianyuan clan's designated site for collecting the wood spirit flowers, where a man stood before them, his demeanor suggesting dissatisfaction. "The quantity of wood spirit flowers you have recently delivered appears insufficient, and their quality is rather inconsistent." The Tianyuan man scrutinized the demons, narrowing his eyes. The small beast quickly responded with a smile. "This batch of wood spirit flowers has just blossomed, freshly provided by Lin Mo, and their quality is undoubtedly assured." "I beg to differ," the man scoffed. "Are you attempting to pass off inferior goods that have yet to mature?" "Absolutely not," the small beast retorted, growing agitated. "If you do not believe us, we can call upon Lin Mo to verify this in person." The other demons echoed his sentiment, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. "Who is Lin Mo and where is he?" the Tianyuan man inquired. "Right here," came a leisurely voice as Lin Mo stepped out from the shadows, a slight smile upon his face. This flower was recently acquired from an otherworldly space. It is not yet fully matured, but its quality is exceptional, Lin Mo explained. You may observe my golden arm, which was forged using the golden essence crystal worm from the otherworldly visitor. Such a spiritual herb has refined my abilities. Do you trust my words? Upon hearing this, the man scrutinized Lin Mo, astonishment gradually dawning on his face. So it is true, the golden essence crystal worm is indeed remarkable. This batch of wood spirit flowers must be extraordinary as well. Thank you, Elder, for enlightening us. Lin Mo nodded slightly, yet a shrewd smirk flickered in his eyes. With Lin Mo's thorough explanation, the Tianyuan clan officials finally accepted the authenticity of the demon's wood spirit flowers. Thank you, Elder, for your guidance. We shall take this batch of wood spirit flowers now. The leading man clasped his fists in gratitude. In the future, should our clan possess high-quality spiritual stones or feathers, we will prioritize exchanges with you. The demons readily agreed, and the atmosphere became fervently cordial. Lin Mo observed the interaction with a hint of mockery in his gaze. With the conflict resolved, the ambience within the cave gradually eased. The four demons and the Tianyuan clan began discussing other collaborative matters, filling the scene with harmony and cooperation. Lin Mo stood to the side, seemingly preoccupied. However, as negotiations continued, a mysterious gentle breeze quietly swept through, though the creatures remained oblivious. Lin Mo sensed an undercurrent of subtle unease. His heightened vigilance prompted him to ponder the implications of the gentle breeze that seemed to carry unknown tidings. Whether it heralded fortune or misfortune was uncertain. A flicker of intuition stirred within him, hinting that this wind harbored some latent message. His expression shifted slightly, a spark of wariness igniting within. It felt as though someone or something was observing the area, yet it might merely be a figment of Lin Mo's imagination. The others remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in their fervent discussions. Frowning deeply, Lin Mo resolved to investigate the matter further at a later time. He was confident that any lurking threat would ultimately reveal itself to his discerning eye. Determined to remain alert, Lin Mo understood that within the realm of cultivation, matters often defied appearances. The mysterious breeze could signify an omen or indicate a concealed force lurking in the shadows. Silently, he vowed to maintain vigilance to avoid stumbling into an unforeseen crisis. After the transaction concluded, Feng Xiao and his companions from the Tianyuan clan prepared to depart when, suddenly, a flash of golden red light streaked overhead. With a soft pop, an immense magical net enveloped the three, binding them in place, rendering them immobile. What in the world is this? Tianze bellowed, his fists clenched as he struck the magical net, only to create ripples of golden red without any sign of yielding. This appears to be the demon binding net. Feng Xiao's expression darkened. We've fallen into a trap. At that moment, several formidable warriors from the Qi Rong clan swiftly encircled them, led by a bald, burly man. With a sinister grin, he proclaimed, "You Tianyuan brats will not leave today? Hand over the Mu Linghua, or face your demise." The trio's faces paled. Feng Xiao replied sternly, "What is the meaning of this? We are envoys of the noble Tianyuan clan. Any grievances can be settled amicably." "Huh, you dare still call yourselves envoys? You are nothing but marauders." The bald man sneered. "The Mu Linghua is a treasure of my clan. How dare you take it without permission? Hand it over at once." "You speak nonsense." Tianze roared in fury. "The Mu Linghua is a tribute of our Tianyuan clan. Why should we surrender it to you brigands?" Tensions escalated as both parties exchanged sharp words. Feng Xiao thundered, "You insolent bald head, we'll settle this today?" The trio's expressions hardened, their eyes gleaming with golden light as the Tianyuan battle armor emerged, their aura surging dramatically. The three Tianyuan warriors engaged fiercely with the bald man and his minions. Magical techniques erupted in a dazzling display, the golden red magical net vibrating slightly under the immense force of their clash. "How dare a few demigods act so arrogantly before me?" The bald man's eyes blazed crimson as he raised his hand. A massive flame coalesced into a lifelike firebird, hurtling towards the trio. "Underestimate the Tianyuan clan at your peril. Die!" Feng Xiao roared, his form splitting into three. Three enormous golden fire phoenixes materialized simultaneously, colliding with the firebird and igniting an explosion of brilliance. The bald man's expression shifted slightly as he prepared to unleash a more formidable attack, suddenly bursting into laughter. "A mere firebird dares to act so brazenly before me? Allow me to show you what a true divine bird is." with a sweeping motion of his arms. A colossal bird shadow unfurled from the heavens. It was an enormous bird of red-gold hue, its wings nearly obscuring the sky, leaving the crowd astonished. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as Feng Zhao's expression altered abruptly. Could it be that the legendary Kunpeng sovereign had arrived? Indeed, this was the treasured artifact of my clan. The bald giant of the Kunpeng clan laughed triumphantly, dismissing the firebird of the Tianyuan clan as inconsequential in the presence of our sovereign. The faces of the onlookers turned pale. The situation had become exceedingly precarious. Lin Mo, observing from the sidelines, also felt a change in his demeanor, acutely aware of the Kunpeng sovereign's formidable power. The ramifications of such a colossal divine bird manifesting were unfathomable. Feng Zhao spoke with a grave tone, questioning how they had acquired this bird when the Kunpeng sovereign had perished in the ancient war. The notion of its demise is merely the naive belief of your Tianyuan clan, the bald giant scoffed. Our ancestral legacy ensures that the Kunpeng is immortal. Do you think the mere Mu Linghua holds any significance? It is precisely the vital material for our rituals to resurrect the sovereign. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, realizing that the mystery of Mu Linghua was far from simple, concealing unimaginable secrets. Feng Zhao and the others wore solemn expressions. Their mission had become shrouded in enigma, leaving them questioning how they could possibly contend against a being of sovereign caliber. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for the three Tianyuan clan warriors. While Lin Mo pondered how he might assist them in escaping their predicament, the battle within the demon-binding net continued, as the Kairouan clan relentlessly attacked, seeking to breach the defenses of the three Tianyuan warriors. Feng Zhao and his companions struggled to maintain their ground. Their shield was cracking, and they found themselves in a dire position. Ha! Worthless Tianyuan clan, witness the might of my clan. The bald giant cackled, delivering a powerful blow to Feng Zhao's golden helmet, which shattered instantly, causing blood to gush forth. Brother, Tianze cried out, tears welling in his eyes as he shouted hoarsely. Feng Zhao, now gravely injured, could scarcely withstand the onslaught. I will hold on as best I can. You must notify the clan leader, Feng Zhao rasped. We must protect the Mu Linghua. It is of utmost importance. Tianze gritted his teeth, witnessing his brother at the brink of collapse, and erupted with fury. Damn the Kairouan clan. Damn the Kunpeng sovereign. Today, it is either your demise or ours. He let out a fierce roar, his armor shimmering brilliantly as he transformed into a colossal golden-feathered rock. With a mighty flap of his wings, a tempest was unleashed, sending several Kairouan warriors flying. Foolish beings, perish. The bald giant bellowed, channeling his full power for a devastating strike against Tianze. Just as the moment of crisis approached, Feng Zhao shouted, summoning a firebird. The blazing flames coalesced into a golden-red barrier, halting the bald giant's assault. Go, he weakly urged Tianze. Now is your chance to break free. The trio exerted themselves with great effort, mere moments away from breaking through their predicament, while Lin Mo secretly sought an opportunity to lend them assistance. Shielded by the storm battle armor, Feng Zhao and Tianze managed to break through, momentarily escaping the clutches of death. Brother, are you all right? Tianze inquired anxiously. Feng Zhao, with a wry smile, shook his head as he struggled to rise. I am fine, though my internal injuries are severe and will require time to heal. We must leave this cursed place at once. Chapter 455. The infuriating Kairouan clan. I swear I shall return to eradicate you without fail. Tianze seethed with uncontainable rage. Feng Zhao spoke in a low voice. This place is not suitable for lingering. We must locate the teleportation array and report back to Tianyuan Mountain immediately. As the two deliberated their strategy, a sudden raucous laughter erupted from a bald, burly man. Fools of the Tianyuan clan, do you believe you can escape? Allow me to demonstrate the might of the Kunpeng sovereign. No sooner had he spoken than the sky above darkened ominously, a golden light descending from the heavens, revealing a colossal Kunpeng soaring towards them. This is bad, we must flee. Feng Zhao's expression changed drastically, and he retreated swiftly alongside Tianze. Just as the duo was about to be overtaken by the Kunpeng sovereign, a figure suddenly shot forth from the forest. It was Lin Mo. With a graceful flick of his wooden sword, a brilliant sword light transformed into an overwhelming surge of sword energy, sweeping towards the Kunpeng sovereign. With a thunderous roar, multiple sword beams erupted, bursting forth before the Kunpeng sovereign and forcing it back. Who is this? The bald man's expression shifted. The Kuanping sovereign had been repelled by a mere minor figure in the transformation realm, which astonished him greatly. Feng Xiao and Tianze, too, were filled with joy and expressed their gratitude profusely. Lin Mo raised his hand to halt their thanks. You two leave first. I shall hold them off. The bald man scoffed. An ant dares to be arrogant. Perish. He suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a wave of flames. Perfect timing, Lin Mo smirked. As the dragon god battle armor erupted forth from his body, instantly elevating his presence. He raised his wooden sword, directly countering the fiery assault. Impossible. The bald man's eyes widened in disbelief. With Lin Mo's assistance, Feng Xiao and Tianze temporarily evaded their pursuers. However, the two were heavily injured and struggled to move. They needed to heal quickly. Thank you for saving our lives. Feng Xiao expressed his gratitude. May I ask for your esteemed name? I am Lin Mo, he replied nonchalantly. Brother Lin, your timely intervention is immensely appreciated, Feng Xiao said, clasping his hands in respect. We did not intend to offend your clan. Please, enlighten us. Lin Mo shook his head. You have not offended me. I merely acted upon witnessing injustice. Hearing this, Feng Xiao was elated, and after a moment of contemplation, remarked, the technique you wielded with your wooden sword is unknown to our Tianpeng clan. Might you hail from the upper realms? Lin Mo smiled faintly, but did not respond directly. Although Feng Xiao and the others were filled with curiosity, they understood that keeping Lin Missouri close would be beneficial, thus they refrained from further inquiries. Thanks to Brother Lin's aid, we can withdraw unscathed, Feng Xiao reiterated gratefully. Lin Mo smiled lightly, offering no further comment. What are your plans now, Brother Lin? Tianze asked cautiously. Would you consider accompanying us back to Tianpeng Mountain? Lin Mo shook his head. I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot leave just yet. Feng Xiao and the others' expressions dimmed, filled with regret. Seeing their disheartened faces, Lin Mo advised solemnly, upon your return, exercise caution. What transpired earlier is merely the beginning. I suspect that bald man will not relent. You speak gravely, Brother Lin. Feng Xiao replied earnestly. We shall strengthen our defenses and ensure the Qirong clan does not prevail. As the three discussed their strategy, a tremendous roar echoed from the depths of the distant forest, followed by a cacophony of beastly howls and bird cries. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. This is not good. It seems a ferocious beast has been provoked. Tianze's expression turned pale. We must leave at once. As soon as he spoke, the valley erupted with the sounds of beasts. The three exchanged glances, and Lin Mo decisively commanded, Follow me. They hastened away and soon discovered a concealed cave. This place is temporarily secure, Lin Mo stated calmly. You two hasten your healing. I will assess the situation. The wind howled as Tianze nodded eagerly. However, just as Lin Mo was about to depart, a flash of golden red light streaked overhead. In an instant, a massive magical net ensnared them, binding them firmly in place, rendering them immobile. This was the dreaded demon binding net. They were being pursued again. Tianze gasped, clenching his fists and striking the net with all his might. But only ripples of golden red energy emanated from his blows, without any sign of yielding. Lin Mo found himself trapped within the bizarre magical web as well, surrounded by a swirling storm of distorted spatial energies. Any attempt to struggle only increased the agony of being torn apart by the spatial forces. Gritting his teeth, he endured the torment while contemplating a plan for escape. In a bid to avoid detection by the Tianpeng clan, he had concealed his presence, missing the opportune moment to flee. Now, any attempt to unleash his powers would surely expose his location, attracting even more formidable pursuers. Cursed be this accursed binding net. I wonder when I shall break free. A sudden roar interrupted Lin Mo's musings. 3 warriors from the Tianpeng clan were being besieged by a throng of adversaries. Their bodies stained with blood, the situation dire. The leader, a tall man with fiery red hair wielding a long blade, was locked in a fierce aerial duel with a Tianpeng warrior. Feng Xiao, you traitor, how dare you conspire with these outsiders to attack us? A silver-haired Tianpeng woman scolded, her voice laced with deep resentment. Humph, our Qirong clan has long harbored disdain for your Tianpeng clan. This is the perfect opportunity to annihilate you, the red-haired man sneered, swinging his blade towards the woman's vital points. Be careful. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly extended a hand from the spatial rift, casting a blue light towards Feng Xiao. With an angry shout, Feng Xiao abruptly redirected his blade and deflected Lin Mo's azure glow with a single palm. Who are you? A flicker of surprise and wariness crossed his eyes, soon replaced by fury. Those who dare to oppose me shall meet their demise. Lin Mo was taken aback. He had not anticipated Feng Xiao's strength to be so profound. He quickly withdrew his hand back into the rift, his expression grave as he pondered the implications. It seemed Feng Xiao was from the Qirong clan, suggesting a complex entanglement between the Tianpeng and Qirong clans, placing him in a perilous predicament amidst their conflict. Mind your own business. Feng Xiao glared menacingly at Lin Mo before charging once more at the injured Tianpeng woman. Feng Xiao, cease at once, roared the silent leader of the Tianpeng, his blood energy surging as he lunged at Feng Xiao. The two resumed their deadly combat high above. Lin Mo felt a spark of opportunity. He immediately summoned his internal essence, preparing to exploit the chaos to break free from the accursed magical net. Just then, the ground beneath him gave way, and he plummeted into the spatial rift. This is bad, Lin Mo exclaimed, realizing the instability of this space. A moment's carelessness could lead to being torn to shreds. He hastily channeled his magical power, unleashing arcs of lightning that illuminated the surrounding fragments of space like a lantern crackling with electric sparks. In this critical moment, Lin Mo repeatedly reminded himself to remain alert amidst the thunderous explosions of lightning. He had to find a way to escape. As the lightning dissipated, Lin Mo finally glimpsed the light of day once more. He gently descended to the ground, astonished to discover that he was no longer in the valley from before, but rather in a chaotic battlefield. Corpses and severed limbs littered the ground, with the figures of the Tianpeng and Kairu tribes grappling like malevolent spirits, tearing at each other in an extraordinarily brutal and bloody scene. Lin Mo's form flickered, transforming into that of a young man clad in a blue robe. He sat quietly in place, closing his eyes to concentrate, while simultaneously channeling his powers and meticulously observing the fierce slaughter around him. In the air, enormous crimson and silver birds were engaged in a fierce battle, continuously spewing flames and lightning from their beaks, becoming merciless machines of carnage. Lin Mo's brow furrowed. He realized that the strengths of the two tribes were evenly matched, with neither side able to secure a swift victory. Meanwhile, he found himself ensnared in this perilous conflict. Perhaps I should not be so fixated on locating the Tianpeng tribe. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. I could simply fly away from here and seek assistance from other flying spirit clans. It would certainly be preferable to perishing in this senseless struggle. Just as Lin Mo hesitated, a brilliant red light suddenly streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. The light intensified, revealing a colossal crimson fireball that slowly descended, radiating a dazzling glow that brightened the blood-soaked ground. The Kairu tribe members gasped in unison, their gazes fixated upon the radiant orb. Feng Xiao's face lit up with ecstatic joy as he shouted, "The fire dragon orb of our tribe has manifested. It will undoubtedly lead us Kairu people to victory." With that, he transformed into a massive crimson bird and soared towards the descending fire dragon orb. Damn it! If the fire dragon orb falls into the hands of the Kairu, it will be exceedingly detrimental to us. The Tianpeng tribe leader's expression turned cold, and disregarding his injuries, he transformed into a silver giant bird, rapidly ascending. The two enormous birds collided in midair, their beaks and claws tearing at each other in a breathtaking struggle. "Feng Xiao, you shall not claim the fire dragon orb," the Tianpeng tribe leader bellowed, striking down with a powerful claw towards Feng Xiao's chest. "Ha ha!" Feng Xiao cried out, swiftly leaping backward to evade the fatal blow. Meanwhile, the fire dragon orb had securely settled between his two sharp claws. With a triumphant roar, Feng Xiao's body glowed brightly with red light, revealing his true form as a bald, muscular man. "All the power of the fire dragon orb belongs to me," he proclaimed, his voice booming. Instantly, the fire dragon orb infused into his being, exponentially amplifying his strength, as if a divine entity had possessed him. The Tianpeng leader's expression turned to one of horror. He could no longer afford to confront Feng Xiao directly and hastily retreated to his own airspace. "Flee, all of you. Today, I will eradicate the entire Tianpeng tribe." Feng Xiao stood tall upon the fire dragon orb, exuding an aura of a demon king, his voice laced with malice and triumph. He then conjured a ball of blazing fire and hurled it towards the battlefield below. At that moment, a green smoke suddenly enveloped the air, from which emerged a middle-aged man clad in a green robe. His eyes sparkled with intensity, his stature imposing. And he gazed at Feng Xiao with an unperturbed demeanor, unwavering in his focus. "Who are you?" Feng Xiao's expression shifted, and he shouted. The individual cast a calm glance back, a faint smile barely gracing his lips. Just as he was about to speak, he abruptly vanished, materializing before Feng Xiao. With a thunderous sound, a beam of azure light erupted from his palm, striking Feng Xiao squarely in the chest. "It cannot harm me." Feng Xiao staggered a step. His expression twisted into a sinister grin. "I possess the protection of the Fire Dragon Pearl." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, an excruciating pain suddenly surged through his chest. The azure light had penetrated the defenses of the Fire Dragon Pearl, seeking to burrow deep within him. "The power of your divine realm." Feng Xiao's face paled, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld the enigmatic figure who had dared to injure him. The mysterious man in the azure robe radiated a blinding azure light from his eyes, his magical energy surging like a tumultuous ocean. He exhibited no fear of the Fire Dragon Pearl in Feng Xiao's grasp, advancing relentlessly. "Azure-robed one, prepare to meet your demise." Feng Xiao's eyes blazed with a terrifying crimson light. With a swift motion of his hands, the Fire Dragon Pearl exploded, unleashing a torrential rain of fire. However, the azure-robed man remained unfazed, calmly responding to the onslaught. He spread his arms wide, conjuring a shimmering barrier of azure energy that swiftly enveloped the entire battlefield. The firestorm struck the azure light with a series of resounding impacts, but failed to penetrate, even slightly. What formidable divine abilities! This individual is not merely of divine realm status. He possesses at least the strength of a venerable one, Lin Mo observed, astonished. He understood that seizing this opportunity was essential for his escape. As the two mighty figures engaged in fierce combat, Lin Mo mused that the moment had arrived. He whispered softly, suddenly unleashing the entirety of his internal power. A shimmering membrane of lightning enveloped him, followed by an earth-shattering roar as he shattered the entire demon-binding net. Another formidable adversary. Lin Mo's emergence elicited gasps from both sides. The members of the Qi Rong clan displayed expressions of wariness and fear, apprehensive that he might be reinforcements from the Tianyuan clan. "Hand over the Fire Dragon Pearl." Lin Mo bellowed, his hands raised as several beams of azure light descended from the sky, accurately targeting the fragments of the Fire Dragon Pearl surrounding Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao's complexion turned ashen. He realized he had exhausted the power of the Fire Dragon Pearl and could not contend with this sudden third-party powerhouse. "The Fire Dragon Pearl is rightfully mine," Lin Mo roared, drawing all the scattered fragments of the Fire Dragon Pearl into his being. "Attack him!" Feng Xiao screeched, his heart brimming with rage and humiliation. Dozens of Qi Rong clan warriors charged toward Lin Mo unperturbed. Lin Mo deftly maneuvered his fingers through the air, elegantly neutralizing all incoming assaults with azure light. At that moment, a swarm of golden spirit bees appeared in the sky, swiftly encircling Lin Mo in layers, forming an impenetrable barrier. These are the kin of the Spirit Bee clan. Lin Mo's expression shifted dramatically. He knew these spirit bees possessed acute senses. Once they locked onto a target, escape became exceedingly difficult. Why have the spirit bees taken notice of him? Does he possess some treasure? Feng Xiao furrowed his brow. Filled with confusion, he resolved to temporarily hold back and observe how this unexpected guest would extricate himself. Seeing the spirit bees closing in, Lin Mo understood he was unlikely to evade calamity today. Yet, he was not one to surrender easily. Having come this far, he would face it head-on. Taking a deep breath, he chanted incantations, rapidly condensing a sphere of gray energy deep within his dantian. Thunderfire, dance wildly. With a sudden, thunderous shout, a tempest of lightning and fire erupted around Lin Mo. Chapter 456. Crimson lightning danced around him, emitting a resounding roar that instantly sent several spirit bees flying. This troublesome adversary left Feng Xiao's expression grim. He understood that the spirit bees could not restrain Lin Mo for long. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, Lin Mo revealed his form. His eyes sparkled with fierce intensity as he surveyed the encroaching swarm of spirit bees. Suddenly, Lin Mo opened his mouth wide and exhaled a stream of fiery red runes, which swiftly whirled and transformed in midair, coalescing into an immense blue-black vortex. Feng Xiao's complexion shifted dramatically. According to descriptions, this was indeed the treasured artifact of the Scorpion clan. In a moment, A chorus of anguished cries erupted as all the spirit bees were drawn into the vortex, vanishing without a trace. How could this be? Feng Xiao stood in stunned disbelief. Before he could regain his composure, Lin Mo's figure had transformed, appearing before him like a gale. Prepare to meet your demise. Lin Mo clapped his hands together, and a crystal-clear orb sprang to life in his palm, emanating a soul-chilling, mesmerizing glow. 5 hearts united. Feng Xiao's face turned pale, his pupils trembling. He understood the power of this orb better than anyone. Just then, Lin Mo, immersed in his thoughts, suddenly sensed a potent aura of hostility in the air. His mind raced, and he immediately summoned his entire essence, preparing for battle. Before him, a scarlet figure approached rapidly, wielding a spear and fire arrows, an elite warrior of the Chiron clan. Leading them was the chieftain, Tai Gu, flanked by several fierce fighters. Do you know the fate of those who enter our territory? Tai Gu bellowed. Spare me the pleasantries. Lin Mo's expression hardened as he waved his hands, causing the 5 elements disc to hum and spin, enveloping the entire area in a colossal magnetic field. The Chiron warriors launched a barrage of fire arrows, but they veered off course within the magnetic field, scattering in all directions. What immense magnetic force! What treasure is this? Tai Gu's complexion changed drastically. Lin Mo chanted incantations, and a beam of golden light shot into the sky, revealing the Yuan magnetic divine mountain above. Tai Gu and his companions were struck with terror as the mountain's weight crushed their defenses, injuring several warriors. Retreat at once. Tai Gu roared in fury. Just then, Lin Mo unleashed the 100 veins refining treasure technique, sending streams of golden red light toward the Chiron clan. Tai Gu barely managed to conjure a fire armor to defend himself, but was still forced back several paces. Thank you for your timely rescue, young master. An aged voice called out. Lin Mo turned to see a white-haired elder perched in a tree. It was the elder of the Tianyuan clan. Suddenly, a gigantic shadow swept across the sky, stirring a tempest. Lin Mo's heart sank. It was the legendary colossal beast. With a piercing cry, the giant avian creature spread its wings wide, its maw gaping, as icy blue light coalesced in its throat, unleashing a thunderous torrent. This colossal bird, with its cloud-like wings and imposing stature, resembled a deity descending from the heavens. As it soared high, the chilling aura of ice blanketed the valley in an arctic embrace. In a critical moment, Lin Mo unleashed the power of the 5 elements, sending forth earth, gold, and water discs that spun and combined into a luminous barrier. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo harnessed the surging energy of the 5 elements, skillfully merging it with the Yuan magnetic divine light to form a robust shield. The icy torrent collided fiercely with the barrier, erupting in an explosion of dazzling brilliance. The 5-element light curtain remained utterly still, as if merely enduring a gentle breeze. What formidable defenses! The elder of the Tianyuan clan exclaimed in astonishment. The colossal bird, witnessing the futility of its assault, summoned its strength, its wings coiling and spiraling. It surged forth like a released arrow, hurtling towards Lin Mo, its sharp beak and claws gleaming with a chilling radiance. Lin Mo thrust his hands forward, channeling the essence of the primordial magnetic light into the air. A vast magnetic field warped the space around, momentarily halting the giant bird, exposing its vulnerabilities. With a fierce shout, Lin Mo unleashed flames that sought the creature's underbelly. An explosion of fire erupted, sending the giant bird hurtling back over Tianyuan, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. It writhed in agony, soon gasping its last breath. Lin Mo retracted his true essence and turned to the elder of the Tianyuan clan, clasping his fists in greeting. I am Mo. May I inquire your name? The elder, initially taken aback, took a moment to regain his composure. As Lin Mo conversed with him, a thunderous roar resonated from the distance, a brilliant firelight soaring into the sky, illuminating the entire expanse. This is bad. The Chiron clan is attacking us. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. Discerning the source of the firelight, a burly man with flaming red hair, surrounded by an aura of flames that rendered him nearly unapproachable. Spotting Lin Mo, the man bellowed, and spheres of fire erupted around him, engulfing the area with a charred scent. Lin Mo thrust his hands forward again, a radiant tapestry of the 5 elements unfurling from his fingertips, intertwining gold, wood, water, fire, and earth into a protective screen. The fireballs collided violently, and the waters of light surged forth, swiftly quelling the flames. You managed to extinguish my heavenly sunblaze. The man exclaimed, disbelief written across his face. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he chanted incantations, the five-element light curtain flickering and shifting unpredictably. Enraged, the man clapped his palms together, unleashing a fire dragon that surged from his hands, transforming the air into a sea of flames that swept towards Lin Mo. At the brink of being consumed by the inferno, a golden light descended from the heavens, slicing through the firmament. Lin Mo infused his true essence into the light, employing the 100 vessels refinement technique, and unleashed waves of golden red energy that instantaneously repelled the fire dragon, leaving numerous fissures around the man. Impossible, he gasped in disbelief. But as he attempted to gather his flames once more, a searing pain suddenly pierced his chest, disrupting his true energy. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo enveloped him with the five-element magnetic light, exerting an overwhelming pressure. The man resisted for a time, yet ultimately succumbed to the immense force, collapsing to the ground. A distant cry echoed, and several figures hurried towards them. Leading them was a man wielding a fire gun, the leader of the Kairu clan, Tai Gu. You have harmed our clansmen. You shall not leave unscathed today, Tai Gu declared, summoning a pulsating fireball to crash into Lin Mo. Lin Mo harnessed his true essence, radiating a brilliance of gold. The members of the Kairu clan surged forward, intent on overpowering him. At that critical moment, a silver light emerged from the sky, swift beyond measure, aimed directly at Tai Gu's vital points. Tai Gu barely managed to evade, the silver light grazing past him and carving a deep groove into the earth. Staggering back, he looked up in horror, witnessing a colossal silver rock soaring in the sky, its wings gracefully undulating against the azure expanse. Another fiery rock burst forth from the clouds, flying alongside it. More members of the Tianyuan clan. Tai Gu's expression darkened. The silver and fire rocks cried out in unison, unleashing a dual torrent of silver and fiery essence. The Kairu clan members, caught unawares, suffered devastating losses. With a thunderous shout, Tai Gu braced himself to withstand the onslaught, yet still found himself staggered back over Tenjiang. My clan has fallen into the ambush set by the Tianyuan clan, and with a fierce resolve, I swiftly retreated with the surviving members. The silver Peng and the red Peng descended directly beside Lin Mo. Two figures emerged, revealing Feng Xiao and Tian Ming of the Tianyuan clan. My friend, we are grateful for your assistance in alleviating our crisis, Feng Xiao said, clasping his fists in gratitude. Several figures swiftly approached, one of whom wielded a flying sword, exuding an imposing aura. This group comprised the elite warriors of the Tianyuan clan, who promptly encircled us. The leader, a middle-aged man with piercing eyes, coldly surveyed Lin Mo and inquired, "Who are you? Why are you engaged in battle with the Kairu clan in this place?" Lin Mo, feeling a sense of wariness within, chose not to conceal his identity and replied candidly, "I am Lin Mo, a descendant of the Tianyuan clan. I am here on an expedition and unexpectedly encountered an attack from the Kairu clan." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before nodding in understanding. "Oh, a descendant of the Tianyuan clan. You possess courage. We are the guardians of the Tianyuan clan and have come to investigate reports of disturbances. Your identity is somewhat unique. But since you are one of us, we shall ensure your protection." With the arrival of these formidable warriors from the Tianyuan clan, the threat posed by the Kairu clan diminished significantly. They displayed their formidable strength, quickly counterattacking and driving back the remnants of the Kairu forces. Under their protection, Lin Mo was able to escape the perilous situation. Feng Xiao and his companions welcomed Lin Mo into the Tianyuan clan stronghold, expressing admiration for his previously displayed formidable prowess and unique martial arts. Lin Mo, in turn, felt a deep respect, having witnessed the Tianyuan clan's remarkable mastery. As everyone took their seats, Feng Xiao's expression grew serious, and he spoke in a low voice. "In fact, our clan has recently encountered some unforeseen changes. We have been investigating the root cause and suspect it may be due to an internal traitor." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Tianyuan clan's practitioners varied. Some showed concern while others appeared enraged. Lin Mo, too, contemplated quietly, sensing an atmosphere of unease enveloping the entire Tianyuan clan. Feeling compelled, Lin Mo pressed for further details. Feng Xiao hesitated briefly before succinctly recounting the situation. It turned out that the ancestral grounds of the Tianyuan clan had recently suffered repeated attacks from foreign entities, resulting in injuries to the sacred beasts and the theft of vital resources, leading to significant losses. Feng Xiao and his comrades had been dispatched to seek clues, yet they had not gleaned any substantial leads. Thanks to this friend's brilliance and strength, we have been able to avert disaster, Feng Xiao expressed with gratitude. Lin Mo remained silent, acutely aware of the crisis facing the Tianyuan clan. Having encountered an attack himself on the outskirts of their territory, he understood that the situation was dire, and he could easily find himself ensnared within it. Feng Xiao continued, "We must closely monitor internal movements while simultaneously strengthening our external defenses. Lin Mo, you have demonstrated remarkable strength. We require your assistance. Will you aid the Tianyuan clan in overcoming this crisis?" Lin Mo felt a jolt of realization, though not a true member of the Tianyuan clan. The current circumstances made him acutely aware of his entanglement in their plight. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded without hesitation. "I am willing to lend my strength to safeguard the Tianyuan clan." The group felt a sense of relief at Lin Mo's declaration. Feng Xiao nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall face a formidable battle ahead. Before that, I need to confer with everyone regarding our strategies." Thus, the leaders and practitioners of the Tianyuan clan engaged in fervent discussions, deliberating various possibilities to counter the impending foreign invasion. After the discussion concluded, the group took a brief moment to regroup before Feng Xiao led them into action. The destination of the Tianyuan clan's mission was an ancient site deep within the northern mountains. Lin Mo followed Feng Xiao by Lei, and by Ning as they soared over the undulating peaks. Feng Xiao guided the party through the sea of clouds, revealing majestic summits amidst the mountain ranges, while whispers from the Tianyuan clan members mingled with the biting mountain winds. Bai Lei glanced at Lin Mo, his expression betraying admiration for Lin Mo's prowess. Bai Ning furrowed her brow, seemingly harboring doubts. Curiously, Bai Lei inquired of Lin Mo, "Might I ask the purpose of your visit, Lin brother?" Lin Mo replied with a gentle smile, "I harbor no ulterior motives, merely a keen interest in your esteemed clan's customs and way of life." Bai Ning frowned, responding, "Why speak in such vague terms? My clan has not closed itself off from the outside world." Lin Mo clarified, "I mean no offense. It is simply that knowledge of your noble clan is scarce beyond its borders, and my curiosity compelled me to explore." Bai Ning then nodded and said, "Please forgive my overthinking, Lin brother. You are welcome to move freely among our people and learn about our lives." Suddenly, Feng Xiao halted, blocking the path ahead. Before them lay a faintly visible blood-red web, exuding a foul odor and a sense of danger. "What is this? How did it come to be here?" Bai Lei exclaimed in shock. Feng Xiao replied gravely, "This is the demon binding net, laid by an unknown hand. It appears someone intends to target our clan." Bai Ning's expression hardened, stating, "It seems this journey will not be peaceful. We must remain vigilant." The group paused before the demon binding net, deliberating on their next steps. The intricate design of the net suggested the work of a skilled practitioner. Feng Xiao frowned, saying, "To break through, it will likely require considerable effort." At that moment, Lin Mo spoke up, "Allow me to give it a try." He extended his hand, and the devouring spirit flame surged forth, effortlessly incinerating the demon binding net before them. "Such a remarkable technique," Bai Ning exclaimed in awe. Lin Mo extinguished the flames, responding nonchalantly, "This net is of a rudimentary level. It posed little challenge." Feng Xiao praised, "Lin brother, your magical prowess is impressive. I am in admiration." Bai Lei clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, Lin brother. We were just grappling with this issue." Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. "We are all friends. There is no need for formalities." With that reassurance, Feng Xiao and the others felt at ease and continued onward with Lin Mo. As they flew, Lin Mo contemplated the placement of the demon binding net, suspecting it was aimed at Feng Xiao and his companions. It seemed that internal strife brewed within the Tianyuan clan, and he must tread carefully. After a considerable flight, they finally arrived at the ancient site nestled within the northern deep mountains. In the distance, a patrol team of the Tianyuan clan approached. Lin Mo thought to himself, "The opportunity has arrived." He continued alongside Feng Xiao and the others, keenly observing the clan members during their flight. He noted that the wings of the Tianyuan people varied in color. While most were white or gray, there were occasional glimpses of striking golden or black wings. At that moment, A golden-winged Tianyuan soared past them at remarkable speed. Feng Xiao and Bai Lei's expressions shifted to one of caution and displeasure. "What is the matter?" Lin Mo feigned ignorance. "It's nothing," Feng Xiao replied coolly, "just some internal matters of the Tianyuan clan." Lin Mo, understanding the implication, continued to play the fool. "I see, my clan rarely divulges details to outsiders." Bai Ning interjected, "Lin brother, do not take offense. You will gradually come to understand." Lin Mo nodded, secretly speculating that something seemed amiss within the Tianyuan clan. Soon, as dusk approached, they ventured deep into the rolling mountains. In the distance, a patrol team clad in silver armor from the Tianyuan clan soared through the air. The captain at the forefront bellowed, inquiring about their purpose. Feng Xiao replied that they were dispatched to investigate the disturbances within the mountains, questioning why there was also a patrol in this area. Upon hearing this, the captain nodded and stated that the energy within the mountains was unstable, and the elders had instructed them to bolster their defenses. He urged them to swiftly meet with the elders to report the situation, gesturing toward Lin Mo. "This is Lin Mo, a descendant of an external clan." Lin Mo introduced himself. After a moment of contemplation, the captain advised, "Brother Lin, please proceed to the VIP lounge for rest. I shall provide you with a privileged token, allowing you to move freely within our Tianyuan clan." With the token in hand, Lin Mo felt a surge of joy. He bid farewell to Feng Xiao and flew alone towards the VIP lounge. Upon entering, Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings, noting the extraordinary grandeur. Adorned with the emblems and symbols of the Tianyuan clan, exuding opulence. "Lord Lin, please rest here." A young Tianyuan child respectfully guided him to a lavish room. "Thank you," Lin Mo replied with a slight nod. After the child departed, Lin Mo looked around, contemplating how he could utilize this privileged token to roam extensively, potentially infiltrating the core areas of the Tianyuan clan to uncover their true machinations. However, he knew he must not act too hastily to avoid arousing suspicion. Steeling himself, he began to wait for the opportune moment. At that moment, he heard a cacophony of footsteps and commotion from outside. Intrigued, Lin Mo quickly stepped out. He observed numerous members of the Tianyuan clan bustling about in a state of panic, as if a grave incident had occurred. Approaching a clan member, he inquired about the situation. The individual hurriedly explained, "Report to Lord Lin, there is an issue with our protective barrier. The elders are gathering the clan's elite to investigate." A look of surprise and concern crossed Lin Mo's face as he pondered the implications of the barrier's malfunction. It was evident that something suspicious was afoot. Perhaps it would be prudent to follow and observe. He might uncover a critical lead. Following the crowd, he arrived at the site of the protective barrier, where the elders and several experts were examining it. "What is the situation?" Lin Mo feigned concern as he inquired. An elder, a venerable figure with a white beard, replied seriously, "The barrier is not severely compromised, but there are minor fissures. We are in the process of reinforcing it." Nodding in understanding, Lin Mo noticed a young Tianyuan man in a blue robe staring intently into the distance. Curious, Lin Mo approached the young man and asked, "Brother, have you made any discoveries?" The young man snapped back to attention, eyeing Lin Mo up and down. Upon noticing the privileged token he bore, he clasped his fists and introduced himself, "I am Huayu. I was just about to examine whether there was an issue with the restrictions over there, but I was met with an unseen force that prevented me from getting closer." Lin Mo squinted, observing a thin mist ahead. Yet he could faintly discern structures lurking behind it. "There seems to be a problem. Let us investigate," Lin Mo suggested. Huayu nodded in agreement, and the two unfurled their wings and soared towards the mist. Suddenly, a buzzing sound echoed as an invisible force repelled them away. Frowning, Huayu exclaimed, "How can this be?" He shook his feathers, unleashing a patterned talisman that struck the barrier with a thunderous impact. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered, and the thick fog dissipated, revealing a magnificent and resplendent city before the two. Within the city, countless members of the Tianyuan clan bustle about, fully engaged in their activities. Above the city, an illusionary formation is established, with only a few narrow passages available for entry and exit. Lin Mo muses that such heavy military defenses surrounding the sacred city must indicate that the Tianyuan clan harbors secrets of a dubious nature. Following Huayu, he enters the sacred city of the Tianyuan clan. Lin Mo observes that the vicinity of the city's entrance is laden with various prohibitions, and the vigilance is palpable. As he follows the young man into the sacred city, he learns about the clan's restrictions and the rules governing the city. The young man guides Lin Mo to a spirit sealing tower, adorned with 7 colored crystals that emit an enigmatic black mist. Lin Mo feels a sense of familiarity, but refrains from approaching recklessly. His curiosity about the spirit sealing tower intensifies, prompting him to continue towards the trading hall. These prohibitions are designed to safeguard against external threats, Huayu elucidates, as the city houses our clan's most formidable elders and experts. Lin Mo nods, silently committing this information to memory. Under the guidance of the young man, Lin Mo traverses an ancient palace complex and arrives before an imposing tower. This spirit-sealing tower pierces the clouds, its 7 colored crystals sparkling at the pinnacle, surrounded by swirling black mist, resembling a mysterious shadow. Lin Mo is suddenly struck with a sense of trepidation, as if the tower conceals unfathomable secrets. The two pass through a long corridor and arrive at the city square. Lin Mo looks up to see a faint veil of white light enveloping the entire city. The buildings within the city are arranged in an orderly fashion, adorned with unique decorative patterns of the Tianyuan clan. Ahead lies our VIP hall, Huayu indicates, pointing to a cylindrical structure. Lin Mo follows Huayu as they soar over the bustling streets of the city, passing several key buildings such as the teleportation hall and the trading zone. At this juncture, a black tower captures Lin Mo's attention. The tower is embedded with multicolored crystals, emanating an eerie black mist. What is that place? Lin Mo inquires with curiosity. We refer to it as the Spirit Sealing Tower, where the spirits of fallen experts are sealed, Huayu responds, adding that the prohibitions there are severe, preventing them from approaching. Lin Mo continues to accompany Huayu on a tour of the sacred city, noting the architectural styles which starkly contrast those of human cities. Everywhere he looks, he sees cylindrical or oval-shaped houses, some even hewn directly into the mountainside, harmoniously integrated with the environment. Our Tianyuan clan can fly. Thus our architectural styles differ from those of ordinary folk, Huayu explains. Lin Mo nods, reflecting on how the architecture exemplifies the characteristics of the Flying Spirit clan. As they traverse several areas, Lin Mo discovers that the scale of the sacred city far surpasses his expectations, with tens of thousands of buildings towering around them. How could there be such a vast city? Lin Mo exclaims in astonishment. The beautiful Tianyuan maiden, Bai Chui, smiles beside him and remarks, in truth, our Tianyuan clan is not so numerous. Only those with sufficiently high cultivation can enter the sacred city. Typically, only several thousand clan members reside here. Lin Mo is taken aback, pondering the staggering strength of the Tianyuan clan. Bai Chui leads Lin Mo soaring over layers of the city until a luxurious VIP hall comes into view at the highest point. This hall, grand and majestic, is constructed from unique crystalline stones and blue jade of the Flying Spirit clan, emanating a subtle fragrance. Huayu led Lin Mo to the VIP hotel, where a young girl from the Tianyuan tribe, dressed in white, awaited them at the entrance. Bai Chui, who had met both of them, greeted them with polite deference. Huayu explained that Bai Chui was the receptionist who would show Lin Mo to his room. Bai Chui guided Lin Mo into the opulent hotel and arrived at a grand suite. Is this your first return to the clan, Lin brother? Bai Chui inquired with a smile. Lin Mo nodded and replied, Indeed, I left the clan shortly after my birth, so this is truly my first return. I see. Bai Chui acknowledged, the holy city is home to our tribe's most elite experts. You will gradually become acquainted with this place. Lin Mo felt a stirring in his heart. Realizing why the defenses here were so formidable, this was indeed a gathering place for powerful beings. I have heard that the holy city is quite vast. How many tribesmen reside here? Lin Mo asked casually. Altogether, there are only a few tens of thousands, Bai Chui reflected. Lin Mo was secretly astonished, pondering the immense strength such a number must possess among the cultivators of the spiritual realm. He mentally reviewed the buildings on the map, committing the layout of the holy city to memory. At that moment, Bai Chui's voice drifted in from outside. Lin brother, I have a map of the holy city. Would you like a copy? Lin Mo opened the door and, somewhat surprised, replied, Thank you. I would indeed find that useful. Bai Chui handed Lin Mo a crystalline map, marked with the names of various regions in Tianyuan script. Lin Mo silently focused, observing the luminous points on the map, indicating the locations of different buildings. The trading hall was situated in the northeast corner, primarily for the exchange of materials and elixirs, while the transmission hall allowed for swift relocation to various areas. Lin Mo mentally noted these critical locations, Given this, I shall not delay any further and will gather some materials, Lin Mo thought, deciding not to linger in the holy city to avoid any potential troubles. After contemplating for a moment in the hotel, images of the Tianyuan tribe's significant areas surfaced in his mind. I have a general understanding of the structure of the holy city and the locations of key sites. Therefore, there is no need to remain here any longer to avoid unnecessary complications, Lin Mo mused inwardly. The Tianyuan clan appeared to be rife with hidden currents. As an outsider, he could only imagine the dire consequences of becoming embroiled in their internal strife. Lin Mo swiftly rose, organizing his thoughts, and resolved not to stay in the holy city for long. After familiarizing himself with the important locations on the map, he immediately took flight toward the trading hall. Concerned about the unrest within the Tianyuan tribe, he hoped to leave swiftly, thus evading entanglement in the troubles of another race. Thank you, Miss Bai Chui, for your hospitality. I shall now proceed to gather supplies, Lin Mo stated as he bid farewell to Bai Chui, determined to head directly to the trading hall and expedite his departure from the holy city. Bai Chui accompanied him to the door. Watching as his figure vanished into the sky, Lin Mo abruptly accelerated his flight, weaving through the towering elliptical structures. At that moment, a black tower came into view, its surface adorned with shimmering seven-colored gemstones, surrounded by swirling dark mist. Lin Mo felt a strange familiarity with this place. Could it be? He focused his mind, detecting faint moans emanating from within the tower, where distorted figures writhed in the shadows. Indeed, this was peculiar, but given his current identity, he could not recklessly approach. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze, yet he sensed the fluttering of wings behind him, an uncanny intuition rising within his heart. As he approached the spirit-sealing tower, he observed an unusual thick black mist enveloping the structure, which suddenly erupted into a dense cloud of darkness. A tightening sensation gripped Lin Mo's heart. He understood that this phenomenon was anything but ordinary. Upon reaching the vicinity of the spirit-sealing tower, he found himself in an open space, allowing him to clearly discern the extraordinary black mist clinging to the tower. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the scene, noting how the viscous black gas congregated at the pinnacle, as if brewing something ominous. This black mist felt decidedly amiss. Lin Mo remained vigilant, sensing the phantom of a cerulean bird behind him growing increasingly warm. At that moment, a profound surge of black gas suddenly erupted from the tower, soaring skyward. Lin Mo's expression shifted. The seven-colored luminescent barrier of the tower illuminated rapidly. Straining to keep the black gas at bay, standing resolutely before the spirit-sealing tower, Lin Mo felt the suffocating presence of the black gas encircling him. He inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed upon the seven-colored barrier, sensing the enigmatic power it harbored. What exactly was occurring? What secrets lay imprisoned within the spirit-sealing tower? Lin Mo felt the urgency of the situation. He knew he had to unravel the truth swiftly. Just then, the phantom of the great bird behind him became increasingly vivid, as if beckoning him to venture into the tower and uncover its mysteries. The seven-colored barrier was holding back the black gas, yet the peril remained palpable. Lin Mo felt a scorching heat emanating from his wings, and the silhouette of the cerulean bird materialized behind him. Suddenly, a wave of intense warmth surged from his back, as if his wings were ablaze, and the phantom of the cerulean bird flapped its wings, eager to ascend. This transformation elicited gasps of astonishment from the surrounding members of the Tianyuan clan, who beheld this extraordinary spectacle, their hearts brimming with confusion. A piercing shriek resonated from within the spirit-sealing tower, and Lin Mo witnessed numerous Tianyuan descend from the tower's apex. Simultaneously, he felt an immense force restraining him. The sharp cries reverberated throughout the spirit-sealing tower, causing the air to tremble in response. One by one, the Tianyuan fell, caught in the wake of this overwhelming power. Lin Mo, too, could not evade it. He was drawn by a potent gravitational force, losing control of his body. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a strange resonance between himself and the Kunpeng's sacred spirit, as if they were intertwined by some invisible thread. What was this force? He struggled in vain, unable to free himself. The seven-colored barrier at the tower's summit once more emitted a dazzling radiance, ensnaring the soul of the Kunpeng. Meanwhile, the phantom of the great bird behind Lin Mo trembled visibly, seemingly responding to the similarly imprisoned Kunpeng silhouette within the tower. Damn it, what is this barrier sealing? Lin Mo fought desperately against the binding force, yet remained ensnared. He realized that there appeared to be a profound connection between himself and the great bird within the tower. The incantation's cadence fluctuated, and bizarre runes danced in the air. Lin Mo felt an overwhelming surge of energy, and in its wake, the crystal atop the spirit ceiling tower shattered, bathing the phantom of the great bird in seven-colored radiance. With a resounding crash, the Kunpeng's silhouette finally disintegrated, and Lin Mo regained his freedom. Was this truly the Kunpeng? He gazed towards the direction of the dissipating phantom, a wave of astonishment washing over him. For the visage of that bird's silhouette bore a striking resemblance to the cerulean bird behind him. As a mysterious incantation was softly intoned, the black mist pervading the spirit ceiling tower gradually dissipated. Lin Mo sensed an extraordinary power. The incantation echoed in the air, and the runes swirled like ethereal dragons. Suddenly, the sound of shattering crystals echoed through the spirit ceiling tower, and a radiant spectrum of colors erupted from its pinnacle, enveloping the entire silhouette of the bird. The ethereal image of the Kunpeng swiftly disintegrated amidst the seven hues, transforming into motes of luminescent dust. At the same time, Lin Mo felt the shackles of power that bound him dissolve, granting him renewed freedom. He gazed intently at the spectacle of colors, a wave of inexplicable emotions surging within him. The resemblance of this Kunpeng apparition to the colossal bird shadow behind him was striking. Lin Mo's mind was rife with doubts. He understood that this was no mere coincidence, but concealed some profound secret. Quickly regaining his composure, Lin Mo was still beset with numerous questions. He sensed an intricate connection between himself and the enigma nestled within the spirit ceiling tower. As he remained lost in thought, a group of Tianyuan clan cultivators approached him, their astonishment at his demeanor palpable. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to him, and whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Chapter 458. This must be the chosen one, capable of unsealing the Kunpeng, exclaimed an elder of the Tianyuan clan with fervor. At last, we have awaited the chosen one. The clan members knelt in reverence, venerating Lin Mo as their savior. Lin Mo, taken aback by this spectacle, hurriedly gestured to clarify. No, I am merely an ordinary cultivator, not the chosen one you speak of. However, the Tianyuan members remained unmoved, steadfast in their belief that Lin Mo was the long-awaited saint. He attempted to withdraw, yet was intercepted by an adoring clan member. Please, Holy One, we require your guidance. The devoted individual implored, as others knelt in respectful homage. Your Highness, are you well? Inquired the leader with utmost respect. Lin Mo, bewildered, insisted, You have mistaken me. I am not the so-called saint. Ha ha ha, Holy One, do not be humble. The man laughed heartily. To unseal the Kunpeng and inherit the true blood. You are indeed the fabled chosen one. Lin Mo fell silent, realizing these individuals had clearly misunderstood. Despite his repeated explanations, the Tianyuan clan remained unwavering, diligently safeguarding him. Resigned, Lin Mo resolved to leave, yet only took a few steps before being halted once more. Forgive my boldness, but we kindly ask the Holy One to visit the elders. The leading cultivator beseeched. Just as Lin Mo found himself at a loss amidst the misidentification, a figure of dignified authority appeared before the crowd. Clad in an exquisite robe and adorned with a feathered crown, her ethereal presence marked her as the Grand Elder of the Tianyuan clan. Everyone, step aside. A commanding voice resonated, prompting the Tianyuan individuals to part anxiously. A middle-aged woman in a flowing robe descended gracefully from the air, surrounded by a shimmering aura of seven colors. The Grand Elder was greeted with utmost respect. Lin Mo assessed that this woman had achieved at least mid-stage integration. A formidable presence indeed. All of you withdraw. I shall attend to this guest, the Grand Elder stated with serene authority. The Tianyuan members nodded in agreement and unfurled their wings to depart, leaving only Lin Mo and the Grand Elder in each other's company. The Grand Elder scrutinized Lin Mo from head to toe. The Great Elder cast a penetrating gaze upon Lin Mo, a flicker of profound light shimmering in her eyes. Her voice was solemn and composed. Is the unsealing of the Kunpeng your merit? Lin Mo quickly waved his hands in protest. Great Elder, I am not the child of destiny. I am merely a passing cultivator, and this is a misunderstanding. The Great Elder fell silent for a moment before slowly articulating. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, this matter has become a reality. You have unsealed the Kunpeng. Even if you are not the child of destiny, you are still the savior of our Tianyuan clan. You possess the qualification for the true blood of the Kunping. Upon hearing this, the crowd knelt once more, revering Lin Mo as the child of destiny. Lin Mo was taken aback and speechless, yet he could not alter the firm belief of the masses. The great elder commanded, "Immediately escort him to the palace and arrange an appropriate dwelling for him." "I am not the saint you speak of. This is a misunderstanding," Lin Mo clarified. He was also curious about the great elder's true sentiments towards him. "Very well. Accompany me to the spirit sealing tower, and we shall gradually clarify the circumstances," the great elder concluded, her crimson eyes glinting with brilliance. An unusual sensation rose within Lin Mo. It seemed he could not refuse the great elder's request this time. Following the guidance of the young woman, Lin Mo entered the sacred city of the alien race. The ancient and solemn architecture surrounding him left him in awe. The exquisite carvings and structures were entirely unlike those of the human race. The young woman's bright eyes flickered lightly, as if she sensed his astonishment. Yet she merely smiled faintly and offered no further words. Lin Mo involuntarily recalled her earlier threat, a chill running through him. He understood that he was entirely at her mercy and could only comply with her will. The young woman's prowess and the formations within the city left him with no means of resistance or escape. In the instant the black mist dissipated, Lin Mo, guided by the young woman, traversed through space to arrive at an alien sacred city. The architecture within was unique, seemingly infused with ethereal spirit, with cylindrical structures appearing ubiquitous. The young woman's gaze was profound as she smiled at Lin Mo and said, "Welcome to the sacred city of the Tianyuan clan. I am Bai Chui." They continued forward until they stood before a towering palace. Lin Mo looked up and beheld a colossal golden dapeng poised for flight atop the palace, vividly lifelike. A thought flashed through his mind. This was the central sanctum of the Tianyuan clan. The young woman pushed open the palace doors, and Lin Mo followed her into the expansive hall. Inside stood a dozen basalt columns, encircling an octagonal dais. Upon the dais rested a crystal bird perch, and behind it loomed a door leading deeper within. "Please wait here," the young woman said calmly as she ascended the dais and opened the door behind her. Lin Mo remained in place, surveying his surroundings. He could sense the restraining laws emanating from the columns, likely employed for imprisonment or interrogation. Was his current plight not akin to that of a prisoner? At that moment, the door swung open, and several silver-haired elders emerged. Leading them was a silver-haired matron, the same woman who had threatened Lin Mo earlier. The young woman stepped forward, respectfully bowing. "Esteemed elders, I have brought him." Turning to Lin Mo, she said coolly, "Come here." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo stepped forward to stand before the silver-haired matron. She scrutinized him from head to toe, her narrowed crimson eyes subtly glimmering with a sanguine light. "In the realm of humanity, I am Jin Huang, the elder of the Tianyuan clan. Do you comprehend the gravity of your transgression for trespassing into our sacred ground?" She spoke with a chilling tone. Lin Mo cautiously responded that he had inadvertently wandered in while fleeing and bore no ill intent. He implored the elders for mercy, requesting to be allowed to depart. The elder known as Jin Huang scoffed, asserting that while we might overlook your unintentional intrusion, we cannot permit you to abscond with what lies behind you. "Do you think we are unaware of the origins of those wings?" Lin Mo's heart trembled. His knowledge of the Tianyuan clan's history was limited, and faced with her inquiry, he could only remain silent. Jin Huang scrutinized him with a piercing gaze, assessing him thoroughly. "You claimed you stumbled in here. Do you know from whence you came?" Lin Mo hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He had entered this place from a small city in the human realm. A girl beside him interjected. Upon hearing this, Jin Huang appeared to ponder, nodding thoughtfully. "How is it that you, a mere human, could possess knowledge of our affairs? Or do you have some extraordinary means?" She squinted. Fixing her gaze upon Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine, caught in a predicament. The girl's words had undoubtedly revealed his whereabouts, while Jin Huang seemed to be testing whether he was privy to the inner workings of the Tianyuan clan. The situation before him grew increasingly precarious. The girl took a step forward, her tone casual as she addressed Lin Mo. "Do you think that by changing your appearance, I would fail to recognize you?" A jolt of realization struck Lin Mo, and his expression shifted dramatically. He fought to suppress the tempest raging within him and asked in a low voice, "Do you know who I am?" "I am Yin Ruo, the daughter of an elder of the Tianyuan clan," she replied with an even tone. "You appeared at the spirit sealing tower, utilizing the wind and thunder wings to conceal your form, and you bear the fearsome bloodline of the Golden Rock. It is impossible for you to hide your identity. Lin Mo's mind raced with countless thoughts. How had she recognized him? Was it the revelation of the Golden Rock bloodline that had betrayed his identity, or had the sacred artifact in her possession pierced through his disguise? How did you come to know this? Lin Mo gritted his teeth. Of course, it is thanks to this, Yin Ruo said, conjuring a golden longsword in her hand. Its blade adorned with faint crimson engravings. The sacred sword has the power to perceive bloodlines and souls. Do you think a mask and attire could deceive me? Lin Mo began to grasp that the sacred artifacts of the Tianyuan clan not only discern bloodlines, but also peer into souls. With his current strength, he could not elude Yin Ruo's discerning gaze. His identity had become utterly transparent. Within the cylindrical chamber, the girl by Chui sat across from Lin Mo. Her gaze was as clear as a mountain spring, exuding a wisdom that transcended the mundane world. She spoke gently. Lin Mo, you may be only partially aware of the history of the Tianyuan clan and our legacy. Lin Mo felt a stirring in his mind. His curiosity about the mysteries of this alien sacred city ever piqued. He nodded, indicating his willingness to listen. What is sealed within the spirit sealing tower is no ordinary entity, but rather a fragment of the true sage Kunping. Bai Chui spoke in a calm tone, as if discussing commonplace matters. Lin Mo's heart quaked. He recalled the golden rock phantom he had encountered within the tower. Could it be that this was the ancestor of the Tianyuan clan, the true sage Kunping? And you, Lin Mo, may very well be the holy offspring we have long awaited. Lin Mo felt a stir within, grasping the profound significance behind her words. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Holy offspring? What special connotation does this title hold within the Tianyuan clan? Bai Chui smiled and explained. The Holy Son is the heir to the history of the Tianyuan clan, the successor of the true sage of Kunping. He bears the crucial responsibility of safeguarding the clan's well-being and passing down its bloodline. The entity sealed within the spirit sealing tower is a fragment of the true sage of Kunping, and only the Holy Son possesses the ability to fully unleash its power, guiding the clansmen towards glory. The term Holy Son represents the reincarnation of the true sage of Kunping. Our clan has long believed that reincarnations of the true sage are endowed with extraordinary gifts and constitutions, destined to be the leaders and guides of our people. Although Yin Ruo spoke in a calm tone, as if recounting an ordinary tale, a tempest surged within Lin Mo's heart. The golden bloodline of the great Peng he manifested in the spirit-sealing tower undoubtedly marked him as the Holy Son in the eyes of the Tianyuan clan. It was no wonder they firmly believed he was the reincarnation of the true sage of Kunping. Do you now comprehend why your identity is so special? Yin Ruo gazed at him mildly. However, Lin Mo merely scoffed. As a human, I could never be the Holy Son you speak of. You have mistaken me for someone else. Yin Ruo replied with calm determination. I hope you can temporarily join the Tianyuan clan and become our Holy Son. This is not only crucial for the honor and survival of our clan, but also pertains to your own future. Lin Mo was taken aback and blurted out. Why should I join the Tianyuan clan? I am of human blood. How could I betray my own kin? A flicker of disdain crossed Yin Ruo's eyes as she coldly retorted, As for your so-called kin, how can the human clan truly assist you? You are merely a marginalized minority, living on borrowed time. Only by coming to the Tianyuan clan can you attain the status you deserve. A shiver ran down Lin Mo's spine as memories of the elders' oppression within the human race surfaced. Yin Ruo's words struck a chord deep within him. How can you guarantee that the Tianyuan clan will genuinely regard a human like me? He queried suspiciously. I can assure you on my honor, as Yin Ruo. She replied without hesitation. Lin Mo met the unwavering gaze of the young woman, feeling a tumult of emotions. Perhaps this moment truly presented an unprecedented opportunity, a potential turning point in his fate. I need you to temporarily relinquish the wings on your back for assessment, Yin Ruo said calmly. Lin Mo's expression shifted, and he replied solemnly, These wind thunder wings are the fruit of my years of toil. How can I easily part with them? Rest assured, I will return them once the assessment is complete, Yin Ruo answered placidly. This is a necessary procedure that neither of us can defy. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo ultimately unfastened the wind thunder wings from his back and gently handed them to Bai Chui. She focused intently on the wings, her expression revealing a hint of admiration. Yin Ruo took the wings and examined them closely. She discovered a faint golden feather at the core of the wings, a remnant of the heavenly phoenix's plume. This wind thunder wing is extraordinary, It incorporates the feather of the heavenly phoenix, Bai Chui remarked softly, her hand gliding over the wings as if sensing a peculiar power. Lin Mo, you possess an extraordinary treasure. Lin Mo smiled slightly and explained, I acquired this in the human realm after witnessing the battle between Kunpeng and Luo Ho, and I was fortunate enough to obtain this wing. He then recounted the events of that day when he witnessed the divine birds clash and the heavenly phoenix's feather fall to the mortal realm. After listening, Yin Ruo appeared contemplative and returned the wind thunder wings to Lin Mo. Thank you. Lin Mo accepted them, sighing in relief. He observed a hint of nostalgia in Yin Ruo's expression, as if she were reminiscing about a cherished memory. The essence of the Tianfeng feather is quite extraordinary. It is likely to alter the attributes of your wings, Yin Ruo pondered. Lin Mo's mind raced, and he suddenly comprehended Yin Ruo's intention. You wish to learn the secrets of the Tianfeng feather through me, he surmised. Indeed, Yin Ruo replied with a slight nod. Our Tianpeng clan is also adept at utilizing wings. If we can grasp the true essence of the Tianfeng wings, it will greatly enhance our strength. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo spoke. I can provide some information regarding the Tianfeng feather, but it is derived solely from human texts. Our races are vastly different, so it may not be entirely applicable. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Yin Ruo's eyes as she smiled. That is of no consequence. Simply share all that you know, and I shall discern its value. This way, your affiliation with my clan will be justified. Lin Mo's heart stirred as he suddenly realized the extent of Yin Ruo's determination to keep him here. It seemed her interest in the Tianfeng feather surpassed his expectations, to the extent that she was willing to employ various means to retain him. The situation before them grew increasingly intricate. After a brief silence, Yin Ruo looked up at Lin Mo and reiterated her solemn invitation, hoping he would join the Tianpeng clan and become their holy son. Lin Mo, taken aback, replied gravely, I appreciate your kindness, but I remain a member of the human race, and I cannot betray my lineage. Yin Ruo's brow furrowed slightly, impatience flickering in her eyes. What significance does the human race hold for you? They have never regarded you as one of their own. Even so, I cannot erase my heritage, Lin Mo asserted firmly. With a cold laugh, Yin Ruo was about to respond when a sudden thought struck her, leaving her momentarily speechless. Lin Mo observed her reaction with growing suspicion. The two stood in silence, a subtle tension hanging in the air. To my knowledge, your Tianpeng clan's sovereign recently perished, leaving your clan fragmented and in disarray. Lin Mo stated solemnly. Yin Ruo's expression changed dramatically, astonishment evident on her face. How could you possibly know this? Is there a traitor within our ranks? I am merely aware of the surface details, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. How could a mere human possess such insight into the inner workings of the Tianpeng clan? There must be something amiss. Yin Ruo's eyes gleamed with a chilling light as she advanced toward Lin Mo with an imposing aura. I have only just learned of this myself. I am not well informed. Lin Mo's tone revealed a hint of hesitation. Yin Ruo narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him from top to bottom. After a prolonged silence, she slowly retreated, her demeanor dark and melancholic. Lin Mo watched her, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Suddenly, Yin Ruo's expression shifted, her eyes radiating a brilliant golden light. A colossal golden rock materialized behind her, distorting and solidifying the very fabric of space. Lin Mo felt the air around him thicken into a viscous gel, a powerful, invisible force rendering him immobile, unable to move. I shall not rest until I ascertain the source of your information, Yin Ruo declared, her golden gaze intensifying, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent. Just as Lin Mo believed his fate was sealed, the golden light abruptly receded, and Yin Ruo returned to her former self. Very well. I shall not hold this against you today. Do not speak of what has transpired. Lin Mo exhaled in relief, freed from Yin Ruo's grip. He watched the rapid changes in her expression, silently grateful for his escape. Yin Ruo gazed at Lin Mo, a glimmer of cunning flickering in her eyes. The reason I wish to retain you is that I hope you can serve as the guardian for one of our tribe's candidates for the title of Saint's Son. Lin Mo hesitated, pondering, what form of protection can I provide? With your prowess, you are more than capable of assisting that candidate in successfully navigating the forthcoming rite of passage, Yin Ruo replied calmly. This trial is exceedingly perilous. Historically, most candidates struggle to emerge unscathed. As Lin Mo listened to her depict the grave dangers of the trial, he felt a stirring within him. It seemed the fate of the Saint Sun candidate Yin Ruo spoke of was fraught with peril, necessitating his strength for protection to ensure a smooth passage. I am not well versed in the details of the rite of passage. Might you elaborate? Lin Mo inquired. A flicker of intrigue danced in Yin Ruo's eyes as she smiled faintly. It would be unwise to rush this matter. Stay with our clan for a few days, and I shall recount the tale at my leisure. With a hint of skepticism, Lin Mo nodded in agreement, consenting to assist the clan. At that moment, he was unaware of the myriad uncertainties that lay ahead in the trial, placing his hopes solely on the responsibilities of the guardian, as described by Yin Ruo. Accompanied by the Grand Elder Jin Yu, Lin Mo arrived at the heart of the Tianyuan clan, where the magnificent architecture left him in awe. Jin Yu explained, "This is the Tianyuan Palace, the residence of our clan's rulers and elders throughout the ages." She led Lin Mo to an exceptionally grand hall. "This is the Phoenix Hall, the most sacred place of our Tianyuan clan." Pushing open the heavy stone doors revealed a simple, yet solemn interior. Atop a lofty phoenix throne sat two young figures adorned in vibrant attire. These two are the future rulers of the Tianyuan clan, Lin Mo observed with curiosity. Indeed, they now face the final challenge of their coming-of-age ceremony, the Fengyuan trial, Jin Yu stated solemnly. "The trial is exceedingly treacherous, and we require your assistance." Lin Mo, taken aback, retorted, "Your clan is so formidable. Surely you can find clan members to aid you?" Jin Yu sighed. "Our clan members are indeed gifted. Yet their numbers are few, and the powerful elders have succumbed to slumber." She implored, "Lin Mo, I perceive the potential within you. I beseech you to lend our clan your strength and become one of the Saint's sons, safeguarding them through the Fengyuan trial." Though the Tianyuan clan's invitation left him in a state of hesitation, he recognized it as a rare opportunity. In this unfamiliar hall, he scanned the enigmatic elders before him, particularly the Grand Elder Jin Yu, seeking to glean more from their gazes. "Lin Mo, your lineage is woven with the blood of the Contemplating. We are aware of your heritage," the Grand Elder Jin Yu revealed, her tone imbued with mystery. "Our Tianyuan clan shares profound ties with the true king of Contemplating, and you are the continuation of that legacy." A surge of emotions flooded Lin Mo as he realized his kinship with the Tianyuan clan. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. Yet doubts lingered in his heart. As a member of the human race, can I truly undertake the trials of the Saint's Son? Wherein lies the peril? Jin Yu replied earnestly, "With your bloodline and strength, our clan shall make an exception. As for the trial, allow me to elaborate." Lin Mo inquired further about the specifics of the trial, his heart inevitably tinged with apprehension. Jin Yu, well aware of the trial's dangers, meticulously outlined the numerous challenges that awaited him. "Lin Mo, the process of trial is anything but easy. As the chosen one, you are to assist two junior spirit generals. Though they possess some strength, they are not invincible." A contemplative glimmer shone in Jin Yu's eyes. "However, considering your formidable prowess traversing the vast expanse of the wind elemental continent, you should be able to manage the challenges of the trial with some effort." Jin Yu led Lin Mo to a precipice, where an abyss of unfathomable depth lay beneath. "This is Fengyuan, the final trial ground for our clan's coming-of-age ceremony. Participants must endure for 49 days, overcoming 81 celestial tribulations to be deemed worthy members of the Tianyuan clan." Lin Mo gazed in astonishment at the profound darkness of the chasm before him. Jin Yu continued, "Fengyuan guards both our glory and suffering. Whenever our numbers dwindle and our strength wanes, the defenses of Fengyuan intensify, raising the difficulty of the trials." Lin Mo seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. "Indeed, traditionally, participants need only attain the rank of Spirit General, yet the current situation is far more severe," Jin Yu remarked solemnly. Lin Mo pondered, believing that the rank of Spirit General should not pose a lethal threat to him. "My task is to ensure their safe passage through the assessment." "Exactly. Your sole responsibility is to keep them alive," Jin Yu affirmed, urgency evident in her eyes. "In 3 days, the gates of Fengyuan will open. Lin Mo, I await your favorable news." Lin Mo nodded, recognizing the dire circumstances facing the Tianyuan clan. He needed to contemplate carefully and prepare adequately. Jin Yu escorted Lin Mo back to the Tianyuan palace, arriving at a beautifully adorned chamber. "This will be your residence during your stay with our clan." Jin Yu gestured for Lin Mo to sit. "I understand your apprehensions, but please remember, the gates of Fengyuan will open in 3 days, and we cannot afford to delay." "I am aware of the urgency," Lin Mo replied, though he harbored concerns about being used and subsequently discarded. The Tianyuan clan never goes back on its word. Jin Yu stated earnestly, I vow to the supreme deity that your assistance will be richly rewarded. Until then, you are free to explore our clan's history. Seeing no deceit in Jin Yu's demeanor, Lin Mo finally lowered his guard. Very well, I shall need 3 days to contemplate and prepare. Please expedite your endeavors. I am Jin Yu, and this is my token. Take it, and you may summon me directly, she said, presenting Lin Mo with a small feather insignia. 3 days passed, and Lin Mo stood outside the grand hall, quietly observing the skies of the Tianyuan clan. His heart brimmed with anticipation for the trial, while simultaneously feeling trepidation for the uncertain future. At this critical juncture, Jin Yu's words echoed in his mind. Lin Mo, the trial is of utmost importance to us, and time is of the essence. I assure you, during your time with the Tianyuan clan, you will not be treated unjustly. You have 3 days to contemplate. We eagerly await your response. Jin Yu's voice resonated with conviction and hope, her gaze seemingly piercing through Lin Mo's inner turmoil. While Lin Mo settled in, Jin Yu convened with 2 elders in the council hall to discuss strategies. Inside the hall, the 3 elders of the Tianyuan clan were engaged in tense deliberations about how to handle Lin Mo. One elder furrowed his brow and remarked, the wings behind this individual are what we require. Should we not seize them directly? After a moment of contemplation, another elder suggested, perhaps we could place him under house arrest, awaiting the conclusion of the trial to determine his fate. After all, he might indeed prove to be of value. The Grand Elder, Jin Yu, gazed profoundly, her voice calm, yet resolute. Regardless of the circumstances, we must not act rashly. Lin Mo's identity is far from ordinary. He could very well be the savior of our Tianyuan clan. We must maintain our composure and not jeopardize the future of our entire clan for fleeting gains. But allowing an outsider to become the Holy Sun is unprecedented. The Red Robe Elder expressed his discontent. I see potential in this young man. His wings inspire hope. Jin Yu replied eagerly. The Purple Robe Elder proposed that they should seize the initiative and suggested, perhaps we should confine him. Silence. Jin Yu sternly interjected. Lin Mo bears a divine mandate. He is the only one capable of saving us. The Red and Purple Robe Elders exchanged glances, refraining from contradicting Jin Yu's assessment. I understand your anxiety. Jin Yu softened her tone. Please be patient. I will surely convince Lin Mo alone in his chamber. Lin Mo pondered deeply. Although Jin Yu appeared sincere, he sensed an underlying strangeness. Now that I find myself at the heart of the Tianyuan clan, escaping seems to be an insurmountable challenge. Lin Mo thought, his instincts alerting him. He paced the room, rapidly sifting through options in his mind. Suddenly, an idea struck him as his gaze fell upon several tomes of Tianyuan clan literature on the table. Perhaps I should first investigate the true nature of the Tianyuan clan to understand the reasons behind their plea for assistance, he concluded, formulating a plan. Thus, he resolved to remain inactive for the time being, opting to delve into the historical texts of the Tianyuan clan to clarify the multitude of questions Jin Yu had raised. The following morning, Lin Mo arrived at EU Pavilion, situated near Tianyuan Palace. It was a grand edifice housing historical volumes. After explaining his purpose to the managing elder, he was warmly welcomed. The elder personally recommended several significant texts regarding the history and current situation of the Tianyuan clan. Lin Mo selected the 3 most crucial tomes to take back to his chamber for meticulous study. He dedicated an entire day and night to his reading, ultimately gaining a systematic understanding of the historical shifts and present circumstances of the Tianyuan clan. While some uncertainties remained, Lin Mo had largely grasped the veracity of Jin Yu's claims, equipping him with a stronger foundation for negotiating with the Tianyuan clan. As 3 days passed, Lin Mo determined that it was time to calmly present certain conditions to the Tianyuan clan to ensure his safety and interests. He first retrieved the feather token given by Jin Yu to summon her. Upon her arrival, Lin Mo gravely stated, Grand Elder, I shall indeed honor the appointment for the battle at Tianyuan tomorrow. However, prior to that, there are a few questions I need to clarify and conditions I wish to propose, which would greatly benefit us both. Jin Yu readily consented, and Lin Mo led her to the Tianyuan clan's trading center, the true vacuum market. They soon arrived at a grand structure adorned with imposing stone pillars, where a lively crowd bustled about. This is the trading center of our Tianyuan clan, where you may voice any requests, Jin Yu explained. Lin Mo nodded. walking with composure into the stone pillar hall, which resembled a vast open-air market, brimming with an array of wondrous items, vibrant and resplendent. In this pivotal trading hub, Lin Mo was poised to formally present his terms to Jin Yu and the other elders of the Tianyuan clan. As he stepped into the stone pillar market, he was instantly awestruck by the vibrant scene before him. Hundreds of Tianyuan clansmen bustled about, entering and exiting the myriad of shops. A colossal stone pillar loomed at the center, with red and green inscriptions flickering intermittently, revealing a comprehensive overview of the trading information within the market. Curious, Lin Mo approached the pillar and discovered it was densely etched with the names of various items. This served as the trading catalog for the Tianyuan people. As he scrutinized the inscriptions, he recognized some familiar items, alongside many rare spiritual herbs he had never encountered. Particularly, the Qingluo fruit caught his eye. It was said to be a primary ingredient in crafting Tianluo pills, capable of enhancing the effects of other herbs, making it of utmost significance to Lin Mo. At that moment, Lin Mo noticed several Tianyuan clansmen negotiating with an armored guard in front of the pillar. Some brandished red short rods, jabbing at the pillar, while others unleashed their skills, launching blades toward it. Lin Mo realized that this was the Tianyuan people's method of transaction, expressing their needs through the pillar's catalog. With the guards orchestrating the match, he marveled at such an extraordinary trading system. Scanning his surroundings, his gaze settled on a prominently marked storefront, the vendor of the Qingluo fruit. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself and stepped inside. Upon entering the shop, Lin Mo found it exceedingly modest, with a gaunt middle-aged man seated expressionlessly behind the counter. Additionally, two burly Tianyuan warriors clad in armor stood menacingly, brandishing long blades. A chill ran down Lin Mo's spine as he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Silently, he extended his consciousness to assess the trio's strength. The middle-aged man exhibited no cultivation, yet the two warriors radiated profound, true energy, having reached the transformation stage. Lin Mo's expression shifted subtly. The trio's presence seemed far from that of ordinary merchants. Could it be that they were Tianyuan guards, and that his purpose had already been uncovered? Rapidly formulating a strategy in his mind, he maintained a calm facade. "My friend, I have heard that you possess high-quality Qingluo fruits. I am quite interested." The middle-aged man cast him a sidelong glance and sneered. "You certainly know how to pick your moments. The Qingluo fruit has long been sold out. Only a couple of inferior ones remain, at a steep price that is non-negotiable." Lin Mo frowned slightly, about to respond when one of the burly warriors interjected. "Aren't you Lin Mo from Long City? What a coincidence today." The other warrior grinned maliciously. "Huh? Fortune smiles upon us. This kid has walked right into our trap. Seize him." In an instant, blades flashed as both men lunged towards Lin Mo, maintaining a serene demeanor. Lin Mo's mind raced with calculations. The identities of these three were now glaringly evident, and his objectives appeared compromised. Yet, opportunity must not be squandered. He needed to acquire the Qingluo fruit. "Brothers, I will pay a handsome price in spirit stones for all the Qingluo fruits you have in stock," Lin Mo stated forthrightly. The middle-aged man scoffed. "With your meager cultivation, we only trade with the strong. You'd best comply and accompany us." "Very well,"